You merely cast a line casually by the riverbank. This incident has prompted the entire city's police and armed forces to be on high alert. Even my wife, who is a police officer, as long as you indulge in your whims at night, I shall grant you another chance to cast your line. It is solely because you inadvertently awakened the sovereign system that you may complete the part-time tasks assigned by the system and randomly receive any rewards. You once believed you had reached the pinnacle of your life, yet you soon discovered that reality was not so straightforward. It was your inaugural visit to the riverbank for fishing. The sound of the system's notification echoed in my mind. Congratulations, esteemed host. The position of part-time king of collection has been successfully bound. The host need only complete the part-time tasks issued by the collection system to receive random rewards. Currently, I am engaged in part-time fishing. All one needs to do is cast the line 3 times at the designated spot to receive a system reward, with a time limit of 20 minutes. Upon hearing this, a surge of exhilaration enveloped your heart. You have, astonishingly, awakened system. This time, let us see who dares to label you as someone reliant on the fortunes of others. Upon recalling the destination, you swiftly grasped your fishing rod and made your way towards the marked location. Meanwhile, dozens of hat cars are parked by the riverbank not far away. The criminal investigation team and forensic experts alighted from their vehicles, commencing their meticulous analysis of the riverbank. Team leader Luo Jun alighted from the vehicle and commenced directing the salvage operations at the scene. Just 3 days ago, the criminal investigation team apprehended 7 suspects in connection with the shocking rain-soaked night assault that gripped the entire city. However, the counterpart refused to cooperate after being apprehended and denied being involved. Hatsafang discovered through surveillance that he had, in the dead of night, cast a leather suitcase into the river. Thus, the vanished suitcase has become a pivotal piece of evidence. However, the salvage team has been searching in the vicinity for 3 consecutive days, yet they have yet to yield any results. At the moment when the crowd was consumed with anxiety, a female police officer suddenly pointed in a certain direction. Is that person my brother-in-law? What brings him here? Sun Jiayong's indicated direction left Feng Baobao momentarily petrified. At this moment, you are poised upon a protruding rock, diligently grasping your fishing rod. Just as I was about to cast my rod, I was intercepted by 2 gentlemen in hats. A few individuals were there, their faces flushed with excitement. Upon witnessing this, Feng Baobao's expression darkened instantly. She strode over with determined strides. You have yet to realize the impending crisis while you continue to bicker. Uncle Hat, this fishing spot was discovered through my arduous efforts. You cannot simply declare it off-limits at your whim. That is quite unreasonable, is it not? Uncle Hat replied, with a stern expression. We are currently carrying out official duties. Kindly cooperate with our work and gather your belongings to step back beyond the safety perimeter. Upon hearing this, you felt utterly overwhelmed. The system's tasks are indeed bound by time constraints. If a retreat were to be initiated now, the rewards would surely slip away. Just as you were contemplating haggling with Uncle Hat, a chilling voice resonated behind you. Pastoral melody. What brings you here to frolic aimlessly? The sudden appearance of Feng Baobao took you by surprise. Even those 2 orderly uncles in hats promptly stood at attention and saluted Captain Feng. Feng Baobao waved her hand after returning the gift. Go set up the warning line over there. I will handle things here. Once the 2 uncles in hats had wandered off, Feng Baobao's expression instantly darkened. Mugu, how is it that you leisurely squander your time? I can hardly be bothered to intervene. However, this is a scene of evidence collection. You must leave immediately, or I shall detain you on the grounds of obstructing official duties. You disregarded everything else and stepped forward to grasp Feng Baobao's hand. My dear, I am aware that you are engaged in a significant case, but this fishing spot truly holds great importance. Would it be possible for me to cast a line here? Even upon encountering Feng Baobao, you remain unfazed. You have unleashed your ultimate move. As long as you acquiesce to my request, I shall yield to your every whim upon returning home tonight. As soon as these words were uttered, Sun Jia, standing beside, nearly had her eyes pop out in disbelief. Such fierce and audacious remarks are hardly suitable for an innocent maiden yet to be wed. Feng Baobao's complexion has become even darker. Enough of the pointless chatter. Have you finished? If so, be quick to leave. Do not linger here exhibiting your eccentricities. As the time approached 7, you could no longer attend to anything else. Suddenly, You forcefully shook off Feng Baobao's hand and, taking advantage of her momentary lapse, swiftly executed the first strike at 7. The fishing hook traces a graceful arc in the air before descending into the water with precision. Feng Baobao was momentarily taken aback, followed by an overwhelming surge of excitement. Muge, you scoundrel! Just as you were about to explain, the next moment you felt someone choke you by the neck. Then, with both feet lifted off the ground, just like that, a tall man of 1.8 meters was effortlessly thrown 7 feet away by Feng Baobao with a shoulder throw. The scene was enveloped in profound silence. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Uncle Hat could not help but gulp audibly. My goodness, is this truly the prowess of the foremost female warrior of Dongshan? It is utterly terrifying. Feng Baobao had no intention of letting you off easily. With a swift stride, she charged forward, kneeling on one knee upon your back. One hand pressed firmly on her head while the other reached into her pocket. Pastoral Song, I now charge you with the crime of obstructing official duties. You have the right to remain silent. However, every word you utter henceforth will be considered evidence in court. Upon hearing this, you appeared utterly bewildered. Surely, my dear, you cannot be serious. Are you truly being earnest? Feng Baobao's anger intensified. Who do you think is your wife? Mind your words and speak more respectfully. This is disastrous. That girl's stubborn temper has flared up once again. As Feng Baobao reached for her cash, Sun Jia and several teammates hurriedly rushed forward to intervene. The brother-in-law had not committed any heinous act. There was no need to escalate the situation. Indeed, Sister Bao, let us release brother-in-law first. There are still reporters over there. Just as everyone was attempting to mediate the conflict, Luo Jun approached from a distance. What on earth is happening here? Sun Jia tightly grasped Yi Ji and meticulously reported the matter once again, placing particular emphasis on your unique identity. Luo Jun could not help but chuckle after listening. All right, Feng Baobao, you have handled this matter rather ineptly. They merely wished to fish here. It was not necessary for you to resort to such measures. Release the person without delay. Do not tarnish the reputation of our team. Feng Baobao had no choice but to release her grip, ultimately casting you a fierce glance, the essence of menace unmistakably apparent. Luo Jun approached with genuine concern and inquired, Mr. Mu, have you sustained any injuries? As you calmly brush off the dust from your body, you respond nonchalantly, it's nothing, I have long since grown accustomed to it. Upon hearing these words, everyone fell silent for a moment, and then they all displayed a look of profound compassion. Luo Jun cleared his throat twice. Comrade Mugga, although Captain Feng can be somewhat fiery in temperament, it is all in consideration of your well-being. This area has been designated as a zone for evidence collection. If you do not evacuate promptly, I shall be compelled to send personnel to escort you back to the precinct. With a smile of mirth, you respond with a chuckle. The leader's words resonate with wisdom. Then, may I accept a rod case without objection? The onlookers, including the uncle in the hat, raise their thumbs in approval. This is the true essence of a fisherman. Clear objectives and unwavering determination. Even when faced with challenges, such as a disapproving spouse, the instinctive response is to reel in the line. Truly professional. Luo Jun nodded in assent, watching you make your way towards the riverbank. As you turn the fishing reel to retrieve the line, a sudden sensation of resistance surges through. The pull is quite formidable. In an instant, your eyes gleam with excitement as you hook a fish. The mere thought that this could be a benefit bestowed by the system invigorated your enthusiasm for reeling in the catch. Quick, assist me with the landing net. Ha! How heavy it is. It must weigh at least 20 pounds. Yet, your excitement was short-lived as you sensed something amiss. This resistance felt nothing like that of a fish. When a large fish takes the bait, it fights desperately for survival. Yet, the creature before you showed no signs of struggle whatsoever. Seeing you slowly reeling in the fishing rod, Feng Baobao beside you wore an expression of impatience. Could you please hurry up and reel it in? If you don't know how to do it, step aside. I will handle it. Upon hearing that Feng Baobao was about to take action, you swiftly positioned your body to shield her. Subsequently, you began to employ your skills with greater finesse, for the dignity of a fisherman must not be tarnished. At that moment, the sharp-eyed Sun Jia exclaimed, Sister Bauer, look quickly. It seems that brother-in-law has caught a suitcase from the river. Upon hearing Sun Jia's words, All eyes followed the fishing line in curiosity. To my astonishment, it was indeed a suitcase. The intricate patterns adorning the surface of this box are identical to those of the one that the suspect, Liu Biao, removed from the vehicle. Luo Jun could no longer remain seated. He hurriedly urged, "Mr. Mu, please exercise utmost caution. This fishing line must not snap. Take your time, reel it in gently, and do not be anxious." You were initially untroubled, yet upon witnessing the expressions of Luo Jun and his companions, it became exceedingly difficult to remain calm. Feng Bao, unable to bear the sight any longer, reached out, intent on seizing the fishing rod once more. You once again shielded her with your body, a serious expression adorning your face. "My dear," you implored, "please do not act recklessly. This matter is no jest. Do you not heed Captain Luo's words?" Luo Jun chimed in beside her. "Feng Bao, do not create chaos. You have no skill in fishing. You must heed Mr. Mu's counsel in this matter. Step aside promptly." Upon hearing this, you cast a triumphant glance at Feng Bao, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction within. Feng Bao gazed at your infuriating expression, her teeth clenched in anger. "This insufferable man, you think you can flaunt your arrogance? Tonight, when I return home, you shall witness what true prowess entails." Before long, you dragged the suitcase to the shore, whereupon two forensic experts promptly approached to capture photographic evidence. 5 minutes later, the forensic expert Qin Ming, clad in a white coat, approached. Team leader Luo, he stated after technical comparison, "This is indeed the box Liu Biao used for the disposal. However, we must return the box to the laboratory for further testing." Chapter 6. Perhaps it's time to learn Pinyin Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task and receiving a cash reward of 1,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Inversion of Black and White. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Global Positioning. Upon seeing the rewards presented by the system, Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback. The cash reward was rather appealing. With just a flick of his wrist, he could amass 1,000 yuan, a far swifter return than any laborious job. Yet, what on earth were these two skills? Inversion of Black and White. When activated by the host, this skill will create a psychological suggestion in those around, achieving the desired outcome for the host. Global Positioning. When the host knows the nickname and mobile number of another, they can locate them anywhere on the globe. Qin Yang could hardly contain his frustration. After all his hard work, the system had granted him two utterly useless skills? This was absurd. Before Qin Yang could gather his thoughts, the system issued a new task. Your next part-time job. Courier part-time task. Complete 2 home delivery services. Task countdown. 24 hours. Seeing this new task from the system, Qin Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, this time he had a full day to complete it. It seemed he could return home to take a refreshing bath and rest adequately. The thought of an evening filled with passionate interaction with his police officer wife filled his heart with joy. He packed away his fishing gear, slung his bag over his shoulder, and began to make his way back. The anglers downstream remained unaware of the earlier events, greeting him as he passed. "Xiaoqin, why are you leaving so early today? Not fishing anymore?" Qin Yang offered a slight smile. "I'm heading back. Fishing has lost its charm for me. I'm preparing to switch to a new part-time job." The seasoned angler chuckled, speaking in a tone of camaraderie. "Youngster, you lack a bit of patience in your endeavors. Fishing, much like any other pursuit, does not yield immediate results for novices. One must learn to wait. Look at the fish I've just caught, lively and fresh," he continued. "I plan to take them home for my wife to prepare. We'll be feasting on fish this week." Qin Yang glanced at the angler's catch, noting several sizable, lively fish within the net, clearly well-fed. This inadvertently reminded him of the female corpse he had caught, and the thought of these fish possibly indulging in flesh made his stomach churn uncomfortably. As he spoke, Qin Yang handed his fishing rod to the angler. "Uncle Zhou, this rod is of no use to me anymore. Consider it a gift." Zhou Hai stared at the rod, bewildered. "Are you really not fishing anymore? I thought you were jesting with me." Qin Yang merely smiled and gestured his departure. Watching Qin Yang's retreating figure, Zhou Hai sighed, his expression tinged with melancholy. Another young man had left the ranks of the anglers. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Qin Yang stowed his fishing gear in the trunk. The viewers in the live stream gasped in unison at the sight of the car. "Wow, a Bentley Bentayga? That car must cost several million. The host drives this to go fishing? Do you comprehend the significance of the first son-in-law of Jing Haishi? What of the Bentley? It was hardly acquired through personal merit. Driving it offers no genuine sensation. If you find yourself unaccustomed to it, relinquish the keys to me. I could serve as your chauffeur. This detestable individual. Marrying such a stunning police flower is one thing, but to have his in-laws bestow upon him such a splendid vehicle? I too desire to earn effortlessly. One need not inquire. This fellow must possess a particular skill, for in terms of looks, he pales in comparison to me. Qin Yang has grown accustomed to the boastful remarks of netizens in the live stream. After all, these days, it seems everyone claims to be some West City Azu or Easton Dehua. Each time he encounters such comments, he cannot help but chuckle. If you're Azu, then who am I? After arranging his belongings, the moment Qin Yang settled into the car, his phone chimed with a message notification. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from his aunt. Aunt, hey, your cousin has been complaining about how exhausted he is lately. Don't you have a few jars of American ginseng? Could you bring some for him? Qin Yang furrowed his brow. His cousin, Du Jiang, is merely a high school student. What need is he for American ginseng at this age? Ridiculous. However, recalling his aunt's stubborn nature, Qin Yang opted for brevity, replying swiftly, all right, Aunt. I just finished fishing and will head over shortly. Aunt, darn it, be careful on the road. Qin Yang, feeling somewhat exasperated, he couldn't resist responding, Aunt. Perhaps you should consider learning Pinyin. If all else fails, send a voice message instead of handwriting. Aunt, darn it. Qin Yang. The viewers were thoroughly amused by this exchange. Just like my mother, who struggles with typing and dislikes voice messages, preferring handwritten notes instead. You may not realize that in the mindset of the older generation, not knowing Pinyin is inconsequential. If you can write, you are not illiterate. Handwriting is indeed a skill. My mother also finds voice messages challenging. After pressing the button, her mind often freezes, resulting in several seconds of silence before she begins to speak. My parents, however, are quite different. Their conversations with me are remarkably succinct. If a single character suffices to convey a point, they will not use two. They employ subtle expressions. My mother has now become adept at a series of micro-expressions, including smiling faces, clasped hands, and bowing. With his aunt's request in mind, Qin Yang had no choice but to drive over to her residence, which was conveniently only a couple of streets away. 15 minutes later, Qin Yang arrived at his aunt's doorstep, carrying the American ginseng. Just as he was about to ring the doorbell, his aunt, Yin Xia, opened the door from within. Xiaoyang, come in quickly. We're just about to have dinner, and everyone is waiting for you. After changing his shoes at the entrance, Qin Yang stepped into the living room and discovered that his aunt had indeed prepared a sumptuous feast. His cousin, Du Jiang, sat at the table with a sullen expression, casting an unfriendly glare at Qin Yang. His uncle, Du Weiguo, lounged on the sofa, engrossed in the television, repeatedly blowing on his thermos cup. Uncle, Qin Yang greeted. Du Weiguo nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yin Xia placed 2 boxes of American ginseng into the cabinet and smiled at Qin Yang, saying, You child. Why must you bring gifts when you visit? Qin Yang was utterly bewildered. Didn't you ask me to bring the ginseng? Before he could articulate his confusion, Yin Xia turned to Du Weiguo and adopted a serious demeanor. What are you still sitting there for? Do I need to invite you to dinner? You didn't even bother to stand up and welcome Qin Yang. Instead, you were just sitting there like a turtle. Yin Xia's remarks shattered Du Weiguo's composure. He had intended to uphold his authority as an uncle in front of his nephew, but now that pretense was irrevocably lost. Hastily, he rose to his feet, clearing his throat awkwardly. Oh, little Yang has arrived. Since you're here, let us proceed with the meal. Chapter 7. Milk Tea. I drink it every day. Upon witnessing Yin Xia's actions, Qin Yang finally realized that his aunt was genuinely concerned for him. The request for him to deliver ginseng was likely a mere pretext. Her true intention was to gather the family for a meal. Her earlier insistence that he bring a gift was also meant for Uncle Du Weiguo's ears, as the 4 of them settled at the dining table. Just as Uncle Du Weiguo was about to pick up his chopsticks to serve himself, Yin Xia placed a dish of stir-fried beef with green peppers in front of Qin Yang. Xiaoyang here. This is your favorite, stir-fried beef with fresh spicy peppers that I specially bought, she said. Qin Yang nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Aunt. Du Jiang, eyeing the braised pork, was about to serve himself when Yin Xia once again intervened, placing the dish in front of Qin Yang. Did you not mention a few days ago that your appetite was poor? I suspect it's because you haven't had enough nourishment. Here, enjoy this braised pork. If you like it, I can pack some for you to take home later. Du Jiang could no longer contain himself. Mom, are you serious? What about me and Dad? You've taken all the dishes. What are we supposed to eat? With a stern expression, Yin Xia set down a plate of bitter melon stir-fried with eggs before Du Jiang. Haven't you been complaining about heatiness lately? This is perfect for you. Du Jiang retorted. Fine, fine, treating your own son like a stranger, aren't you? Qin Yang understood that Yin Xia's fervent hospitality had its reasons, so he spoke up. Aunt, we are family. If there is something you need, please feel free to ask. Yin Xia seemed slightly embarrassed. Oh, Xiaoyang, you've noticed. It's not a big deal, really. It's just that our factory has been struggling lately. And the owner has let me go. You know my age. Finding a new job is nearly impossible. Most importantly, I cannot afford to have my social security interrupted. Otherwise, my pension will surely suffer. I was hoping you could ask Xiaoyan if there are any suitable positions available for me, preferably with comprehensive insurance. I am quite resilient and can endure hardship. Upon hearing Yin Xia's predicament, Qin Yang's appetite waned. Aunt, you know my nature. I'm afraid I cannot assist with this. Qin Yang had his principles. Although he was a son-in-law by marriage, he held on to his dignity. Firstly, their first child must bear the surname Qin. This was non-negotiable. Secondly, his marriage to Lu Yin was founded on love, not on any desire for the Lu family's wealth. This was why, despite driving a Bentley, he felt no sense of pride. It was not his vehicle, merely one he was permitted to use. Du Jiang, as if anticipating Qin Yang's response, chimed in with sarcasm. Mom, what did I tell you? Being so nice to him is futile. I am your biological son. Honestly, since you've been laid off, why not take this time to rest at home? Once I get into college, I'll take care of you both. It's just a pension. I'll send you double. Yin Xia, incensed, delivered a sharp slap to Du Jiang's head. You little brat, what do you know? All day long, you merely boast. Do you think I am unaware of your true worth? You expect to support us? The fact that you can barely sustain yourself is commendable enough. Du Jiang, filled with indignation, could only glare at Qin Yang. As he was compelled to submit to the formidable might of Yin Xia, it was as if his plight was entirely Qin Yang's fault. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Qin Yang spoke up. Aunt, I certainly cannot approach Xiaoyan about this matter, but I can inquire with a friend. The 5 insurances and housing fund should be manageable, though the job may be a bit demanding. Upon hearing this, Yin Xia promptly served Qin Yang some food. You dear child. As long as the 5 insurances and housing fund can be arranged, a little hardship in work is nothing. I can endure it. Xiaoyang, enjoy your meal. This feast was specially prepared for you, so make sure to eat well. Qin Yang understood his aunt quite well. If she were not truly in distress, she would not have confided in him. However, his connections were not particularly impressive. He could only rely on a few acquaintances from university. Throughout the meal, Qin Yang was preoccupied with concerns for his aunt, leaving him with little appetite. Du Weiguo and Du Jiang faded into the background, nearly consuming their meals of bitter melon and scrambled eggs. After the meal, the 3 men reclined on the sofa while Yin Xia cheerfully tidied the dishes. Du Weiguo, gazing at the news channel, wore a face of grave concern, as if he held a significant governmental position. When the atmosphere seemed appropriate, Du Weiguo finally inquired, Xiaoyang, what have you been busy with lately? What work are you engaged in? Qin Yang, taking a bite of fruit, replied, I was fishing before. Next, I plan to try my hand at delivering packages. Du Weiguo frowned, his expression revealing displeasure. You are a graduate of a prestigious university. How can you squander your days? Fishing and delivering packages are tasks anyone can do. Do you really need to exert yourself physically for such trivial work? Qin Yang suppressed a laugh. Can anyone just pull a corpse from the water while fishing? Can you? Today, he had single-handedly outperformed the salvage team during his fishing expedition. Did they think anyone could do that? The Air Force personnel were capable of reeling in far more than mere fish. Du Jiang chimed in sarcastically, Indeed, cousin. It's disgraceful enough that you've married into the family, but now you are living off others. TSK, I truly look down upon you. This remark from Du Jiang sparked outrage among the online viewers. This cousin speaks rather provocatively. He resembles my own cousin too much. Dude, consider this from another perspective. If you had a cousin, a prestigious university graduate, married to a policewoman, living comfortably and driving a Bentley, how would that make you feel? Well, why am I inexplicably so infuriated? Suddenly, I find myself despising the streamer as well. Such is the nature of jealousy, distorting one's perception. Cousin, I'm on your side. The viewers empathized with the cousin, yet Qin Yang felt no connection whatsoever. You all see only the blissful facade of my life with the policewoman, who has witnessed me alone on the balcony at midnight, smoking and drinking. Determined to teach Du Jiang a lesson, Qin Yang activated his skill. Ding. Skill reversing black and white has been activated. Qin Yang was taken aback. Still uncertain about how to reprimand Du Jiang, Qin Yang found himself perplexed when Yin Xia emerged from the kitchen, holding a cup of milk tea. Du Jiang, this cup of milk tea must be yours, right? Did I not advise you against consuming such questionable beverages outside? Du Jiang, seemingly unfazed, retorted. What is wrong with milk tea? I only indulge once in a while. Qin Yang found no fault in Du Jiang's response. However, in the blink of an eye, the scene transformed. Du Jiang stood in a chemistry laboratory, surrounded by an array of hazardous chemicals, a mischievous grin plastered on his face as he declared. What is wrong with milk tea? I drink it every day. Qin Yang exclaimed in shock. What the heck? Is this a hallucination? Chapter 8 once again. Qin Yang rubbed his eyes and discovered that Du Jiang was still seated on the sofa in the living room, rather than in the chemistry laboratory. Could it be that he had just experienced a hallucination? The most astonishing part was that not only Qin Yang had witnessed that absurd scene, but the viewers in the live stream had also seen the same spectacle, albeit they presumed it to be a special effect created by Qin Yang. Cautiously, Qin Yang glanced at Yin Xia and noticed her complexion was equally unwell. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Du Jiang took the milk tea from Yin Xia's hands, grinningly exclaiming, Mom, this milk tea is a new addition, and it tastes quite delightful. Do give it a try. No sooner had Du Jiang uttered these words than the scene shifted once more. In the next moment, Du Jiang, with shifty eyes, brought the milk tea close to Yin Xia, adorned with a large red flower on his head, and sinisterly chuckled. Come on, dear, it's time for your medicine. Qin Yang was taken aback. Goodness, the milk tea is poisoned. Unable to endure any longer, Yin Xia seized Du Jiang by the collar and marched him towards the bedroom. Soon, the anguished cries and pleas for mercy from Du Jiang resonated from within. So you want to drink milk tea, do you? I'll make you regret it. Qin Yang trembled with fear, feeling restless. Could this possibly be the effect of the skill and version of truth? It was truly remarkable, observing Du Jiang receiving his just desserts. The barrage of comments in the live stream began to surge. In my mother's eyes, I too am perceived in such a manner. When I earnestly convey something to her, she interprets it as sheer rebellion. My image, Mom. I wish to learn to cook. My mother's image, Mom. I'm going to blow up the kitchen. Ha ha ha, this contrasting imagery is all too real. The broadcaster's special effect is cleverly employed, maximizing the entertainment value. Previously, as I indulged in takeout daily for my postgraduate examinations, others viewed me as a diligent and hard-working student, yet in my mother's eyes, I was merely a slothful, gaming recluse. I once recommended a rather splendid stir-fry restaurant to my mother, only for her to glance at me dismissively and inquire if I fancied the dish of fried oil stealing. The biases held in one's heart form an insurmountable mountain. Regardless of your successes outside, in your mother's eyes, you shall eternally remain a failure. At that moment, Qin Yang finally comprehended how to utilize the skill and version of truth. Initially, he had deemed it a futile skill, but now it appeared to be incredibly powerful. Noticing the time, Qin Yang spoke up. Uncle, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Duegua glanced at Qin Yang and nodded. When you go, please take the trash down with you. Of course, Uncle. As Qin Yang stepped outside, carrying the trash, he received a text message from Lu Yan. Darling, there is an unexpected new case at work. I'll be staying in the dormitory for the next few days. Do sleep early. Love you. Qin Yang smirked and replied with a simple okay. Another major case. Why does Jianghai City seem to be perpetually plagued by significant incidents? The following morning, Qin Yang awoke from his expansive 4-meter bed and promptly activated the live stream. Upon seeing the environment in which Qin Yang resided, the viewers were instantly thrown into a frenzy. What an astonishing revelation. The streamer resides in a villa of such opulence, resplendent in its grandeur. What remarkable family circumstances must he possess to have a residence complete with a swimming pool? Are we certain this is not a rented property? Previously, I had only glimpsed such lavish abodes in television dramas, never anticipating their existence in reality. My friends, I must confess, envy has seized me. My desire to become a son-in-law is at its zenith. Initially, netizens were drawn to Qin Yang for his down-to-earth demeanor, relating to his experiences whether fishing or engaging in various pursuits akin to their own. However, upon witnessing Qin Yang inhabit such a luxurious domicile, their admiration has transformed into disbelief. Indeed, individuals are distinctly different from one another. After a brief refreshment, Qin Yang departed his home without a backward glance, driving to the nearest parcel station. Upon his arrival, as he stepped out of his vehicle, he was met by the owner, who, cigarette in mouth, tossed a shipping label in his direction before Qin Yang could utter a word. You're sending a package, right? Fill in the information yourself and weigh your items on that scale over there. Taken aback, Qin Yang clarified, "Boss, I'm not here to send a package. I've come to apply for the position of a courier." He gestured toward the recruitment advertisement nearby, a radiant smile gracing his face. The owner glanced at the Bentley parked on the street, unable to suppress a chuckle. "So, you're saying you arrived here in a Bentley to apply for a courier position?" With utmost seriousness, Qin Yang nodded in affirmation. "Yes, boss, I am quite resilient. I can start with some odd jobs." Hearing this, the owner waved him off. All right. I've seen many like you, wealthy individuals seeking to experience life, right?" After rummaging through his drawer, the owner handed Qin Yang a manual. "If you wish to work part-time, that's fine. Purchase a vest. And it would be best to rent an electric bike. Many of our delivery addresses are in older neighborhoods where your Bentley won't fit. If all is satisfactory, you'll need to pay a deposit of 600 yuan. Whenever you decide you no longer wish to work here, I will refund the entire deposit." Surprised by the owner's familiarity with this process, Qin Yang proceeded to pay the deposit while inquiring, "Boss, are there many part-time positions like mine?" The owner snickered, pointing to some individuals sorting packages nearby. "Do you see the one in the black vest? A company white-collar worker who previously worked in an office. He came here to work part-time due to back issues, now working 3 hours a day for 40 yuan. His back no longer troubles him." "And the one wearing a hat?" The owner of 5 hotels, who was diagnosed with diabetes and couldn't lower his blood sugar after 6 months here. He no longer requires insulin. Qin Yang found this increasingly incredulous. "Are you suggesting that working here can also cure ailments?" The owner took a drag from his cigarette, smiling as he replied, "Young man, you are still too naive and lack life experience. Let me put it this way. Today, as individuals have such comfortable living conditions that they suffer from ailments like air conditioning sickness and diabetes. Without delving into the past, even if you were to visit the countryside today, you would observe that the elderly laborers, carrying buckets weighing dozens of pounds, move with remarkable agility. Although the compensation for part-time work here is modest, it offers not only physical exercise but also a source of income. Isn't that more economical than spending money at a gym?" Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback. "Is it possible to approach it this way?" He pointed towards a bald man in the distance and inquired, "What about him? Is he also a part-timer?" The boss cast a glance at the individual and replied, "Oh, he is a recently laid-off programmer, now one of our full-time employees." Qin Yang. Chapter 9. An intimate encounter with a fugitive. Upon hearing the boss's words, the colleagues could hardly contain their astonishment. Seriously? A bald-headed full-time employee who is a programmer? No wonder the boss remains so composed. He has evidently encountered a myriad of characters. It appeared that the wealthy indulged in such peculiar pastimes. Rather than frequenting a gym to maintain their physique, they sought part-time jobs for supplemental income. Our company CEO was no exception. Whenever he had a moment, he would don the uniform of a security guard at a branch office, allowing him to both familiarize himself with the branch's operations and stay fit. In our work area, the cleaning lady happened to be the boss's mother. Each time we voiced our grievances about the company, it was only a matter of time before changes were implemented. Much to our amusement, Qin Yang finally comprehended the reason behind his financial struggles. Ordinary individuals pay for gym memberships to stay in shape, while the affluent engage in part-time work to earn money while exercising, a stark contrast in mindset. After making the payment, the boss assisted Qin Yang in downloading a part-time job application. Upon opening the app, Qin Yang felt as though he had unlocked the gateway to a new realm. The homepage was teeming with a plethora of part-time opportunities: tutoring, cleaning, security, food delivery, and even auxiliary police positions. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Qin Yang inquired, "Boss, why are there even auxiliary police jobs listed? Is this app reliable?" The boss shot him a knowing glance and replied, "Does the auxiliary police not have temporary workers? Let me ask you this. If such positions lack temporary staff, who would take the blame in case of an incident?" Qin Yang was momentarily at a loss for words. The boss's argument was undeniably compelling. The more he explored the application, the more his spirits lifted. This app was truly exceptional. It detailed the requirements for various part-time jobs with clarity, and, most importantly, it offered the option to rent or purchase necessary equipment. For instance, items such as thermal bags, vests, electric bikes, and helmets required for food delivery could all be easily acquired through the app, eliminating the need for Qin Yang to travel to a designated location. After registering as a temporary delivery person, Qin Yang donned the vest, and the application promptly assigned him a task. "You have a new order. Please check your notifications." Upon opening it, he saw package tail number 9978 to be delivered to Unit 301, Building 5, Jinxing Community. Please ensure timely delivery and obtain a signature upon receipt. The boss handed Qin Yang a package from the shelf. Take another one to avoid making unnecessary trips. Qin Yang readily accepted another order. Package tail number 2966 to be delivered to Changhu Industrial Park. Please ensure timely delivery and obtain a signature upon receipt. Consulting the map, Qin Yang was taken aback. The two delivery locations were a staggering 15 kilometers apart. That is quite a distance. The boss chuckled and patted Qin Yang on the shoulder. Young man, don't be misled by the distance. The pay per delivery is substantial. You'll earn at least 10 yuan for each, totaling 20 for both, a decent sum indeed. Reflecting on the boss's words, Qin Yang fell into a contemplative silence. Running over 10 kilometers only to earn 20 yuan is utterly absurd. Nevertheless, in order to fulfill his mission, Qin Yang had no time to be particular. After securing the package, he mounted the rented electric bike and proceeded directly to the first location, at the Jinxing community by the roadside. A truck with tinted windows was parked, where Luo Jun and a group of seasoned detectives sat inside, their expressions grave as they monitored the footage. Have we pinpointed Yang Dong's exact location? Soon, the voice of an investigator crackled through the earpiece. Leader, the target vanished upon entering the community. We suspect he may have an alternate escape route within this vicinity. Upon hearing this, Luo Jun fell silent. Then let us adhere to the original plan and secure several intersections. We will act once Yang Dong makes an appearance. After ensuring all investigators were on standby, Luo Jun summoned a few precinct captains to elaborate on the mission specifics. Our target is the notorious fugitive, Yang Dong, a violent robber and murderer. He has been involved in bank heists across multiple cities, including Weijiang, Nanshan, and Shangjiang, claiming the lives of 3 innocent civilians. According to the Skynet system, we have tentatively identified Yang Dong as presence in this community, but his precise whereabouts remain unknown. Your task is to monitor every entrance and exit of the community with plainclothes officers. The moment Yang Dong appears, apprehend him immediately. Luo Jun's expression turned stern as he reiterated the seriousness of the operation. All personnel are armed. If any danger arises, you are authorized to neutralize Yang Dong immediately. The gravity of the situation was clear to all present. After assigning the tasks, several detectives under Lu Yin donned civilian attire and positioned themselves in ambush nearby. Lu Yin and Sun Jia teamed up, posing as residents of the community while casually sitting on a bench in a small square, ostensibly enjoying the sun as they observed passers-by. At that moment, Sun Jia's eyes widened, and she nudged Lu Yin with her elbow. Sister Yin, is that our brother-in-law? Following Sun Jia's gaze, Qin Yang was seen parking his electric bike at the community entrance, holding his phone and dialing the number on the package. Lu Yan's expression turned complicated, yet due to the nature of their mission, she could not approach Qin Yang directly. Sun Jia chimed in, Sister Yin, why is our brother-in-law delivering a package? This community is quite perilous. Should we call him to leave at once? Lu Yin maintained a serious demeanor, remaining silent. This operation was clandestine. Apart from the undercover officers, no one else was aware of it. If Lu Yin were to call him, it would breach confidentiality protocols, potentially jeopardizing the mission. It's fine. He is probably just working part-time and will leave once he delivers the package. Lu Yin replied just as the investigator's voice crackled through the earpiece. Sparrow to Eagle's Nest, report, we have sighted the rooster at Unit 1 of Building 5. But he is accompanied by a hen. Should we proceed? Upon hearing the investigator, Lu Yin instinctively glanced towards Building 5, Unit 1. Indeed, Yang Dong, with his sharp features, was leisurely strolling out of the apartment building, his arm around a young girl. With considerable experience, he surveyed his surroundings while keeping the girl closely by his side, as if she were a shield. Should they act recklessly at this moment, it was highly likely that the girl would become Yang Dong's hostage. The voice of Luo Jun echoed in his earpiece, advising him to refrain from action, to await the opportune moment, and to avoid inadvertently harming others. While observing Yang Dong's true intentions, as seconds ticked by, the plainclothes officers were astonished to witness Yang Dong approaching Qin Yang. Lu Yin immediately felt a surge of anxiety, instinctively rising to her feet, only to be restrained by Sun Jia. Xiao Yin, do not act impulsively, he cautioned. Chapter 10. Is delivering packages really so dangerous? Yang Dong is a robber and murderer, potentially armed with a deadly weapon. As he approaches Qin Yang, how could Lu Yin not feel anxious? In the command vehicle, Luo Jun is also taken aback, pondering how it is possible to encounter this young man everywhere. Everyone, refrain from taking rash actions. Await my orders to avoid any accidental harm. Yang Dong stands before Qin Yang, casually stating, "Give me the package." Qin Yang picks up the parcel and inquires, "Could you please confirm the last 4 digits of the phone number?" 9978, Yang Dong replies. "What is the recipient's name?" Yang Dong furrows his brow, thinking, "Isn't the phone number enough? Why ask so many questions?" Qin Yang, somewhat apologetic, responds, "I'm sorry, sir, but the delivery station has regulations. I can only hand over the parcel if both the recipient's name and the last digits are correct." Yang Dong is about to curse, but considering the bustling crowd around, he manages to restrain himself and replies, "Xiang Yang." A nearby young girl can't help but chuckle. "Brother Yang, I didn't expect you to look so fierce while having such a cute name for the package. I think I'll change my nickname too. You can call me Mei Yang Yang from now on." Facing the girl's teasing, Yang Dong merely sneers without further comment. "Now can I have the package?" Qin Yang produces a delivery slip and places it on the parcel. "Certainly, Mr. Yang. You just need to sign this delivery slip." As Yang Dong takes the pen to sign, he suddenly senses something amiss. Initially dismissing it as a mere illusion, he pretends the pen isn't working and shakes it vigorously. Seizing the opportunity, he discreetly surveys his surroundings. To his dismay, he discovers his instincts were correct. Women lounging in the sun, couples embracing in the distance, and cleaning workers, all are stealing glances in his direction, clearly not engrossed in their own activities. Yang Dong immediately realizes he has been compromised. As he hesitates to sign, Qin Yang is about to offer him another pen when Yang Dong suddenly grabs the young girl and bolts with the package. Qin Yang is bewildered. What is happening? This isn't a cash-on-delivery package. How can he just run off? Without further thought, Qin Yang clutches the delivery slip and chases after him. "Mr. Yang, please sign. You can't take the package without signing." Just as Qin Yang takes a couple of steps forward, Yang Dong pulls out a handgun and fires. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets whiz past Qin Yang's ear, striking a man behind him, who falls to the ground clutching his chest. Before Qin Yang can process the situation, Lu Yin rushes over and tackles him to the ground. The viewers in the live broadcast are equally shocked by the unfolding scene. Are you serious? Is it really possible to encounter a gunfight while delivering a package? Isn't gun ownership prohibited in the country? What awful luck. Indeed. It seems that no job is easy these days, and even delivering a package poses a life-threatening risk. Qin Yang, who found himself pinned to the ground, felt a soft weight upon him, accompanied by a delightful fragrance that invaded his senses. As he focused his gaze, he realized that Lu Yin was sprawled atop him, the hefty presence of the big white rabbit nearly suffocating him. "Wife, what brings you here?" he inquired. Lu Yin shot him a glare and retorted, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Why are you dressed like this instead of fishing?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Yang replied, "There's a corpse in the river. The fish caught cannot be eaten. So, I took on a temporary job delivering packages instead." Lu Yin was infuriated. How could her husband not stay home and indulge in games, but instead venture out to undertake such chaotic side jobs, nearly risking his life in the process? At that moment, Lu Yan's earpiece crackled to life with Luo Jun's voice. "Yang Dong has retreated to Building 5. Activate Plan 1 immediately. Teams 1 and 2. Proceed to search. Team 3, establish a perimeter and clear the scene." No one anticipated Yang Dong would erupt so suddenly, and the situation had escalated into the most uncontrollable scenario. The apartment building was filled with ordinary citizens and armed with a firearm. Yang Dong could easily take hostages and confront them. Lu Yin rose and urged Qin Yang, "You must leave this place at once. Do not approach the perimeter." Without hesitation, she drew her sidearm and joined her fellow plainclothes officers entering the building. "Take care, my love." Qin Yang wished to follow her inside, but was stopped by Fong Fong, who was tasked with maintaining order. "Brother-in-law, it's too dangerous here. You should leave." Qin Yang disregarded Fong Fong's advice. His wife was charging into the fray within the apartment. How could he, as her husband, feel at ease departing? Just then, a series of gunshots erupted from within the building. The frantic voice of a scout crackled over the radio, intense gunfire on the 4th floor, requesting SWAT backup. As soon as the scout finished speaking, 2 teams of SWAT officers swiftly entered the apartment building, weapons drawn. Viewers in the live stream were equally apprehensive. Is this for real? A gunfight in a residential building? How surreal. They speculated that the man must be in dire straits, knowing that capture would spell his doom. Hence his fierce resistance. Urban combat is perilous, especially with hostages involved. Capturing an armed assailant in a residential area is a formidable challenge. Please don't let anything happen to our officer Lil. I only started following the stream because of her. Don't let my electronic girlfriend perish. With a heart full of trepidation, Qin Yang waited downstairs for a full 15 minutes. Strangely, the sounds of gunfire ceased within the building, and Lu Yin, along with several captains from the Criminal Investigation Unit, emerged unscathed, though their expressions were grave. Seeing Lu Yin safe, Qin Yang hurried to her side, offering a handkerchief to wipe away her sweat. "Are you all right, my love? You've worked so hard. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest. Don't push yourself too hard." Lu Yin tilted her head back, furrowing her brow as she accepted the handkerchief from Qin Yang. "Are you not supposed to leave? What are you still doing here?" Before Qin Yang could utter a word, several seasoned detectives nearby began to jest. "What else could it be? Naturally. We're here because we can't help but worry about you. Don't fret, Xiao Qin. During the second round of searches, I'll stand in front of Xiao Lu to ensure your wife remains unharmed. It's no wonder the young ladies at the precinct chatter about you all day. Team Lu's husband is indeed quite the gentleman. Who pursued whom in the beginning?" Lu Yin shot them an exasperated glare. "Old show? Are you all just idly amusing yourselves? We haven't even apprehended the suspect yet, and here you're making jokes. Do you believe I won't give you a beating?" Aware of Lu Yan's fiery temperament, the men paid her little heed. At that moment, Luo Jun opened the command vehicle's door and approached them. Chapter 11. Please sign here, leader. Several individuals saluted in unison to Luo Jun. "What is the situation?" Luo Jun inquired. Zhou Quan replied in a low voice. "We have searched from the first floor to the top floor, but have found no trace of Yang Dong. Our preliminary assessment indicates that Yang Dong has likely hidden in one of the residents' homes. Leader, I suggest we temporarily form a special task force to conduct a house-to-house search starting from the first floor. Though this method may be time-consuming, it ensures the safety of the residents and prevents Yang Dong from escaping." Luo Jun did not make an immediate decision. Instead, he pondered the situation. While the house-to-house search was indeed prudent, it was also exceedingly time-consuming. For a fugitive like Yang Dong, the longer he was given to regroup, the more likely he was to engage in irrational behavior. Just as Luo Jun hesitated, Qin Yang suddenly spoke up. "Leader, I have a way to determine Yang Dong's location." As soon as Qin Yang spoke, Lu Yin shot him a glare. "What are you doing here? Hurry back outside the cordon." Lu Yin was quite irritated. It was entirely their internal matter to decide the next course of action. Qin Yang was merely a police officer's family member, and his presence was unwarranted. Just as Lu Yin was about to send Qin Yang away, Luo Jun raised his hand to stop her. "Lu Yin, hold on. Xiao Qin, do you truly have a method to ascertain Yang Dong's location?" Qin Yang nodded. "Indeed, I do have a way, but I have a request." Lu Yin's temper flared again as she elbowed him. "If you have a ridiculous idea, just spit it out. You can't be making demands." Qin Yang chuckled wryly. "You wish to have the horse run but refuse to feed it, my dear. This is not how the world works. You're still arguing." Lu Yin was about to grab his ear, but Luo Jun chuckled. "Xiao Qin, please share your request. As long as it's reasonable, I shall accommodate you." With Luo Jun backing him, Qin Yang eagerly spoke. "Leader, my request is quite simple. If I can assist you in successfully locating Yang Dong, would you allow him to sign for me once he is captured? This delivery requires a personal signature, and he absconded without signing earlier, making my reporting back difficult." Luo Jun, Lu Yin, onlookers. "Seriously, buddy, is that a reasonable request?" "Leader, I was prepared for your extortion. And this is what you present? You see, this is called dedication to one's craft. Asking a heavily armed felon for a signature? To be frank, a streamer with such tenacity can achieve great things." Luo Jun paused, incredulous, as he thought he must have misheard. "Xiao Qin, could you reiterate your request?" Qin Yang solemnly stated, "Leader, I wish for Yang Dong to sign this delivery receipt once he is apprehended, so I may fulfill my delivery duty." Luo Jun's expression suddenly transformed into one of intrigue. It seemed he had not misheard. This young man was indeed making such a request. Luo Jun immediately responded with utmost seriousness, "Very well, I shall grant your wish. As long as you assist us in locating Yang Dong, I will ensure he signs for you." With Luo Jun's assurance, Qin Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Initially, when Yang Dong had fired at him, Qin Yang's foremost reaction was not fear, but rather concern that he might be unable to fulfill his system task. Now, however, the situation had been entirely revitalized by his own efforts. All that remained was to find Yang Dong. Qin Yang picked up the delivery slip and glanced at the recipient's name and phone number. Ding. Skill, global positioning activated. As the system prompt echoed in his mind, a three-dimensional map of the entire community materialized within Qin Yang's consciousness. Soon, Yang Dong's entire body silhouette appeared on the map, rendered in real time. Noticing Qin Yang with his eyes closed and silent, Lu Yin grew increasingly anxious. Qin Yang, are you capable or not? If you can't do it, just admit it. There's no need to overexert yourself. Qin Yang opened his eyes, casting a confident glance at Lu Yin. My dear, what are you saying? A man must never concede defeat. Follow me. In the shadows, Yang Dong held a gun in his right hand, while his left hand silenced his phone, sending a message to his accomplices to pick him up in 6 hours. One must commend Yang Dong's mental fortitude. Had it been any other suspect surrounded by a SWAT team, they might have crumbled even before the officers could speak. Yet, Yang Dong remained unfazed. Even feeling a hint of amusement, he had spent over half a month familiarizing himself with the terrain of this community, knowing the escape routes better than many of its residents. For instance, the very spot where he was concealed filled him with confidence. Even if the SWAT team had an entire day, they would certainly not discover him. All he needed to do now was take a nap and wait for his comrades to arrive. Yang Dong tucked his phone into his pocket and closed his eyes, preparing to rest for a while. However, just then, he suddenly heard footsteps outside. Yang Dong's alertness surged, his mind filled with uncertainty. Could it be? How could the police have found this secret hiding place so swiftly? He reminded himself to remain calm. Perhaps it was merely someone passing by, and he must not let anxiety unsettle him. Just as he had reassured himself, the lid of a nearby trash bin was abruptly yanked open, revealing a dozen ominous gun barrels aimed directly at him. Yang Dong, lower your weapon, place your hands on your head, and stand slowly. Faced with the encirclement of SWAT officers, Yang Dong was utterly dumbfounded. How on earth had they discovered him? For the sake of his life, Yang Dong could only comply with their instructions, yet he remained in a state of shock. Viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter at the scene unfolding before them. Shut it down, it's pointless, Yang Dong remarked. Officer, I was hiding in a trash bin. How on earth could you find me here? Ha ha ha. I am utterly amused. Yang Dong's bewildered expression seems far from acted. It is simply hilarious. Initially, he intended to hide in a trash bin, only to find himself in a state of utter despair as he was suddenly targeted by a dozen firearms. Not only was Yang Dong himself taken aback, but even the special police officers involved in the operation were equally astonished. When Qin Yang mentioned that Yang Dong was concealed within the refuse, the others were only half convinced. Yet, upon his actual capture, the officers' gazes towards Qin Yang transformed entirely. This young man possesses quite the cunning. Yang Dong was extracted from the trash bin by the special police and handcuffed. As he lowered his head in resignation, a delivery slip materialized before him. With a smile, Qin Yang, holding a marker, remarked, Mr. Yang, your package requires your signature upon receipt. Kindly sign here. Yang Dong? Chapter 12. The audacious striped brother Yang Dong cast a profound glance at Qin Yang, his lips poised to speak yet ultimately silenced by the weight of resignation. Aware that the tides had turned irrevocably against him, he reluctantly grasped a water-based pen and inscribed his signature upon the receipt. Once Yang Dong was escorted to the police vehicle, Lu Yin turned her gaze towards Qin Yang. How did you ascertain his hiding place? She inquired. All those involved in this apprehension are seasoned detectives, renowned for their expertise in trace evidence and criminal pursuit. Yet, despite the collective belief that Yang Dong was concealed within the apartment building, how did you deduce that he was nestled within a refuse bin? Qin Yang scratched the back of his head and replied, Darling, it was merely a wild guess. In my youth, I relished the game of hide-and-seek. There was a chubby lad in our village whose hiding spots were always peculiar. Wells, ditches, atop trees, even in the river. He nearly took refuge in a latrine. He continued. Thus, drawing from my childhood experiences, I made a haphazard conjecture. Lu Yin regarded Qin Yang with a skeptical expression. Is that so? Qin Yang nodded emphatically. Indeed. It is true. When have I ever deceived you, my dear? His words prompted an uproar among netizens, incredulous at the absurdity of such a revelation. One could only imagine Yang Dong's reaction upon discovering that his hiding place was unveiled through such whimsical reasoning. The evidence suggested that those adept at games in their youth often excelled in various pursuits as adults. A childhood friend of mine, skilled with a slingshot, grew up to become a sharpshooter, only returning to our village once a year, perpetually claiming ignorance. What of it? Our village lies nestled beneath the snow-capped mountains, and its inhabitants need not seek employment elsewhere. We simply escort tourists to the peaks for photographs, ensuring that as long as the payment is adequate, we can carry them to the summit. As netizens continued to reminisce about their childhood antics, Qin Yang engaged Lu Yin in conversation for a while before seizing a package to commence his second delivery. Successful completion of this task would entitle him to yet another system reward. An hour later, at the Changhu Industrial Park, when Qin Yang first accepted the order, he sensed something amiss. and upon arriving at the designated location via navigation, he realized the anomaly. This industrial park was remarkably vast, bordered by an 8-lane thoroughfare flanked by verdant landscaping and trees, utterly devoid of human presence. There was not a soul in sight. Where was he to find someone to sign for the package? Qin Yang extracted his phone, dialing the number on the package. Moments later, a middle-aged man's voice resonated from the other end. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Qin Yang replied, "May I speak with Mr. Huang Pu? I am a courier with Fania Sissing, and I have a package for you. Could you please step outside to sign for it?" "Oh," Huang Pu responded. "Can you confirm that it is indeed my package?" Qin Yang double-checked the information on the package and nodded. "Indeed, the address and details are correct. It is certainly yours." Huang Pu then requested, "Could you please open the package for me?" Qin Yang resolutely declined. "I apologize, Mr. Huang, but our courier service has strict regulations prohibiting us from opening customers' packages. You must open it yourself." Huang Pu, displaying considerable impatience, remarked, "You've already stated that the parcel belongs to me. I hereby authorize you to open it. Would you not assist me in ascertaining its contents? If you are apprehensive about taking responsibility, you may initiate a phone recording." Yet, Qin Yang, maintaining a serious demeanor, steadfastly declined. "No, that is against the regulations." Huang Pu retorted, "Why must you be so obstinate? Brother, let me be frank. This parcel contains gold bars. If you doubt me, simply give it a shake, and you will discern the weight of it. Just take a glance to see if they are indeed gold bars, and I shall promptly step out." Qin Yang, lifting the parcel and shaking it, indeed felt the presence of some heavy, rectangular items inside. Could it truly be gold bars? However, he quickly dismissed the possibility. Who in their right mind would send gold bars via courier? What a hassle it would be if they were lost in transit. With a serious tone, Qin Yang addressed him, "Mr. Huang, please cease your jesting. Regardless of whether the parcel contains gold bars or not, it is imperative that you personally open it. Kindly step out to sign for it as soon as possible. I can only wait here for 10 minutes at most. Thank you for your cooperation." After stating this, Qin Yang ended the call without further ado. Having navigated the social landscape for many years, he understood that dealing with someone like Huang Pu required a firm approach. Issuing a final deadline and hanging up was the most efficient tactic. Indeed, upon realizing that his calls to Qin Yang went unanswered, Huang Pu, panting and breathless, emerged from the complex in under 10 minutes. Dressed in a brown-striped polo shirt paired with tailored trousers and a designer belt, he approached Qin Yang while clutching a briefcase. After taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he remarked, "You certainly have a unique character, ignoring my calls." Qin Yang remained silent, directly handing Huang Pu a delivery slip. "Mr. Huang, if you would kindly sign here." Huang Pu accepted the parcel from Qin Yang, producing a small knife to open it. "No need to rush. I must first ensure that the contents are intact." In Qin Yang's presence, Huang Pu extracted 4 heavy gold bars from the parcel. The viewers in the live stream were rendered speechless at this spectacle. "Wow, they are indeed gold bars. Initially, I thought this guy was joking, but it appears he is quite wealthy. Clearly, the affluent inhabit a different realm. If my father were to carry a gold bar out, he would be fully armed and escorted. Yet this fellow simply has it delivered." A viewer queried, "Is it truly permissible to send gold bars via courier?" A knowledgeable user responded, "Reputable courier services allow for such shipments, provided insurance is purchased. Lesser-known companies? Forget it. The cost of 100 shipments wouldn't cover a single loss." Another viewer commented, "I beseech you for the contact details of the striped shirt gentleman. I am in dire need of a fatherly boyfriend." Although they had previously glimpsed Qin Yang's grand villa, the sight of the 4 gold bars still astonished the online audience. Once confirming that the gold bars were indeed intact, Huang Pu signed off with alacrity. At that moment, a notification sound echoed in Qin Yang's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task and receiving a cash reward of 2,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Master of Magic. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Master Orator. As the system rewards were credited, 2 new skills, Oratory and Magic, suddenly manifested in Qin Yang's mind. This left him somewhat bewildered. System, what purpose do these 2 skills serve? He pondered. They won't earn me any money. Just as Qin Yang was lost in thought, Huang Pu suddenly scrutinized him from head to toe and remarked, "Young man, I must say you are quite the handsome fellow. Why are you delivering packages? How much do you earn in a day? Why not join me instead? I could offer you 10 times your current salary. What do you say?" Chapter 13. The unfazed little girl. After completing his task, Qin Yang originally intended to head straight home. However, Huang Pu unexpectedly offered him a salary 10 times his usual rate. Qin Yang chuckled. Mr. Huang, please don't jest. While I earn merely 300 a day delivering packages, I am quite content with my wages. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. This cunning rascal. How audacious. You claim you can earn 300 on your first day as a courier? The abacus beads must be on the verge of bursting in my face. Clearly, the host intends to take advantage of Stripe Brother. 10 times 300 amounts to 3,000, which, while substantial for many, may not be significant for Stripe Brother. Haha. Stripe Brother appears utterly bewildered, evidently intimidated by the figure of 300. Stripe Brother exclaimed, "Is delivering packages this lucrative now?" Huang Pu had not anticipated that Qin Yang would appear so inexperienced, yet earn 300 in a single day. However, having already boasted, it would be unseemly not to uphold his words. Huang Pu opened his briefcase and withdrew a stack of cash, presenting it to Qin Yang. "I left in quite a hurry and do not have much cash on hand. Here's 1,500 for you." Qin Yang accepted the 1,500 from Huang Pu, checking it with his hands, only to discover it was all genuine currency. "Mr. Huang, what is the meaning of this? One should not receive a reward without merit. Why are you suddenly giving me 1,500? Huang Pu replied with a smile, "To speak frankly, my friend, I am involved in significant ventures. Do you see that vast area behind me? That is all my property. My success and the magnitude of my enterprises primarily stem from my keen eye for opportunity. The moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized your exceptional talent. You are someone of great potential. If you are willing to work alongside me, we shall both reap great rewards. Consider this 1,500 as a token of goodwill, to purchase a few hours of your time to explore my enterprises. What do you say? How extravagant. To offer 1,500 merely to introduce Qin Yang to his ventures? Given Qin Yang's current financial constraints and the unexpected generosity, he found it difficult to decline. Nevertheless, he feigned hesitation, saying, "I could accompany you for a tour, but I cannot linger too long. My wife awaits my return to prepare dinner." Upon hearing Qin Yang accept the money and agree, Huang Pu immediately leaned in, patting his shoulder, and spoke as one with experience. "Brother, this is where you err. A man must prioritize his career and not dwell on women all day. You must focus on making money. Once you have wealth, women will naturally come to you. Haven't you heard the saying, if you bloom, butterflies will come?" As Huang Pu spoke with conviction, he guided Qin Yang into the industrial park. The security guard at the entrance greeted Huang Pu warmly, and shortly thereafter, two suited assistants approached, addressing him as Mr. Huang with great respect. The viewers in the live stream increasingly sensed that something was amiss. "My brethren, I cannot shake the feeling that this Mr. Huang possesses an air of peculiarity. He hardly exudes the essence of a true executive. The good news is that his attire is composed of brand-name goods. The bad news is that these items are glaringly counterfeit. Could he have unwittingly become entangled in some bizarre organization? Observe how his two assistants flank him, seemingly obstructing any potential escape routes for the host. My suspicions were first aroused when Mr. Huang presented me with a red envelope containing a sum of 1,500. Who bestows such a generous amount upon first meeting? Now, I comprehend the truth. Although the money may have found its way into my pocket, my freedom has been compromised, rendering it equivalent to naught. Not only are the online spectators bewildered, but Qin Yang has also sensed something amiss. Initially, he sought only to claim the 1,500 as a windfall. Yet as he followed Huang Pu into a conference venue, the realization dawned upon him that he had stumbled into a peculiar sales organization. The expansive hall, exceeding 1,000 square meters, bore the unmistakable marks of a repurposed factory. The side of the hall was partitioned with screens, revealing an array of mats laid out behind them, accompanied by an assortment of toiletries and garments. Outside the partitions, near the main stage, a multitude of individuals clad in inexpensive suits and white dress shirts were gathered, attentively listening to the speaker on stage. Huang Pu ushered Qin Yang to a seat at the front, smiling as he inquired, "Brother, what shall I call you?" "Qin Yang," he replied. Huang Pu, still grinning, said, "Brother Qin, you see before you the elite management of our headquarters. These are the backbone of the company. Today, fortune smiles upon you, for you have coincidentally encountered a gathering of our core team, complete with a distinguished lecturer to impart wisdom. Here, take this company brochure. Feel free to peruse it." As Huang Pu handed over a crumpled brochure, it was evident that it had been thumbed through countless times. The cover emblazoned with the words Golden Light Project. Qin Yang casually flipped through a few pages, swiftly concluding that this organization was indeed irregular. According to the contents of the Golden Light Project, the product they peddled was a bone-strengthening powder suitable for all ages. This miraculous powder was said to promote growth in children, alleviate back pain in young adults, invigorate middle-aged individuals, and even revive the elderly. The powders were categorized into various tiers and prices, ranging from $300 to $30,000 per bottle. In essence, this concoction promised eternal youth, miraculous resurrections, and cures for terminal illnesses. The viewers in the live stream found the brochure utterly absurd. Could anyone genuinely believe in such claims? The mere mention of curing cancer renders it apparent that these are fraudulent remedies. There exists a saying, desperation breeds reckless decisions. Those in good health can scarcely fathom the sentiments of those afflicted by terminal illnesses. For the healthy, money holds significant value. However, for those battling severe ailments, the hope of survival eclipses monetary concerns. My aunt, suffering from late-stage liver cancer, was duped into spending $300,000 on a so-called seven treasures stone, purported to cure all maladies. Alas, upon testing, it was discovered that not only did the stone fail to heal, but it also emitted harmful radiation. Alas, my aunt was also deceived and lost her family's savings. Unable to bear the harsh reality of her betrayal, she tragically chose to end her life by jumping from a building. Such scammers truly deserve punishment. We must report them to the authorities immediately. Just as the online community was engulfed in righteous indignation, a youthful voice suddenly resonated from the main stage. Hello everyone, my name is Liang Jai. The applause from the audience was sparse, as most were perplexed by the presence of a young girl at such a gathering. However, the young girl exhibited no signs of nervousness. Instead, she confidently grasped the microphone. It seems that not enough people know me, so allow me to introduce myself. I hail from the Southern Jiang branch and currently serve as the president of the Southern Jiang Jingguang Company. Qinyang. Netizens. Chapter 14. The captivating orator Liang Jiai's words instantly flooded the live stream's comment section. Did I hear correctly? She claimed to be the president of the branch company? Goodness. I thought such plots only existed in novels. I never imagined encountering one in reality. How surreal. A mere teenager standing on stage, proclaiming herself the president. And the audience not only accepted this, but erupted into applause. Such an organization must be dismantled. It is utterly terrifying. It's nothing short of brainwashing. Qin Yang also found it peculiar to see such a young girl delivering a speech, yet the fervor of the crowd was palpable, with enthusiastic cheers and claps. To fit in, Qin Yang reluctantly forced himself to continue listening. With poise and confidence, Liang Jia commanded the stage. My leader is Liang Yun, who happens to be my father. I was once like you all, brought here by my father for some fun, and then he invited me to join the company, allowing me to become a part of it. Through relentless effort, I quickly rose to the position of president. Everything I wear and possess is purchased with my own money. My father said that I am both a first-generation and a second-generation rich. Her words sent the audience into a frenzy, and they erupted in cheers. Huang Pu, standing nearby, smugly remarked, "What do you think, little Qin? I wasn't deceiving you, was I? I engage in significant business ventures, and our company's growth prospects are exceedingly bright. If you are willing to join us and diligently learn advanced sales theories, recommending our excellent products to your family and friends, I assure you, you too can become a president like Liang Jia in no time, achieving financial freedom." Clearly, Huang Pu believed he had laid the groundwork sufficiently and intended to recruit Qin Yang, urging him to purchase some products for a trial. Two assistants approached Qin Yang, and if he showed any reluctance, they would likely resort to coercion. Qin Yang had no intention of parting with his hard-earned money. After painstakingly completing system tasks to earn 3,000 yuan, he would not easily relinquish it to others. To buy time, Qin Yang feigned excitement and said, "Mr. Huang, I definitely want to join your company, but before I do, may I take the stage to say a few words?" Huang Pu was taken aback. This was against the rules. Generally, only senior management was permitted to speak. Rules? If we truly adhered to your rules, would I even be able to walk out of here? Before Huang Pu could react, Qin Yang sprang onto the stage, seizing the microphone from Liang Jia's grasp. The audience was stunned by his boldness. Ding. Skill. Master orator activated. As Qin Yang took the microphone, his demeanor transformed, exuding the aura of a true success coach, radiating confidence in every gesture. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the park, Lu Yin, accompanied by hundreds of police officers, had encircled the entire area, sealing off all exits. Sun Jia glanced at the location provided by the technical department and said, "Sister Yin, we have successfully pinpointed brother-in-law's location." Lu Yin waved her hand decisively. All individuals, proceed as planned. Hundreds of police officers acted simultaneously, with Lu Yin leading the charge at the forefront. She could scarcely believe that mere moments after parting ways with Qin Yang, he had been ensnared by a pyramid scheme. What infuriated her further was the fact that to successfully rescue Qin Yang, they had mobilized a significant number of officers, coordinating with several precincts. Should their operation yield no substantial results, she would undoubtedly break Qin Yang's legs. As they inched closer to the venue, Qin Yang's impassioned voice suddenly resonated from within. I shall reward anyone who betrays me with 1,000,000. Those who remain loyal will earn billions in the future. Understand the applause. The amount of money squandered determines the magnitude of one's character. If 200 million is spent frivolously, when it comes to serious matters, 10 billion is merely a jest. Understand the applause. I alone reign supreme under heaven and earth. I seek to enlighten all beings. Understand the applause. A series of highly provocative statements emanated from the venue, rendering the police outside momentarily speechless. The online audience was equally entertained. The host remarked, 10 billion, 100 billion, but if you owe me 10 or 100, I will surely confront you. I comprehend now. The host implies that as long as I continually betray him, I can amass wealth, correct? Understand the applause. It appears that being a lecturer is quite simple. I could do that too. Whatever earns you money, pursue that profession. Understand the applause. The host's rhetoric was enthralling. Yet the audience's fervor was even more remarkable. Why were they applauding while shaking their heads? It was bewildering. While the viewers were captivated, Sun Jia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Sister Yin, that sounds remarkably like my brother-in-law's voice. Lu Yin was nearly seething with rage. Having coordinated so many officers in haste to rescue him, only to find him delivering a speech? When you charge in, apprehend him at once. Huh? Sun Jia appeared conflicted. Isn't that inappropriate? He called the police. How can we restrain him? Lu Yin replied coldly. His report does not exempt him from suspicion of wrongdoing. Furthermore, with his current exuberance on stage, who knows if he is also complicit? Noticing Lu Yin's seriousness, Sun Jia dared not pursue the matter further. With a command from Lu Yin, dozens of officers surged into the venue simultaneously. Freeze. Hands on your heads, crouch down. The sudden turn of events startled everyone, causing them to scream in terror. Some attempted to flee, only to be tackled to the ground and handcuffed by the police. The majority, upon seeing the batons, promptly complied, raising their hands and crouching down. Upon witnessing Lu Yin's arrival, Qin Yang felt an immense wave of relief. Just as he was about to approach Lu Yin, Sun Jia stepped forward to restrain him. Qin Yang was taken aback. Jia, why are you handcuffing me? I called the police. Sun Jia quickly gestured to him. Brother-in-law, please cooperate. Otherwise, you will face greater consequences at the hands of Sister Yin. Qin Yang looked up to see Lu Yin striding towards him, her expression frosty. Qin Yang trembled in fright, promptly complying by donning the handcuffs, while not forgetting to display them to Lu Yin in hopes of leniency. Xiao Jia, please direct the scene. I shall escort him outside first. Lu Yin firmly grasped Qin Yang's handcuffs, pulling him along forcefully. Observers online shook their heads at this spectacle. It's done. He is being taken out for reckoning. Within a single day, 2 significant operations were tied to him, and he had narrowly escaped a gunshot previously. Thus, reproach was only to be expected. Encountering a gunfight in the morning and being embroiled in a pyramid scheme by afternoon, oh, Lao Qin, do exercise some caution. Would it not be better to remain a reclusive son-in-law at home, rather than venturing out for side gigs? Surely, his wife must be displeased. Chapter 15. The fortunate star of Lu Yin. Qin Yang was pulled into the corridor by Lu Yin and then pressed against the wall. With her hands raised and legs apart, she issued her commands, and Lu Yin, with a serious demeanor, commenced a thorough search of his person. She meticulously examined every conceivable area, both appropriate and inappropriate, leaving Qin Yang in a state of bemused laughter. Dear, must you be so earnest? I am the victim here. Lu Yin shot him a glare, retorting, Who is your dear? Be serious. Qin Yang, resigned, amended his address. All right, Officer Lu, I reported the incident. I am the victim. And there is no need to treat me like a suspect. Lu Yin jabbed a finger into his chest and huffed, You're a victim? I distinctly saw you on stage relishing your speech, with the crowd applauding and women whistling in admiration. Qin Yang, do you not revel in such adulation? In a hurry, Qin Yang replied, Officer, I am wronged. My speech was merely a tactic to buy time until you arrived to rescue me. That fellow named Huang was preparing to forcibly recruit me. Had I not stalled, you might have arrived only to find me gone. You are aware of their methods. Despite Huang Pu's outwardly cultured demeanor, should he discover that Qin Yang was uncooperative, he would swiftly confiscate his phone and forcibly relocate him to a secluded space. The true terror of such organizations lies not merely in brainwashing, but in the restriction of personal freedom, severing all ties to the outside world. They deny you sustenance, surveil you around the clock, and periodically send mentors to indoctrinate you, with female colleagues offering their favors. Just imagine enduring their tactics for a month. Would you not yield? Many do not capitulate out of ignorance, but rather due to sheer helplessness. Having served as a criminal investigator for many years, Lu Yin was well aware of Huang Pu's methods. Noting a softening in her expression, Qin Yang continued, "Dear, my speech not only afforded you time, but also garnered crucial intelligence. That fellow Huang deemed my speech commendable and proposed elevating me to senior management, providing me with a list. The list is on my phone. I will forward it to you, and it will undoubtedly assist in your investigation." As Qin Yang retrieved his phone to send her the document, Lu Yin's anger subsided slightly. Glancing at the courier vest he wore, her tone softened. "Qin Yang, did my mother not provide you with a bank card? She deposits 50,000 each month for your pocket money. If that is insufficient, you may inform me. I can share my salary with you. Why must you take the risk of delivering parcels?" Netizens exclaimed. "How much? 50,000 a month? Goodness. Does our mother need another son-in-law? Wait, girl, do not be so infatuated. What is it about this streamer that warrants 50,000 a month? I could do what he does. Is there no law? Is there no justice? Having a policewoman as a wife is one thing, but receiving 50,000 a month as pocket money? Incredible! The anguish of one's own poverty is indeed heart-wrenching, yet the success of the streamer cuts even deeper. Thus, one must not indulge in a life of excessive comfort, for it often leads one to create troubles for oneself. Noticing Qin Yang's silence, Lu Yin, unusually, began to act coyly. With eyes sparkling with spring-like allure, she implored, "Darling, be obedient. Just stay at home, play your games, order takeout if you wish. And if it becomes too much, hiring a housekeeper is also an option. During the day, you can remain home quietly, and in the evening, I will return to keep you company. Does that sound agreeable?" The live chat was inundated with a barrage of animated knives, clearly indicating that this wave of affection had left many netizens exasperated. Qin Yang, with utmost seriousness, retorted, "What are you saying? I am a capable man, with hands and feet. Would I allow you to support me? That would make me a burden." He insisted, "Let us not revisit this matter. I shall earn my own money and rely on myself." Seeing that Qin Yang was impervious to her charms, Lu Yin's frustration grew. Just as she was about to unleash her ire, the intercom crackled with Sun Jia's excited voice. "Sister Yin, are you there?" Lu Yin replied, "I can hear you." "What is it?" "Big news. We've achieved something monumental. In Huang Pu's office, we discovered a vast amount of cash and gold bars, and we have frozen the illegal funds in his account. Our preliminary estimate puts the involved amount at no less than 1 billion. Gasping at Sun Jia's revelation, both Qin Yang and Lu Yin were momentarily taken aback. 1 billion. Such a scale of economic crime would undoubtedly be a significant case in any region. The netizens were equally astonished. It seemed that Boss Huang had not lied. He truly possessed wealth, and his company was indeed substantial. Is this even true? Can such a shabby venue attract a multitude of sharp minds, with the involved amount reaching 1 billion? Young man, do you harbor disdain for Boss Huang? Are you aware that last year, a pyramid scheme targeting the elderly, involving health products, was uncovered, amounting to 36 billion? The reason such schemes are rigorously suppressed is due to their rapid monetary gain. Imagine your parents toiling their entire lives to save merely 200,000 for retirement, only to be deceived by those whom you deem inferior. Do you still think earning money is a challenge? These cunning individuals may not possess high educational qualifications, but they certainly have relatives and friends. Their schemes do not rely on intellect, but rather on connections. That is indeed true. My second aunt was lured in by her close friend, despite the warnings from those around her, who cautioned her against it, labeling it a pit of fire. Yet, she resolutely jumped in. By all accounts, it appears the streamer is a bringer of fortune. On his very first day delivering packages, he has already contributed significantly to his wife's success. Remarkable. Lu Yin cast a complex glance at Qin Yang, hesitating to speak. While she could argue that he was neglecting his responsibilities, his assistance in cases of murder, capture, and pyramid schemes had indeed bolstered her own promotion this year. Yet, to claim that he was engaged in honorable pursuits was a statement she found difficult to voice. Which sane individual would leave their Bentley untouched at home and instead ride a scooter to deliver parcels? Surely, that borders on madness. Knowing that Lu Yin was no longer angry, Qin Yang flashed her a cheeky grin. "My dear, I've sent you the list of executives. Could you kindly assist me in unlocking these handcuffs?" Lu Yin huffed, her expression frosty, Yet she retrieved the key and freed him from his restraints. Do not jest with me. You are not permitted to wander about today. Return home immediately. Understood? Qin Yang pouted. Going back seems pointless, especially since you want to be home tonight. Lu Yin's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she replied, Who said I want to return? Yang Dong has already been apprehended. I must hand over this pyramid scheme case to the economic investigation team, but I'll be back after work this evening. Qin Yang's spirit soared, his eyes sparkling with joy. Chapter 16. Encounter with the Brothers of the Miraculous Oil. My dear, you must keep your word. If you plan to return tonight, I shall prepare a candlelit dinner at home, Qin Yang stated with a hopeful tone. Lu Yin merely huffed in response, her bashful expression betraying her silent acquiescence. The thought of spending a delightful evening filled with joy filled Qin Yang's heart with elation. After freeing himself from the handcuffs, Qin Yang departed the compound, riding his little electric scooter back to the delivery station. Upon refreshing the system, he discovered that no new tasks had been assigned to him. This was fortuitous, as it afforded him a much-needed respite. After all, one is not a beast of burden, and one cannot toil incessantly without rest. Once he changed into fresh attire and retrieved his keys, he was about to return home when he noticed a large crowd gathered in the community square. Come and see our ancestral secret miraculous oil, invigorating blood flow and alleviating aches. Apply it to twisted ankles, sore backs. Real men never succumb to age. With this oil, your vigor shall remain undiminished. What audacious claims! Intrigued, Qin Yang found himself drawn towards the stall. As he approached, he observed two men, one stout and the other slender, ardently promoting their ancestral oil. The stout man, clad in a deep blue short-sleeved shirt, exuded an aura of martial prowess, bowing frequently to passers-by with piercing eyes. The slender man, microphone in hand and a speaker at his waist, was busy enticing pedestrians while extolling the virtues of their miraculous oil. As the crowd swelled, the slender man finally seized the opportunity to address them. Esteemed villagers, my brother and I have traversed this illustrious place to sell our ancestral miraculous oil to cover our travel expenses, and we humbly seek your support. Surely, some may wonder, what is the efficacy of your miraculous oil? Is it genuine or mere pretense? The slender man continued, as I mentioned earlier, our ancestral oil is remarkably versatile, suitable for application on numerous areas of the body. It invigorates blood flow and ensures that your vitality endures. With a reassuring pat on his brother's shoulder, he added, You all see him. He is my brother, a martial artist since childhood. It is often said that medicine and martial arts are intertwined, particularly for him, who practices hard qigong. This oil is of paramount importance. Those who are knowledgeable understand that the efficacy of hard qigong relies 30% on practice and 70% on the quality of the medicine. Superior medicine begets superior skill in elevated realms. Without further ado, let my brother demonstrate for you the golden bell shield, the iron shirt, the slender man proclaimed, seizing a thick wooden stick from the side and instructing the stout man to remove his shirt. The stout man inhaled deeply, shouted twice, and assumed a stance, descending into a squat. Before the astonished crowd, the slender man yelled, swinging the stick down onto his brother's back with tremendous force. Crack! The stick splintered upon impact, eliciting applause and cheers from the onlookers. Qin Yang merely smirked, unimpressed by the display. Such tricks were no more than a juggler's antics. With some skill and the ability to endure pain, an ordinary person could achieve the same feat. Hardly remarkable. Clearly, the slender man was aware that this performance lacked grandeur. He proceeded to open a bottle of miraculous oil, pouring a small amount into his palm before applying it to the stout man's back. Do you recall what I just shared with everyone? Our family's ancestral miracle oil boasts unparalleled efficacy in invigorating blood circulation and dissipating bruises. Observe closely, my friends. With a mere stroke, the slender individual effortlessly erased the crimson marks on the hefty man's back. This astonishing result left onlookers in awe, prompting an outpouring of discussions among netizens. Could this miraculous oil truly possess such remarkable properties? Withstanding a blow is one thing, but the ability to merely massage away the swelling speaks volumes about the quality of this remedy. Indeed, it seems that true expertise resides among the common folk. I beseech for a purchasing agent. I too wish to acquire a bottle of this wondrous oil. The slender man's assertion was not unfounded. Many practitioners of hard qigong possess their own secret herbal formulas. My uncle, a master of the iron sandpalm technique, received a special formula from his mentor to aid in his training. Without that formula, one could easily ruin their hands through rigorous practice. So, is it true that the golden gun remains unyielding? How is it that such good fortune has befallen Qin? I am quite vexed, witnessing such a splendid demonstration. The slender man appeared quite pleased. By now, inquiries regarding the price had begun to surface. However, he, clearly a savvy businessman, refrained from quoting a price immediately. Instead, he cheerfully proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is possible that some of you were left wanting after that initial strike. And some may even doubt the authenticity of my demonstration with my brother. Therefore, I have decided to invite a friend to take this stick and strike my brother. Afterward, I shall showcase the miraculous effects of the oil. What do you say?" Lifting another stick, he elicited gasps from the crowd. My goodness, is that truly a stick? It resembled a tree trunk in thickness, entirely impossible to grasp with one hand. The spectators instinctively took a step back, none daring to volunteer for the demonstration. Though they were invited to participate, who would take responsibility if something went awry? As hesitation filled the air, Qin Yang, brimming with excitement, raised his hand. "I will." Seeing a brave soul step forward, the slender man eagerly welcomed Qin Yang, handing him the hefty wooden stick. "Sir, we have not been acquainted before, have we?" "No." "Are you my accomplice?" "Certainly not." The slender man then raised his hand to the heavens in an oath. "I swear to the heavens, if I know this gentleman, may I be struck by a car the moment I leave this community." His solemn vow instilled a measure of belief among the onlookers. Having laid the groundwork, the slender man turned to Qin Yang and said, "Sir, proceed without hesitation. Strike with force. The harder you hit, the more pronounced the marks will be, thus allowing the oil's effects to shine through even more vividly." Qin Yang acknowledged with a nod and raised the stout stick to take aim. The hefty man had already begun to circulate his energy when he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head. Turning around, he was alarmed to find that Qin Yang was aiming for the back of his skull. This startled the hefty man into a shiver as he quickly stood up to intervene, visibly angered. "What are you aiming at?" "Strike the back, not the head." "Goodness. That was close. Had I not sensed it in advance, this lad could have sent me off with a single blow." The onlookers finally believed that Qin Yang and the two brothers were indeed strangers. No one would strike a familiar person on the back of the head with such a thick stick. The thin man was thoroughly intimidated by Qin Yang. He realized that he had nearly lost his younger brother due to a moment of carelessness. Once he assured himself that he had given adequate instructions, the stout man resumed his stance and focused his energy. Qin Yang reflected on his previous behavior and deemed it excessive. Thus he set down the thick stick and casually picked up a slender willow branch from the ground. Surely, this would be thin enough to avoid causing any serious harm. However, upon witnessing this, the thin man's expression changed drastically. Before he could utter a word of protest, everyone heard a sharp crack as the willow branch struck the stout man's back with force. Chapter 17. Striking the head with a thick stick. Whipping the back with a willow branch, a sharp crack echoed through the air as the rotund man clutched his back and leapt up, the expressions of those around him betraying their sympathy. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room flooded the screen instantaneously. How ruthless. The host is truly a living demon, resorting to whipping with willow branches, striking the head with a thick stick and whipping the back with a slender one. Even a deity would kneel before this. Is it the golden bell shield or the iron cloth shirt? No vulnerabilities, right? With a stick to the head and a willow branch to the back, even the gods would cry out in pain. This is killing me. I intended to showcase my formidable skills, yet my clothes ended up in tatters. The chubby man's face contorted in agony. The sensation of the willow branch against his back transported him back to his childhood, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. The lean man, visibly angered, exclaimed, "Are you deliberately provoking me?" As the lean man prepared to retaliate, Qin Yang quickly interjected with feigned innocence. "What do you mean by that? You were the one who told me to strike it well. I merely switched to the willow branch out of concern. If he can't even endure that, imagine how much worse a stick would be." The lean man, left speechless, thought to himself, "This is utterly absurd." Frustrated, he wondered how a simple day of selling medicine could result in encountering such a lunatic. Just as the two brothers were about to teach Qin Yang a lesson, a police car pulled up at the entrance of the community and several officers disembarked, making their way toward them. The brothers exchanged glances, knowing they were in trouble. They shot Qin Yang a fierce glare, hastily gathered their belongings, and dashed toward the back exit. "Hey, where are you going? What about your medicinal oil?" Qin Yang called after them, but the brothers paid him no mind, disappearing in moments without a trace. Not long after their departure, a notification sound resonated in Qin Yang's mind. "Ding. Your task has been updated. Your next part-time job is Sales Champion, part-time task. Please, through your own efforts, Achieve product sales exceeding 10 million. Task countdown. 2 days. How much? Exceeding 10 million in sales? Are you kidding me? Upon seeing this task from the system, Qin Yang felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. His daily wages barely surpassed 100 yuan. And now the system expected him to complete a sales task of 10 million? Something was amiss with the system. Calm down. Just take a breath. Since the system has assigned such a task, there must be a feasible way to accomplish it. Qin Yang pondered deeply. To achieve such a substantial sales figure in a short time frame, it seemed he could only consider selling real estate or vehicles. After all, a single car could be worth hundreds of thousands, and a house could exceed 1 million. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that the current economic climate was not conducive to such purchases. Lost in thought, Qin Yang soon found himself at the supermarket. Boss, 1 pack of white sand. Please. The owner casually retrieved a pack from the counter, his gaze fixated on his phone, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. 20. Qin Yang pulled out his phone to make the payment, inadvertently catching a glimpse of the live content on the owner's screen. In the live streaming room, 2 hosts engaged in a delightful banter, one playing the role of the jester while the other acted as the straight man. As they introduced the efficacy of the products, they simultaneously urged viewers to click on the links. In just a brief moment, they managed to sell merchandise worth hundreds of thousands. Qin Yang, momentarily taken aback, inquired, Boss, which host is this? Selling such a staggering amount in a second? The boss, taking a puff of his cigarette, replied, Don't you know Zhou Jia? She is the most popular sales anchor in the country. In a single session, she can sell goods worth tens of millions. Quite impressive, isn't it? Tens of millions. Qin Yang's eyes brightened. Indeed, live streaming sales. Why hadn't he considered this avenue before? Although the prices of the items sold during live streams were not particularly high, the strategy relied on thin margins and high volume. With a bit of effort, he might actually reach 1 million in sales. Without hesitation, Qin Yang quickly pulled out his phone and called his good friend Yu Hao. Old Qin, am I dreaming? You actually have time to call me? Aren't you busy with your part-time job? Yu Hao, being a close friend, knew Qin Yang well. Before his marriage, Qin Yang often invited him out for meals and barbecues. But since tying the knot, their meetings had become rare, mostly limited to private chats. With great excitement, Qin Yang exclaimed, Old Yu, hasn't your canned goods factory been trying to expand its market? I have a brilliant idea that could help you with promotion. Yu Hao, sounding rather lackadaisical, asked, What is this good idea? Do share. I'll host a live stream to promote your products. It will surely ignite interest in your factory's offerings. After a moment of silence, Yu Hao replied, But old Qin, this isn't exactly a novel idea. I've tried having someone else do live streaming sales before, even engaging well-known streamers, but the results were not encouraging. We ended up losing a bit on that batch of goods. While live streaming sales appeared trendy, it was not necessarily the best choice for smaller manufacturers. The more famous the host, the greater their demands. Not to mention the exorbitant fees required to enlist their services. They would also insist on the lowest market prices for the products. For instance, if a box of canned goods retailed at 15 yuan, yielding a 5 yuan profit. When these hosts were involved, the only price one could offer them was 11 yuan, while they would sell it to their viewers for 12 yuan. After a few attempts, Yu Hao realized this method was merely a wholesale strategy based on thin margins and was of little benefit to their factory's sales. Qin Yang, with utmost seriousness, stated, That's because you haven't found the right person. What is the point of engaging smaller hosts? You need to collaborate with me. Where are you now? I'll drive over, and we can discuss this in detail. Yu Hao remained skeptical about Qin Yang's proposition. As a good friend, he was well aware of Qin Yang's capabilities. This was a guy who would get nervous even standing up to answer questions in class. And now he was talking about live streaming sales. However, considering that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, Yu Hao decided to provide him with an address, treating it as a chance for the two brothers to reunite. An hour later, at the premises of Starshine Entertainment Company. After parking his car at the address provided by Yu Hao, Qin Yang ascended directly to the 15th floor via the elevator. As soon as he stepped out, he was momentarily dazzled by the sight of numerous long legs before him. Given that this was a live entertainment company, the entire establishment was filled with beautiful female hosts of diverse styles. These enchanting hosts exhibited no sign of discomfort at the sudden appearance of a stranger. In fact, some boldly greeted Qin Yang, casting flirtatious glances his way. For a brief moment, Qin Yang found himself rooted in place, overwhelmed by the illusion that he had inadvertently stumbled into a den of enchantresses. Chapter 18. The Hardworking Laborers. Qin, over here. Yu Hao's voice jolted Qin Yang back to reality. He looked up to see Yu Hao, clad in a black shirt, waving at him from down the corridor. Qin Yang hurried over, brushing past several female streamers along the way. Upon meeting, Yu Hao embraced Qin Yang briefly and then patted him on the shoulder. "Look at you. Appearing so naive. It's your first time at this media company, isn't it?" Qin Yang nodded in acknowledgement. "There are quite a few female streamers here. Is live streaming really that popular?" Yu Hao handed Qin Yang a cigarette, saying, "Absolute nonsense about popularity. Most of these female streamers are lured here under false pretenses. Who in their right mind would choose this line of work? Think of it this way. In any class, there are always high-achieving and low-achieving students. The successful ones, of course, go on to university, graduate, and secure prestigious jobs, becoming elites in various fields. But what happens to the underperformers? The men end up doing labor jobs, while those women who are slightly attractive have no choice but to turn to live streaming. Don't be fooled by their glamorous appearances. The clothes they wear are likely rented, and they live from hand to mouth. Except for a few exceptionally popular streamers, most aspire to escape this pit. But alas, finding a benefactor is no easy feat. Listening to Yu Hao's explanation, Qin Yang finally understood why so many female streamers had greeted him earlier. They mistook him for a wealthy patron. The viewers in the live stream also lamented, it's all driven by the harsh realities of life. Otherwise, who would willingly take on such a role? One might call them female streamers, but in less flattering terms. Aren't they just modern-day geishas? Times have changed, yet certain professions remain unchanged. These media companies are traps. A friend of mine once signed a contract with one of them, and it was riddled with pitfalls. Now, she has to stream for hours on end. And if she fails to generate profit for the company, she owes them a hefty sum. It's a tragic situation. Why dwell on such matters? Who said life is easy? In the end, we choose our own paths, and even if we must crawl, we must see them through. Don't pretend you don't watch female streamers. Qin Yang turned to Yu Hao and asked, "By the way, how did you end up here? Aren't you supposed to be at the canning factory?" Yu Hao chuckled. "Didn't I ask a streamer to help promote our factory?" There's one who's quite attractive. So seeing the lecherous expression on Yu Hao's face, Qin Yang immediately grasped his intentions. No wonder he chose to meet here. It was clear he had taken a liking to the streamer. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The streamer and the factory owner seemed like an ideal match. As they strolled down the corridor, Qin Yang noticed that both sides were lined with exquisitely decorated small rooms. Each room was merely a few dozen square meters, uniquely styled, and through the cracks in the doors, one could see various streamers interacting with their audiences. Some female streamers are dancing, others are gaming, and some are using feathers to massage their fans for better sleep. It is indeed a vibrant spectacle. Yu Hao entered a room with Qin Yang, coincidentally encountering the female streamer Xiaofeng, whom he had mentioned previously, engaging in a live sales session. Upon seeing Xiaofeng for the first time, Qin Yang immediately understood why Yu Hao was captivated by her. Among beauty streamers, Xiaofeng might not stand out significantly. However, in the realm of sales streamers, she undoubtedly belongs to the category of the aesthetically pleasing, appearing quite attractive even without beauty filters. At that moment, Xiaofeng was promoting Yu Hao's product, while Qin Yang and his companions occupied a sofa nearby, affording them a clear view of the back-end data. Xiaofeng and her assistant demonstrated exceptional teamwork. The Jin Fei Ing sauce-flavored fish canned goods were well known among discerning customers as a reputable brand with guaranteed quality. Priced at 15 yuan, today, however, in our live stream, we are offering a special benefit. Not for 15 yuan, nor 13, but 11 yuan, limited to 200 orders, exclusively for our viewers. Now, a limited time of 10 seconds. Everyone, hurry and seize this opportunity. 3, 2, 1, here is the link. With Xiaofeng's enthusiastic shout, the 200 orders of canned fish were released, and in less than 30 seconds, the link was taken down again. Xiaofeng and her assistant feigned surprise, exclaiming how incredibly enthusiastic and explosive the response was, as the 200 orders vanished in an instant. Yet, Qin Yang could clearly see from the back-end data that of the 200 canned fish, only 15 represented genuine sales, while the rest were fabricated figures from their internal team. Qin Yang was taken aback. Only 15 sold? How disheartening. Yu Hao, with a touch of resignation, remarked, "This is already considered good. Only by doing this can you create the illusion that there are always people purchasing in your live stream. These 15 sales may not even all be finalized. Some buyers might reconsider and opt for returns." Just as Yu Hao finished speaking, 3 orders were indeed cancelled. Old Qin, Do you now understand why I said live selling is unreliable? He continued. At least Xiao Fang is a female streamer, attractive enough that people are willing to watch her sell. Now look at yourself. What advantages do you have? After a moment of silence, Qin Yang replied, I still want to give it a try. Yu Hao rolled his eyes. Fine. Do as you wish. There aren't many people in the stream anyway, so go ahead and give it a shot. Yu Hao understood that mere verbal persuasion was futile. Often, once someone attempts something themselves, they quickly realize it is not as simple as they imagined and naturally abandon the idea. Yu Hao gestured for a pause, and Xiao Fang immediately had her assistant take over, then approached Yu Hao. What's up, Hao Gu? Yu Hao pointed to Qin Yang and said, This is my brother Qin Yang. He wants to try his hand at live selling. Let him have a go later. Xiao Fang, a clever girl, sensed that Qin Yang was likely an amateur at live selling, yet she did not outwardly express her thoughts. After all, Qin Yang is Yu Hao's brother. One cannot offend his brother while seeking to curry favor with him, can one? With this thought in mind, Xiao Fang smiled and said, All right, Qin Gu, you are welcome to come over and have some fun anytime. I don't have many fans anyway. I am merely a small streamer. And it would be nice to take a break. Yu Hao's hand began to wander on Xiao Fang's body mischievously. Hee. Let my brother take over the stream for a while, and later I will treat you to some barbecue. A playful yet hesitant expression appeared on Xiao Fang's face. Oh, you are so annoying. I don't want to eat barbecue. It's so unhealthy. I am craving seafood instead. Chapter 19. Can brother-in-law perform magic too? Witnessing the affectionate interaction between Yu Hao and Xiao Fang sent a shiver down Qin Yang's spine. Yu Hao was indeed famished. It was astonishing that he could indulge in a female live streamer like her. However, upon deeper reflection, it was somewhat understandable. After all, not everyone could find a wife as remarkable as Lu Yin, a police flower. Do you have playing cards here? Xiao Fang paused momentarily. We do have some. But are you planning to use them for merchandise promotion? Qin Yang nodded affirmatively. Please fetch me a few packs of playing cards, and also prepare some bowls and beverages. He listed his requests in rapid succession. Although the items he mentioned were quite common, Xiao Fang couldn't help but feel that Qin Yang was being overly meticulous. Just focus on the merchandise promotion. Why prepare such a hodgepodge of items? It makes it seem as though you are trying to appear exceptionally professional, she thought. Yu Hao chuckled and reminded him, Old Qin, don't go overboard. In this live stream, you can only promote our factory's canned goods. If you start peddling drinks like cola or Sprite, you'll be sued for infringement. Qin Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, I comprehend these principles. Once everything was prepared, Xiao Fang discreetly signaled to her assistant, who promptly vacated the area, allowing Qin Yang to make his entrance. Hello to all the fans in the live stream. I am your new friend, Qin Yang. Just as Yu Hao had anticipated, the moment Qin Yang appeared on camera, the viewers expressed their dissatisfaction. Who is this? I came to see Xiao Fang, not some random man. Will Xiao Fang return? If she doesn't, I'm leaving. Who wants to watch a man promote goods? Their comments were filled with disdain. What a ridiculous choice to have a man sell fish cans. It seems they don't want to sell at all. Noticing the barrage of insults in the chat, Yu Hao furrowed his brow, feeling rather displeased. After all, Qin Yang was his brother. It was one thing for the fans to enjoy Xiao Fang's stream without spending a dime, but it was entirely unacceptable for them to berate Qin Yang. Just as Yu Hao was contemplating having the moderators ban the offending commenters, Qin Yang remained unfazed by the negativity. Instead, he spoke calmly. I understand that the hot weather may have made everyone a bit irritable. However, after watching so much promotion, I'm sure you're feeling a bit bored. Allow me to perform a small magic trick for you. Ding. Skill, top-tier magic activated. Qin Yang displayed an empty cup in front of the camera, then showed his hands to be devoid of any objects. He then wrapped his left hand around the exterior of the glass and began to move his hand upward slowly. To everyone's astonishment, as his palm ascended, the cup magically filled to the brim with cola. The viewers in the live stream were utterly shocked. Even Yu Hao and Xiao Fang were left speechless. What on earth? How is this possible? Qin Yang placed the cup in front of the camera and, with a flick of his hand, an ice cube plummeted directly into the glass. As the ice cubes tumbled into the glass, the netizens who had previously disdained Qin Yang swiftly reversed their opinions. How did this magic trick happen? It's simply astounding, without a doubt. They speculated it must be a thumb tip. Come on, think before you speak. How could such a large cup of cola possibly be concealed with a mere thumb tip? Can your thumb tip hold an entire cup of cola? All right. So you're even resorting to performing magic to promote your goods, huh? Quite intriguing. Let us see you do it again. I want to witness if you truly exhibit no flaws. I am indeed a magician. Yet I must confess that I cannot comprehend his technique at all. I cannot fathom where he has concealed this entire cup of cola, just as Qin Yang had anticipated. Although he wasn't a female streamer who could rely on her looks, he could certainly thrive through his abilities. Observing that the fans in the live stream were already captivated by him, Qin Yang pressed on, producing an empty basin to showcase to everyone. Meanwhile, at the Dongshan police station, Sun Jia sat in a chair, stretching and yawning widely. Finally finished. The documentation on this pyramid scheme was overwhelming. All that's left will be handed over to the economic investigation team. I truly cannot manage any longer. She was not alone. Her colleagues wore equally exhausted expressions. In previous years, the Dongshan police station seldom encountered significant cases or major investigations. However, in recent days, a succession of various cases had overwhelmed them, leaving them all nearly at their wits' end. Sun Jia glanced at Lu Yin, who was still engrossed in organizing data at her computer and could not help but speak up. Sister Yin, didn't you say you'd leave on time tonight to accompany your husband? It's already after hours. Aren't you heading home? Lu Yin, stretching her neck, replied, the leadership just assigned me an important document to submit. I'll return home once I finish this. Sun Jia immediately realized that Lu Yin would undoubtedly be working late. Lu Yin was renowned in the station as a workaholic, and Sun Jia was aware of the extensive documentation Lu Yin was tasked with organizing hundreds of pages to review, likely keeping her occupied until the early hours. With a sigh, Sun Jia said, well then, it seems we'll be pulling an all-nighter. Let me order some takeout for everyone. What would you all like to eat? Despite the late hours, the team felt a sense of joy. After all, with the cases reported over the past few days, they had all contributed significantly, paving the way for promising futures. Just as Sun Jia was about to pull out her phone to order food, her eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Wait, is this for real? Sister Yin, come look, is that your husband? Lu Yin leaned closer for a better view, her brow instantly furrowing. In a live stream, Qin Yang appeared, dressed in a white short-sleeve shirt, holding a deck of cards. Everyone, take a good look. I currently possess only this deck of cards. Now, I shall discard them all. See, I have nothing in my hands now. Oh, wait, I can still conjure a card out of thin air. Many viewers were bewildered, unable to grasp how he performed the trick. Let me show you again in slow motion. Watch closely. Everyone, including Sun Jia and her companions, was intently fixated on Qin Yang's hand, eager to discern the nature of his transformation. To their astonishment, in the next moment, a tin of fish materialized in his grasp. Aha! No brand, but behold, I have conjured a tin of fish. It was a classic Haonan brand, renowned for its savory flavor, a taste that warranted thorough appreciation. Currently, the little yellow bicycle offers it for merely 11 yuan per can. Hurry and seize the opportunity. Lu Yin, Sun Jia. In the police station, an unexpected silence enveloped the room. Sister Yin, brother-in-law, can you really perform magic tricks? Lu Yin felt her cheeks flush with warmth, her irritation simmering within. That rascal, instead of patiently awaiting her return at home, had ventured out to live stream and promote his tricks. Chapter 20. Surpassing expectations. Upon witnessing the surge in back-end order data, Yu Hao could no longer remain seated. He had previously experimented with every marketing strategy imaginable, yet his best result had been a mere 600 cans sold in a single day. However, at this moment, Qin Yang had merely performed a few sleight-of-hand tricks in the live broadcast, and the sales figures astonishingly soared to an impressive 30,000 cans. Seizing the opportunity during one of Qin Yang's brief intermissions, Yu Hao hastily approached him, eager to massage his legs and shoulders. Wow, old Qin, you are quite remarkable. How come I never knew you could perform magic? This is truly impressive. Taking a sip of water, Qin Yang cast a casual glance at Yu Hao. I possess a multitude of skills. Should I showcase them all to you? Enough with the flattery. I estimate that if I continue in this manner, I could sell 5 million cans of fish. Does your factory have the capacity to handle that? Yu Hao calculated his factory's production capabilities and, after a moment's hesitation, replied, please temper your promotional enthusiasm. Handling 2 million cans is certainly feasible, but exceeding that will require me some additional time. Yu Hao's factory was not particularly large, and most importantly, they had never before received such a high volume of orders in such a short time frame. Thus, 2 million cans represented his upper limit. Qin Yang performed a quick calculation. Given the current selling price of the fish cans, he could indeed fulfill the system's requirements with 2 million cans. Realizing this, he said, then please prepare a few magic props for me. We need to act swiftly. I'm concerned about losing viewers in the live stream. Qin Yang jotted down the various props he needed, and Yu Hao, upon reviewing the list, assured him it would be no problem and immediately dispatched someone to procure them. Before long, the door to the small room swung open, and several impeccably dressed businessmen approached, smiling as they extended their hands to Qin Yang. You must be Qin Yang, the esteemed broadcaster. What a pleasure to meet you. I am Su Yang, the owner of Qishan Brewery. It is an honor. Indeed, Qin Yang. You are quite the distinguished figure. I am Shu Milan, the proprietor of Milan Appliances. Greetings. Initially taken aback by the sudden attention from these business magnates, Qin Yang quickly regained his composure, especially as Yu Hao leaned in to explain, Old Qin, these gentlemen frequently seek out individuals for live commerce, like myself. They are in need of effective promotional channels. This is a splendid opportunity for you to discuss potential collaborations, which would undoubtedly be advantageous. As soon as Yu Hao uttered those words, Qin Yang's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he eagerly initiated conversation with the group. Viewers in the live stream observed this exchange with admiration, marveling at the broadcaster's newfound business prospects. The host is truly flourishing, now engaging in commercial collaborations. I mocked him when he spoke of achieving great things, but it seems my vision was indeed limited. Who would have thought magic could be intertwined with live streaming? What a brilliant concept. I too practice magic. Why hadn't I considered this before? Not only magic, but even performing comic dialogues can now be done directly in the live stream. I find that the host is rather too flamboyant, after all. Isn't it merely a sleight of hand with a deck of cards? Many magicians can perform such tricks. It is a fundamental skill and nothing extraordinary. Just as netizens began to feel that Qin Yang's magic lacked novelty, he took products from several sponsors that needed promotion and then had the table switched out. Dear fans, I have returned. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Shall we commence with the magic? Qin Yang initially intended to perform a card trick, but upon seeing the barrage of comments from fellow magicians revealing his secrets and deeming his magic to be trivial, he decided to confront them head-on. So, you think card tricks are mundane? Very well. Allow me to present a new illusion. Qin Yang lifted the stainless steel basin, showcasing it from all angles. Even tapping the bottom with a spoon. With a flick of his wrist, he commenced his act. The basin is sound, and the bottom is intact. I shall now conjure canfish. The onlookers, including Yu Hao and several sponsors, could not contain their disbelief. Seriously, buddy, can you really call this magic? Isn't this just plain deceit? At the moment the basin was flipped, it conveniently moved out of the camera's view, allowing his assistant to discreetly drop the promotional canned fish into it. When the stainless steel basin re-entered the frame, it created the illusion of an abrupt appearance. This technique, though simplistic and almost elementary, bewildered the group of fellow magicians in the live stream. How on earth did he do that? How did the canned fish appear so effortlessly? This should not be possible. There must be a trick. They thought, perplexed, convinced that there had to be some hidden mechanism involved. Yet, with such a large can of fish, there was no conceivable hiding place, not unlike a deck of cards. It must be magic. There's no scientific explanation for this. The very magicians who had initially questioned Qin Yang now found themselves ensnared in profound self-doubt. This demonstrates the power of habitual thinking. Having relied on various props and tools for so long, they overlooked the most straightforward and blunt methods, instead gravitating towards more complex magical techniques, leaving them increasingly baffled and astonished. However, the ordinary viewers in the live stream perceived things differently, witnessing the struggling fellow magicians, scratching their heads and exclaiming disbelief. The regular netizens burst into laughter. Oh, dismantling the act, are we? Why not continue? Is it perhaps that you no longer enjoy your own game? A basin, a hand, and a plethora of beverages magically appear. How can one explain this? Colleagues respond. It is beyond explanation, utterly unfathomable. Some individuals may appear to be magicians, yet they are, in fact, top salespersons. You could never truly fathom how a distinguished sales champion promotes their products. Are you suggesting that this sales champion employs both an extended initial gesture and a zero-frame start? How can that be possible? Just as the online spectators marvel in astonishment, a notification sound suddenly resonates in Qin Yang's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully completed the task. Congratulations to the host. You have received a cash reward of 3,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host. You have acquired the skill, Enhanced Physique. Congratulations to the host. You have acquired the skill, Familiarity with the Path. Chapter 21. The Fearsome Bald Man. Is the task completed? Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Qin Yang momentarily froze. A glance at the back-end data revealed that he had been live streaming for several hours, during which several major brands had sold millions of products, with sales figures even surpassing 30 million. Qin Yang was astonished by this data. It was no wonder that those slightly renowned streamers opted for live commerce. The profits truly flowed in swiftly. As the time approached, Qin Yang bid farewell to his fans in the streaming room and ended the broadcast. Yu Hao rushed over and enveloped Qin Yang in a hearty hug. Wow, Lao Qin, you are incredible. In just one session, you generated half a year's worth of sales for my factory. You are nothing less than my benefactor. For those engaged in business, the greatest joy lies in witnessing their manufactured products sell steadily and in large quantities. Consistent orders not only ensure that the factory operates at peak efficiency, but also instill a sense of hope among the workers, providing a continuous cash flow for the enterprise. Other business owners also approached, expressing their congratulations to Qin Yang. They had already signed a collaboration agreement with him. As long as Qin Yang was willing to promote their products daily, they would generously compensate him for advertising. After several hours of streaming, Qin Yang felt somewhat dizzy. He initially intended to return home for an early rest, but Yu Hao elbowed him and said, Lao Qin, it's rare for us to meet. Come, let me treat you to a late-night snack. Tonight, let us enjoy ourselves, brothers. Without giving Qin Yang a chance to refuse, Yu Hao led him directly to the car. The female streamer, Xiao Fang, was quite considerate, offering Qin Yang the front passenger seat while she cheerfully settled into the back. At that moment, the sparkle in Xiao Fang's eyes when she looked at Qin Yang was unmistakable. Initially, she had been polite towards him because of his brotherly bond with Yu Hao. But now, the fact that Qin Yang, as a novice streamer, had managed to sell such a vast quantity of goods overnight was a testament to his prowess. To Xiao Fang, it seemed that if she ingratiated herself with Qin Yang and frequently appeared before him, she might also attract some of his audience to her own streaming room. 10 minutes later, the car came to a gentle stop. As Qin Yang stepped out, he sensed something amiss. Old you, didn't you say we were going for a late-night snack? Why have you brought me to a foot massage parlor? Staring at the opulent foot spa before him, Qin Yang was taken aback. Yu Hao's family had always been affluent during their school days. He often treated Qin Yang and a few close friends to various foot massage establishments for relaxation. However, ever since Qin Yang's marriage, he had refrained from visiting such places, primarily to avoid misunderstandings, concerned about Lu Yan's thoughts. As if sensing Qin Yang's thoughts, Yu Hao patted his shoulder and earnestly said, What are you worried about? We are here for a legitimate foot massage. Just enjoy yourself. I come here often. It's quite reputable. Moreover, I am accompanied by my girlfriend. How could I possibly harm you? Qin Yang glanced at Xiao Fang, finding some merit in Yu Hao's words. Although this fellow changed girlfriends more frequently than he changed clothes, he was unlikely to bring his girlfriend to such a place for mischief. With this realization, Qin Yang continued to walk alongside Yu Hao. Upon entering, the netizens were utterly astonished by the opulence of the foot massage parlor. Goodness, this is hardly a foot bath establishment. It resembles a top-tier luxury hotel. Is this ceiling height for real? A ceiling soaring several meters high is one thing, but there's even a panoramic elevator at the back? Outrageous. It's utterly preposterous. Is this truly a foot massage parlor frequented by the wealthy? Why have I never encountered such lavishness in the foot baths I've visited? Wow, the receptionist is clad in a qipao. Her long, slender legs are simply stunning. Not only were the netizens taken aback, but even Qin Yang, who had seen his fair share of the world, was greatly surprised. The entire establishment was not only immaculate and resplendent, but all the female attendants were adorned in high-quality qipaos, far removed from the cheap, easily recognizable fabric of lower-end versions. Each attendant stood tall and possessed striking beauty, reminiscent of flight attendants. In a moment of curiosity, Qin Yang inquired, Old you, how much does it cost to have a foot bath here? Yu Hao nonchalantly replied, Not much, just over 3,000. Gasp. Upon hearing Yu Hao's words, Qin Yang instinctively inhaled sharply. Over 3,000? What extravagance! It's merely a foot bath. Even if one were to soak in milk, it shouldn't cost that much. Observing Qin Yang's pained expression, Yu Hao burst into laughter. Old Qin, look at you. After all these years, you're still so frugal. Today, it's my treat. So you need not worry about the expense, all right? You can enjoy everything this place has to offer. I assure you it's wholesome and will provide you with immense comfort. Come on, let us change clothes. Yu Hao led Qin Yang to the changing room, intending to don a loose outfit to unwind. It was evident that Yu Hao frequented such establishments, as he navigated the changing process with ease. After changing, he promptly exited, stating he would wait for him by the hot spring pool. Qin Yang, however, took a moment longer. just as he finished changing and picked up his phone. He stepped outside to encounter a bald man adorned with tattoos, his expression impassive as he walked past. Most would instinctively avoid such a tattooed figure. But Qin Yang merely glanced at the bald man, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. This person looks so familiar. Qin Yang pulled out his phone to search, his eyes widening in disbelief. Holy smokes, a top-tier wanted criminal. Lu Yin, a criminal police officer, preferred to peruse various photos of fugitives online during meals. While others might scroll through dramas or news, Lu Yin would be engrossed in searching for wanted criminals. This is precisely why many law enforcement officers can effortlessly recognize various fugitives who have been evading capture for years. It is not due to an inherent gift for memory, but rather because they dedicate significantly more time to this endeavor than the average person. Upon recognizing that this bald man was a wanted fugitive, Qin Yang discreetly followed him upstairs, intending to further ascertain the identity of the individual. The viewers in the live stream became increasingly tense upon witnessing this development. The host truly exhibits remarkable courage. Why not directly alert the authorities? How audacious to pursue him. Such matters undoubtedly require confirmation, otherwise. How awkward it would be for the police to apprehend the wrong person. Why is it that the host seems to encounter such situations repeatedly? Is there an innate talent for apprehending criminals? This bald man appears formidable, adorned with a tattoo of Guan Yu on his back. Chapter 22. We are a regular massage. Greetings, esteemed guest. Welcome to paradise. May I inquire if you are alone? As Qin Yang ascended to the second floor, several female attendants clad in sultry, low-cut kipayos greeted him eagerly. The viewer's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, is this the caliber of the second floor? Such exquisite figures. No wonder my father always opts for the second floor. It is indeed a realm of enchantment. Only children remain on the first floor. Adults invariably prefer the allure of the second. Surely, you are aware of this? Judging by the host's expression, it seemed to be their first visit to the second floor. Mirroring my own astonishment before the screen, shouldn't we offer our gratitude to the bald gentleman? Without him, the host might have remained oblivious to the wonders of the second floor throughout their life. Noticing Qin Yang standing idly, one of the attendants approached him. Sir, is this your first visit? I am Wei Wei, one of the attendants here. What service do you wish to experience? Prompted by Wei Wei's inquiry, Qin Yang snapped back to reality. Clearing his throat, he feigned composure and inquired, what service was that gentleman receiving? I would like the same. Wei Wei, not giving it much thought, assumed Qin Yang was merely nervous as a first-timer, hence his request to match another service. To her, new clients like Qin Yang were the easiest to cater to. With a slight increase in intensity, she could earn quite a handsome sum. Very well, sir. Please follow me. Wei Wei deftly picked up her toolkit and led Qin Yang into a private room. The room contained 2 beds, separated by a screen. Qin Yang surmised that shortly, the bald gentleman would recline on the other bed, providing him the opportunity to approach and ascertain whether he was indeed a fugitive. As Qin Yang pondered this, Wei Wei closed the door and activated the ambient lighting. When the soft pink glow illuminated the space, the viewers could hardly contain their excitement. Is this even allowed to be broadcast? Are we sure this can be aired? Wow. The moment that ambient light flickers on, the atmosphere becomes charged with a tantalizing allure. Wei Wei's figure was undeniably striking, curvaceous, and captivating, leaving me salivating. Does anyone know the location of this establishment? I seek the address. The host's audacity seemed to grow. As a son-in-law, he still dared to venture into such a place. Let us not misconstrue this. The host's motives are solely to pursue the fugitive, devoid of any selfish intentions. As the viewers continued their discourse, Wei Wei presented Qin Yang with a clean outfit. Mr. Qin, this is the attire you will need for your massage. Please change into it. Without overthinking, Qin Yang accepted the garment and prepared to change. However, upon examining it closely, he noticed something peculiar. The outfit had buttons down both the front and back. Excuse me, I have a question. Just as Qin Yang raised his gaze to inquire, he was taken aback as Wei Wei tied her hair up and, before his eyes, slipped into a pair of alluring nude stockings. This scene left Qin Yang utterly mesmerized. The sight of a woman changing stockings possesses an undeniable allure for any man. Especially illuminated by the ambient light, Wei Wei's every movement radiated an irresistible allure. Gulp. Qin Yang instinctively swallowed hard. As he noticed Wei Wei preparing to change her clothes right in front of him, he hurriedly covered his phone's camera and said, Miss, this is rather inappropriate, isn't it? I'm here for a massage, and I am a respectable person. Seeing Qin Yang's naive demeanor, Wei Wei chuckled. I know you are a respectable person. I am a professional technician as well. Mr. Qin, what were you about to ask? Qin Yang inquired. Did you perhaps give me the wrong outfit? Why does it have all these buttons? Wei Wei explained, this outfit is designed this way. You will understand once we begin the massage. With her clarification, Qin Yang felt it unnecessary to press further. Could you please turn around? I need to change. Noticing Qin Yang's shyness, Wei Wei smiled brightly, turning away as if she were an experienced driver. Once Qin Yang had changed, Wei Wei officially commenced the massage process. Initially, the massage was quite ordinary, merely a simple relaxation of the muscles. However, it wasn't long before Qin Yang sensed something amiss. He suddenly felt the buttons on his back being undone. Just as he was about to speak, Wei Wei's hands, glistening with essential oil, pressed onto his back, the cool and soft sensation flooding his senses, granting him the feeling of unlocking a new realm of experience. Mr. Qin, is the pressure adequate? Qin Yang closed his eyes, surrendering to the delightful experience. Yes, it's perfect. You truly are a professional. Your technique is remarkable. Observers lamented. Streamer, please wake up. Have you forgotten why you're here? My goodness, a succubus. This woman is definitely a succubus. Look how dazed the streamer has become, unable to articulate his thoughts. No wonder many of the older brothers I see enjoy massages. It appears they are indeed pleasurable. Is it really that exaggerated? I often go upstairs, and I don't act as absurdly as the streamer does. Is it comparable? The streamer is a son-in-law. He has surely never experienced such service at home. Suddenly receiving a back massage, the sensation is naturally beyond description. Although the massage was pleasurable, Qin Yang still remained focused on the purpose of his visit. He asked, could you tell me when that bald brother came in? He is doing the same project as I am, right? Wei Wei, somewhat puzzled, replied, yes, your projects are indeed the same, but they are private. So he is receiving his massage in the room next door and won't he come here? As she spoke, Wei Wei leaned forward, her voice dripping with allure. Rest assured, Mr. Qin, our services are entirely legitimate, and no one will disturb us during the process. Qin Yang was taken aback. What is happening? The bald man is next door? What am I doing lying here? Just as Qin Yang prepared to rise, he suddenly felt a weight on his waist. Wei Wei had, unbeknownst to him, sat directly on him. Mr. Qin, please lie back. We will now proceed with the Tue Na project. Tue Na? Is that what this is? Just as Qin Yang was engulfed in confusion, strange sounds emanated from the neighboring room, where the bald man and a woman were engaged in a most inappropriate manner. It dawned on Qin Yang that this massage establishment was utterly unlicensed. He realized he must leave promptly, otherwise he might find himself in a predicament beyond explanation. As he prepared to forcibly push Wei Wei aside, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open from the outside. Anti-vice operation. Everyone, hands on your heads and crouch down quickly. Sun Jia and another officer, wielding batons and flashlights, instantly spotted Qin Yang, who was seated beneath Wei Wei. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Chapter 23, The Fierce Flower of the Bawang Sister. Brother-in-law, how can you do this to Sister Xiaoyan? Sun Jia was overwhelmed with anger and urgency. She never anticipated that Qin Yang, who usually appeared so serious, would engage in such activities in this place. Qin Yang, startled, quickly descended from the bed to clarify. It's a misunderstanding, Sun Jia, truly a misunderstanding. I am here to apprehend a fugitive. Everything you just witnessed is not as you perceive. As soon as Qin Yang finished speaking, Lu Yin emerged from behind Sun Jia with a stern expression. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room turned ominously tense, causing viewers in the live stream to feel apprehensive. I had never encountered such unadulterated malice. It was utterly terrifying. It became evident that while the policewoman was beautiful, her wrath was far more fearsome than that of an ordinary woman. Were we fortunate enough to witness the true form of the Chuanyu Tyrannosaurus? It seemed that today might indeed be the last live broadcast for the host. I wondered how many legs he would have broken. While I was uncertain about the number of legs, it was clear that his third leg would not remain intact. With a swift motion, Lu Yin did not brandish handcuffs but instead drew forth a baton. Seeing this, Sun Jia hastily interjected, Sister Xiaoyan, stay calm. Things may not be as we think. Brother-in-law is fundamentally an upright person. I believe he would not do anything to betray you. Qin Yang eagerly nodded, his face reflecting desperation for survival. At that moment, Wei Wei chimed in, Indeed, officer, I had no idea he was your husband. Had I known, I certainly would not have entertained him. I thought he was here for a thrilling experience. Qin Yang retorted, Not like that. Please, if you cannot speak sensibly, could you remain silent? I am here to pursue a fugitive, not to seek thrills. Evidently, Wei Wei's remark ignited Lu Yan's fury completely. She sneered, A thrilling experience. Is it? I shall ensure you have a proper taste of excitement today. Things had spiraled out of control, just as Lu Yin approached him with intentions of violence. A voice from the neighboring room interrupted. Someone has jumped out of the window. Quickly, inform our colleagues below and secure the streets. Qin Yang turned to see a bald man, clad only in a bath towel, leap through the window, his cast marred by shards of glass. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yang followed suit, pushing open the window and jumping down. The viewers in the live stream were left in disbelief. No way, he really jumped. Does he have such a strong will to survive? It's merely the second floor. It's not dangerous. Brother, that's at least 3 meters high. Can you normally leap from such a height? Why not try jumping down from a 3-meter platform and see if you don't sprain your ankle? It all boiled down to age. In youth, a 3-meter leap was trivial, but in later years, even missing 2 steps on the stairs could result in a grievous fall. Faced with the choice of jumping down to pursue a fugitive or remaining in the room to face his wife's wrath, even a fool would know which option to choose. Before leaping through the window, Qin Yang was brimming with confidence. However, after leaping from the window, Qin Yang felt a twinge of regret. A height of 3 meters may seem trivial, yet only those who have jumped would truly understand. Had it not been for the system enhancing his physique, he would have been severely injured upon landing. Nonetheless, he remained resolute in his purpose for jumping. The bald man sprinted ahead, and Qin Yang pursued him relentlessly. Halt. Don't run. Behind the massage parlor lay a narrow alleyway, its convoluted paths filled with dilapidated shanties, making it exceedingly difficult to secure the area completely. The bald man likely considered this as well, opting to flee into this chaotic environment for his massage. He was well acquainted with the surroundings, though he ran with bare legs. He could deftly maneuver around corners, temporarily distancing himself from Qin Yang whenever the latter closed in. After a brief chase, Qin Yang finally cornered the bald man in a dead-end alley. Panting heavily, he regarded his adversary with a sense of triumph. Why aren't you running now? The bald man, maintaining his composure, replied, Brother, it seems we don't know each other. Why are you pursuing me? He found Qin Yang's obsession rather deranged. They were both there for a massage, yet this fellow was relentless like a rabid dog. Qin Yang scoffed. How am I supposed to explain this to my wife if I don't catch you? Come over here, and don't make me resort to force. Just cooperate and return with me. The bald man coldly responded, So you intend to let this go, huh? Of course, Qin Yang retorted. Otherwise, do you think I'm chasing you for fun? With a snap of his fingers, the bald man summoned a group of thugs who emerged from the shanties on either side, weapons in hand. They regarded Qin Yang with cold indifference, much like one would look at a stray dog. The bald man seized a fruit knife from one of his underlings and icily declared, You enjoy playing the lone hero. Do you? Fine, I shall indulge you. Everyone, seize him and incapacitate him. At his command, the thugs surged forward. Viewers gasped, their comments flooding the screen in panic. This time, the streamer was truly doomed. It was futile to resist. One man could hardly contend against a multitude, especially with so many rushing at him. How foolish it was to step out for a massage. Qin Yang instinctively grabbed a wooden plank nearby to defend himself, but even so, he was met with multiple kicks and soon found himself on the verge of collapse. Just then, a commanding voice rang out from behind him. Police, don't move. Before Qin Yang could fully comprehend the situation, a dark figure flashed past him, and 2 of his assailants were sent flying. Wife, Qin Yang exclaimed, astonished. Lu Yin seized Qin Yang's collar, pulling him behind her, and with a swift motion of her baton, she felled the 2 attackers in front of her, sending their teeth flying. Lu Yan's years as a criminal investigator were not in vain. Her fiery spirit and formidable skills had earned her the position of captain. The thugs, initially eager to engage a woman, quickly reconsidered after experiencing a few strikes from her baton. While others may wield their batons with mere brute force, Lu Yan's movements are but a fleeting shadow, accompanied solely by the sound of slicing air. As she effortlessly takes down several more individuals, the remaining onlookers are instantly cowed. Netizens are left in astonishment. A dominant presence, indeed. It is no wonder that every time the streamer encounters Sister Lu, they become so intimidated. Her martial prowess is genuine. We have a female officer in our unit who is a veteran of the army, capable of breaking 3 bricks with her bare hands. Ponder that for a moment. When petty delinquents face off against a professional officer, it is akin to delivering themselves to their doom. With her striking appearance and formidable skills, she exudes an overwhelming sense of security. How is it that Qin Yang has secured such a remarkable partner? It leaves one feeling envious. Aware that she has already instilled fear in the delinquents, Lu Yin spoke firmly. Lower your weapons and crouch down, covering your heads. Chapter 24. The captured Yu Hao. Lu Yin wore a serious expression, her gaze sharp. The other small-time thugs had been subdued and naturally dared not resist, obediently following her commands. Only the bald man, who had a criminal record, knew that he absolutely could not be caught. With this thought in mind, he shouted loudly and, taking advantage of Lu Yan's momentary distraction, lunged at her with a fruit knife. Unlike the other petty criminals, the bald man had seen blood before. Thus, his strike was swift, aimed directly at Lu Yan's vital points. Reacting quickly, Lu Yan delivered a powerful kick to the bald man's torso, attempting to halt his advance. However, given his robust physique, he merely staggered for a moment before thrusting the knife towards Lu Yan again. "Die, you filthy woman," he roared as the blade drew closer. Just then, Qin Yang suddenly emerged from behind, crashing into the bald man with a shoulder tackle, forcefully disarming him and seizing the fruit knife with his left hand. The bald man felt as though he had been struck by a freight truck, his body nearly collapsing under the impact. Before he could comprehend the situation, Qin Yang unleashed a barrage of punches to his face, leaving him dazed. "How dare you try to stab my wife?" Qin Yang exclaimed, delivering blow after blow. At that moment, Sun Jia and other police officers arrived, their eyes wide with shock at the sight of Qin Yang assaulting the bald man. "Xiaoyan, are you all right?" Sun Jia called out, snapping Lu Yan back to reality as she rushed to pull Qin Yang away. The bald man was left bloodied, his consciousness fading. "Take him back and have a doctor treat him," Lu Yan commanded. "Yes, team leader Lu," two officers replied, escorting the bald man away. It was then that Lu Yan noticed Qin Yang's left hand still gripping the fruit knife, blood oozing from his palm. He had, in his attempt to protect Lu Yan, caught the knife barehanded. Lu Yan shot him an exasperated glare. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Who taught you to grab a fruit knife with your bare hands? What if you cut off a finger?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Yang scratched his head. "I didn't think that far ahead. I just felt that since you were my wife, I had to protect you." Lu Yan rolled her eyes. "With that little frame of yours, do you think I need your protection? Come with me. I'll take you to get bandaged up." Leading Qin Yang to the police car, Sun Jia retrieved a first aid kit from the vehicle. Lu Yan expertly disinfected Qin Yang's wound. The moment hydrogen peroxide touched the injury, Qin Yang dove into Lu Yan's embrace, crying out in pain. "Ouch. Darling, be gentle. It hurts too much." With an expressionless face, Lu Yan replied, "Endure it. Weren't you quite brave just now? Even daring to grab a fruit knife with your bare hands? Why are you crying now? A real man doesn't shed tears over blood. Hold it back." Feeling wronged, Qin Yang nuzzled against Lu Yan, eliciting jealousy from the viewers in the live stream. "That rascal is definitely doing it on purpose. Stop rubbing against her. You're getting grease all over her. Is this truly the legendary facial cleanser? The host seems to be taking advantage. My husband is just like a child, always burrowing into my arms, and when I say a few words to him, he starts to nuzzle like a little kid. Remember, ladies, men are eternally like grown-up children." Observing the two applying ointment, Sun Jia jested, "Brother-in-law, I never realized you were so brave. It's quite different from your usual demeanor." Qin Yang scoffed. "What is so different? I often help elderly ladies cross the street. I intervene when I see injustice. And during the new year, I'm the one who slaughters the chickens. Am I not brave enough?" Sun Jia nodded in agreement. "Indeed, brother-in-law, you are quite brave. But that bald man is in for it. He has lost quite a few teeth thanks to you." Upon mentioning the bald man, Qin Yang recalled the matter at hand and hurriedly told Lu Yan, "Dear, that bald man is the online fugitive I mentioned earlier. I'm primarily worried he might escape. And I wanted to confirm his identity, which is why I followed him upstairs. I've never been to the second floor before. And I had no idea that foot massage place was so dubious. It was that scoundrel Yu Hao who led me there." Lu Yan naturally believed Qin Yang, especially since he was live streaming. She could review the broadcast later to clarify everything. Surely, no one would conduct such illicit activities while live streaming, right? Regardless of the reason. One must avoid such unlicensed establishments. You're merely a civilian, not a police officer. If I see you at a crime scene again, I'll have you apprehended as well." As she spoke, Lu Yan finished bandaging Qin Yang's wounds. Seeing all the suspects being escorted to the police vehicle, Sun Jia turned to Lu Yan. "Sister Xiaoyan, are you coming back with us?" After a moment's thought, Lu Yan shook her head. "I want to return with you. I haven't been home for 2 days, and I need to rest tonight." Sun Jia gestured in agreement and boarded the police car, leaving. Seeing that Lu Yan indeed wasn't returning to work, Qin Yang felt a surge of anxiety. "Dear, are you really going home tonight?" Lu Yan shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent, merely gesturing for him to lead the way. Half an hour later, they arrived home. Lu Yan found a change of clothes and headed straight for the shower. Qin Yang, feeling a bit hungry, began searching for something to eat in the living room. Should I order takeout? Just as he was about to order, a call from Yu Hao interrupted him. Dude, are you serious? You left me behind and ran off on your own? Qin Yang felt a bit embarrassed at Yu Hao's words. I didn't exactly abandon you. I was pursuing a fugitive and got hurt. Yu Hao was unconvinced. You're talking nonsense. How can you chase a fugitive while getting a massage? Just as Yu Hao finished speaking, a familiar and stern voice suddenly rang out nearby. Didn't I tell you to notify your family? What are you doing here chatting? Qin Yang was taken aback. Isn't that the voice of Sun Jia? Qin Yang couldn't help but inquire. Yu Hao, where exactly are you right now? Yu Hao replied. Somewhat irately, of course, I am at the police station. Where else could I possibly be? Your sister-in-law is a police officer. And they said that for the matter I'm involved in, a family member needs to come and bail me out. You know my father's temper. If he finds out I've done something like this, he might break my legs. Please, speak to your sister-in-law and act as my guarantor to secure my release. After a brief silence, Qin Yang responded, Didn't you mention a green massage? How could that lead to your arrest? Yu Hao stammered. I just couldn't resist and ended up adding a little something extra for myself. Don't ask so many questions. Just hurry up. Chapter 25. Don't mess with me. Brother Yu Hao's response left Qin Yang utterly astonished. Wasn't this lad supposed to be at a massage parlor with his girlfriend? How on earth could he extend his session? It was akin to a toad seeking a frog, a rather unsightly spectacle. All right, pass the phone to that female police officer beside you. I shall speak with her. Yu Hao handed over the device, and after exchanging a few casual remarks, Qin Yang realized it was indeed Sun Jia. After clarifying the situation to Sun Jia, she was reassured by Qin Yang's willingness to vouch for Yu Hao, and thus refrained from further comments, merely advising Yu Hao to exercise more caution in the future. Fortunately, Yu Hao had not truly commenced anything serious. Otherwise, he would have faced a few days of detention without question. Just as Qin Yang hung up the phone, Lu Yin emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed. Upon seeing her, Qin Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Accustomed to Lu Yan's work attire, the sight of her in sleepwear was utterly captivating. The viewers in the live stream were instantaneously overwhelmed with envy. Wow, she looks absolutely stunning. Did you not notice that Goddess Lu typically refrains from makeup and adornments? Now, having bathed and donned subtle makeup along with alluring sleepwear, who could possibly withstand such a vision? Something felt amiss. There was a palpable intensity in Lu Yan's gaze that hinted at underlying desires. Was there to be a fierce encounter tonight? As the viewers speculated, Lu Yan elegantly styled her hair and looked down at Qin Yang from a commanding height. In that moment, she resembled a seductive panther, exuding an aura of dominance. Qin Yang gulped nervously and inquired, Wife, what is the meaning of this? Lu Yan replied matter-of-factly, You ventured into inappropriate places today, simply because you were idling at home? Qin Yang chuckled wryly, Did I not mention? I merely went for a routine massage, and incidentally pursued an online fugitive. Lu Yan continued, Regardless of your reasons, today's events have served as a reminder. Henceforth, before I leave for work, I shall ensure to clear your magazine. Qin Yang was left bewildered. Clear the magazine? What do you mean by that? Lu Yan, blushing, turned off the live stream and gently cupped Qin Yang's face, planting a kiss upon it. In the live stream, viewers were collectively devastated by the sudden black screen. The host is currently occupied. Perhaps explore another channel, they read. The comments flooded in. What the hell? Refund. Is there nothing left that I, as a premium member, cannot witness? All right. Previously it was all free content. Now the remaining plot requires payment to unlock. Is that it? How much? I'm in. Frustration mounted. This cannot be real. Someone tell me this is scripted. How could such a breathtaking police flower possibly have a husband? I refuse to accept this. The impact of the earlier live stream felt akin to Yin Jiping's malevolent actions towards Xiaolong, leaving an indelible shadow upon my innocent soul. It was distressing to witness such scenes late at night. Brothers, do not merely smoke. Remember to report this. Even though the stream has ended. The viewers continued to flood the chat with comments, some attempting to attract Qin Yang's attention by showering him with virtual rockets. Unfortunately, at this moment, Qin Yang is completely engrossed in a realm of tenderness. The following morning, as the live stream resumes, viewers are greeted by the sight of Qin Yang sprawled across his bed, his gaze vacant, adorned with dark circles beneath his eyes, and his hair in disarray. In stark contrast, Lu Yan has donned her work attire, brimming with vitality. Unlike her previous disdain for Qin Yang, she now approaches him with affection, planting a kiss on his lips. Moreover, she withdraws 1,000 yuan from her wallet and presents it to him. My dear, I won't be home for lunch today, so there's no need for you to toil in the kitchen. Take this 1,000 yuan and treat yourself to a meal. I shall endeavor to return home early tonight. Please wait for me obediently. Love you. The viewers' hearts shattered at this exchange. It was evident what had transpired the previous night. Judging by Lu Yan's gentle and playful demeanor, Qin Yang must have performed quite admirably, leaving her thoroughly satisfied. After Lu Yan departs, Qin Yang rises from the bed, supporting himself with his waist. Casting not even a glance at the 1,000 yuan. He aspires to earn money through his own efforts. He refuses to stoop to such means, as it would be too degrading for his dignity. Seeing Qin Yang don a melancholic expression incited fury among the viewers. This brat gets the benefits yet pretends to be virtuous. It infuriates me. Is there an assassin in the chat room? Help me take him out. His wife is stunning and alluring, possessing a respectable job and emotional stability, and she hands him 1,000 yuan for meals. It feels like a dream. Indeed, the disparity between individuals can be more pronounced than that between man and dog. Here I am, just finishing a night shift, ready to return home for some rest. While he, on the other hand, has spent the night embracing his beautiful wife and received 1,000 yuan effortlessly. You people only see the thief devouring meat, not the thief taking a beating. The host also just finished a night shift. Didn't you notice how exhausted he looks? It's a drain on his life force. There are only overworked oxen, not exhausted fields. You envious ones are still young. Once you marry, you'll find such matters distasteful. Nonsense. If you gifted me a wife as beautiful as that, I would dedicate myself utterly. Do you believe it? Chancellor, is that you? As Qin Yang gazes out the window, contemplating life, a notification suddenly chimes in his mind. Ding. Your next part-time job is Outdoor Hiking Adventure Leader. Part-time task. Please lead at least 3 individuals to complete an outdoor hiking adventure, covering no less than 10 kilometers. Task countdown. 2 days. Gasp. Upon seeing this task from the system, Qin Yang inhaled sharply. System, are you becoming increasingly absurd? I've lived in the city for over 20 years. Where would I acquire any outdoor hiking experience? He struggles to keep up with the team, let alone assume the role of a leader. This is utterly ridiculous. At times, Qin Yang seriously contemplates reporting this. Could it be that the system wants him to experience every profession? Never mind. Complaining is futile. He must find a way to complete the task. Qin Yang retrieves his phone and dials his old classmate, Chao Lingyun. As soon as the call connects, Chao Lingyun's surprised voice resonates from the other end. Old Qin? It is quite a rarity for you to call me. Is there something on your mind? Qin Yang said somewhat awkwardly, Lao Chao. I have heard that you have established an outdoor adventure travel group. How is business faring? Chao Lingyun replied with a smile, it's going fairly well. I've made a bit of money, but what is it that you truly want? Let's not beat around the bush. Qin Yang cleared his throat and said, well, as you know, I have been searching for a job. Do you have any opportunities for an outdoor guide? I would like to work for a couple of days. Chao Lingyun responded, don't joke around, my friend. We have very stringent requirements for our guides. If a guide is not up to par, it could be life-threatening. Are you in need of money? If so, tell me how much you require, and I will transfer it to you. Just don't involve me in this. Chapter 26. I bestow upon you a plethora of titles upon hearing that Chao Lingyun intended to transfer money directly to Qin Yang. The viewers in the live stream instantly became agitated. This brother is quite remarkable. Without even inquiring about the matter at hand, he is ready to send money? Such loyal companions are indeed a rarity these days. In this era, discussions of finances can swiftly lead to discord among friends. Whether it's the pain of not retrieving lent money or the incessant reminders for repayment, such situations invariably strain relationships. Like attracts like. One can discern the character of a streamer from the attitudes of those surrounding him, which reflects the kindness he extends to others. The viewers grew increasingly frustrated. How could this scoundrel be so fortunate? Not only does he have a virtuous wife, but his friends also exhibit such unwavering loyalty. From Yu Hao, who previously assisted Qin Yang with his live stream, to Chao Lingyun, who is now so willing to transfer money. These are indeed true brothers. Realizing that Chao Lingyun had misunderstood, Qin Yang hurriedly clarified, I'm not in need of money. You've misinterpreted my intentions. I simply desire to join your team as a leader, even if it's devoid of any actual authority. I merely wish to experience that role. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chao Lingyun responded, I see now. You young rascals simply wish to take advantage of me. Qin Yang was taken aback. How could this be construed as taking advantage? Just as he prepared to elaborate further, Chao Lingyun interjected, all right, I concede. Come to my company for a detailed discussion. You know the address. Qin Yang erupted into laughter. I knew you were dependable, Lao Chao. Wait for me. I shall be there shortly. After hanging up, Qin Yang promptly set off in his car towards Chao Lingyun's company. As he drove, a warning notification suddenly appeared in the live stream, prompting Qin Yang to adhere to proper attire and conduct a civil live broadcast. Qin Yang exclaimed, "What is this? Civilized attire? Is my current outfit not considered civilized?" He was dressed in a white shirt paired with classic brown-gray jeans and outdoor shoes. His ensemble revealed nothing inappropriate. He could easily walk into a fine dining restaurant without raising any eyebrows. Was this not deemed civilized attire? The moderator quickly provided an explanation from behind the scenes. "Brother, the primary issue is that there have been too many complaints against you, which is why we issued you a warning regarding civilized attire. Just take note. We're merely following protocol." Upon hearing the moderator's explanation, Qin Yang immediately understood. "Ah, so the moment I drive a Bentley, this is what I get? Is the live stream filled with envious onlookers?" Observing Qin Yang's displeasure, the viewers in the live stream erupted into laughter. "Streamer, have you now felt the harshness of society?" One viewer taunted. "Wow, it turns out that reporting truly has an effect. Brothers, if you're idle, why not report again?" Another chimed in. "I'm sitting on my electric bike and laughing. Where are the other brothers laughing?" "Streamer, don't blame us. If anyone is to be blamed, it's your life that is too splendid, and we simply cannot bear to watch. Perhaps you should reflect on your own situation." The barrage of comments in the live stream left Qin Yang both exasperated and amused. Why should I be troubled by those who resent my efforts to earn a little pocket money through live streaming? They disdain the notion of living off others. Yet when I labor for myself, they resort to reporting and complaints. If that is the case, then I shall not hold back. Qin Yang promptly opened the storage box to his right and donned a pair of sunglasses. After putting on the glasses, he retrieved a watch and a bottle of perfume. Spritzing himself lightly, the viewers were left utterly astonished. Goodness! Bentley's limited edition sunglasses, a Patek Philippe watch, and Yves Saint Laurent perfume? Such ostentation indeed. ISNT Bentley, a car brand? They also manufacture sunglasses? Bentley sunglasses are luxury items, and this extravagant display of wealth could surely fund another vehicle. Is this the revenge from a son-in-law? I confess, I am envious. Observing the viewers brimming with jealousy, Qin Yang finally revealed a satisfied smile. He merely disdained flaunting wealth. After all, he possessed the means to do so. Half an hour later, Qin Yang parked his car in front of an outdoor travel agency. Just as Chao Lingyun had mentioned, the agency was bustling with activity, with many people seeking information and others purchasing outdoor gear. Upon entering, the female receptionist immediately stood up, warmly inquiring, "Good morning. How may I assist you today?" "I'm here to see Chao Lingyun. I'm his friend," Qin Yang replied. The receptionist quickly recognized him. "You must be Mr. Qin Yang. Mr. Chao is currently in his office. Please follow me." She gestured for him to proceed and led the way. The viewers could not help but flood the screen with heart emojis as they admired the receptionist's swaying figure. A successful businessman once remarked that the condition of a company could be gauged by the attractiveness of its receptionist. The role may be simple, yet the salary is substantial. And hiring a beautiful girl for the position requires even greater investment. However, the receptionist is the face of the company. A strikingly beautiful one can significantly increase the likelihood of securing partnerships with service providers. Conversely, if a company cannot afford even a lovely receptionist, it is likely on the brink of failure. The receptionist knocked 3 times on the office door. "Mr. Chao, Mr. Qin has arrived." "Come in," came the response. She opened the door and gestured for Qin Yang to enter before respectfully closing it behind him. At that moment, Chao Lingyun was lounging in his executive chair, legs crossed, engrossed in a video game. Without lifting his gaze, he merely glanced at Qin Yang and asked, "So, what is on your mind, my friend?" Qin Yang, feeling at ease, poured himself a cup of tea from the teapot. "Didn't tea I mention? I just wish to be a guide with you, to join you on an outdoor adventure and indulge in the experience." Chao Lingyun paused his game, placing the console on the table. "Is that such a simple request?" Qin Yang nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is merely a straightforward request, yet you seem to have overcomplicated matters. Consider me a member of your outdoor adventure team, albeit in a nominal leadership role without any authoritative command. I certainly wouldn't want to lead you into trouble, would I?" Chao Lingyun furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment, before suddenly coming to a realization and clapping his hands. "I see now, Lao Qin, you wish to impress Liu Yin, don't you? Perhaps your previous side jobs yielded little profit and were rather unflattering, so you've come to me to enhance your image. Hoping to make a favorable impression on Lu Yin and her parents in the future? Very well, it seems you two are capable of such cunning schemes. Chapter 27. Deceiving oneself as a son-in-law. Qin Yang's awkwardness in the Lu family was well understood by his group of friends. During festive seasons, whenever relatives from the Lu family inquired about Qin Yang's occupation, he found it difficult to articulate. The relatives, being successful individuals, naturally held high expectations. If Qin Yang were to candidly reveal that he was merely a fisherman or a deliverman, it would undoubtedly bring shame upon the Lu family. Chao Lingyun felt he had hit the nail on the head and became quite exhilarated. In that case, old Qin, even if you're merely a team leader here, I doubt they would regard you highly. Let me bestow upon you several titles: Gold Medal Coach of the Training Camp, Wilderness Survival Expert, Honorary Member of the International Survival Association. I'll arrange it all for you. Qin Yang nearly choked on his tea. He quickly waved his hand at Chao Lingyun. No need for all that complexity. Just a team leader title will suffice. Chao Lingyun assumed Qin Yang was merely being modest. He clenched his fist and pounded his chest, saying, "What are we being polite for among brothers? Rest assured, I will bestow upon you every title I can, ensuring you one T lose face. As for the routes, I have 3 options here. You may choose whichever you prefer. I can arrange it immediately for departure." After receiving the tablet from Chao Lingyun, Qin Yang chose the longest route among the 3. Having never experienced outdoor hiking before, he thought it a rare opportunity. He couldn't simply venture into the mountains for a brief moment and return. Chao Lingyun's efficiency was remarkable. Just as Qin Yang finished selecting the route, a staff member arrived to escort him for preparations. Chao Lingyun picked up his gaming console again, winking at Qin Yang with a grin. "You've made quite the choice. Have fun." "What do you mean by a good choice?" Qin Yang was bewildered as he entered the departure hall. The female receptionist addressed a striking woman among them. "Team Leader Du, this is Qin Yang, Team Leader Qin, as arranged by General Chao. Team Leader Qin will temporarily join your group as an observer. You must have received the notification, right?" Du Jie frowned. "Observer? I didn't receive any notification." She pulled out her phone and, to her surprise, found a new itinerary notification in her inbox. Upon opening it, she discovered Qin Yang's personal information. However, when Du Jie saw the string of titles that Qin Yang held, she was utterly astonished. Gold Medal Coach of the Training Camp, Wilderness Survival Expert, Honorary Member of the International Survival Association. Du Jie scrutinized Qin Yang with disbelief. This seemingly ordinary man possessed such an array of prestigious titles? Was the company truly sending such an impressive leader to serve as a temporary observer to assess his professional capabilities? She cast a doubtful glance at the female receptionist. The capabilities of Team Leader Qin are remarkably strong. As the female host smiled and remarked, President Chao mentioned that Team Leader Qin is merely a temporary observer. You need only regard him as an ordinary outdoor enthusiast. He will not interfere with your guidance. Du Jie and Deputy Leader Qian Heng exchanged glances, their minds swirling with unspoken thoughts. The online audience found this scene quite amusing. Ha ha ha, truly a good brother. The titles bestowed are indeed numerous. The 2 actual leaders were utterly perplexed, completely unaware of the streamer's purpose for joining their team. They mistook him for a master, only to discover he was a novice. How intriguing. It seems Team Qin knows how to play the game, while others partake in outdoor adventures as enthusiasts. He chooses to participate under the guise of an expert, which is genuinely hilarious. Once the female host departed, Du Jie turned to Qin Yang and inquired, "Team Leader Qin, where's your gear?" Qin Yang was taken aback. "What gear?" Qian Heng's lips twitched slightly. "Team Leader Qin, you don't intend to embark on this hiking adventure dressed like that, do you? The journey is relatively long, and the outdoor environment is quite complex. Various unexpected situations may arise at any moment. How can you accompany us without proper equipment?" The online viewers were on the verge of losing their composure. They had anticipated that Qin Yang would slip up, but they never expected it to happen so soon. Had he been exposed as unprofessional even before setting off? Qin Yang scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "I came in quite a hurry, and the route was decided last minute. I genuinely didn't know what equipment I should bring. Is it possible to purchase the gear you mentioned here? If so, could you assist me in assembling a set? I can manage with any equipment." Hiss. Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Du Jie and Qian Heng grew increasingly unsettled. A last-minute route, no equipment, and the assertion that he could use anything? Truly, what a confident expert. It is essential to understand that every outdoor adventure route requires professionals to traverse it multiple times, undergoing comprehensive assessments before it is deemed suitable for ordinary enthusiasts. Different routes present varying degrees of danger, distinct environments, and require an array of specialized equipment. Everything is entirely different. Even seasoned experts like Du Jie would never casually select a route to embark upon. Yet, Qin Yang was doing just that. Incredible. Absolutely remarkable. The two exchanged glances. Having concluded that Qin Yang was merely pretending to be a novice, preparing to conduct a thorough evaluation of them. Therefore, they decided not to hide their expertise, promptly selecting the most suitable gear for this route while carefully explaining their choices and the scenarios each piece of equipment was meant to address. As they neither exposed Qin Yang nor treated him with anything less than utmost respect, the online audience was left dumbfounded. What is happening here? Are they truly regarding Qin as an expert? This is hilarious. These two leaders have completely convinced themselves. It is not entirely their fault. Imagine, while indulging in a game, you suddenly discover that your opponent is a professional player. You might question whether your skills are truly up to par. If I were to face a professional, even a misstep, such as a misplaced flash, would lead me to believe they were merely resetting their basic attack. Ha ha ha. The content of this live broadcast is utterly delightful. Let us embark swiftly. I am eager to witness when Qin Go will finally reveal his true self. After ensuring that Qin Yang had all the necessary equipment prepared and confirming that no other issues remained, the two of them set off with their team. Du Jie led a group of 9, comprised of herself, her 2 companions, and 3 pairs of young couples. All 3 couples were graduates of the same prestigious university and shared a passion for outdoor adventures, which was evident in their well-toned physiques. They first traveled by vehicle to the base of Ai Lao Mountain, and upon reaching the starting point, they conducted a final inspection of their supplies and gear. It was at this moment that a system notification echoed in Qin Yang's mind. Ding! You have triggered a temporary quest. Please take note. Chapter 28. An unexpected encounter with the bear. Upon hearing the notification sound resonating in his mind, Qin Yang found himself momentarily taken aback. What a jest! They had already embarked on their journey, and yet a temporary task had been triggered? Temporary task, Master Angler. Please catch 3 fish within 10 hours. The larger the fish, the greater the reward. Qin Yang. Come on, don't toy with me. Everyone is laboriously trekking. Who has the leisure to go fishing right now? Under the guidance of Du Jie, they had fully ventured into the mountains along a path distinctly more rugged and concealed than the usual tourist trails. Some routes were so obscure that without Du Jie's expertise, ordinary individuals would scarcely discover their existence. Observing the group's arduous progress, the viewers in the live stream could not help but express their sentiments. Indeed, when idle, people can devise all sorts of endeavors. Just the sight of this challenging path seemed daunting, and one misstep could lead to a tumble into the woods. So this is what they call hiking adventures. Had they mentioned it earlier, I could have suggested they visit my hometown, where such treacherous trails abound. No need to spend money on a guide. Oh, but you fail to grasp the nuance. While the trails in your hometown may be difficult, they are well-trodden paths of daily life. Hiring a guide to traverse them is an entirely different experience. This is a matter of passion and leisure. It reminds me of when a group of affluent individuals came to our village seeking to hire locals for organic vegetable cultivation and chicken rearing, claiming they desired purely natural ingredients. They paid several times more than what we charge for our own produce, yet it was still fed with commercial feed. Wealthy people have too much time on their hands and often seek out trivial pursuits. Having scarcely covered 2 kilometers, Qin Yang already felt on the brink of exhaustion. Typically, he only ventured out occasionally in the city for fishing. He had never traversed such length in the mountains. Fortunately, Du Jie noticed the fatigue among the group and suggested a brief respite. The others, seasoned in such endeavors, skillfully cleared a spacious area before laying down a waterproof mat to sit upon. In contrast, Qin Yang simply plopped down without any preparation whatsoever. Du Jie and Qian Heng exchanged peculiar glances. Team leader Qin, you shouldn't just sit down like that. Please stand up, let me clear the area for you. After saying this, Du Jie took a stick and prodded the nearby underbrush to ensure there were no hidden snakes before laying down the waterproof mat for Qin Yang. As she worked, Du Jie explained, "We've previously had team members who sat down without caution and were bitten by venomous snakes, nearly losing their lives. This waterproof mat is essential. It not only protects against moisture but also prevents injury from sharp objects when you sit." Qin Yang listened, somewhat stunned, while the viewers in the live stream exclaimed in admiration of her professionalism. After all, she was the team leader. Even the act of sitting in the wild had so many considerations. The investment in this leader was certainly worthwhile. Seizing the opportunity while everyone rested, Qian Heng casually approached, remarking, "Team leader Qin, you seem a bit out of breath. Do you not exercise regularly?" Qian Heng was not a fool. He had always perceived Qin Yang as an amateur rather than the so-called expert he claimed to be. Now, witnessing that Qin Yang possessed neither outdoor adventure knowledge nor adequate physical fitness, doubts began to creep into his mind. An outdoor expert may conceal their professional skills, but surely one cannot hide their physical abilities. Qin Yang awkwardly admitted, "Indeed, I usually do not venture this far. Outdoor hiking is quite strenuous for me, and I need to take a break." Qian Hang continued to inquire, "I see that you, team leader Qin, have quite a few titles. Did you truly earn those through your own competitions?" Du Jie pretended to attend to the other team members, but was secretly eavesdropping. Just as Qin Yang was about to respond, a team member suddenly screamed, "There's a bear! Team leader, there's a bear over there!" Upon hearing the word bear, everyone swiftly grasped their trekking poles and stood up, following the direction indicated by the panicked team member. Du Jie indeed spotted a black bear standing beneath a tree in the distance, appearing almost human as it gazed in their direction. Du Jie turned pale with fear and quickly gestured for all team members to follow her and retreat hastily. The livestream chat exploded with comments. "Wow, I thought outdoor adventures were akin to a spring outing. I didn't realize it could be this dangerous." One team member remarked, "Team leader, are you serious? You really brought us out here for an adventure. This must have been an unforeseen circumstance. Typically, team leaders plan routes that avoid areas frequented by wild beasts. Encountering a bear here felt like an unfortunate stroke of bad luck, making it hard to assess the situation." The team leader appeared rather flustered. "This was not what I had envisioned. Had the leader not prepared any emergency plans for such unexpected events?" "My friend, that's a bear. What emergency measures can you implement? The only option is to run swiftly. If you don't hurry, the black bear might just chase us down, and we could all be in peril." However, the online spectators were astute. Despite the black bear's imposing size, it appeared clumsy. In reality, when sprinting, a black bear can outrun an average car. Du Jie led the group in a frantic dash in another direction, her heart racing with anxiety. Fortunately, the bear seemed uninterested in them and did not pursue, leaving no sounds in their wake. Du Jie had no idea how far they had run, and when she finally signaled for everyone to stop, she realized they had strayed far from their intended path. Qian Hang asked, "What should we do? Should we go back?" Du Jie shook her head. "With a bear in that direction, we certainly cannot return." Qian Hang grew increasingly anxious. "Then what do we do? We veered off our planned route. We can't just randomly search for a new one, can we? Establishing any new route necessitates a risk assessment, and one cannot simply roam aimlessly in the mountains. What if they inadvertently wandered into another wild animal's territory?" Just as Du Jie hesitated, Qin Yang suddenly interjected, "Do you see something over there?" Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Du Jie and Qian Hang's hearts instantly sank into a state of trepidation. Could it be that they were to encounter a bear once more? The two turned their gazes in the direction Qin Yang pointed, and a sigh of relief escaped their lips. Thankfully, it was not a black bear. Yet, their anxiety swiftly resurfaced. Although it was not a bear, the garish pajamas suggested that there might be a person lying there. Gulp. Everyone collectively swallowed hard. Du Jie, as a woman, trembled in fear. "Qian Hang, could that figure beneath the tree be a person? Would you not venture over to investigate?" Qian Hang's lips twitched. Goodness, was he not afraid as well? However, reminding himself of his masculine duty, Qian Hang took a deep breath and, accompanied by Qin Yang, approached the scene. Chapter 29, The Lost Souls in the Mountains. As Qian Hang ventured further, an increasing sense of uncertainty enveloped him, particularly upon realizing that there appeared to be an individual clad in pajamas ahead. His legs trembled uncontrollably. "Coach Qian, what is the matter? Keep moving forward," Qin Yang urged, anxiety gripping his heart as he noticed Qian Hang suddenly come to a halt. With a frantic wave of his hand, Qian Hang exclaimed, "I can't go on. My legs have gone weak. You should check it out yourself." Qin Yang was consumed with frustration. Was this truly the demeanor of a man? Just because he was afraid, must Qin Yang suppress his own fears? The online spectators, reveling in the unfolding drama, bombarded the chat with encouragement. "What is there to fear? It's just a person lying there. Get closer and take a look. Surely it's just a person? I can see their feet. A typical mannequin wouldn't have such pale skin. Pale skin? That suggests this individual has been lifeless for several days, perhaps even subjected to water exposure. Have some courage. Streamer, approach it. We will protect you from the chat." The viewers were electrified, the thrill far surpassing that of any horror film. This was an authentic corpse. As Qian Hang obstinately refused to proceed, Du Jie, muttering a curse under her breath at his cowardice, resolved to follow Qin Yang forward. Yet, mere steps into her advance, her facade as a strong leader crumbled. Gripping Qin Yang's arm tightly, she nearly concealed herself behind him. Team leader do. Haven't you encountered such situations during your outdoor adventures before? As the leader, you cannot appear more anxious than I am, Qin Yang remarked. A hint of exasperation in his tone. With righteous indignation, Du Jie retorted, we engage in outdoor exploration, not search and rescue. Such peculiar circumstances are not typical. Stop wasting time and see if that is truly a person. In her heightened state of anxiety, Du Jie remained closely pressed against Qin Yang, providing him with an unexpected sensation of comfort. Despite the awkwardness of the moment, Qin Yang felt it inappropriate to remind Du Jie of her public demeanor. He took 2 steps forward, and there lay a corpse in pajamas, revealed to all in the live stream. As viewers beheld the gruesome spectacle, gasps of horror filled the chat. Goodness, it's genuinely a corpse. Call the police. We need to report this immediately. Could our host be a reincarnation of Conan? Trouble seems to follow wherever he goes. This body is grotesquely mangled. Was it attacked by a dog? How utterly revolting. Wait a moment. I haven't even subscribed. Why am I receiving a high-definition stream? Can you pull the camera back? I'm terrified. As the sight of the corpse loomed larger in his vision, Qin Yang felt a wave of nausea wash over him, the urge to vomit rising. Unbeknownst to him, Du Jie was quicker to succumb, having already turned behind him to heave violently. While trekking outdoors, encountering a bear would have been alarming enough, but now they had stumbled upon a corpse. The other team members were equally horrified, each lamenting their ill fate. Qin Yang, suppressing his nausea, observed the body for a moment before speaking in a grave tone. Stop panicking. We must leave this place immediately. Why? Du Jie inquired, her face etched with confusion. Now that we've discovered a body here, shouldn't we report it and wait for the police to investigate? Qin Yang replied somberly, look at the man's face. It has been gnawed to shreds, and his abdomen has been hollowed out. Even the most deranged of killers would not commit such an atrocity. The only plausible explanation is that he has been devoured by a wild beast, most likely the black bear we just encountered. If the bear has indeed feasted upon this individual, it may return, and we would only serve to entice it further. Therefore, we cannot linger here. We must leave at once. At Qin Yang's words, a shiver ran through the group. It made sense. Typically, black bears do not attack humans. After all, we are relatively large creatures in the natural world and can wield tools that could potentially injure them. However, if a bear were to become hungry, the scenario changes entirely. Not only would it actively seek to attack a person, but after tasting human flesh, it might regard us as a delectable addition to its diet. Qin Yang quickly retrieved his phone to ascertain their location before assisting Du Jie, leading the group in the opposite direction, striving to distance themselves from the site. Yet, they had underestimated the perils of the mountains. Despite their reliance on satellite positioning, Du Jie and Qian Hang struggled to navigate the team back onto a safe path, ultimately becoming disoriented in the valley and wandering aimlessly. A couple among them, feeling particularly vulnerable, broke down in tears, unable to handle the stress of their predicament. Du Jie rushed to console them. It's all right. Our phones are operational, and we have already alerted the authorities. Once the search and rescue team arrives, we will return home swiftly. Watching the lost group, the viewers in the live stream expressed their bewilderment. I always thought people got lost in the mountains without signal. But they have reception and are still lost? It was evident they had never ventured into the wilderness. Did they think that merely being able to discern directions would suffice to navigate out of the mountains? Did they believe that heading north meant a straight path? In reality, one cannot travel far without encountering dead ends, forcing them to backtrack and retrace their steps, inevitably leading to confusion. A lesser-known fact, even without signal, a phone can still utilize satellite positioning, albeit more slowly. Thus, regardless of signal availability, one is prone to getting lost in the mountains. This explains why people in ancient times were said to encounter ghost walls. The mountains are notorious for disorienting even those who know the way. The urban dwellers become disoriented after merely a couple of rounds of games, struggling to discern direction even within the confines of a modest gaming map. It is even more daunting to imagine their navigation in the wilderness. It can only be said that the contemporary youth have been overly sheltered, utterly oblivious to the true perils that mountains harbor. Observing the collective despondency, Qin Yang suggested, shall we seek a secure location to rest while we await the rescue team? It would be prudent not to wander aimlessly and inadvertently cause further complications. Qian Hang pointed to a short distance away, saying, it appears there is a natural cave over there. We could make a fire inside and find shelter from the rain. Without hesitation, under the guidance of Du Jie and Qian Hang, the group made their way towards the cave, gathering firewood to kindle a warming blaze. At that moment, Qin Yang noticed a small pond beside the cave. Chapter 30. Qin Yang's encounter with the salvage team. Are you hungry? Do you wish to eat fish? Just as the group was kindling a fire, Qin Yang unexpectedly posed this question. The others regarded him with perplexed expressions. Qian Heng furrowed his brow and said, Captain Qin, where would we find fish at this moment? Moreover, this is not the time to discuss whether or not to eat fish. We should conserve our energy and await rescue. Qin Yang shrugged and replied, Wait? I never said we shouldn't wait. We're merely sitting in the cave, and there's a pond nearby. Catching fish wouldn't hinder our wait for rescue, would it? If you choose not to eat fish, that's fine. I shall go catch some myself. Without further ado, Qin Yang donned a set of waterproof trousers and cautiously waded into the pond, commencing his search for fish. Viewers in the live stream were astounded. Am I seeing this correctly? He actually prepared a set of gear for fishing? Is this necessary for a hiking expedition? Can anyone knowledgeable explain if he can indeed catch fish this way? Catch fish? Not a chance. Fish aren't foolish. With all that commotion, they've long since fled. Not to mention, the water in the pond is so murky that he probably can't even see his own feet, let alone where to find the fish. Many underestimated him, believing that catching fish relied solely on skill. In truth, it is often a matter of luck. Otherwise, why would people in the past indulge in fishing during their leisure? It inherently involves an element of chance. As predicted by the viewers, once Qin Yang entered the water, the entire pond became clouded. Not only could he not see any fish, but he could barely discern his own feet. Yet, fortune smiled upon him. As his hands flailed about in the water, he suddenly felt something collide with his abdomen. Hastily, he reached down and, to his astonishment, emerged with a large fish. Haha, what a magnificent catch. Team leader, could you assist me by holding this? I shall roast it once I return to the shore. Qin Yang threw the sizable fish onto the bank. The group, including Du Jie, stood in stunned silence. Goodness, that fish must weigh at least 20 pounds. The online viewers were equally flabbergasted. Where are those who claimed he wouldn't catch anything? Speak up. An exasperated viewer exclaimed. How is it that the fish he caught underwater is larger than any I've ever caught while fishing? This is utterly unfair. This experience illustrated that sheer luck could eclipse skill. Spending money on bait was no match for simply plunging into the water to catch fish. It became evident why fishing regulations often spared anglers while banning fishing altogether. A fisherman must expend dozens of pounds of bait to catch even a small fish. This was not fishing. It was more akin to fish farming. The fickleness of human nature was on full display. Initially, everyone had embarked on this hiking adventure with the expectation of concluding their exploration in 10 hours and returning home. Now, driven into a cave by a bear and with their snacks nearly depleted, hunger gnawed at their insides. Upon witnessing Qin Yang's impressive catch, even those who had previously insisted they did not want fish began to reconsider. A young woman licked her lips and remarked, This fish appears to be quite delectable. If grilled, it should taste delightful, don't you think? So, who among you can prepare grilled fish? I have brought some salt and spices, which may come in handy if we decide to cook it. Allow me, one of them said. I have worked at a barbecue restaurant before. Bring me the fish, and I shall handle it. A few others readily agreed, and they proceeded to gut the fish, cleaning out the entrails while sprinkling a bit of salt and spices for seasoning. They then skewered the fish with a stick and began to grill it. Just as they started cooking, Qin Yang suddenly pulled another fish weighing over 20 pounds from the water. The online viewers were once again taken aback. Hey, stop. Don't catch any more fish. Give us anglers a chance. Unable to contain himself, one viewer exclaimed, I'll pay 1,000 for the location of that pond. Is the fish in that pond really that fat? I'll offer 2,000 for a GPS coordinate. I'll be there shortly. Indeed, wherever fish could be caught, anglers would flock. Not even the bears could dampen their fishing enthusiasm. Bears. Ask a bear if it fears a shotgun. It's quite reasonable for me to bring a shotgun while fishing, isn't it? They joked, discussing their fishing exploits in the live stream. Meanwhile, as Qin Yang bent down, he unexpectedly touched something round and hard. What on earth is this? He wondered aloud as he lifted the object. The once lively chatroom fell silent. In Qin Yang's hand, a skull, caked with mud and aquatic vegetation, glistened ominously. Those grilling fish on the shore were initially taken aback, then shrieked in horror. Hey, a human skull. There's a dead person's head in the water. A murder has occurred. The female participants trembled, their legs weak, while the male participants turned pale. Discovering a human skull in this remote pond was indeed shocking, yet somehow eerily expected. Qin Yang awkwardly placed the skull on the shore. Should we report this? He asked. Du Jie, pale-faced, nodded. Haven't we already called the police? They should arrive shortly. Qin Yang acknowledged this, saying, right, let's leave the skull here for now. Don't touch anything to avoid tampering with evidence. Du Jie grimaced, unsure of how to respond. Who would dare touch it? It's a human skull. Who would toy with such a thing? Initially, they thought Qin Yang would come back after retrieving the skull, but to their surprise, he turned back toward the center of the pond, continuing to reach down to fish. He had to keep fishing. He still needed one more fish to complete the task set by the system. As long as he could pull up another fish, he would consider it a success, regardless of its size. Just as Qin Yang was lost in thought, he felt something hard again. Knowing it was unlikely to be a fish, he casually tossed it aside without looking. However, when the viewers in the live stream saw what it was, the chat erupted in chaos. What on earth is this? A leg bone. How could it possibly be retrieved? No, my friend, you should cease this endeavor. It frightens me. What does this imply? Are we truly preparing to extract an entire skeleton from the water? The salvage team remarked, your greatest adversary is not necessarily your competitor, but perhaps a fisherman. Fishermen, aside from catching fish, seem capable of reeling in anything else. The onlookers were utterly astonished by what Qin Yang had brought to the surface, while he himself remained rather unfazed. As he continued to retrieve objects, he mused in bewilderment. How peculiar. Why is it that beneath the surface lies such a haphazard collection of items? Where are the fish? Netizens. Team members. Chapter 31. The fugitive in the forest. Previously, netizens had sensed a peculiar aura surrounding Qin Yang, though they struggled to articulate its essence. At last, they have come to a realization. Qin Yang exudes an extraordinary calmness, an awareness that transcends life and death. While an ordinary person would hesitate to continue fishing for remains upon retrieving a skull, Qin Yang is different. He dives back in with the fervor of a fisherman, revealing his genuine hunger for answers. On the highway, within the police vehicle, Lu Yin observed Qin Yang's live stream, her expression darkening to an extreme. Sun Jia and several colleagues were nearby, watching the unfolding drama. Sister Yin, this is astonishing. Has he ever worked in recovery operations before? Forensic expert Gao Ming adjusted his glasses, his demeanor grave as he remarked, based on Mr. Qin's recent findings, there are at least 3 corpses in that waterhole, one of which is female, and there is a hole in the skull. We have reason to suspect that this location has been used by a criminal to dispose of bodies, and the hole's position and size suggest a likely execution-style shooting. Upon hearing Gao Ming's words, all the detectives in the vehicle were visibly stirred. What a significant case. In Longhua, solving homicides is a fundamental principle. 3 lives lost is undoubtedly a major case, a grave matter. The fact that one victim appears to have been executed only heightens the severity of the situation. Such acts are typically committed by deranged criminals or organized crime syndicates. If we can reach the waterhole swiftly, we might uncover a hidden criminal organization through those remains. Lu Yin said, her voice low and urgent. Sun Jia glanced at the navigation and replied, we will reach the mountain in 5 minutes, but the terrain is complex, and bear sightings are common. Even with precise coordinates, it will take us at least half an hour to reach your brother-in-law. Upon hearing Sun Jia's words, Lu Yin furrowed her brow in silence, resolutely checking her gear. Her intuition warned her that the waterhole held deeper secrets, and every minute they lingered there could invite greater peril. Suddenly, Qin Yang noticed a shadow moving and instinctively reached out again, only to haul up yet another grim, dark skull, weathered and aged. The viewers in the live stream, having transitioned from shock to a strange acceptance, began to comment with playful banter. My goodness. How many souls have sunk here? One wrote, all right, buddy, you've proven your prowess. You can stop now. Watching this at noon is giving me cold sweats. You truly are something else. Have you noticed how calm the streamer has become? His composure makes these objects seem like mere props. Criminal, I know a secluded spot. Qin Dog, I know a secluded spot too. It is widely acknowledged that criminals often return to the scene of their perfect crime to admire their handiwork, which leads me to suspect a connection between these individuals and Qin Go. Do not spout nonsense from above. If these individuals truly were affiliated with Qin Go, would he still be live streaming to showcase his retrieval of skulls? Does he wish to extend his life unnecessarily? The more bones Qin Yang collects, the greater the fear instilled in Du Jie and Qian Hang. Previously, they perceived Qin Yang as a novice in outdoor exploration, inept at everything he attempted. However, witnessing his calm demeanor while retrieving these bones dissipated their doubts entirely. With such psychological resilience, one might even believe he has been a warrior. Just as Qin Yang was on the verge of giving up, he finally caught a fish. This fish weighed an impressive 30 pounds, and during its struggle, Qin Yang nearly lost his grip. Haha, I've caught a fish. I finally have the last fish. With the fish in his arms, Qin Yang made his way to the bonfire. Why are you all staring at me? Come, let's roast this fish, and we can save some for fish soup. The group remained silent, and Qian Hang awkwardly spoke up. Brother Qin, I think we should refrain from eating this fish for now. Qin Yang looked puzzled. Why not? These 3 fish are enormous. They are enough for us. Qian Hang pointed to a pile of white bones on the shore and said, Brother Qin, have you not considered why these fish have grown so large? This is no trivial matter. Upon this reminder, Qin Yang fell silent. He had been so immersed in the joy of catching the fish that he had not contemplated this aspect. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite logical. In such a small pond, even with a predator-prey dynamic, it would be impossible to cultivate fish weighing several dozen pounds. The only plausible explanation is that this pond frequently receives feed, allowing the fish to grow to such sizes. It is evident what these large fish must consume. And the mere thought is repulsive. Then let's set these fish aside for now. We can eat them whenever you wish. At this moment, Qin Yang also lost his appetite. He placed the fish aside and changed into a fresh set of clothes. Just as he was about to approach the fire, a gunshot rang out from a distance. Everyone in the cave momentarily froze at the sound. What was that? Was it a gunshot? Could it be the police searching for us? Du Jia shook her head and replied, It doesn't seem likely, if the police were looking for us. They wouldn't fire indiscriminately unless they had encountered a black bear. As soon as Du Jia finished speaking, several more gunshots echoed outside, accompanied by shouts, resembling the cries of wild hunters in the jungle. Qin Yang quickly doused the bonfire with water and gestured for everyone to retreat into the cave, urging them to hide in the shadows and remain as silent as possible. Just as a group of individuals had successfully taken refuge within a cave, a couple stumbled frantically from the woods, their expressions betraying sheer panic and terror. It was evident that they were fleeing for their lives. However, they had scarcely made any distance when 3 armed men emerged from the forest, raising their weapons without hesitation. A gunshot rang out, and the bullet struck the woman in the leg, causing her to collapse helplessly to the ground, unable to proceed further. The man in the shirt initially assessed the woman's injury, but upon noticing the pursuers closing in, he resolutely released her hand, determined to escape alone. Yet, in the next moment, another gunshot echoed through the air. A bullet pierced the man's leg, and he cried out in agony, falling to the ground. We good. Please don't kill me. We were wrong. We will follow you back. From now on, we will do whatever you say, all right? I still have value to Uncle Zhang. I beg you, grant me one more chance. Chapter 32. The ruthless scar. It was evident that the man in the shirt was genuinely terrified. He knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head, sweat mingling with the mud beneath him, his face smeared with filth. At that moment, however, he was oblivious to his surroundings, consumed solely by the desire to survive, hoping that his pleas for mercy would bear fruit. The online spectators were momentarily taken aback by the scene. Could this possibly be a performance? What kind of act was unfolding before them? The acting appeared remarkably convincing. A voice from above remarked, Honestly, this doesn't seem staged. I work as a prop master for the production, and I must admit, the effect of the gunshot wound to the leg is something I could never replicate. It's far too authentic. Goodness, please don't say such things, it frightens me. If this is not a play, then the hosts are in grave danger. Not only were the viewers concerned, but those hiding in the cave, including Du Jia, were equally anxious. The online audience at least had the buffer of a screen, providing a semblance of safety. Yet, for Du Jia and her companions, the sounds of gunfire and the man's desperate cries resonated with unsettling proximity and stark reality. Instinctively, Du Jia grasped Qin Yang's arm, her tension reaching its zenith. If this was indeed real, and the 3 armed men discovered them, their lives would be in jeopardy. As Du Jia's mind raced with dread, the scarred man with the gun sneered, So now you realize the wisdom of Uncle Nianhui? He certainly did not treat you poorly. Why didn't you consider the consequences when you fled? He continued, Dr. Su, if you must place blame, let it rest on your own lack of intelligence. Forsaking a fortune for a woman is foolish. Be wiser in your next life. Do not allow your head to be clouded by emotion. Bang. Without affording the man in the shirt another word, the scarred man fired, shattering his skull. The man's head snapped back as if his very soul had been wrenched from him, collapsing cleanly into a pool of blood. The woman nearby shrieked in terror. In a swift motion, the scarred man fired again, silencing her scream instantly. Fatty, Camel, bind them both and toss them into the pond. Make it swift. Do not waste time. The scarred man wiped his handgun with a towel, preparing to lean against a nearby stone to rest. The online viewers were utterly stunned. My goodness, this is too intense. Did they really just fire a gun? Absolutely, this is undeniably real. Look how they're tying stones to the feet of those two. It's to ensure the bodies don't surface when thrown into the pond. Goodness, if this is how they dispose of bodies, it explains the skeletons in the pond. Where are Officer Liu and the others? There has been a murder here. Oh my, I'm worried for the hosts even from behind the screen. They won't be discovered by those three villains, will they? It's true what they say, fear begets reality. Just as Fatty and Camel finished binding the stones, preparing to dispose of the two individuals, their expressions suddenly shifted. They hurried to the side of the scarred man. Brother Scar, something's amiss, look over there. The scar-faced man followed the direction pointed out by the rotund fellow, and to his horror, he discovered a heap of human bones lying at the water's edge. Instantly, he drew his pistol, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Someone had indeed been here, and they had dredged up a body from the pond. The hefty man, visibly anxious, inquired, "Did you not say this place was remote, that even ghosts wouldn't come here? Do you think it could have been the police? Should we flee?" The scar-faced man kicked the rotund fellow's leg in frustration. "Stop panicking. If it were the police retrieving bodies, do you think they would have ignored the gunfire we just unleashed? These bones likely belong to some passerby who was pulled from the water, and they could either be hiding nearby or have gone down the mountain to report." He ordered, "Let's search the area, but be cautious." Upon hearing the command to search, the team members hiding in the cave turned pale with fear. Du Jia clutched Qin Yang's hand tightly, shutting her eyes and trembling all over. This cave had but one entrance, and its depth was insufficient. If the scar-faced man discovered their hiding place, a few random shots could extinguish their lives in an instant. Such was the nature of misfortune. The scar-faced man had barely taken a few steps when he noticed the recently extinguished campfire and a series of muddled footprints. After a moment's thought, he quickly deduced that a group had likely camped here temporarily, most probably hikers. He immediately aimed his gun at the cave. "Come out. I know you're hiding. If you don't emerge, I will shoot." The rotund fellow and the camel-like man rushed over, their weapons aimed at the cave. 3 men, 3 guns. If they fired, those concealed within the cave would certainly meet their demise. Understanding that hiding was futile, Qin Yang raised his hands and stepped forward first. Though Du Jie and the others were terrified, they had no choice but to tremulously follow behind him. Upon seeing Qin Yang and his companions, the 3 men visibly relaxed. Qin Yang spoke up, "Gentlemen, we merely ventured into the mountains for a hike and took refuge in this cave after becoming lost. We witnessed nothing of what transpired earlier. Please, grant us some leniency." The scar-faced man, twirling his pistol, sneered, "You certainly have a silver tongue, but alas, you've seen things you shouldn't have. You can only blame your ill fortune." He then turned his gaze toward Du Jie and the other women, licking his lips and tossing a few ropes in their direction. "However, there is a way to save yourselves. Bind those women, and I will let the men go. If you refuse, you will all perish." Upon hearing the scar-faced man's demand to bind them, the women turned ashen, pleading for mercy. They were acutely aware that being taken by such ruthless individuals would lead to a dire fate. The air was filled with their desperate cries for clemency. "Darling, you promised to love me for a lifetime. You wouldn't bind me, would you? Please don't tie me up, Xiao Guang. You are my boyfriend. And if you do this, it will be the end for us." Du Jie gazed at Qin Yang with pleading eyes, imploring him not to bind her. Qin Yang sighed, reluctantly picking up the rope from the ground, and said, "Captain Du, let us cooperate. If you follow them, at least there remains a glimmer of hope for survival. While our fate as men is far less certain." Qin Yang was not naive. The scarred man's demand to bind the women was merely a means to avoid dirtying his own hands. In the minds of the 3 men, the male members of the expedition team had already been sentenced to death. At that moment, Qin Yang acted in accordance with the scarred man's instructions solely to buy time as much as possible. Observing that some men were still unwilling to comply, the scarred man lost his patience. "Hesitate no longer. If you refuse to bind them, then meet your demise." Chapter 33. Never provoking a reckless youth. Just as the scarred man raised his gun, poised to execute a warning shot, the sound of gunfire rang out. He felt as if his right hand had been struck by a hammer, and in an instant, his entire hand vanished without a trace. "Police, put down your weapon and do not move." Liu Yan's voice resonated in Qin Yang's ears like a celestial melody. Overwhelmed with emotion, Qin Yang shouted, "Wife, I love you." Yet, Liu Yan had no time to indulge his sentiment. She swiftly fired 2 more shots, disarming both the hefty man and the camel-like figure. Viewers in the online stream erupted in excitement. Wow, Officer Liu's marksmanship is exceptional. Incredible, all 3 shots hit their targets. Come on, disarming someone isn't that difficult. It's just basic skill. Basic skill? Please. If you can even hit the target at 50 meters with a pistol, you're doing well. A sharpshooter can hit precisely where they aim, understand? When it comes to hitting hands instead of feet, or aiming for the head instead of the chest, such proficiency would be deemed elite even among SWAT teams, yet you dismiss it as mere basic skill? Impressive. In reality, you might be a sharpshooter, but in the realm of Douyin, you still need practice. Having had their weapons shot away by Liu Yan's 3 consecutive shots, the scarred trio was understandably shaken. However, as desperate men, they knew that being apprehended by the police would lead to inevitable doom, so they had no intention of surrendering unconditionally. They turned and fled instead. They planned to exploit their familiarity with the terrain to evade capture. Sun Jia, pursue the hefty man on the left. Xing Dong, chase the one on the right. And I will handle the scarred one in the middle. After swiftly assigning tasks, the officers split into 3 teams and commenced their pursuit. Yet, Liu Yan and her team had arrived later, positioned on a hillside several dozen meters from the scarred trio, making it impossible for them to catch up quickly. Just as the 3 were about to vanish into the woods, a figure suddenly sprinted toward them at lightning speed, prompting gasps from the viewers in the live stream. Whoa, why is the camera shaking so much? Goodness, is Qin Yang charging in? Qin Yang, are you insane? Don't act recklessly. Ugh, you're making me nauseous. Can't you just buy a stabilizer for the live stream? The sprinting Qin Yang provided viewers with a thrilling first-person perspective of the pursuit. Sensing a gust of wind approaching from behind, the hefty man turned just in time to be struck squarely in the face by a rock. With a cry of pain, he fell to the ground, clutching his face, the intense agony rendering him unable to open his eyes, let alone escape. The camel-like figure, possessing some martial skills, sensed Qin Yang's intent and had no intention of looking back. He simply focused on sprinting forward, knowing that turning around would only hinder his escape. However, he was unaware that Qin Yang had picked up a sturdy stick from the ground and struck the camel's leg with all his might. Losing his balance, the camel collapsed. And before he could regain his footing, Qin Yang brought his foot down heavily upon the man's calf, shattering the bone, gasping in unison. All who witnessed this scene could not help but draw a sharp breath. Even those like Xing Dong, who were professionally trained special police, felt a shiver run down their spines at Qin Yang's brutal display of force. Goodness, what a ruthless display of skill. It must be said that while these tactics are undeniably brutal, they are also remarkably effective. With a swift and decisive approach, they thwarted the escape of both individuals. Now, only the scar-faced man remains. Benefiting from enhanced physical prowess, Qin Yang quickly closed in on his target. However, just as he was about to strike, the scar-faced man unexpectedly pivoted, drawing a dagger with his left hand and lunging towards Qin Yang. Qin Yang, be careful, Liu Yan exclaimed anxiously from behind. The scar-faced man's sudden stop and thrust left Qin Yang with no room to evade. The two collided forcefully, crashing to the ground and engaging in a fierce struggle. While Qin Yang possessed greater physical strength, the scar-faced man was seasoned in combat, and for a time, neither could gain the upper hand. As Qin Yang found himself gradually losing ground, he seized a nearby stone and struck the scar-faced man's right wrist with it. A sharp cry escaped the scar-faced man as the pain momentarily weakened him. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Yang firmly grasped the scar-faced man's left wrist, redirecting the dagger downwards towards his throat. As the dagger inched closer to his neck, the scar-faced man's expression shifted from fury to terror. Unable to articulate a complete sentence, he could only emit desperate pleas from his throat. Just as the blade grazed the scar-faced man's neck, poised to pierce through, Qin Yang twisted the dagger, altering its trajectory. The dagger narrowly missed, embedding itself into the ground beside him. Liu Yan and several special police officers arrived just in time to separate the two combatants. Furious, Liu Yan exclaimed, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Who told you to chase after him alone?" Qin Yang chuckled sheepishly. "I'm fine, aren't I? What do you think, my dear? Am I handsome enough to apply as an auxiliary officer at your station?" With tears in her eyes, Liu Yan hurriedly conducted a thorough examination of Qin Yang. Upon inspecting his abdomen, she discovered a gash from the dagger. Judging by the wound, had Qin Yang not sidestepped in time, the blade would have pierced directly into his body. Liu Yan was gripped by terror, breaking into a cold sweat as she delivered several punches to Qin Yang, followed by a few kicks for good measure. Qin Yang merely laughed, refraining from retaliating. Resembling a hapless punching bag, viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before them. Did Qin Yang almost eliminate that scar-faced man? One commented, "Well, I'm sweating just watching this. If Qin Yang had T-dodged, that dagger would have surely pierced the man's throat. Goodness, has the host ever killed someone before? He definitely had murderous intent just now. Everyone can attest to that. Imagine being in his shoes, narrowly escaping death while being threatened with a gun by a man fleeing for his life. As a man, could you really hold back?" The host declared, "In my life, I despise nothing more than having a gun pointed at my head. In moments of fury, individuals can become exceedingly terrifying. During my time working, I was bullied by others. When I became enraged, I seized a steel pipe and struck with such force that it bent. My colleagues dared not approach, remarking on the redness of my eyes. Had it not been for the timely intervention of my uncle, I might have inflicted grievous harm upon that individual. Do you know why many tremble before engaging in a fight? It is the surge of adrenaline preparing the body for confrontation. Engaging in combat with such quaking individuals is perilous. It is akin to courting death. From experience, I advise you to never provoke the young. They are often impetuous and, when pushed to their limits, are indeed capable of drawing a knife to inflict harm." Just as netizens fervently debated, a significant discovery emerged from Sun Jia's side. Chapter 34. Now this is a professional team leader, Sister Yan. They are members of the Poison Spider. As Sun Jia exclaimed, Lu Yin immediately moved closer. And the surrounding officers, invigorated, were filled with excitement. Lu Yin rolled up the sleeves of the individuals, revealing the telltale red spider tattoos on their arms. Qin Yang, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "My dear, what exactly is the poison spider?" Sun Jia, brimming with enthusiasm, explained, "Brother-in-law, you are truly a blessing to our police force. The Poison Spider is a transnational crime syndicate engaged in the smuggling of various dangerous goods. We have been searching for them for quite some time. However, this organization is exceedingly cunning, typically dispatching only a small number of operatives to enter the city in batches for procurement, and their counter-surveillance awareness is remarkably sharp, making it nearly impossible for us to locate their hideouts. This is excellent news. We have apprehended these 3 Poison Spider operatives, and their lair must be nearby." Sun Jia's deduction was well-founded, given that the man in the shirt and the woman had escaped, coupled with the fact that they had emerged on foot. It indicated that the Poison Spider's stronghold could not be far off. Moreover, this waterhole was specifically used by the Poison Spider for disposing of bodies. And such locations are generally not distant from their lair. Otherwise, would they need to transport the bodies elsewhere each time they needed to dispose of them? Yet, even with the knowledge that their stronghold lay within close proximity, locating it would prove to be quite challenging. After all, a significant portion of the AI Lao Mountain remains undeveloped, rife with ferocious wildlife such as bears, as well as natural sinkholes, caves, forests, and marshy terrains. Without precise coordinates, it would be difficult to find. Lu Yin spoke up, "Notify headquarters and have them dispatch additional personnel to seal off the mountain." "Yes, Sister Yan." Sun Jia promptly contacted headquarters. Regardless of where the Poison Spider's lair might be within AI Lao Mountain, sealing off the area was the priority, and they would later capture them like fish in a barrel. Lu Yin then turned her gaze to the scarred man, asking, "Tell us, where is your stronghold?" The scarred man, knowing well that he would not survive the consequences of his actions, adopted a defiant stance in response to Lu Yan's inquiry, showing no willingness to cooperate. "You police are so capable, why don't you find it yourselves? I know nothing and have no idea what this Poison Spider you speak of is." Seeing the scarred man's obstinacy, the online audience was incensed. Why bother being polite? Just take action and beat him until he spills everything. The current netizens were far too impulsive, even more so than the police. Did they not understand civilized law enforcement? Anyone who dares to resort to torture will end up behind bars. Fortunately, the general public has become more civilized. Had this been in the past, a single round of memory extraction would have made him recall everything. The surveillance may be down, but the tasers are fully charged after an hour. Even the mightiest would beg for mercy. If all else fails, let Qin Dog handle the interrogation. I believe he is far more ruthless and might extract some information. The scarred trio was unwilling to cooperate, and Lu Yin and her companions dared not recklessly search the surrounding terrain. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yin said, "Qin Yang, let me arrange a team to escort you down the mountain. The matters here no longer concern you. You should return home as swiftly as possible." Du Jie and the others nodded repeatedly. They had embarked on this hiking adventure for leisure, only to find themselves embroiled in such a thrilling ordeal, which likely left many of the female adventurers with psychological scars. All they desired now was to return home quickly, They had no wish to linger in this dreadful place. However, to everyone's astonishment, Qin Yang interjected, "That won't do. Our hiking route remains incomplete, and I detest leaving things half-finished." Du Jie, along with the others, looked at Qin Yang in utter bewilderment. The online audience found amusement in the situation. "Are you all right, buddy? You've encountered murder during your hiking adventure, and the police are already involved, yet you wish to continue?" They noted, "This is what one calls professionalism. No matter what occurs along the way, one must persevere to complete the route. That is the hallmark of a true leader." Indeed, in hiking, one may encounter various situations. They could only remark on how exhilarating this adventure had turned out to be. Qin Yang consistently exhibited unparalleled courage in the most unexpected moments. One could only admire his exceptional nature, which remained inscrutable to others. Lu Yin, exasperated, slapped Qin Yang's arm. "What nonsense are you spouting? At such a time? You're still thinking about completing your hiking route? Did I not tell you to stay home? I have yet to settle the score for your sneaky departure. And now you wish to push your luck?" Lu Yin was genuinely furious. Was her husband not a fool? Continuing the adventure at this moment. Was that something a rational person would say? Qin Yang was equally agitated. If this hiking adventure went unfinished, how could he fulfill his task? He boldly declared, "Wife, I can help you locate their lair, but on the condition that you assist me in completing this hiking adventure." Lu Yan's expression darkened. "Cooperating with the police is the duty of every citizen. Moreover, I cannot joke about the safety of others based on your whims." Du Jie and the others nodded in agreement, viewing Lu Yan as a savior, radiating an aura of righteousness. Qin Yang sighed and spread his hands, saying, "Very well, then. I am out of options. You may search on your own." Lu Yan gritted her teeth and warned, "Qin Yang, do not compel me to strike you before so many witnesses. If you know something, speak up." Qin Yang adopted a defiant stance, unperturbed, stating, "I have said all that I know. Beyond that, I cannot assist." Lu Yin was poised to take action, but at that moment, Luo Jun's call came through. "Lu Yin, I have heard your husband's demands. As a police officer, you should be acutely aware of the threat posed by the poisonous spider to our entire Jiahai city, correct? I hope you prioritize combating crime above all else and consider the greater good. As for the descent route of Qin Yang and his companions, it can certainly be re-evaluated. As long as their safety is assured, does it truly matter from where they descend? Must one not exhibit some flexibility in their approach?" Lu Yin. Du Jie. Lu Yin, feeling quite exasperated, remarked, "Yes, leader, I understand what needs to be done. I shall communicate with Qin Yang forthwith." Observing Lu Yan's unexpected concession, a multitude of netizens flooded the comments section, expressing their admiration with enthusiastic thumbs-ups. After all, how else could one attain a leadership position? Their eloquence is indeed commendable. The notion that any route down is still a descent is utterly hilarious. It has left me in stitches. Chapter 35. This kid must be specially recruited. At this moment, Du Jie felt an overwhelming urge to call the police. What was this? With just a phone call, they had been sold out? Qin Yang, however, offered Du Jie a reassuring glance and earnestly declared, "Team leader Du, you need not worry. I will certainly lead everyone to successfully complete this hiking adventure, ensuring that your money is not spent in vain." The crowd was taken aback. Who had the spirit for an adventure now? All they wanted was to return home safely. The adventurers were agitated. If it weren't for the special police nearby, they might have charged at Qin Yang in a fit of rage. How infuriating. Where had they found such a deranged leader? Did he have obsessive-compulsive disorder? Lu Yin, with a stern expression, spoke up. "Qin Yang, just tell me, where is their lair? If you dare deceive me or speak carelessly, you know the consequences." Qin Yang promptly produced a map and handed it over. Lu Yin examined it for quite some time, finding nothing particularly unusual, merely a designated route. "What is this?" Qin Yang replied, "It's the hiking route for our expedition team. You are to guide us down the mountain along this path shortly. Is that agreeable?" Lu Yin's expression darkened, her forehead veins visibly throbbing. Sun Jia, standing nearby, frantically gestured to Qin Yang, urging him to retreat from the confrontation. "Qin Yang, do not push your luck. Do you believe I want to break your legs?" Sensing Lu Yan's escalating fury, Qin Yang shuddered in fear and quickly exclaimed, "Darling, please don't be anxious. I will soon ascertain the location of their lair." With that, he took a nearby map and approached the scarred man. The others watched curiously, eager to see how he would uncover the lair of the venomous spiders. Qin Yang unfolded the map and placed his finger upon it. "Come, my friend. Reveal to me the whereabouts of your venomous spider's lair." The scarred man regarded Qin Yang as if he were a fool. "Do you honestly think I would tell you?" Qin Yang merely smiled. You need not speak, just look at the map. The scarred man, brimming with confidence, gazed at the map, utterly convinced that Qin Yang could glean nothing from his demeanor. Ding! The skill, Old Horse Knows the Way, has been activated. Upon activation, a series of routes manifested in Qin Yang's mind through the scarred man's gaze. He quickly procured paper and a pen, all the while studying the scarred man's eyes, and began sketching on the map. Initially, the scarred man maintained his composure, but soon the confidence faded from his face, replaced by shock. What the hell? How was this kid accomplishing this? Not only did Qin Yang mark the location of the venomous spider's lair, but he also sketched a significant portion of its layout, even pinpointing the positions of the sentinels. Could this boy read minds? Do not move. Keep your eyes wide open. Look into my eyes. This was uncanny. This boy was utterly extraordinary. The fate of those who betray the venomous spider is indeed grim. The scarred man would rather be apprehended by the police and face execution than be captured for betraying his organization, as such treachery would subject him to torturous suffering beyond death. Liu Yan spoke with a somber tone. Force his eyelids open. Understood, Captain Liu. Two special police officers promptly complied, prying open the scarred man's eyelids, ensuring he was compelled to gaze into Qin Yang's eyes. The scarred man screamed in terror. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This kid possesses sorcery. The viewers in the live stream fell into silence upon witnessing this scene. While I acknowledged the host's remarkable prowess, could this ability truly be so extraordinary? Is it possible he can genuinely read minds? The eyes are the windows to the soul. I am merely infiltrating your heart through this window to extract a few truths, which seems reasonable, does it not? Unbelievable. What a heart thief. In truth, there are psychological masters abroad who can achieve similar feats, discerning much through a person's gaze, for it is not solely the eyes. A person's micro-expressions convey a wealth of meaning. However, to possess the ability to create visual representations as the host does, one can only describe it as a remarkable skill. It is indeed enlightening. The world is filled with wonders, and individuals like the host must be regarded as exceptional talents, deserving of special recognition. The astonishment was not confined to the viewers. Luo Jun and a cadre of criminal investigation experts, who had been watching the live stream, were also rendered mute. In the command hall, after a moment of silence, Luo Jun inquired, Old Wang, can your interrogation team replicate such skills? Wang Ming shook his head with a wry smile. Having conducted interrogations for over 40 years, I have never encountered such a skill. However, theoretically, it is indeed feasible, as a person's pupils change when they are anxious. While they may lie, their pupils do not. During interrogations, we also assess the dilation of pupils and micro-expressions to ascertain the veracity of statements. But the ability to draw is beyond my imagination. Nevertheless, judging by the scarred man's reaction, Qin Yang's drawn map possesses considerable reliability. Wang Ming is a renowned interrogation expert in Jianghai City, famous for his unique skill known as spider silk and horse tracks, which allows him to deduce the physical characteristics of a suspect solely from footprints at a crime scene, even inferring particular preferences and traits from minuscule details. This ancestral skill seems preposterous to the average person. Little did anyone know that Qin Yang would unveil an even more astonishing talent, compelling even the seasoned Wang Ming to express admiration. Luo Jun then spoke. Old Wang, what is your opinion of Qin Yang? If I were to apply for a special recruitment quota, would there be any objections from your side? The others were taken aback. It is well known that the police department seldom grants special recruitments, especially for newcomers like Qin Yang who have never undergone police academy training. Such exceptions are only made for individuals with distinctly exceptional skills. Otherwise, they would not be considered for special recruitment. After all, special recruits enjoy considerable benefits and possess specific law enforcement powers, with the review process being exceedingly stringent. Wang Ming pondered for a moment before articulating. If we solely consider his performance, he undoubtedly meets the criteria for special recruitment. However, his skill set is rather limited in scope. It seems he would only be suitable for work related to interrogations. Luo Jun shook his head in response. If he possessed only this singular skill, I would merely invite him to assist us in our investigations. Yet, this young man has an uncanny ability. Wherever he goes, significant cases seem to follow him. You have been absent from the bureau recently, so you may not be aware of his remarkable capabilities. Luo Jun then handed over several case files. Take a look. All the recent cases we have solved are connected to him. As Wang Ming perused the documents, a growing sense of astonishment enveloped him. Serial murder cases, pyramid scheme frauds, and fugitives on the run, all linked to this individual. Wang Ming's resolve solidified instantaneously. We must recruit him. He is undoubtedly a harbinger of good fortune. Chapter 36. Regret of a couple. Wang Ming and Luo Jun quickly reached a consensus. After all, the police station also has performance metrics. If the year-end targets are not met, supervisory teams will be dispatched to assess whether the local security is truly adequate or if there are any protective umbrellas involved. According to the map drawn by Qin Yang, Lu Yin divided the special police into 3 teams. One team was assigned to protect the foot patrol adventurers, while the other 2 teams were tasked with launching an assault on the lair of the poisonous spider. Once the operational plan was established, Lu Yin glanced at her watch. It was 4:23 in the afternoon, and everyone synchronized their time, checking their equipment. Sun Jia nervously interjected, "Sister Yin, perhaps we should wait for backup, after all. We don't know how many people are inside." Although Sun Jia had participated in multiple capture operations, she was merely a criminal investigator, not a special police officer. Confronted with a heavily armed criminal organization like the Poisonous Spider, she couldn't help but feel apprehensive, as she was not a specialist in this field. Lu Yin looked at her and replied, "You stay here to protect them. I will lead the operation." Sun Jia wanted to voice her concerns, but was silenced by a look from Xing Dong. Not all women possessed the same fearlessness as Lu Yin. Since Sun Jia was already frightened, it would be prudent for her to refrain from participating in the operation to avoid any unforeseen accidents. As the clock struck 4:25, Lu Yin signaled, and the special police swiftly split into 2 teams, disappearing into the flanking woods. The viewers in the live stream were electrified. "Wow, this is my first time watching a live special police operation. It's exhilarating," one commenter exclaimed. "Thanks to the streamer. Otherwise, how could we possibly participate in such a confidential operation?" Sister Yin is incredible. Not only can she capture criminals as a criminal investigator, but she can also command special police operations. She's truly versatile. Lu Yin was a retired member of the Special Forces. One would not mistake her for a delicate administrative officer. It was a pity that they could not witness Lu Yin's perspective firsthand, as it would undoubtedly be thrilling. "Come on, streamer. Your wife is in action. Shouldn't you follow suit?" Despite the enthusiastic barrage of comments in the live chat, Qin Yang remained unmoved. Although his physical capabilities had enhanced, he was well aware of his limitations. He was not a professional special police officer, and accompanying them at this moment would only hinder Lu Yin's efforts. If he were to be mistakenly injured by his own team, it would lead to significant trouble. It was far wiser to remain here patiently awaiting the outcome. Just as Qin Yang contemplated this, a notification pinged in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Congratulations, host, for receiving a cash reward of 2,000 yuan. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the culinary skill, Golden Tongue. Congratulations, host, for learning a new dish, Golden Fried Rice. Seeing the rewards from the system, Qin Yang was taken aback. Seriously? This feels rather dismissive. I nearly risked my life to complete this side quest. And you reward me with these 2 trivial skills? He was engulfed in a sense of depression. Had I known that the rewards for side quests were so meager, I wouldn't have exerted myself to complete them. It truly was a case of loss outweighing gain. Just as Qin Yang was contemplating this, a sudden flurry of gunfire erupted ahead. The intensity of the gunshots indicated a fierce exchange between the 2 parties, causing Qin Yang to become immediately anxious. After all, Lu Yin was his wife, and bullets are indiscriminate. If anything were to happen to Lu Yin during this operation, Qin Yang would undoubtedly carry that guilt for a lifetime. Fortunately, after 5 minutes, the gunfire began to subside, and Lu Yin's voice crackled through Sun Jia's walkie-talkie. The mission has been successfully completed. Sun Jia, bring them to the edge of the camp, but do not let them enter. Just guard the entrance. Understood, Sister Yin. With Lu Yin's approval, Sun Jia dared to lead the individuals over. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, Qin Yang and the others would never have believed that amidst such remote mountains, a camp could be established. The camp was surrounded by fences and metal sheets, resembling an abandoned logging cabin or perhaps a post-apocalyptic refuge. The entire structure was 3 stories high, primarily wooden, topped with color steel tiles. Upon seeing this, netizens couldn't help but express their astonishment. I thought this poisonous spider was formidable, yet it resides in such a wretched place. Compared to other criminal organizations, residing here is quite decent. At least it provides shelter from the elements. Many criminals hiding in the mountains can only endure the elements, unable to enjoy even a warm meal. The fellows upstairs seem to have intriguing stories. Shall we add each other as friends and chat privately? Living as a drifter must be arduous, constantly on edge and unable to sleep soundly, right? Not only can you not bask in the sun, but you also have to hide and scatter about to work. Why not turn yourself in? The conditions in our prisons have improved significantly. At least you can ensure 3 meals a day. Are the fellows upstairs from the detention center? Even prisons are now competing for performance? This is quite intense. It seems these evasive criminals are akin to those in construction. Even with money, they can't spend it. Construction brother, are you being polite? After securing all captured suspects in handcuffs and confirming the safety of their lair, Liu Yin emerged with a gun in hand. Upon seeing blood on Liu Yin, Qin Yang immediately panicked. Wife, are you hurt? Where are you injured? Is it serious? Let me see. Liu Yin pushed Qin Yang away, frowning as she said, get lost. This is someone else's blood. Qin Yang gave Liu Yin a thumbs up. Wife, you are formidable. The netizens were equally astonished. If Liu Yin bore someone else's blood, it could only mean she had engaged in close combat, suggesting a fierce struggle at close quarters. It was exceedingly rare to find such a brave woman like Liu Yin, who could fight fiercely without flinching. Liu Yin holstered her gun and then addressed Qin Yang. Are you all prepared? If so, let us depart. Du Jie was taken aback by Liu Yin's words and quietly inquired, Officer, where are we going? Liu Yin spoke softly, are you not intending to continue your hiking expedition? I will accompany you with the team. Du Jie, nearly on the verge of tears, repeatedly waved her hands and said, Officer, you misinterpret our intentions. We merely wish to return home. We have no desire to continue this hiking adventure. With executions and gunfights, who could possibly be in the mood for an expedition? Liu Yin glanced at Qin Yang, who met her gaze with resolute determination, as if urging her to keep her word. Liu Yin had no choice but to rephrase her statement. Ah, very well then. I shall escort you down the mountain, following your hiking route. Let us not linger. Let us depart. Du Jie, team members. This couple is truly remarkable. Chapter 37. The wardrobe of a man who married in 3 hours later, at the foot of the mountain. The ambulance and police car had been waiting for quite some time, and the owner of the adventure club, Chao Lingyun, had also arrived. The moment the team members spotted the ambulance and their loved ones, they could no longer hold back their emotions and rushed forward to embrace their families, weeping bitterly. Qin Yang, who had never participated in such high-intensity hiking adventures before, felt as though his legs were about to give out after the 3-hour trek. Gasping for breath, he stood by the roadside, hastily drinking water. Liu Yin approached him, her tone laced with sarcasm. Impressive, Qin Yang. I never expected you to enjoy such activities. So tell me, how many times have you ventured outdoors? Do you have a regular hiking partner? Qin Yang was taken aback by Liu Yin's inquiry. No wonder he had found her demeanor peculiar earlier. She had been waiting for him here. He quickly clarified, My dear, you misunderstand. I have never engaged in such activities before, nor do I have a regular partner. I merely wanted to experience it for a side job and assess whether this line of work holds promise. Liu Yin scoffed, now that you've had your experience. Do you think it holds promise? Qin Yang shook his head vigorously. No promise whatsoever. It's not only exhausting, but there is also the danger of encountering bears and the like. It's far too perilous. I'd rather deliver food. Seeing his earnestness, Liu Yin nodded in satisfaction. Since it lacks promise, you should refrain from pursuing such work in the future. By the way, my parents have invited us to dinner tonight. Make sure to manage your time well and avoid getting sidetracked by trivial matters. Qin Yang promptly raised his hand, assuring her that he would manage his time diligently. After Liu Yin departed, Chao Lingyun approached, scrutinizing Qin Yang from head to toe. Now, tell me, how much did they pay you? Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean, how much? Chao Lingyun smirked. My competitor, how much did they pay you to undermine me? Qin Yang, after all these years as brothers. You expressed a desire to experience what it feels like to lead, to have a title that allows you to hold your head high before your in-laws. Did I not assist you in that? I arranged for you to be a gold medal leader, the best we have here. And how do you repay me? This outing not only jeopardizes my business, but it also puts Du Jie's willingness to continue in question. Hearing Chao Lingyun's words, Qin Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment. A good brother had lent him a hand, only for him to lead his team into a wild escapade, which indeed felt a bit disloyal. However, it was beyond his control. It was an accident. Scratching his face awkwardly, Qin Yang said, Well, I didn't anticipate that a single hike would involve such thrilling escapades. So, what do you propose as compensation? Chao Lingyun's expression revealed a sense of triumph. You said it yourself. There's a class reunion tomorrow, and you'll accompany me. Just as Qin Yang opened his mouth to protest, Chao Lingyun added, No refusals allowed. As you mentioned, you'd make it up to me. As brothers, make sure to dress sharply for tomorrow. It seemed that attendance was inevitable. Qin Yang felt a headache coming on. Reunions have always been an event that Qin Yang has been reluctant to attend. After all, during his school days, he was often bullied by his classmates due to his family's financial struggles. Moreover, the prospect of encountering those he most dreaded at such gatherings was quite troublesome. Qin Yang cast a glance at Xiao Lingyun. All right, send me the address and time, but don't let my wife know. Xiao Lingyun shot him a disdainful look, calling him a coward. Just as Xiao Lingyun finished speaking, he turned and inadvertently caught sight of Lu Yin gazing in their direction. Sensing the murderous intent in Lu Yin's eyes, Xiao Lingyun shivered in fear. To be fair, one cannot entirely blame Qin Yang. Who wouldn't he be intimidated by a stunning beauty like her? Old Qin, I have some matters to attend to at the company, so I'll take my leave. Remember to dress sharply for tomorrow. See you then. Fearing that Lu Yin might come over to confront him, Xiao Lingyun hastily concocted an excuse to make his escape. As Xiao Lingyun fled without an ounce of loyalty, Qin Yang was about to voice his displeasure when a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a language skill, fluency in foreign languages. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a social skill, unfazed by 1,000 cups. Qin Yang thought, so you know I'll be attending a banquet tonight and decided to unlock a social skill for me, huh? How thoughtful of you, system. But could you perhaps provide me with something more practical? As Qin Yang pulled a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips, Lu Yin approached and snatched it away, replacing it with a lollipop. With a stern expression, she said, have you forgotten we're trying to conceive? Who told you to smoke? Qin Yang looked sheepish. I'm not lighting it. I'm just savoring the aroma. Lu Yin replied, just have the lollipop. It has flavor. Lychee flavor. Qin Yang, somewhat resigned, played with the lollipop using his tongue. Lu Yin, like a caring mother, adjusted his attire while saying, I've already requested leave from my supervisor, so we can leave work early to have dinner with my parents. I know you're not fond of such gatherings, but please bear with it for my sake. We'll only stay a short while before heading home. I promise to make it up to you afterward, all right? Upon hearing Lu Yan's words, the viewers in the live stream became quite agitated. Oh my gosh, the word compensation coming from Lu Yin is simply unbearable. My imagination is running wild. Qin Yang responded, compensate me? You clearly intend to drain me dry. Am I finally meeting my in-laws? How thrilling. Brothers, what do you think I should wear for my first encounter with them? The comments exploded with suggestions, with some jokingly advising him to bow 3 times in front of the screen. Under Lu Yan's stunning beauty, everyone seemed to have lost their senses. Still, Qin Yang felt the need to assert, she is my wife, so don't harbor any delusions. To spare Qin Yang any embarrassment, Lu Yin proactively offered to help him choose an outfit upon their return home. As soon as the wardrobe was opened, the viewers were once again left in awe. This is hardly a man's wardrobe. It is filled with an array of neatly arranged suits, shirts, and even accessories such as ties and watches, all meticulously stored in dust-proof boxes to prevent them from becoming soiled. Observers are filled with envy and jealousy. After being single for 30 years, I have come to realize for the first time that a man's wardrobe can be like this, and I am grateful to the broadcaster. Am I the only one who keeps my clothes in a box? It's amusing. I only have a handful of outfits that I rotate throughout the year, making a wardrobe entirely unnecessary. Why do men require so many garments? Isn't a short-sleeved shirt sufficient? What a disappointment, lacking any semblance of masculinity. My friends, I am genuinely envious. I am filled with longing. How I wish to find a beautiful and wealthy woman to marry into. Chapter 38. The mother-in-law's impeccable style shirts, jackets, trousers, ties, watches. Prior to Lu Yan's meticulous styling, everyone perceived suits as rather uniform, lacking in distinction. However, once Lu Yan completed her ensemble, Qin Yang underwent a transformative metamorphosis. If one were to liken Qin Yang's previous appearance to that of a laborer who could casually squat down with a takeout box, the mere act of him standing there now instilled a sense of trepidation akin to that felt by a boss in the presence of his subordinates. To be candid, Qin Yang's new attire bore a striking resemblance to that of our financial company's owner. It is no wonder that the age-old adage rings true. A person is often judged by their attire, just as a Buddha is revered by their adornments. Under Lu Yan's expert guidance, even a humble son-in-law like Qin Yang managed to exude an air of sophistication. Surely, one would not assume that a designer's craft is without merit. A skilled designer can elevate one's essence using limited resources. Remember, the value of any profession, particularly those that command a premium, speaks to its intrinsic worth. This merely attests to Lu Yan's exquisite taste. Would anyone dare let Qin Yang dress himself? It would likely result in a mismatched ensemble or a lackluster appearance. A true supportive partner, indeed, this is the very embodiment of my ideal spouse. Amidst the envy of onlookers, Qin Yang's attire for the evening gala was finally perfected. Although he generally abhorred such formal occasions, who could truly resent their own handsome visage? Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, he took out his phone and snapped a flurry of selfies. Lu Yin emerged from the bedroom, clad in her elegant black gown. And upon witnessing Qin Yang's photo session, she looked on with suspicion. "What are you doing?" she inquired. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Qin Yang replied, "Just taking selfies." Lu Yin approached him closely. "Something feels off. You never used to take selfies. When did you become so self-absorbed? Tell me, are you hiding something from me?" Qin Yang felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Even through a screen, the viewers could sense the palpable pressure emanating from Lu Yin. True to her profession as a criminal investigator, her instincts were indeed sharp. Qin Yang awkwardly responded, "My dear, what are you insinuating? I am your husband. How could I possibly keep secrets from you? Wow, that gown looks stunning on you. I've never seen you wear it before. Did you buy it recently?" Fearing further inquiry from Lu Yin, Qin Yang hastily diverted the conversation. Unlike other women who might rely on plunging necklines to attract attention, Lu Yin's unparalleled beauty ensured she remained the center of attention, regardless of her attire. As such, she opted for more traditional and conservative gowns. In Lu Yin's own words, simply attending the gala was already a gesture of goodwill. To expect her to showcase her figure was presumptuous. As Qin Yang attempted to steer the dialogue toward the gown, Lu Yin swiftly countered, "This gown was purchased 3 years ago. I've worn it a total of 5 times in your presence, yet you never remarked on it before. Why the sudden interest now?" Gulp. Qin Yang swallowed hard, feeling the tension coiling in his toes. The viewers watched with bated breath, scarcely daring to exhale. Oh dear, the sense of oppression is overwhelmingly intense. I feel as though I am on the verge of suffocation. What are those comrades I once envied? Pray, do they still harbor envy? While Lu Xun possesses many admirable qualities, alas, he is but a policeman. I find myself unexpectedly sympathizing with Qin Go. How has he endured these past few years? With such a wife, is there truly any semblance of privacy left? I perceive a grave misalignment in your moral compass. Spouses ought to engage in open honesty with one another. Why must there be secrets? And you, dear elementary schooler above, what nonsensical drivel are you spouting? Is it truly possible to exist without any secrets? A man, before his demise, must erase his browser history. How can one survive without a shred of privacy? Very well. If there are indeed no secrets, then kindly produce your phone. I wish to peruse your conversations with your closest friend. Every individual requires privacy. How can one navigate life devoid of it? As Lu Yan's gaze turned increasingly suspicious, Qin Yang felt the weight of impending doom. Just as he felt he could bear no more, his mother-in-law, Han Shan, called, "My dear daughter, have you departed yet? Our banquet is about to commence." Lu Yin, with palpable impatience, retorted, "Let it commence. You may dine without us." Han Shan, unfazed, responded with gentle reproach, "What sort of talk is this? You are the star of the evening. Can the banquet begin without your presence? To be a dear and inform me once you've left, so I can ensure the host is prepared." "Understood," Lu Yin replied dismissively, before ending the call. Han Shan and Lu Jiming, one a businessman and the other an official, both labored tirelessly in their youth, resulting in a lack of affection shown to Lu Yin. Consequently, their relationship has remained rather tepid, even bordering on poor. Were it not for Qin Yang serving as a mediator, their bond might have frayed long ago. Nevertheless, Han Shan's call managed to divert Lu Yan's attention. She ceased her inquiries into Qin Yang and instead preemptively departed for the underground garage. No sooner had Lu Yin stepped out than Qin Yang received a text from his mother-in-law, Han Shan. Han Shan, little Qin, how is Xiaoyan feeling? Observing Han Shan's cautious inquiry regarding Lu Yan's mood, Qin Yang couldn't help but chuckle. "Qin Yang, rest assured, mother, Lu Yin is in good spirits. She even coordinated a suit for me, indicating her seriousness about the banquet." Han Shan responded with a smiley face. "Han Shan, that's wonderful. I was worried she might be upset and take it out on me. Please message me once you leave, so I can greet you at the door." "Qin Yang, we're heading out now. Expected arrival in 15 minutes. No need to come down for us. We'll manage our own entrance." Ding dong. From Han Shan. Transfer of 50,000. Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback, and the online community was left in utter disbelief. What in the world is happening? Starting with a transfer of 50,000 right off the bat? Han Shan. Business has been quite hectic lately. and I haven't kept up with your recent developments. Please take this 50,000 for now, and do let me know if you need more. The online community erupted in astonishment. Not a chance, my friend. Have you truly managed to secure 50,000 with scarcely 5 sentences exchanged? I am consumed by envy, my eyes bleeding with jealousy. Qin Yang, you scoundrel. The animosity over your usurpation of my beloved is insufferable. Is your mother-in-law truly so formidable? Qin, could you kindly inquire if any of her acquaintances are still single? I would gladly offer you a rocket as a token of my desperate plea, after laboring for an entire month for a mere 3,000. It's laughable that you can nonchalantly engage with your mother-in-law and amass 50,000. The disparity is utterly disheartening. While I remain oblivious to the nature of her business, it is evident that she is remarkably successful. The way she dispenses that 50,000 is akin to how I might casually give my son 5. Chapter 39. The president of the Red Face Group. Netizens were envious of Qin Yang at this moment, yet he himself did not share this sentiment. To others, the 50,000 yuan was a boon, but to Qin Yang, it resembled nothing more than charity, if he were to accept it without reservation. How was he any different from those idle souls who merely existed? Just as he was about to type a refusal, Han Shan sent another message. Han Shan, this 50,000 yuan is your pocket money. Do not refuse it. Otherwise, I will instruct the finance department to transfer funds to you indefinitely. You wouldn't want your bank account to swell by several million, would you? Netizens? Come on, that's excessive. What kind of family is this, where a mere disagreement results in millions? Is the village chief of Tajai village here? This was the first encounter for the netizens with a woman of such formidable wealth, and they were momentarily taken aback, struggling to process the information. However, Qin Yang understood his mother-in-law's character. He recognized that if Han Shan had made such a statement, she was quite likely to act on it. With a sigh, he resignedly replied, Qin Yang, all right, thank you, Mom. Han Shan, thank for what? We are family. Now hurry and go out. Comfort Xiaoyan for me. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Qin. Accepting the 50,000 yuan, Qin Yang rummaged through his pockets, only to find several lollipops instead of cigarettes, which he had no recollection of when they were placed there by Lu Yin. A sense of emptiness and loneliness enveloped him. He was an ambitious young man with aspirations. Why must he be entangled with money? Life truly felt arduous. After collecting himself, Qin Yang made his way to the underground garage, where he set off with Lu Yin for the evening banquet. Throughout the journey, Lu Yin observed Qin Yang's subtle expressions in the rearview mirror. Noticing him resting his chin on his hand, gazing out of the window, she cautiously suggested, Darling, if you really do not wish to attend this banquet, we could skip it and go for some crayfish instead. Qin Yang replied coolly, wearing a suit and tuxedo to eat crayfish? Lu Yin responded with conviction, so what? If the clothes get dirty, we can have them dry cleaned, or if it comes to that, just buy new ones. Your happiness is what matters most. Netizens, listen to this. Is this how people think? Either dry clean them or buy new ones. Is this the lifestyle of the affluent? I've heard that the top tycoons in Han country never wear the same outfit twice, as they believe the first wear tarnishes the garment, and wearing it again is an affront to themselves. Come on, stop reading those Han country novels. Tycoons may be wealthy, but they are not unhinged. Don't they find it troublesome to wear new clothes every time? Previously, when others told me that marrying a good wife could transform one's life, I didn't grasp the meaning of that statement. Now, however, I have come to understand it, albeit too late. Ah, what a painful realization. If you take a closer look at our domestic business magnates, how many of them truly started from scratch? If you were to delve into their success stories, you would find that while they emphasize self-reliance in their autobiographies, most have indeed married into affluent families, which provided the initial capital for their ventures. The question arises, where does one find the daughters of affluent families? Can one simply loiter outside Lan Kwai Fong in hopes of encountering them? While it is unlikely to meet such elite individuals in that locale, one might come across nightclub hostesses instead. If one does not mind, it could be worth a try, as long as one avoids legal troubles. Lu Yin awaited Qin Yang's response, and from the sincerity in her gaze, it was evident that should Qin Yang acquiesce to her suggestion, she would readily steer the car towards a roadside stall to indulge in some crayfish with him. Yet, Qin Yang merely sighed and remarked, Dear, you possess many admirable qualities, but your understanding of finances leaves much to be desired. The attire we wear alone costs several tens of thousands. Do you truly believe that a meal of crayfish warrants a new wardrobe? Are you aware of the number of children in our country who cannot afford a meal? Might you consider exercising a bit more frugality? Lu Yin, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, absorbed his reprimand in silence, feeling a sense of grievance. Qin Yang continued, enough. My displeasure is not due to the upcoming dinner. I am merely contemplating my part-time job. Please, do not fret over my interaction with your parents tonight. Upon hearing Qin Yang still considering a part-time job, Lu Yan's expression transformed from one of distress to one of sternness. When Qin Yang interacted with her family, Lu Yan often lowered her own stance, concerned that he might face difficulties. However, in other matters, she possessed an unwavering authority akin to a fierce dragon from Sichuan and Chongqing. Irritated, Lu Yan exclaimed, "Did I not tell you not to seek out any part-time jobs? Our family is not devoid of funds for you to utilize. Are you not aware of the dangers associated with those jobs you pursue?" Now it was Qin Yang's turn to fall silent, the balance of power shifting. The couple bickered playfully as they drove to the hotel entrance, each refusing to yield. As they alighted from the car, Han Shan, who had been waiting eagerly, immediately approached them. "Oh, my dear daughter, you look stunning tonight." Netizens had previously envisioned various appearances for Han Shan, yet upon seeing her in person, they were utterly captivated. Han Shan embodied a mature version of Lu Yan, showing none of the signs of middle age, instead exuding the charm of a sophisticated woman. Standing alongside Lu Yan, they appeared as if they were sisters, drawing the gaze of onlookers who could hardly look away. The live stream's comments flooded the screen. "So beautiful. How fortunate is the father-in-law." Indeed, the offspring of a goddess is also a goddess, such as the legacy of genetics. Such a stunning woman is a business mogul? I cannot comprehend. Is there truly such perfection in this world? No wonder I always feel a sense of familiarity when I see Lu Yan. It turns out her mother is the CEO of Hong Yin Group. Incredible! Hong Yin Group specializes in cosmetics and various women's products valued at tens of billions. Ah. I thought Qin Yang merely married into wealth, but now that I know the family is worth billions, I realize he is truly married into a prestigious lineage. Not just wealth. How on earth did he win the affection of such a goddess? Perhaps Qin Yang should consider hosting a live session to impart knowledge. I would gladly pay to learn, which could also be seen as his entrepreneurial endeavor. Qin Yang, the path unforeseen, you truly are a remarkable talent. Han Shan took the initiative to grasp Lu Yan's hand and cheerfully remarked, "Xiao Yin, the guests attending today's banquet are all my dear friends. And they have brought their sons and daughters along. Make sure to engage with them and foster connections." Lu Yan nodded in acknowledgement. However, she extended her other hand to hold onto Qin Yang, who was standing nearby, attempting to diminish his presence. Indeed, the moment Lu Yan clasped Qin Yang's hand, hushed whispers began to circulate among the guests in the hotel. Chapter 40. Who is that person? Why is he so close to Miss Lu? Are you not acquainted with him? He is Qin Yang, the son-in-law of the Lu family. It seems he has indeed struck gold. As Miss Lu has many suitors yet chose this fellow. From your tone, it appears he is lacking in some way. As a son-in-law, he lacks even a formal job. Do you believe he is competent? No wonder I found him rather peculiar. It turns out he is not of our caliber at all. The voices of these individuals were not particularly loud, yet Qin Yang could discern their disdainful expressions, even if he could not clearly hear their words. Seeing this unfold, Lu Yan became infuriated and stepped forward to defend Qin Yang. Han Shan quickly reached out to restrain her. "My dear daughter, this banquet is organized by your father. Please do not cause a scene." Lu Yan, known for her fiery temper, could tolerate their remarks about herself, but why should they speak ill of Qin Yang? Ignoring Han Shan's warning, she prepared to confront them, only to be halted by Qin Yang's gentle grasp. With a smile, Qin Yang said, "If a dog bites you, would you retaliate in kind? You hold a respectable position. Why stoop to their level?" Lu Yan remained frustrated. "Should we allow them to speak about you so casually?" Qin Yang shrugged indifferently. "They are merely envious of me, as I reap the benefits. What harm is there in their words? Come here, let me steal a kiss." In front of everyone, Qin Yang embraced Lu Yan's slender waist and leaned in for a passionate kiss. This bold display left the onlookers in shock, and those who had just spoken ill of him turned pale with rage, wishing to exact vengeance upon Qin Yang. The live stream chat erupted with comments. "Dude, that's too much. An indiscriminate attack, is it? Please, someone intervene. Oh my heart is in turmoil. I have no issue with you getting back at those who wronged you. But why must you kiss my goddess? Has your mouth been sanitized before this? I am not watching this in vain. I will report this immediately. Who can understand my feelings? It feels as though my goddess has announced her departure from virtue. My youthful heart is shattered. It is proven that regardless of the reason for a woman's anger, a kiss can often suffice to calm her." At that moment, Lu Yan was left bewildered by Qin Yang's audacious yet romantic gesture. Her cheeks flushed as her gaze on him became almost dreamy. Taking her some time to regain her composure. "Are you no longer angry?" Qin Yang inquired. Lu Yin obediently murmured in agreement, resembling a bashful bride, her eyes cast down, her toes shuffling on the floor. Beast, look at how my goddess has been transformed. Seeing how easily Qin Yang had pacified Lu Yin with a simple gesture, Han Shan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Her rebellious daughter, who had once shunned the life of a wealthy heiress to join the military, had returned with a spirit that refused to bow to anyone. After nurturing Lu Yin for over a decade, it is rather disheartening that her words now carry less weight than those of her son-in-law, Qin Yang. Truly, a married daughter is akin to spilled water, and one cannot help but feel the shift in allegiance. Regardless, the primary objective remains to persuade Lu Yin to refrain from causing a scene. As Han Shan led the two individuals into the hotel, they were immediately taken aback by the opulence of the lobby. Was it merely an illusion? Or did this hotel indeed exude luxury? In an era where living standards have improved, one could argue that most upscale hotels share a similar aesthetic, rendering them indistinguishable. However, as someone entrenched in the hospitality industry, I must candidly express that there exists a discernible disparity among hotels. Disregarding the design, one can easily gauge a hotel as prestige simply by observing its cleanliness, which serves as the most fundamental criterion. It is indeed true that high-end establishments are more meticulous in their decor and exhibit superior management and training of their staff. Yet, smaller hotels may appear appealing at first glance. Upon closer inspection, one might uncover outdated furnishings and dust. Goodness gracious, is that a crystal chandelier in this lobby? What audacity! Such chandeliers are notoriously difficult to maintain. As prominent entrepreneurs in Jianghai City, the banquet organized by Han Shan and her husband naturally exuded grandeur. Following Qin Yang's public declaration of his claim over Lu Yin, the guests tactfully refrained from engaging in idle gossip. After all, they were there to enjoy the feast. Fostering goodwill rather than acting like gossips, what folly that would be. It was evident that Han Shan was quite adept in such settings, simply holding a glass of wine. She attracted numerous guests eager to greet her and engage in conversation, hoping to make their presence known before her. Qin Yang, initially intending to sit in a quiet corner until the banquet concluded, found himself unexpectedly approached by Lu Yin, who dashed over with a slice of cake. Resembling a child presenting a treasure. Honey, this cake is delicious. You must try it. As Qin Yang reached out to take a piece, Lu Yin swiftly forked a small bite and fed it to him. Noticing the stares from those around them, Qin Yang felt a pang of embarrassment. I can manage on my own, he insisted. Lu Yin playfully responded, No, I want to feed you. She continued, and this juice is freshly squeezed. I watched the waiter prepare it. You must taste it. And these oysters are enormous, rich in zinc, and good for your health. You should eat more. Qin Yang, feeling a mix of happiness and discomfort at Lu Yin's attentiveness, pondered if he was reading too much into her actions. Did she perhaps have an underlying message? Dear, that is quite enough. I cannot consume this much. Amidst Lu Yin's nurturing gestures, Qin Yang became the center of attention, a shift he had not desired. Fortunately, Han Shan, perceptive to Qin Yang's awkwardness, promptly approached. Dear daughter, those uncles and aunts over there have not seen you in ages. They wish to reconnect. Please go over and greet them. Upon seeing Qin Yang nod, Lu Yin reluctantly rose to follow Han Shan out. As soon as Lu Yin departed, a notification chime echoed in Qin Yang's mind. Ding! You have triggered a temporary task. Please check your notifications. Your next part-time job is Errand Runner. Part-time task. Please complete 2 platform errand assignments. Task countdown. 3 hours. Upon witnessing the task assigned by the system, Qin Yang was left in a state of bewilderment. No, dear system, I am attending a banquet. You expect me to run errands now? Qin Yang was drenched in sweat. If he were to leave at this moment, wouldn't his father-in-law, Lu Jiming, be furious with him? Chapter 41. A good dog does not block the way system, brother. Could we possibly negotiate a different task? Or perhaps extend the time frame a bit? 3 hours is rather constricting. The system remained silent, merely continuing its countdown. How frustrating. It seems devoid of any empathy. With no other choice, Qin Yang logged onto the part-time platform to accept orders while making his way towards Han Shan. Mom, I have an urgent matter that has arisen. Do you think I could leave a bit early? Qin Yang initially believed he was not the protagonist, that everyone looked down upon him as a son-in-law, so leaving early should not pose a problem. To his surprise, Han Shan gently replied, What is it? Is it important? Today's banquet was originally organized by your father to introduce you to everyone. He is about to arrive. Why not wait a little longer? Hearing Han Shan's words, Qin Yang felt both flattered and astonished. It is well known that the wealthier the family, the less regard they have for their sons-in-law. They inherently perceive sons-in-law as inferior, not truly men. After all, what ambitious man would willingly accept such a role? Thus, being a son-in-law is no easy feat, as families seeking them often possess twisted mindsets, holding high expectations while simultaneously deeming the son-in-law unworthy of their daughters. However, Han Shan and Lu Zhiming did not share this perspective. Strictly speaking, Qin Yang was not a true son-in-law, as it was Lu Yin who actively pursued him and even proposed. The disparity between their families merely created the illusion of his being a son-in-law. The fact that Han Shan and Lu Zhiming organized this banquet to introduce him to others demonstrated their genuine approval of Qin Yang. Qin Yang hesitated. "Mom, I truly have something urgent. Perhaps I should leave now." Although the couple recognized him, he was aware that others might not share the same sentiment. He understood their kindness but did not wish to become the subject of ridicule, so he contemplated leaving. Seeing Qin Yang's insistence, Han Shan could only nod in agreement. "Very well, you may go. I will speak with Lao Lu. Take something to eat and be careful on the way." Witnessing Han Shan's understanding nature, the viewers in the live stream expressed their envy. "Are you telling me this is the treatment for a son-in-law? My own son-in-law does not receive such treatment. My in-laws look at me with disdain every time." To the commenter above, "I can understand why your father-in-law might not be fond of you, as you have taken his daughter away. However, if your mother-in-law also looks down upon you, it may be time for some introspection. It is typically the case that the mother-in-law grows fonder of her son-in-law over time. Perhaps you should reflect deeply on this matter. Do you understand why this is so? Because they are all women, and a mother-in-law, being a mature woman, is acutely aware of her daughter's behavior. Thus, in her eyes, any man willing to marry her daughter is already commendable. How could she not appreciate that? Father-in-law views his daughter, a cherished little cotton-padded jacket. Mother-in-law views her daughter, a rival from a past life. Indeed, every time my sister returns home, my mother incessantly frets, pointing out her shortcomings and questioning how she will ever find a husband." After a brief conversation with Lu Yin, Qin Yang had just stepped out of the banquet hall when he unexpectedly encountered Lu Zhiming at the entrance. A look of embarrassment spread across Qin Yang's face. "Dad," he greeted. Lu Zhiming cast a glance at Qin Yang and inquired, "What are you doing outside?" Qin Yang explained, "I have an urgent matter to attend to." Lu Zhiming's curiosity deepened. After all, his son-in-law was unemployed. What pressing issue could he possibly have? Before Lu Zhiming could voice his thoughts, a middle-aged man standing nearby grinned and remarked, "Old Lu, is this the son-in-law you often speak of?" Indeed, he is quite the dashing young man. Upon hearing the man's flattering words, Qin Yang sensed that he was far from benign. Compliments directed toward women were one thing, but praising a man for his looks seemed a veiled insinuation of his lack of substance. Lu Zhiming introduced him, saying, "Qin Yang, this is Dong Xianmin, the president of Changxiang Group. You may address him as Uncle Dong. The one behind him is his son Dong Lu, and his daughter Dong Qian. You should get acquainted." Qin Yang politely nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that sharing a vehicle with Lu Zhiming indicated a cordial relationship, and he wished to avoid any awkwardness. However, it was evident that Dong Lu had other intentions. Having known Lu Yin since childhood and harboring feelings for her, he was infuriated to find that during his 2 years abroad, she had married Qin Yang, a man without a career. With a smirk, Dong Lu said, "So you are Qin Yang, indeed quite handsome, comparable to the male models I've seen before. May I ask, which club do you work at, Mr. Qin?" As soon as Dong Li's words left his mouth, the surrounding noise faded, and all the guests turned in disbelief, unable to comprehend that someone dared to insult Qin Yang in front of Lu Zhiming. What made the situation even more delicate was Lu Zhiming's impassive demeanor. As if he had not heard Dong Li's insult, the guests murmured among themselves, wondering who this audacious individual was and whether he feared offending Mr. Lu. The Dong family held a status comparable to that of the Lu family, and it appeared that Lu Zhiming aimed to attract investment for the city, relying on the Dong family's connections to advance the project. No wonder Dong Lu spoke so brazenly. He belonged to a family that stood on equal footing with the Lius, making for an intriguing spectacle. Everyone in their circle knew of Dong Li's affections for Lu Yin, and Dong Xianmin's wife had often expressed a desire for Lu Yin to join their family as a daughter-in-law, only for Qin Yang to thwart those plans. How could Dong Lu not be incensed? A son-in-law like Qin Yang, without Lu Zhiming's support, had no standing. What could he do if insulted? Could he retaliate? All eyes were on Qin Yang, anticipating his embarrassment, as many shared Dong Li's sentiments, believing Qin Yang had merely ascended due to his looks. Lu Yin, fuming with indignation, was prepared to confront Dong Lu on Qin Yang's behalf, but to her surprise, Qin Yang chuckled and asked, What was your name again? Donglu raised an eyebrow, poised to respond, but Qin Yang interjected with a wave of his hand. Never mind your name. It is of little consequence to me. Much like the stray dogs that roam the streets, whose names I find equally unworthy of my interest. As for me, I am now a proud freelancer, free to choose my work and set my hours according to my own whims. However, I have never ventured into a club as a male model. In fact, I was unaware such positions existed in such establishments. Yet, from the tone of your speech, it seems you have frequented these places often, so you indulge in such tastes? Upon hearing this, Dong Li's expression darkened considerably. What did you say? Qin Yang, unfazed, casually cleared his ears. I spoke in Chinese. What, do you not comprehend? He turned his gaze to Dong Xianmin. Uncle Dong, is he truly your son? He hardly seems to embody the essence of our Dragon Kingdom's lineage. Perhaps you should consider taking him to a hospital for a checkup? Enough, he concluded. I have matters to attend to, so kindly make way. Good dogs do not obstruct the path. Chapter 42. Are you certain you wish to purchase this model? Everyone was astounded by Qin Yang's retort. The barrage of comments in the live stream flooded the screen. It turns out that Qin's tongue is quite sharp. How delightful to hear. In my opinion, that individual deserved it. After all, this was a banquet organized by his father-in-law, and he had the audacity to publicly insult his son-in-law, expecting no retaliation. It baffles me how such affluent individuals lack basic decorum. One would assume they were raised with exemplary values. My friend, wealth and upbringing are entirely different matters. Let me put it this way, how many wealthy heirs have gained admission to universities solely through their own merit? It's not that they lack ambition, rather. They are simply not capable. No amount of wealth can fulfill one's moral education or teach one to be a good person. I wholeheartedly agree with this sentiment. During my middle school years, I interacted with a girl from a wealthy family, utterly spoiled, believing the world revolved around her. Since then, I have ceased to be astonished by the antics of the affluent. As Qin Yang departed, Dong Lu, seething with anger and ready to retaliate, was restrained by Dong Xianmin, who stood nearby. How outrageous. Today is your Uncle Lu's invitation to dinner. What do you intend to do? Dong Lu exclaimed angrily. Dad, did you not hear what that brat just said? He insulted us. Dong Xianmin remained silent, choosing not to respond. Being the elder and of a higher social standing than Qin Yang, he felt it prudent to await an explanation from Lu Zhiming. Little did he know. Lu Zhiming glanced at his watch and then spoke. I apologize, old Dong. I initially invited you to introduce my son-in-law, but since he has left, I shall not impose further. There are some official matters at the municipal office that require my attention. Upon hearing this, Dong Xianmin was rendered speechless. What does this mean? You specifically invited us, and yet, as soon as we arrive, you choose to leave? Being seasoned players in the business world, they recognized that Lu Zhiming was merely defending his son-in-law. Dong Xianmin spoke in a low voice. Mr. Lu, we came here with genuine intentions, given your esteemed position. I trust you will not act impulsively. Dong Xianmin was attempting to leverage their investment discussions to gain an upper hand with Lu Zhiming. However, Lu Zhiming responded with remarkable candor. Our Zhanghai city is a treasure trove. I believe anyone wishing to develop here comes with sincerity. I must leave now because I have an old friend awaiting my response at the municipal office. Old Dong, I shall take my leave. You are free to stay as you wish. With that, Lu Zhiming turned his back on Dong Xianmin, ignoring any further words he might have said, and departed. As soon as Lu Zhiming left, Dong Xianmin and his companions found themselves in an exceedingly awkward position, caught at the entrance with no clear path forward. Dad, should we go back inside? Dong Lu, consumed with thoughts of Lu Yan, was eager to converse with her. Dong Xianmin, furious, retorted, what nonsense. Do you see the mess you've created? You are more trouble than you are worth. We are going home. As Dong Xianmin departed, Dong Lu, despite his reluctance, could only obediently follow suit. However, Dong Qian cast a glance towards the direction in which Qin Yang had left, a slight smile gracing her lips as if lost in thought. On Lingjiang Road, at the Shiri convenience store, Qin Yang gazed at the order assigned to him via his phone, his expression darkening in dismay. What on earth? A late-night errand for the Blue Elf? This is utterly outrageous. Can't one simply purchase such items online? Why must one venture out for such embarrassing tasks? Taking a deep breath, Qin Yang steeled himself before stepping into the convenience store. The cashier, busy skewering sausages, casually greeted him with a cheerful welcome. Upon entering, he dared not lift his head, wandering aimlessly while nervously fiddling with his mouth, clearly anxious. His demeanor immediately raised the cashier's suspicions. Hello, sir. May I ask what you wish to purchase? Qin Yang cleared his throat and approached the counter, casually grabbing a piece of gum. Is this all you require? The cashier inquired. Without responding, he awkwardly picked up a box of Blue Elves and placed it on the counter. The cashier, amused by his clumsiness and shyness, chuckled softly. In the 21st century, encountering such an innocent and bashful man was indeed a rarity. She teasingly asked, Sir, are you sure this is the style you want? Qin Yang paused, perplexed. Is there something wrong with this style? The cashier smiled. What you've chosen is the smallest size with a delay function. Are you certain this is what you need? Smallest size and a delay? The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. See, if a man is lacking, even the cashier at a convenience store will mock him. Is there truly a customer who requires someone to run an errand for Blue Elves? Fun fact, the most common late-night errand request is indeed for Blue Elves. Don't ask how I know. It's perfectly normal. If you bring your own supply on a date, the girl might think your intentions are less than pure. But if you have someone else fetch it for you, your lack of preparation suggests you just wanted to take her out for a meal. Wow. I never knew there were such nuances. I've learned something new. Qin Yang is not without a wife. Why then does he act like an innocent young lad? Is it possible he has truly never used one? Enough. I don't wish to hear any more from you. All of you, be silent. What began as light-hearted banter about Qin Yang escalated into a series of increasingly absurd and heartbreaking remarks. After securing his items, Qin Yang hurried to the hotel, knocking on the door at the address provided in the order. The door creaked open, revealing a man clad only in a bath towel. Who are you? The errand runner. I brought the items you requested, Qin Yang replied. The man's face brightened, and he quickly extended his hand to receive the goods. Thank you, just hand it over. However, as the man reached out, Qin Yang's pupils dilated in shock. The man's hand bore a tattoo of a venomous spider. Qin Yang immediately tightened his grip on the bag, yet the man tugged at it without success. A look of confusion crossed the man's face as he regarded Qin Yang. Brother, what is the meaning of this? Let go quickly. I need to use it. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Yang replied, I apologize. But you haven't provided me with the collection code. Company policy mandates verification before I can hand over the item. The man furrowed his brow. Is it really that troublesome? It's just a matter of a few dozen yuan. Do we really need a collection code for that? Qin Yang remained resolute. We are bound by company regulations. There is nothing we can do. A few dozen yuan is sufficient to cover my running expenses for half a day. Seeing that Qin Yang was unyielding, the man cursed under his breath. What a ridiculous rule. All right, just wait for me. I'll go grab my phone. Chapter 43. The Ruthless Widow Spider. As the man turned to retrieve his phone, Qin Yang swiftly sent a message to Lu Yan. He then pushed the door open and quietly entered the room. The man was bent over, rummaging through the handbag placed on the chair, while a young and beautiful woman lay unconscious on the hotel bed. Just as Qin Yang was about to approach for a closer look, the man, having found his phone, turned around and caught sight of the sneaky Qin Yang. What are you doing? Who permitted you to come in? Get out, now. The man's voice was laced with panic upon seeing Qin Yang enter without his consent, and he shoved Qin Yang toward the door. Casting a glance at the woman lying on the bed, Qin Yang inquired, Sir, is this your girlfriend? She appears to be unconscious. She should be all right, shouldn't she? The man cursed under his breath. What business is it of yours? She's just drunk. If you don't leave, I swear I'll call the police. Do you believe me? Drunk? Qin Yang scoffed. Sir, if she is indeed intoxicated, then I believe it is inappropriate for you to engage with her. In her current state of unconsciousness, she lacks the capacity for consent. Should you force yourself upon her, it would constitute a crime. The man was momentarily taken aback. She is my girlfriend. Today marks our 1-year anniversary. She was simply in high spirits and drank too much. Is it a crime for me to sleep with my girlfriend? Qin Yang continued to enlighten him. It is evident that you do not frequently engage with legal literature, which renders you quite ignorant. Regardless of whether you are merely dating or are married, if you engage in relations with her while she is unconscious, it is still a crime. The man fell silent, while the viewers in the live stream began to panic. Is there anyone who can confirm if what Qin Yang is saying is true or not? I study law, and I can assure you that Qin Yang speaks the truth. If you violate a woman's will, you will face imprisonment. Have you heard of the recent scam involving heavenly jumps? First, you date for a month, then the other party invites you to dinner and a movie, initiates intimacy, and once you engage in a substantial relationship, they turn around and accuse you, unless you are willing to settle privately for a significant sum. Goodness, that's outrageous. Who would dare to date under such circumstances? One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Under Qin Yang's impartation of knowledge, both the man and the viewers felt a palpable sense of crisis. After a moment of silence, the man said, "Fine, I understand what you're saying. Rest assured, I will not harm her. Now, can you hand me my belongings and leave? I need to rest." The man was struggling to suppress his inner fury. Yet, Qin Yang remained steadfast. "I do not believe you. If you truly intended no harm, you would not have purchased this blue pill. Here is my suggestion. Contact her family, and I will leave once they arrive." As soon as Qin Yang's voice fell, the sound of a door locking behind him suddenly echoed. Turning around, he noticed a bald man had secured the door, flanked by two other men who regarded him with cold, predatory gazes. These three individuals bore an unmistakable air of menace, their eyes glinting with malice akin to that directed at a stray dog. The man clicked his tongue, displaying evident displeasure on his face. "I told you to scram, yet you chose to ignore me. Now my brothers have returned, and you won't be leaving so easily." Sensing the tension in the air, Qin Yang awkwardly attempted to defuse the situation. "No, brother, I was merely having a bit of fun. Here, take this, and I'll be on my way." Qin Yang was no fool. Facing a single man was manageable, but with 4 men in the room, he harbored no confidence in his ability to withstand a confrontation. The man glanced at the tote bag on the table and chuckled lightly. "So, you didn't leave when you had the chance, and now you suddenly wish to? It's too late for that. From the very beginning, I found it odd that you were stalling here, chatting with me. Do you recognize me? Have we met before?" The man's demeanor shifted, shedding his previous lewdness as he lit a cigarette, resembling a villain straight out of a television drama. His aura was formidable, exuding an air of someone unflinching in the face of violence. Qin Yang hastily shook his head. "I don't know you. We have never crossed paths." The man nodded slightly. "True enough. If we had met, I would certainly recall you. But since you claim not to know me, perhaps you do recognize this?" He gestured to the tattoo on his arm, his tone turning icy. "I was out with a few brothers on a job when we were busted by the police right after leaving our hideout. I intended to casually abduct a woman to vent some frustration, only to find you here, chattering away like a lackey. Are you a cop? Goodness, it's all laid bare." The bald man and his accomplices brandished knives, positioning themselves ominously behind Qin Yang. One wrong word from him could lead to dire consequences. The viewers in the live stream grew tense, initially believing that even if Qin Yang couldn't best this man, he could at least escape. Little did they know that this man was the leader of a notorious gang, accompanied by 3 henchmen. It seemed the situation had taken a grave turn. His efforts at educating others had evidently provoked anger. This might very well be the last broadcast for the host. Viewers should cherish these moments. It was a rash decision. Having already alerted the authorities, waiting for the police would have sufficed. Instead of playing the lone hero, Qin Yang's compassion had led him into peril. Had he refrained from entering, the police might have arrived in time to prevent any harm to the woman. Why, one might wonder, did they not carry firearms? Surely, as a leader, he could have afforded to do so. Bringing only knives into the city seemed reckless. What were you thinking? One might ask. In the wilderness, carrying a gun might be acceptable, but in the city? You seem eager for everyone to know you're a criminal. Laughter ensues. Entering the city armed is futile, as even the subway security checks would thwart you. To say nothing of the subway, you would surely fail the security at any grand shopping mall, where you would be swiftly apprehended. Noting Qin Yang's silence, the man grew impatient. "Very well. Even if you are a policeman, you would not divulge anything to me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am known as Wolf Spider. When you meet the King of Hell, do not forget to inform him who is responsible for your demise." With a wave of his hand, Wolf Spider signaled for the bald man to approach Qin Yang and attempt to slit his throat. Just at that moment, a knock echoed from outside. The bald man halted, and an air of tension enveloped the room as everyone held their breath, daring not to make a sound. Chapter 44. "I still have one last delivery. Who is there?" The vigilant Wolf Spider inquired, and a woman's voice responded from outside. "This is the hotel front desk. The guests in the adjacent room have reported that your room is quite noisy. I've been sent to investigate the matter. Please open the door." Upon realizing that it was a woman outside, Wolf Spider exchanged a knowing glance with the bald man, signaling him to open the door. Before doing so, Wolf Spider turned to Qin Yang with a smile and advised, "If you wish to avoid causing another death, I suggest you remain silent and stand aside. Refrain from saying anything." The woman posed no threat to them. As long as Qin Yang behaved, all would be well. Should he act recklessly? Wolf Spider wouldn't mind adding a female attendant to the list of casualties before making his escape. With Qin Yang standing aside, the bald man finally opened the door. The woman, clad in hotel attire, entered and nonchalantly opened the bathroom door for inspection. "I received complaints regarding the noise. What are you gentlemen doing in here?" Wolf Spider casually picked up a deck of cards from the table and replied, "What do you think a group of men like us would be doing? We're simply playing cards. Moreover, we weren't being excessively loud. Perhaps it's your hotel's soundproofing that is inadequate." No sooner had he finished speaking than the female attendant unexpectedly kicked at him. Although Wolf Spider had anticipated trouble, he was taken aback by the audacity of a woman to strike him without warning. Just as the bald man and his accomplices prepared to react, Lu Yin burst in, accompanied by several special police officers. "Police, don't move." The bald man and his crew, being criminals, had little regard for her authority. They lunged forward, knives in hand. Lu Yin deftly stepped back to avoid the dagger and promptly fired, hitting the bald man in the thigh. He fell to the ground, clutching his leg in pain. As Lu Yin executed a swift takedown, the other two henchmen attempted to assist him but were swiftly subdued by the other officers. One henchman, due to the rapidity of his attack, was shot in the chest, blood splattering onto Qin Yang's face. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wolf Spider made a hasty leap out the window. After entrusting the bald man to her teammates, Lu Yin hurried to the window and discovered a truck below filled with foam boxes. Wolf Spider's leap was perfectly timed to utilize these boxes as a cushion, allowing him to escape, albeit limping. Notify Sun Jia to immediately pursue the suspect. He must not be allowed to escape. She commanded, "Take these individuals back. Let the doctor examine them, and then commence the interrogation." Once everything was arranged, Lu Yin approached Qin Yang and took out a tissue to wipe the blood from his face. "Qin Yang, was this the urgent matter you spoke of?" Lu Yin was visibly upset. She had initially believed that he had a genuine urgency that warranted his abrupt departure from the banquet, only to find him entangled with these venomous individuals once again, which was exceedingly perilous. "You're not acquainted with these people, are you?" Seeing the suspicion in Lu Yin's gaze, Qin Yang hastily waved his hands in denial, eager to explain. "Darling, what are you saying? I sent you a message to come here. They just held a knife to me, and if you hadn't arrived in time, I might have already been a corpse." Qin Yang revealed a look of fear, extending his arms in an attempt to embrace Lu Yin. Lu Yin, with an impassive expression, pushed his face away. "Are you aware of danger? If you know about danger, why are you at this hotel? Don't tell me you came here for a stroll." Qin Yang took out his phone to show his order, explaining, "I came out to do a side job, and I never expected to encounter such a situation on my first task. I have no connection with them at all." Lu Yin simply gazed at Qin Yang, clearly accustomed to his justifications. The police in Jianghai City possess their own intelligence networks. The members of the Poison Spider organization are scattered across the nation. And most importantly, they operate with extreme caution and secrecy, being ruthless individuals, making it nearly impossible for undercover agents to infiltrate. Therefore, locating the Poison Spider members is exceedingly challenging. Even gathering a few clues requires considerable time and effort to sift through the web of information. Yet, Qin Yang repeatedly found the whereabouts of the Poison Spider members. Is this mere coincidence, or does Qin Yang truly have some hidden connection with them? Feeling the scrutinizing gaze from Lu Yin, Qin Yang shivered. "Darling, why are you looking at me like that? You don't really suspect that I have anything to do with those Poison Spider members, do you? I have said many times that it is purely coincidental. I am truly innocent. I am your husband, lacking neither money nor anything else, so why would I need to associate with them?" Seeing Qin Yang's fervent defense, the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. "Once or twice might be coincidence, but you were always at the scene. It's hard for us to believe this is mere chance. One must admit that Lu Yin is indeed an excellent detective, after all. A competent and qualified detective must learn to suspect everyone around them, including their own husband. Poison Spider, I too find it strange that this kid keeps appearing. Could he really be one of us? The innate ability to capture is like this. Someone like Qin Yang would have made catching thieves as easy as catching chickens in the past. Why do I say in the past? Is it not possible now? Nowadays, people have guns. Did you not see how badly those who wielded knives were shot just now? Previously, when encountering bandits, there was at least a chance to escape. Now, they point a gun at your forehead. Try running then. 7 paces away, the gun is swift. Within 7 paces, it is both accurate and quick." Lu Yin said calmly, "All right, I believe you. However, according to procedure, you must come back to the station with me to provide a statement detailing how you ended up here and what exactly transpired earlier." Seeing Lu Yin preparing to take him away, Qin Yang grew anxious. He quickly pointed to the order on his phone, saying, "Darling, I have one last order to fulfill, just 2 kilometers away, not far at all. May I complete this delivery before returning with you? Otherwise, I will incur a deduction of 100 yuan. Lu Yin was nearly amused to the point of laughter by Qin Yang. 100 yuan? Had he merely consumed a couple more bites at the banquet, that some would have easily found its way into his stomach. Yet, here was Qin Yang, dismissing everyone to run errands, all for the sake of earning that paltry amount. Lu Yin truly found herself at a loss for words regarding Qin Yang. So this is the last task, is it? Very well, we shall accompany you. Once it's completed, we will take you directly back to the police station. Qin Yang was caught between laughter and tears. It seemed that no matter what, Lu Yin was determined to escort him back to the precinct for a cup of coffee. Although Qin Yang felt utterly exasperated, he had no choice but to obediently follow Lu Yin into the police vehicle. Chapter 45. There cannot possibly be a tale following riding in a police car for errands was a novel experience for Qin Yang. As he entered the vehicle, the woman who had just pretended to be a waitress followed him inside. Hello there, handsome. Let us introduce ourselves. I am Su Mei, a criminal investigator from the Qinghe police station. Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback by Su Mei's warm greeting. Qinghe police station? He found it rather puzzling. Logically, he had requested Lu Yin to bring people over, and she should have brought personnel from the Dongshan police station. Why, then, had someone from the Qinghe police station arrived? Moreover, Su Mei was exceptionally beautiful. If Lu Yin embodied the cool elegance of an ice queen, then Su Mei was the fiery passion of a desert rose, truly the dual blossoms of the Jiang and the sea. Upon hearing Qin Yang's inquiry, Su Mei giggled softly, covering her mouth. It's all because of the message you sent to Xiao Yin. Coincidentally, this hotel falls under our jurisdiction, so Xiao Yin naturally informed me. And I came leading the team to assist. What is the matter? Is the mascot of the Dongshan police station feeling insecure, worried that I might steal your glory? Qin Yang chuckled awkwardly. Not at all. As long as we can combat crime, that's what truly matters. It's not about yours or mine, right, dear? Lu Yin huffed and chose not to respond, while Su Mei continued to tease. Xiao Yin, it seems your husband has a greater sense of understanding than you do. You ought to learn from him and stop constantly competing with me. He is right. It's not about personal credit, as long as we can tackle criminals. It benefits everyone. Lu Yin shot her a sidelong glance, uninterested in engaging further. Every unit has performance evaluations, and even traffic police tend to be stricter as the new year approaches, issuing more tickets than usual. Lu Yin still remembered the time they caught a suspected drug user while checking for drunk driving. Su Mei had called her in a frenzy, insisting on taking the suspect, claiming it was her jurisdiction's responsibility to handle drunk driving cases. This incident had led to a brief period of Cold War between them. Noticing the tension between Lu Yin and Su Mei, Qin Yang quietly inquired, Dear, how is your relationship with her? Before Lu Yin could respond, Su Mei interjected, Handsome. Do you even need to ask? Look at how beautiful we both are. We must be the best of friends. Lu Yin shot Su Mei a deadpan look. Best friends? I wouldn't call someone who competes with me for seats in college and later for achievements at work a friend. She's more like a rival. Rather than take offense at Lu Yin's remark, Su Mei burst into laughter. Xiao Yin, you're still so petty. I call it healthy competition, you know? It benefits us both. You shouldn't hold on to these trivial matters. It's quite uninteresting. Besides, you didn't even send me an invitation to your wedding. Should I have brought that up? Su Mei's words trailed off abruptly. Wait a moment. Why was I invited to your wedding? Are you afraid I might steal your husband away? Su Mei's casual remark elicited an immediate and palpable discomfort in Lu Yin's expression. Su Mei, astutely perceptive, realized that her offhand comment might have struck a chord of truth. Her eyes widened in surprise. So, this is how you truly feel. Lu Yin, I misjudged you. What do you take me for? Am I the type to snatch away someone else's love? Rest assured, he is your man, and I shall have no entanglements with him. After this operation, we are unlikely to cross paths again. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing the playful banter between the two beauties, were filled with envy. It was evident that Officer Su genuinely cared for her relationship with Lu Shun, while it was equally clear that Lu Shun was on guard against her. How authentic. My best friend and I are just like this. Although our bond is strong, we often find ourselves competing, believing that what the other possesses is superior. I cannot quite fathom why that is. Isn't this entirely normal? Men experience the same. They fear their brother's struggles, yet also dread their brother's successes. Ideally, everyone should find happiness in shared modesty, for such friendships endure the longest. Have you not heard the adage? Beware of fire, theft, and best friends. You may regard someone as your closest confidant, yet one day, they might abscond with your belongings. Such occurrences are far too common. Qin Go is indeed fortunate. sitting between two enchanting women. I am filled with envy. While the viewers engaged in their discussions, the vehicle arrived at its destination. To avoid arousing suspicion, Lu Yin brought only those in casual attire to accompany Qin Yang, ensuring he would encounter no untoward incidents. Qin Yang's delivery consisted of a pack of cigarettes and 3 bottles of beer. He glanced at the delivery address, hoping that this time, everything would proceed without a hitch. At the Cotton Mills residential area, Yu Lao Lu sat in a chair, incessantly scratching his neck. The mechanic shot him a disapproving glance and remarked, "Are you experiencing withdrawal? Focus on the game instead of fidgeting about." The mechanic's comment only intensified Yu Lao Lu's discomfort. Indeed, he was craving a cigarette. He had called for someone to fetch him some, but it had been over 10 minutes without a delivery. He was certain to leave a poor review. Brother Mazi glanced at him. "What poor review? Are you unaware of how sensitive things are around here? Simply asking for a runner is already a favor from me. If you attract trouble, I will be the first to deal with you." Yu Lao Lu merely shrugged, choosing not to argue further. After all, their positions were precarious. And this factory was unique. As Brother Mazi had indicated, attracting trouble would be fatal for them all. Just as the three were about to resume their card game, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Instantly, they became alert, with Yu Lao Lu drawing his firearm. Mazi shot him a glare. "Are you out of your mind? Put that gun away. Discharging a weapon in the city would expose our identities." Mazi swiftly tossed 2 wooden sticks to the others, signaling them to take positions on either side, prepared to act should the situation escalate. Once the 2 individuals confirmed their readiness, Mazi cautiously opened the door a crack. To his astonishment, he was met by the sight of Lang Zhu, wrapped in a towel. "What brings you here?" Mazi furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding settling within him. Panting, Lang Zhu urged, "Just let me in first, and then I'll explain." Without hesitation, Mazi opened the door wider, only to discover that Lang Zhu's bare feet were in a gruesome state, bloodied and mangled. As soon as Lang Zhu stepped inside, he began to curse vehemently. "Damn it. The place I was staying got raided by the cops. Thankfully, I managed to escape through the window." Instantly, Mazi and the others grew tense. "Did you have a tail?" Lang Zhu waved his hand dismissively. "It's impossible to have a tail. Do you doubt my capabilities? The area is completely clear." Just as Lang Zhu finished speaking, a knock echoed from the door, followed by the voice of Qinong outside. "Hello, errand runner. The cigarettes you ordered have arrived." Chapter 46, The Errand Boy? Upon hearing that voice, the wolf spider immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Why did that voice sound so familiar? Yu Lao Lu, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, chuckled. "Don't be anxious. The errand I sent for is just my cigarettes arriving." Just as Yu Lao Lu was about to open the door, he was hastily stopped by the wolf spider. "Wait, that voice sounds familiar. Something seems off." Mazi looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong? Is there an issue with the errand boy?" The wolf spider hesitated and shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure. But the voice does sound somewhat familiar, reminiscent of that kid from the hotel. However, that shouldn't be possible. How would he know I'm here? No one was following me earlier." The wolf spider was quite confident in his counter-surveillance skills. His cautious nature had allowed him to ascend to a small leadership position within the Poison Spider organization. Yet, he was equally confident in his auditory perception. That voice was indeed familiar. He couldn't be mistaken. Outside, Qin Yang's impatient voice echoed again. "Is anyone there? Come out and sign for the delivery. Your items have arrived." Mazi turned to the wolf spider and asked, "Is this kid even a police officer? If he isn't, it could be problematic if we take too long to open the door." Yu Lao Lu, succumbing to his nicotine craving, chimed in, "Brother wolf spider, I think you've made a mistake. You came here without stopping, and you mentioned there was no tail behind you. If you were truly a cop, wouldn't he just barge in instead of knocking?" The locksmith nodded in agreement. Indeed, police officers wouldn't be so polite. The wolf spider remained uncertain about whether the person outside was indeed Qin Yang. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "I can't say for sure. You all decide whether to open the door. I'll go inside and change my shoes first." After speaking, the wolf spider stepped into the factory, swiftly donning his clothes and finding a pair of running shoes. Outside, Qin Yang, burdened with a large pile of items, was growing increasingly impatient. The countdown for the mission was nearing its end, yet the other party stubbornly refused to open the door. What was going on? Qin Yang took out his phone to call Yu Lao Lu. Just then, Sumei suddenly sensed something was amiss. "Xiaoyan, do you see that on the ground? Is that blood?" Lu Yin looked down and indeed spotted numerous bloody footprints, which they had initially overlooked due to the dim evening light. Lu Yin drew her handgun and gestured. Upon seeing her movement, The other special police officers exited their vehicles, with several of them stealthily circling around the walls to search for any back entrances to the factory. Seeing everyone preparing for combat, Qin Yang was taken aback. Lu Yin stood beside him and gave him a knowing glance, urging him to continue knocking on the door. Qin Yang, bemused, thought to himself, what is going on? I'm merely delivering an errand order. There is no need for such a grand display. Just as Qin Yang was about to knock again, the small iron door creaked open, revealing Yu Laolu, who was muttering curses under his breath. With a sudden force, the iron door was violently kicked open by Lu Yin, interrupting Yu Laolu mid-sentence. The door slammed into his face, causing him to weep uncontrollably. Just as Yu Laolu was about to continue, Lu Yin pushed Qin Yang aside and charged in with the special police. Don't move. Police. Two special officers swiftly subdued the mechanic, while Ma Zi, preparing to retaliate, was met with a painful kick to his groin from Lu Yin, rendering him incapacitated and kneeling in agony. Wolf Spider, sensing the impending danger, made a hasty retreat the moment Lu Yin burst through the door, now faster than ever due to his new shoes, managing to escape from the pursuing special police. Viewers in the live stream could not help but comment on the unfolding chaos. You were told not to move, and now look what happened. A well-deserved kick. Ouch. That move seems a bit harsh. Getting kicked there must be excruciating. It doesn't just hurt. It feels like one might as well be dead. Oh. I adore the valiant Lu Yin. Someone should kick me too. Who is that weirdo upstairs? The building manager ought to throw him out. That guy named Wolf Spider sure has some skills. He escapes like a slippery eel. After searching the factory and confirming there were no other individuals present, Lu Yin returned to confront Ma Zi and his companions. Where are the others? Ma Zi feigned ignorance. What others? We are law-abiding citizens and have no idea what you were talking about. Lu Yin scoffed. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Roll up their sleeves. The special police moved forward, revealing the tattoos of the Poison Spider Gang on the trio's arms. The livestream chat exploded with comments. Tattoo? Black Society? It's truly baffling how these individuals, fully aware that their actions could lead to severe consequences, still choose to tattoo their identities on their bodies. Do they fear the police won't recognize who they are? You wouldn't understand. It's a sense of belonging. Just like the old societies, without some ink on your skin. How would I know you were one of us? It was evident that the leader of the Poison Spider lacked education. We're all adults here. Yet they still indulge in smoking, drinking, and tattooing. Let's be realistic. Those with education have long found legitimate work. How many who engage in illegal activities have ever been well-read? Though the evidence of tattoos was clear, Ma Zi refused to confess. With a sneer, he declared, So what if we have tattoos, officer? Is there any law in our country that makes tattoos illegal? Today I might get a spider on my arm. Tomorrow, I might decide to ink Guangong on my back. Are you going to sentence me for that? If you don't provide us with a satisfactory explanation today, we will file a complaint against all of you, and none of you will escape unscathed. Standing nearby, Su Mei leaned closer to Lu Yin. Xiaoyan, perhaps we should consider taking them back for further questioning. The situation is escalating, and it could reflect poorly on us. They merely rushed into search after noticing bloodstains at the entrance. Although they indeed caught sight of the fleeing wolf spider, the precise connection between the wolf spider and the pockmarked individual remained ambiguous, leaving them uncertain whether the latter was involved in any illicit activities. The most troublesome aspect was their inability to uncover any substantial evidence. A hasty arrest could very well lead to a counteraccusation. Just as Su Mei was about to persuade Lu Yin to lead her team away, Lu Yin suddenly turned her gaze towards Qin Yang, who stood at the doorway. Qin Yang, please come in and see if there is anything suspicious here. Qin Yang could hardly believe his ears. Chapter 47, Part-Time Task. He pointed at himself. Ah, me? Just then, a notification echoed in Qin Yang's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the part-time task. You have acquired a new skill, prophetic utterance. Prophetic utterance. The words spoken by the host have a certain probability of becoming reality. Qin Yang was bewildered. What? Seriously? If this skill means what it says, does that mean if I declare the earth will perish tomorrow, there is a chance it might actually happen? This is absurd. Qin Yang, what are you dawdling for? Come over here. With a sheepish expression, Qin Yang approached Lu Yin. Honey, what are you joking about? I'm no police dog. And I haven't undergone any professional training. How am I supposed to know which areas might be suspicious? Su Mei chimed in. Yeah, Xiaoyan, stop messing around. Do you really think of your husband as a good luck charm? Let us just take him back. It will be troublesome if the neighbors come over to see what is going on. Their special police operation had not been reported up the chain, nor had there been any formal complaints. This meant that their actions were technically not in accordance with protocol. It was fortunate that nothing had escalated. Should it do so and they failed to find substantial evidence, they would indeed face repercussions. Ignoring Su Mei's comments, Lu Yin turned to Qin Yang and said, I know you haven't received professional training. Just casually point out anything that seems off. Deep down, Lu Yin was also unsure. However, given that Qin Yang had appeared at crime scenes repeatedly over the past few days and had assisted in solving numerous cases, she found herself inexplicably starting to believe in the supernatural. Noticing Qin Yang's reluctance, Lu Yan's expression hardened. If you don't speak up, you'll be in for it when we get home tonight. Qin Yang was taken aback. Goodness, this tigress is using all her intimidation tactics on me. He felt a phantom pain in his kidney. It seemed wise to consult an experienced traditional doctor soon. With no choice but to comply, he began to wander around the factory. For some reason, the three individuals nearby felt a twinge of anxiety. Could this lad be the errand cop that the spider had mentioned? He certainly looked young, yet he didn't seem particularly capable. Qin Yang touched and examined various things, finally managing a wry smile. Honey, I truly can't discern anything amiss here. As he spoke, he suddenly met Lu Yan's cold gaze, startling him. He instinctively pointed to the card table. Perhaps something's off with this table? Lu Yan, uninterested in further conversation, gestured decisively. Immediately, special police officers advanced to search the table. The card table was a sturdy, large round wooden table commonly found in southern regions. The officers, using tactical flashlights, crouched down to inspect it, finding nothing unusual at first. However, as one officer reached underneath to probe, they suddenly felt a latch. Click! With a crisp sound, a hidden compartment beneath the solid wooden table swung open, revealing two handguns retrieved by the special police. Su Mei, netizen, Ma Zi. No, my friend, there is something truly amiss with this table. It's as if a blind cat stumbled upon a dead mouse. How could one simply point and discover a handgun so effortlessly? To the brother upstairs, are you truly that oblivious? Or do you need to collide with a dead mouse for me to believe it? Ah, I see, you share my sentiments. I too suspected that this hefty wooden table had its secrets. Who among the good citizens would place such a cumbersome table in a workshop? Here, our mechanics prefer foldable tables. Ha ha ha, look at those three, their faces have turned pale. Ma Zi, enough, this is pointless. Some individuals know well whether they are guilty or not. Equally astonished was Su Mei. Her earlier jest about Qin Yang being a lucky charm was meant in jest. Yet she never anticipated his uncanny ability to unearth two handguns with a mere gesture. Lu Yin scoffed. The possession of firearms is a grave offense. Will you still lodge a complaint against us? Ma Zi bit his lip, remaining silent. Indeed, illicit possession of firearms is a serious crime, though not a capital one. At worst, one could serve a term and emerge a better person after a decade or so. What is this? Your expression suggests you still harbor doubts? My dear, enlighten me on what you perceive to be the issue. Qin Yang felt a twinge of guilt. He understood that his previous success was merely a stroke of luck, a manifestation of his prophetic utterance ability. However, this skill was not infallible. Could he truly speak such words casually? Darling, perhaps we should let this slide and grant them a chance for redemption. Lu Yin shot him a glare, threatening. Change a tire, a massage, 3 times. Qin Yang. Netizen. Lu Yin, do you truly wish to reflect on your words? What do you mean by changing clothes and a massage 3 times? How could such phrases escape your lips? Ah, I see. You two are indulging in playful banter. If that is the case, I must admit it excites me. Is this a punishment? This is evidently a reward. The brother upstairs is still young. Once married, you'll understand. 3 times? 1 time could be your undoing. Many fail to grasp the wisdom in Brother Chang's words. Yet marriage reveals this truth. Even the most beautiful wife can become mundane with time, homegrown flowers pale beside wild blooms. Qin Yang's face turned ashen, illustrating how daunting this matter was for him. Ma Zi erupted into laughter. How amusing. Do you police rely solely on conjecture for your investigations? Let me be frank. Within this factory, these 2 firearms are the only contraband. Everything else is above board. You think you can pin the blame on us based on a pretty face? Is this the caliber of the Shanghai police force? As Lu Yin's anger mounted, Qin Yang quickly capitulated. He pointed at a nearby pile of tires. Those tires might be problematic. As soon as Qin Yang uttered these words, the smile on Ma Zi's face froze. Su Mei drew a tactical dagger, stepping forward. Stand aside. I'll handle this. Flash. Su Mei plunged the dagger into the tire, making a deliberate cut. As the air escaped, she retrieved a bag of white powder from within the inner tube. The faces of the three men, known as the Motsi, turned ashen. Overcome with excitement, Sume exclaimed, "Xiaoyan, there's something here. This tire actually contains something." The other special police officers also brandished their daggers, slashing open additional tires, and indeed discovered several more bags of white powder inside. Goodness, we caught a big fish. Lu Yan felt somewhat dazed. Could it be that they had dismantled a transit station for the poisonous spider's shipments? If all this cargo was genuine, then the three men would be sentenced to death many times over. In her exhilaration, Sume planted a kiss on Qin Yang. "You're truly remarkable, Qin Yang. You're indeed the lucky charm of the Dongshan police station, so astute." Qin Yang, initially taken aback, covered his face and began to tremble. "Oh my goodness. Sister, do you want me dead?" Indeed, fury blazed in Lu Yan's eyes as if she were ready to tear the two apart. Chapter 48. The lingering spirit of Su Mei. As Lu Yan approached him, Qin Yang hurriedly waved his hand and implored, "My dear wife, please remain calm. Engaging in public violence would have significant repercussions. I earnestly beseech you to refrain from striking me." In a fit of rage, Lu Yan landed a punch on Qin Yang's chest. "What repercussions? You ought to have dodged when I kissed you." The sound of her punch resonated through the air, akin to a drumbeat. The viewers in the live stream were left aghast, their nerves tingling. What a formidable strike. She was indeed delivering a serious blow to her husband. It reminded him of his school days when he had mischievously tugged at a classmate's strap, only to receive a similar retribution. In truth, the punch did not inflict much pain, but a proper hit would have been far more agonizing. That mischievous Sume, having kissed Qin Yang, managed to shift the blame entirely onto him. What a cruel twist of fate. Qin Yang finally grasped why Lu Yan held such disdain for Sume. How utterly malicious. Is this truly how one expresses gratitude? It feels like a death sentence. Fortunately, the discovery was significant. Lu Yan had little time to settle accounts with Qin Yang. She instructed him to return home for a shower and awaited him while escorting Ma Zi and the others back to the police station. If it were merely the possession of firearms, the crime would not warrant severe punishment. However, the discovery of such a vast quantity of drugs concealed within the tires transformed the gravity of the situation. How had these substances been smuggled in? And who were they intended for? These inquiries demanded urgent investigation moving forward. The following day, at noon, as the live stream resumed, Lu Yan had donned her police uniform and departed for work. Qin Yang lay sprawled on the bed, his expression vacant, devoid of any passion for life. Observing the scattered garments and paraphernalia around the bed, the viewers could easily envision the intensity of last night's tumult. Was the host still alive? Should they call the police? What for? Have they forgotten that our Lu Yan is a police officer? What a tragedy. Is this the price one pays for a mere kiss from a close friend? Must it be so brutal? One should never underestimate the competitive spirit that exists among women. Had I been Lu Yan, even Qin Yang's inability to lean against the wall while using the restroom today would have been counted as a loss for him. Inquisitive children should refrain from prying into adult matters. Quickly, return to your studies. What is the essence of life? Who am I? Whence have I come? And where am I destined to go? As Qin Yang lay in contemplation, on the verge of enlightenment, his phone rang. "Old Qin, you haven't forgotten what I told you, have you? Don't be late for the class reunion today." With a hoarse voice, Qin Yang replied, "I'm not feeling well today. Can we reschedule?" Xiao Lingyun erupted in a tirade over the phone. "Not feeling well? Nonsense. We agreed on this beforehand. You can't weasel your way out of it. You're at home, aren't you? Wait, I shall come to fetch you." Without granting Qin Yang the opportunity to respond, Xiao Lingyun unilaterally ended the call. Realizing that he could not escape this predicament, Qin Yang got out of bed to wash and change his clothes. The disarray in his bedroom was such that he could not possibly allow Xiao Lingyun to tour it and discover the torment he endured the previous night. Qin Yang was not particularly knowledgeable about fashion. To him, clothing merely needed to be clean and loose-fitting. As for aesthetics, did it not ultimately hinge on one's appearance? Fortunately, his friend Lu Yan had assisted him in selecting an outfit for the dinner the night before, so he merely needed to don the same attire. Just as Qin Yang finished dressing and stepped outside, a text message from Lu Yan arrived. "Darling, you performed quite well last night. However, due to an influx of work at the office these past couple of days, I must remain there to put in extra hours. Perhaps you could stay in our dormitory for a couple of days?" Qin Yang instinctively shivered. How terrifying. Was it typical for a woman in the throes of love to be so clingy? He hurriedly replied, "Wife, work is paramount." Focus on your responsibilities at the office and refrain from dwelling on trivial matters. I am quite drained from last night's exertions and believe it will take a considerable time for me to recover. Do not worry about me. In response, Lu Yin sent him an image of a bloodied kitchen knife, as if to suggest he should meet his demise. Shortly after, another message followed. Do not add Su Mei's contact information. If I find out you have, you will be in serious trouble. Qin Yang chuckled softly. What a jest. He had been under Lu Yan's watchful gaze the previous night. Where would he have found the time to add Su Mei's contact? Lu Yan was merely being overly cautious. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a friend request notification popped up on his screen. Upon opening the request, he felt a chill run down his spine. Nickname, Su Guogua. The profile picture depicted a voluptuous woman holding a gun, wearing noise-canceling headphones, and facing away from the camera as she aimed. Frankly, with such an alluring physique, the question of her facial attractiveness became secondary. Qin Yang initially clicked on the profile to admire the figure, only to be struck by a horrifying realization. Goodness, could this woman be Su Mei? While he was lost in this thought, the individual sent another friend request, this time with a message. Su Guogua, handsome mascot, please accept my friend request. I am the little Su with whom you shared an intimate encounter last night. What the hell? An intimate encounter? Qin Yang nearly dropped his phone in shock. Was this woman seeking her own demise? He quickly deleted the request and promptly blocked her. Seeing Qin Yang's alarm, the online viewers erupted in laughter. Is the streamer really this timid? Why not be more proactive when a beautiful woman adds you? He looks as if he has seen a ghost. While it is indeed fortunate to receive attention from a beautiful woman, what if she happened to be a close friend of your wife? And what if your wife happened to be a champion in martial arts and firearms? Now, it became clear to Qin Yang why Lu Yan harbored such disdain for Miss Su. Her manner of speaking was indeed rather indiscreet. Please be mindful of your wording. This is not a close friend, but rather a foe in disguise. If you gentlemen fail to grasp this concept, allow me to provide an analogy. Imagine you have purchased a limited edition Gundam model, eagerly anticipating the moment you can assemble it. However, during a brief trip to the restroom, your so-called good friend has already unwrapped it and begun to play with it. Goodness. With that said, I comprehend the gravity of the situation. Although he is my brother, he must face dire consequences. After completing the process of blocking and deleting him, Qin Yang, still shaken, patted his chest. At that moment, Chao Lingyun's car happened to pull up right in front of Qin Yang's building. Old Qin, what are you staring at, looking so terrified? Watching a horror film in broad daylight? Hurry up and get in the car. The gathering is about to start, and everyone is waiting. Qin Yang shot Chao Lingyun a glance before opening the car door and taking a seat. Chapter 49. A reunion with an old friend, as if yesterday in the car. Melodious music flowed from the player. Will you remember tomorrow, the diary you wrote yesterday? Will you still think of the you who once cried the most? As Chao Lingyun drove, he hummed along with the tune, and before he knew it, his eyes had grown moist. Sitting in the passenger seat, Qin Yang expressionlessly turned off the music player, prompting an immediate reaction from Chao Lingyun. Hey, why did you turn it off? I was singing so passionately. Qin Yang replied with a calm demeanor. Can you refrain from being so dramatic? You do this every year at the reunion. Attending is one thing, but afterward, you always have to post about it on social media. Isn't that a bit pretentious? Chao Lingyun retorted defiantly. What if I am pretentious? Youth is the most beautiful time of life, and I encountered the most wonderful people during my most splendid years. Can I reminisce a little? During high school, Qin Yang's family circumstances were far from favorable. While others received a weekly allowance of 200 to 300, Qin Yang's daily meal budget was merely 10 yuan. Although 10 yuan was sufficient to stave off hunger, it only allowed for a single dish and soup in the cafeteria. Any more money was simply not available. Due to his family's poverty, Qin Yang wore the same school uniform throughout the year, washing it every 3 days, hanging it to dry at night, and donning it again each morning. Even under such circumstances, he was ridiculed by his peers for having dirty clothes and an unpleasant odor. For children like Qin Yang, who came from impoverished backgrounds, excelling academically often led to further ostracism. No one wanted to play basketball or soccer with him, and he was painfully aware of his exclusion, choosing instead to spend his days immersed in books and exercises. Was it that he disliked participating in those activities? No. It was simply that he recognized he did not have the privilege to join in. If Chao Lingyun's high school experience was vibrant and colorful, Qin Yang's was a drab and monotonous gray. In this bleak period, Wang Chuchu shone as Qin Yang's sole source of brilliance and the only heartache he carried after graduation. Old Qin, are you crying? Chao Lingyun, still driving, glanced at Qin Yang with astonishment. Qin Yang touched the corner of his eye and realized that, indeed, he had shed tears. Damn, when did I become so sentimental? Chao Lingyun burst into laughter. You still call me pretentious? What would you label this? If you ask me, you are just a coward. At least no matter what happens afterward, I have the courage to attend the reunions every year. And you? Every time Wang Chuchu is mentioned, you turn into a scared child. Are you even a man? Do you not realize that the more you act like this, the more it indicates you haven't moved on? It shows that she still occupies a place in your heart. How can you face my sister-in-law like this? The veins on Qin Yang's temple throbbed. An impulse to choke Chao Lingyun rising within him. Can you not say a few less words? You might choke yourself. Chao Lingyun teased, I won't choke. But I might go mad. I'm actually looking forward to it, if those old classmates discover you married Lu Xin. I wonder what expressions they will wear. It should be quite entertaining, haha. Lu Yin had been a goddess at their high school, the belle of the school. And she had once shared the same academic environment with Qin Yang. If Wang Chuchu represents the beautiful women within your reach, then Lu Yin was, at that time, the epitome of an aloof goddess, acknowledged by all the boys in school as someone to be admired from afar. For even a slight approach would render one as frozen as an ice sculpture. She excelled academically, came from a privileged background, possessed striking beauty, and was a paragon of athleticism, yet she exuded no airs of pretentiousness or princess syndrome. The most frequently discussed topic among the boys at school was what kind of man such a girl as Lu Yin would eventually marry. Given that her relationships with her high school classmates were rather tenuous, she did not extend invitations to them during her wedding, opting instead for a gathering of closer friends and relatives. Throughout the years that Qin Yang refrained from attending reunions, Chao Lingyun remained tight-lipped, never mentioning Qin Yang to other former classmates, leading them to believe that he had fallen into obscurity. Such is the nature of classmates. Some emerge year after year for reunions, while others may never attend even a single gathering, vanishing as if they had never graced one's life at all. 10 minutes later, Chao Lingyun parked his car in front of a countryside restaurant. The loquacious Chao Lingyun, who had been so animated moments ago, now appeared somewhat anxious within the vehicle. Qin Yang observed him with keen interest. What's the matter? You were quite the chatterbox earlier. Have you suddenly become taciturn? Chao Lingyun popped a few pieces of gum into his mouth, chewed thoughtfully, and then exhaled towards Qin Yang. Old Qin, could you check if I have bad breath? Qin Yang promptly grasped his face. Get lost. I'm not interested in that. Chao Lingyun was nearly in tears. Who on earth wants to engage in that with you? I'm about to meet Shin Meng. It would be terribly rude to speak with foul breath. Qin Yang was irate. Get out. It's fine if you offend me. But not her. Hurry up and exit the car. Stop being so fidgety. Qin Yang flung open the car door and stepped out, coincidentally encountering a group of old classmates carrying hot pot ingredients, laughing and chatting as they entered. Upon spotting Qin Yang adjusting his attire, everyone paused in surprise. Qin Yang? Is that really him? My heavens, he's attending the reunion? Didn't we hear he couldn't find a job after graduation and went to Myanmar? How is he dressed so well? Could he have become a big boss? How handsome. He has changed a bit since high school. The female classmates gazed at Qin Yang with astonishment, their excitement igniting a fervor of gossip. Meanwhile, the boys who had once bullied Qin Yang froze, their smiles faltering and expressions turning awkward. They never anticipated that the impoverished boy they once toyed with could now appear at a reunion clad in a high-end suit, a veritable slap in the face to their former disdain. Amidst the crowd stood a tall, graceful girl, quietly observing Qin Yang. Their eyes met, and in that instant, a connection transcended time and space. They say that a day apart feels like 3 autumns, yet, upon their reunion, it felt as though they had merely parted the day before, fresh from graduation. It's been a long time, classmate Qin. Wang Chuchu was the first to speak. Her smile as gentle and serene as ever. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze dropping shyly, unable to maintain eye contact with Qin Yang. Qin Yang scratched his neck awkwardly and remarked, Well, it has indeed been quite a while since we last met. Initially, he intended to offer a casual greeting and move on, but unexpectedly, Wang Chuchu mustered her courage and inquired, I heard from Chao Lingyun that you have been in Shanghai. Why didn't you attend the class reunion? The moment her words left her lips, the viewers in the live stream became electrified. How bold to come straight to the point. This girl appeared quite demure, yet her words carried such audacity. This was not merely a question about the reunion. It was clearly an inquiry into why he hadn't come to see her. There was a story behind this. What a revelation. It seems that Qin Yang has some romantic entanglements outside, and now the audience is in for an entertaining spectacle. Why are you just standing there? Call Lucian immediately. There is another woman vying for her husband. Hurry and bring her over. This is thrilling, my friends. I relish such dramatic confrontations. What a delight. Chapter 50, A Lesson in Humility. Confronted by Wang Chuchu's probing questions, Qin Yang remained silent. Just as the tension between them threatened to escalate, a fellow classmate, equally clad in an expensive suit, stepped forward and wrapped his arm around Wang Chuchu's waist, saying, Chuchu, it's perfectly normal for Qin Yang, who has always been a maverick, to shy away from our gatherings. Do you not recall that dish of bitter melon and eggs from the high school cafeteria? While the entire student body despised it, only Qin Yang savored it with delight. The male classmate cast a mocking glance at Qin Yang as he uttered these words. Qin Yang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, My apologies. I was unaware you would be attending, hence I refrained from ordering that dish. After all, it is rather bitter and not to our palate. However, since you are here, as the host, I must ensure you are well taken care of. Xiaolu, please inform the kitchen to prepare another serving of bitter melon and eggs, ample enough, as our esteemed classmate enjoys it. The speaker, Qian Tong, was a privileged youth, hailing from a family engaged in the hotel and agritourism business. While others were still grappling with outdated communication devices, he had already embraced the latest Nokia model, and his musical tastes were catered to by an Apple MP4. While other children dined in the cafeteria, he indulged in fried chicken and fries at every meal. Though in retrospect these luxuries may seem trivial at the time, a mere beckon of his finger would draw a throng of admirers eager to follow him. Regrettably, despite his affluence, Qian Tong's academic performance was dismal. As a citizen of Longhua, he could not even pass his Chinese language exams, let alone gain admission to a university. Consequently, his father opted to invest in his education abroad. Judging by his current demeanor, he seemed to be faring reasonably well. Seeing Qian Tong embrace Wang Chuchu, Chao Lingyun expressed his surprise. You too, have you become an item? Wang Chuchu attempted to distance herself. Yet Qian Tong took her hand and planted a kiss on her cheek. Old Chao, your powers of observation remain sharp, he chuckled. Indeed, I gathered everyone not solely for this reunion, but to announce a significant matter. Wang Chuchu and I are engaged, and the venue and date for the wedding have already been secured. I shall send out invitations, and all of you must attend. Upon hearing this declaration, the others were taken aback. It was well known that during high school, Wang Chuchu held a particular disdain for individuals like Qian Tong, who, buoyed by his wealth, displayed arrogance and ambitionlessness, lacking both ability and moral integrity. How could it be that she was now to wed someone of his ilk? Viewers in the live stream echoed their astonishment. Alas, it is disheartening to witness such a turn of events. A prized cabbage has fallen to a swine. I cannot fathom why women are drawn to such individuals. Qian Tong is neither handsome nor refined in speech. What could she possibly see in him? The answer, of course, lies in the allure of wealth. Do you know why the romances of student life are so profound? Because during those years, we are unburdened by worldly pressures, and our affections remain untainted. When someone expresses their fondness for you, it is genuinely for who you are, rather than for any external factors. However, once one steps into the working world, everything changes. As a man, you are aware that seeking beauty is natural. Thus, it is equally reasonable for women to pursue wealth. It is merely a reflection of our maturity in society, where we distinguish between necessities and luxuries. This reminds me of a stunning girl who transferred to our class in the second year of high school, her skin radiating a luminous glow under the sun. Tragically, she was deceived by an athlete with nothing more than a spicy hot pot, leading to a night spent together. I suspect that my sentiments now mirror those of Qin Yang. Wang Chuchu, the academic committee member in high school, ranked third in our class. Her dream was once to become an exceptional journalist, reporting from the front lines and uncovering the truth for the public. However, at this moment, she has transformed from a dream-chasing girl into a gentle wife of wealth. Her classmates, astute as ever, approached to offer their congratulations after hearing what Qian Tong had said, showering him with auspicious wishes such as may you have a prosperous offspring and may you grow old together. Qian Tong's face beamed with delight. While Wang Chuchu cast a furtive glance at Qin Yang, her expression reminiscent of Diao Chan in the embrace of Dong Zhuo, eyeing elbow. Chao Lingyun patted Qin Yang on the shoulder, sighing as he spoke. Old Qin, I apologize. I had no idea. Qin Yang's expression suddenly turned serious, startling Chao Lingyun. Old Qin, please don't act impulsively. You have a wonderful life now. There's no need to jeopardize it for a fleeting infatuation. Qiantong keenly sensed Qin Yang's disquiet. With a slight smile, he inquired, "What troubles you, Qin Yang? Your expression suggests you are not pleased. Aren't you going to offer your blessings to us?" Wang Chuchu tugged at Qiantong, attempting to free her hand, but he clung to her resolutely, intent on forcing a confrontation between her and Qin Yang. Qiantong hoped that Qin Yang would retaliate. After all, he had invested years in taekwondo training. In his mind, he envisioned the likely outcomes of the impending altercation. If Qin Yang, in a fit of rage, were to push him and fall to the ground, should he then assist him? Such an act would display his magnanimity and elevate Wang Chuchu's awareness of the disparity between herself and Qin Yang. The more he contemplated, the more satisfied he became, his smile growing ever brighter. He even shifted his right foot back a step, prepared to strike at any moment. However, just then, Qin Yang unexpectedly approached a stone platform and seized a butcher's knife laid upon it. Qiantong's face drained of color as he trembled, pointing at Qin Yang. Hey, what are you doing, Qin Yang? Calm down. It's not worth it over a woman. If you're upset, we can simply call off the wedding. Chao Lingyun stood nearby, dumbfounded, giving Qin Yang a thumbs up. No wonder he's my buddy. He certainly has a fiery temper. Unlike the others who recoiled in fear, Wang Chuchu's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of Qin Yang wielding the knife. He truly still harbors feelings for me. I am indeed his cherished light. Just when everyone believed that Qiantong might meet a gruesome end, Qin Yang suddenly spoke up. You just claim to be the owner here. Qiantong was momentarily taken aback. Yes, and what of it? Qin Yang gestured towards a large, plump pig nearby. Then it should be no trouble for me to assist in slaughtering this pig, right? I have experience in butchering pigs from my childhood. Qiantong exclaimed, huh? He even doubted his own ears. Are you certain you mean to slaughter the pig, not me? Qin Yang shot him a look of disdain. What purpose would there be in killing you? I merely wish to butcher the pig. Now, can you provide a straightforward answer without dragging this out? Seeing Qin Yang brandishing the butcher's knife, Qiantong quickly capitulated. All right, of course you can. Go ahead. I consent. Chapter 51 Identity is self-created. Qiantong issued a few instructions to the employees who were preparing to slaughter the pigs. The employees, slightly impatient, cast a glance at Qin Yang before handing him a black rubber apron. These pigs were raised by them, and to ensure the freshness of the ingredients, they were typically slaughtered on the spot for esteemed guests. The farm offered numerous activities for visitors, such as catching chickens and ducks, fishing, and picking fruits. However, it was the first time they encountered guests wishing to slaughter pigs. As Qin Yang truly approached with a cleaver in hand, everyone was taken aback. Chao Lingyun. Is Qin Yang in his right mind? What if he gets his high-end suit dirty while slaughtering pigs? Another classmate remarked in disbelief. Are you foolish? This isn't about the suit getting dirty. It's about this guy's mental state. That's a pig he's about to slaughter. Would you dare to do that? Me? I wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken, let alone a pig. But I feel like he's trying to vent his inner anger. It's about the money. I think he's coming for you. Who doesn't he remember how well Chu Chu treated him back in high school? Now that Chu Chu is married, can he not feel hurt? Listening to her classmates, Wang Chuchu covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Indeed, he holds feelings for me. Qiantong's expression turned grave as he inexplicably empathized with the pig destined for slaughter. Is this kid preparing to kill a pig just to show me? At that moment, Qin Yang stood before the pig pen with the cleaver, taking a deep breath. Ugh, it really stinks. System, can't you assign me a normal task? Why did Qin Yang suddenly decide to slaughter a pig? Was it truly out of anger? Not quite. He remembered Wang Chuchu's kindness. But that was all there was to it. The concept of a white moonlight. Even if he once liked her, what relevance does it hold to the present Wang Chuchu? Qin Yang's actions were entirely motivated by the system, which had just issued him a new task. Ding. You have triggered a temporary mission. Please check. Your next part-time job, pig slaughterer. Part-time task. Please use the cleaver to successfully kill a pig. Time limit, 1 hour. Failure penalty. All funds and personal account will be cleared. All right. Previous tasks had no penalties for failure, but this time it was straight to the punishment. It seemed the novice protection period had ended. However, these part-time tasks just kept getting more bizarre. Running errands was one thing, but now he was to become a pig slaughterer. Little piggy, I'm sorry. I've worked hard to save a little pocket money. I truly cannot afford to lose it. The uncle who was supposed to slaughter the pig glanced at Qin Yang. What are you mumbling about? Step aside. We need to take the pig out. As the uncle approached the pig pen, the pigs seemed to sense something and began to thrash about wildly. Seeing the pigs collide with such force, Chao Lingyun couldn't help but ask, Old Qin, are you sure you've slaughtered pigs before? I observe that this pig appears quite formidable. Can you measure up to it? If not, perhaps it would be best to refrain, as everyone is already aware of your considerable prowess. Chao Lingyun initially thought that Qin Yang intended to intimidate Qian Tong by slaughtering the pig, leading him to harbor some doubts regarding Qin's capabilities. Upon witnessing the pig collide with the iron barrier, netizens felt a twinge of apprehension. My goodness, is the pig's strength truly that immense? It almost seems as if the iron barrier cannot withstand it. As the old saying goes, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers, surely. You do not think all pigs are akin to Peppa? A lesser-known fact is that the pigs we typically slaughter are merely piglets, not yet fully grown. If you were to wait until these pigs matured, you would truly grasp their ferocity. Should you research breeding pigs, you would further understand why they rank above bears and tigers in terms of power. Pigs are indeed enigmatic creatures. My grandmother once raised pigs and warned me that they possess an uncanny nature. One should avoid the pig pen during idle times, lest they become predatory. Nonsense. One might argue, humans are so large, with bones and all. Can a pig truly consume them? Yet, a true incident from our locality tells a different tale. An elderly man murdered his daughter-in-law and disposed of her in the pig pen. When forensic experts examined the site, they only found a few strands of hair. Every other part had been devoured entirely. So tell me, can they not consume? It is no wonder the village elders advise that if a pig in the pen gazes at you with its eyes rolled back, it is imperative to slay it. Such a pig looking at you indicates that you have been marked for its menu, and an attack could ensue upon your next entry into the pen. As the netizens continued to express their growing fear of the pig, the uncle abruptly opened the iron barrier. The pig charged out with reckless abandon. The others attempted to seize it, but the creature's momentum was too great for them to contain. Quick, pull it back and shut the gate. The uncle panicked, realizing that if the pig escaped, he would incur a financial loss. Just as the pig seemed poised to flee, Qin Yang, standing nearby, swiftly seized the creature by the neck and shouted, then tripped it. The 400-pound pig fell to the ground with a thud. Qin Yang mounted the pig, firmly gripping its head with his left hand. The others quickly rushed in to assist, while the uncle urged Qin Yang to dismount. However, Qin Yang paid no heed. He pinpointed the pig's neck and delivered a swift, fatal strike. Blood gushed from the pig's neck, staining Qin Yang's hands crimson. A group of former classmates stood in stunned silence, while Qian Tong instinctively released Wang Chuchu's hand and fidgeted with his tie. Netizens erupted in laughter. You must be drenched in sweat, young man. I heard you wanted to practice with me earlier? Previously, I was uncertain about the meaning of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, but after witnessing Qin Yang's decisive slaughter of the pig, I now comprehend. With such clean and efficient technique, who would believe he has taken a few lives? There must be a thorough investigation. I always suspected that Qin Yang coincidentally appears at every crime scene. Indeed, he is a deranged killer. After finishing with the pig's blood, Qin Yang dismounted from the animal, intending to turn on the tap to wash his hands. To his dismay, he discovered that there was no water at all. The elder beside him remarked, It seems the water pipe is broken again. Young man, do you see that small waterfall over there? You can wash your hands in the stream. It's pure mountain spring water, quite pristine. Qin Yang earned the elder's respect through his capabilities, and the elder now wore a friendly smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Qin Yang passed by Qian Tong while holding the slaughtering knife. Qian Tong's legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, a notification sound resonated in Qin Yang's mind. Ding, ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the part-time task. You have acquired a new skill, identity verification. Identity verification. When venturing outside, your identity is self-assigned. The host can randomly designate an identity, which remains valid for 1 hour, and the system will assist in verifying it, though there is a certain probability of exposure. Chapter 52. Just killing is not enough. Do you wish to feast as well? What a poignant observation. One's identity is a self-bestowed mantle when venturing into the world. The skills imparted by the system grow increasingly uncanny. May I inquire, rather boldly, if these skills bear any relation to part-time endeavors? System, what of it? Qin Yang. Very well, I concede. You have my respect. Not dwelling excessively on the system's peculiarities, Qin Yang made his way on foot to the waterfall mentioned by the elder, cleansing the sanguine stains from his garments. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing this scene, began to indulge in playful banter once more. It must be said, despite Qin Dog's striking appearance, do you not perceive a latent potential for a deranged killer within him? Indeed, I share that sentiment. Is it not a common trope in films that impeccably dressed individuals often conceal a sinister nature? The more handsome they are, the more twisted they may be. In the wilds, beneath the waterfall, a man clad in a suit crouches by a brook, scrubbing the blood from his sleeves. Consider for yourselves what Cheen Dog's identity might entail, and I shall refrain from elaborating further. Thus, one might speculate that Cheen Dog's marriage to Lucien was not merely for love, but to infiltrate the police ranks, utilizing Lucien to gain access to vital information and mask his murderous intentions. By heavens, now that you mention it, it does seem plausible. Otherwise, how could he consistently appear at crime scenes? It defies logic. Initially, the viewers were merely jesting, yet their imaginations spiraled into absurdity. Within the police precinct, Sun Jia and a few female officers sat with takeout boxes in hand, munching while watching Cheen Yang's live stream. Upon witnessing the conjectures in the comments, they were taken aback. Why does it seem that these viewers make a compelling case? Could it be that my brother-in-law is indeed a deranged killer? Sun Jia shot Lucien a bemused glance and stated with utmost seriousness, "What nonsense! With our sister Yin keeping him in check, how could he possibly be a deranged killer? In fact, I would argue that Sister Yin is the true maniac, having blood on her hands from countless lives. Consider how Sister Yin spoke to my brother-in-law before their departures. He must always clear his magazine before leaving. It's terrifying, utterly brutal. Human nature is inherently curious, and Sun Jia especially revels in gossip. Whenever she finds herself with idle time, she delights in watching Cheen Yang's live streams, even holding the honorary title of chief of his fan club. After all, Cheen Yang is the mascot of their precinct, while Lu Yin is her superior and career idol. Watching Cheen Yang's streams is akin to following the daily lives of two remarkable individuals, far more captivating than any television drama. Moreover, with Cheen Yang's recent endeavors, nearly every significant case within the precinct has been linked to him. If she could happen upon a case or two while watching the stream, it could very well lead to her advancement. Lu Qian, seated nearby, cautioned, "Little Jia, it may not be wise to craft such narratives about Sister Yin. After all, those are private matters between a couple." Sun Jia dismissed this, saying, "I am merely recounting events from the live stream. It does not infringe upon their privacy. Nevertheless, my brother-in-law is indeed remarkable, possessing an innate talent for live streaming, having amassed over 100,000 followers within just a few days of broadcasting." Song Wei inquired curiously, "I have always wondered how my brother-in-law manages to live stream. It seems as if no one around him is aware that he is broadcasting." Sun Jia chuckled. "Remember when our bureau received a new batch of live streaming equipment? It includes beauty contact cameras, pinhole cameras, wristwatch cameras, and shoe cameras. All products from Sister Xiaoyan's company. You are also familiar with those drones that have been selling like hotcakes in the market, right? Those two are from Sister Xiaoyan's brand, capable of following shots and aerial photography with ease. They even offer biomimetic drones and camouflage drones. In short, my brother-in-law went to great lengths to acquire a plethora of high-tech gear to achieve optimal live streaming effects, all of which are cutting-edge technology." Sun Jia licked her lips at this point. "Unfortunately, my brother-in-law can switch these devices on and off at will, and the live stream settings can automatically shield inappropriate content. Otherwise, I would have known how Sister Xiaoyan managed to make him surrender that day, he he." A glimmer of infatuation sparkled in Sun Jia's eyes. However, she soon sensed something amiss as the other female officers suddenly distanced themselves from her, falling silent. "Why are you all standing so far away? Are you not watching the live stream?" As soon as Sun Jia finished speaking, Lu Yin, with a stern expression, sat beside her. "Is the live stream interesting?" Sun Jia gulped nervously. "As Sister Xiaoyan, when did you arrive?" Lu Yin replied expressionlessly, "Since you mentioned that I had someone's life in my hands." Sun Jia hurriedly waved her hands in explanation. "No, Sister Xiaoyan, that's not what I meant. Noticing the cold glare from Lu Yin, Sun Jia realized that if she did not provide a satisfactory answer today, her fate would be sealed. Suddenly, an idea struck her as she pointed towards the live streaming room. "Sister Xiaoyan, my brother-in-law is at a class reunion today. He is involved with a girl named Wang Chu-Chu, and I am currently keeping an eye on him." Wang Chu-Chu, class reunion? Lu Yin glanced at the phone screen and discovered that Cheen Yang was wearing the suit she had helped him choose yesterday. The murderous intent in Lu Yan's eyes intensified, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. "So that's it. No wonder he suddenly wanted to take a selfie yesterday. Very well." With a sharp crack, everyone heard a crisp sound as Lu Yin crushed the mouse on the table effortlessly. Goodness, what a fearsome female officer. This is terrifying. Seeing Lu Yin completely engulfed in rage, Sun Jia inwardly felt remorse. I am truly sorry, brother-in-law. In that situation, it was either your demise or mine. I had no choice but to betray you. May you rest in peace. By the stream, Qin Yang, who was cleaning up bloodstains, suddenly shivered, covered in goosebumps. Is the water this cold? He wondered. For some inexplicable reason, Qin Yang felt a chill creeping up his spine, accompanied by an itch at his neck. Just as he pondered this, more blood began to flow down from above, streaming past him. As Qin Yang followed the trail of blood, he turned his head and discovered, not far upstream, a man who, like him, was cleaning blood from his garments. The man noticed Qin Yang's gaze, initially taken aback. His expression soon morphed into one of fierce intensity. He picked up the knife in his hand and approached Qin Yang step by step, unaware of the impending danger. Qin Yang greeted him with a smile. Brother, have you finished slaughtering pigs as well? The man's steps faltered, and he furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in thought. You also engage in pig slaughtering? Qin Yang splashed water on his face and chuckled. I used to, but after getting married, I left that line of work. Today, on a whim, I decided to revisit my old trade and experience it once more. You know how strictly regulated things are domestically. One cannot act recklessly in such matters, or it could lead to trouble. Chapter 53. Is pig slaughtering so competitive? Qin Yang spoke the truth. The Dragon Kingdom indeed imposes stringent regulations on pig slaughtering. Generally, it mandates centralized processing rather than allowing individuals to casually slaughter their own pigs for consumption, nor may they distribute the meat to others afterwards. After all, if the pork has not undergone inspection and issues arise, who bears the responsibility? However, in more remote areas, oversight tends to be lax, provided one does not attract attention. The authorities often turn a blind eye. Yet, the man misconstrued Qin Yang's meaning. He presumed that Qin Yang, like him, was in the same profession. The man scrutinized Qin Yang from head to toe and could not restrain himself from inquiring, Are you really dressed in a suit to slaughter pigs? Isn't that a bit ostentatious? Aren't you concerned about being discovered? Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback. What was there to fear about being found out for merely slaughtering a pig? Oh, did he mean being caught and reported? Qin Yang wiped his hands and replied, I have already mentioned, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision for me to take action today. As a fellow pig slaughterer, you must understand what I mean. It's all about the right mood. When the moment strikes, one simply acts. The man was astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. Are you suggesting that no one is paying you, and you just randomly found a pig by the roadside to slaughter? Qin Yang was even more perplexed. How could it be random? Surely, one must choose a more secluded spot, aware of the potential consequences of being discovered. Slaughtering pigs is primarily for the thrill. To savor the experience, monetary gain is secondary. Besides, one can always enjoy the fruits of their labor afterward, indulging in a hearty meal. The man's expression shifted to one of horror. You actually intend to eat it afterward? Qin Yang was equally baffled. Of course. Who slaughters a pig without eating it? Freshly slaughtered pork is incredibly delicious, tender, and succulent. Not only can the meat be savored, but the blood can also be preserved to make blood stew, a true delicacy. The man fell silent, contemplating the fact that this fellow practitioner seemed even more unconventional than himself. Just as Qin Yang was about to take his leave, the man humbly asked, Brother, you seem quite knowledgeable about pig slaughtering. May I inquire how to properly handle the blood afterward? I am not very adept. It splattered all over the place. Qin Yang shot him a disapproving look. Are you out of your mind? How can one slaughter a pig indoors? You must take it outside to a spacious area. It's best to have a few assistants to ensure the process goes smoothly. Otherwise, if the pig struggles, you won't be able to manage it alone. The man nodded vigorously. I do have help. My 2 cousins were assisting just now. However, we truly did not think to take it outside for this first attempt. We were not very professional. By the way, brother, I still have 2 pigs at home. Would you care to accompany me back and help me with them? Rest assured, I will share my earnings with you. You won't be at a loss. Qin Yang found the man amusing. Without the proper skills, one should not undertake such tasks. You claim you cannot slaughter pigs. So why accept the job in the first place? Qin Yang glanced at the suit he was wearing, hesitating slightly. I genuinely wish to assist you, but I must admit, it would be unfortunate if this attire were to become soiled. It's rather expensive. The man quickly interjected, Brother, I have spare clothes at home. You can change into one of my outfits later. I believe our builds are quite similar, so it should fit you. Moreover, if you help me slaughter a pig, I can offer you 30,000 yuan. 2 pigs would amount to 60,000. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. What kind of pig is so precious, fetching 30,000 for a single one. This is a fortune. Elated, Qin Yang exuberantly exclaimed, "Let us go." 10 minutes later, on the other side of the mountain, the man led Qin Yang to a house at the foot of the hill. This residence was a typical two-story farmhouse, with a spacious courtyard that bore traces of blood. Upon seeing the man return with a stranger, two young men sitting at the entrance, smoking, immediately stood up, their expressions tense. The man waved his hand reassuringly. "No need to worry, he is a comrade. This is my brother Qin Yang, a professional pig slaughterer whom I met while washing my knife over there. Qin, these two are my cousins, Feng Hua and Feng Hui. I am Gong Bin." Qin Yang politely greeted his cousins, and Gong Bin went inside, soon emerging with a set of his clothes to hand over. "Here, Qin, change into these. We wouldn't want your fine suit to get dirty." Without further ado, Qin Yang accepted the clothes and changed, all the while inquiring, "What about those two pigs you mentioned? Bring one out so I can get started. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can leave. I have other matters to attend to." Gong Bin chuckled. "There is no rush. We must first await the call from the boss. Only when he gives the word can we proceed." Qin Yang scoffed. "Why the delay for something as simple as slaughtering a pig? Is your boss reliable? He doesn't seem to be one for serious business." Gong Bin offered Qin Yang a cigarette. "Well, we three brothers have only recently entered this trade. We're primarily here to earn a living, unlike you, who clearly appears to have made it big. Would you be willing to share how you entered this field and managed to succeed?" Qin Yang laughed. "What is there to it? It's merely a selection process from the village, choosing the bravest and most capable, when times are good. We typically slaughter several pigs each year. When times are tough, we might only do one or two just to make ends meet. My father was a well-known pig butcher, skilled enough for a swift kill. Many city bosses would pay him handsomely for his services. However, I believed there was no future in this line of work, so I chose to pursue my studies instead. In the end, education is the only true path forward. There is no future in butchering pigs." The trio listened, stunned by his words. A village where everyone was involved in pig slaughtering, yet Qin Yang's father was a butcher, and he thought there was no future in it. Opting instead for academia? Was this profession truly so competitive that it had such a legacy? After a brief silence, Gong Bin inquired, "Brother, is your village truly located within the country? With such practices of pig slaughtering, has anyone been apprehended?" Qin Yang replied with a sardonic smile. "It's merely for our own consumption. Who would dare to really intervene?" Gong Bin pondered this carefully and agreed. The act of slaughtering pigs is not terrifying. What is truly alarming is that they actually consume the meat. Such extreme depravity is indeed beyond the scope of ordinary law enforcement. Just as Gong Bin was about to ask further questions to glean more of their advanced methods, a text from the boss arrived, instructing them to proceed. Gong Bin gestured for action. "Go, bring those two pigs out." His two cousins responded affirmatively and shortly thereafter dragged a bound man and woman from the room, unceremoniously tossing them into the courtyard. Chapter 54. The proper use of new skills. "Brother, let's get to work," Gong Bin said, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he handed a knife to Qin Yang. At this moment, it was Qin Yang's turn to fall silent. The viewers in the live stream held their breath, sensing the tension. When Qin Dog had greeted him earlier, Qin Yang had felt something was amiss, and now his suspicions were confirmed. This was a dire situation. Was there anyone who could offer a solution? It seemed hopeless. Even calling the police now would be too late. What about his teammates? Could someone come to his aid? Noticing that Qin Yang remained motionless, Gong Bin wore a puzzled expression. "What's the matter, brother? Why aren't you making a move?" Qin Yang grasped the knife, his hand trembling slightly. I'm not feeling quite right. I need to gather my thoughts." Gong Bin furrowed his brow. "How do you plan to do that?" "I just need a smoke," Qin Yang replied calmly, rummaging through his pockets but finding no cigarettes. Instead, he pulled out a lollipop. Gong Bin looked at him with suspicion. "Brother, is this what you call a smoke?" Unfazed, Qin Yang unwrapped the lollipop and placed it in his mouth. "When we consume sugar, our blood sugar levels rise, triggering an insulin response. Besides facilitating glucose entry into peripheral cells, aromatic amino acids are more readily transported to the brain, aiding in the synthesis of serotonin, which elicits feelings of happiness and joy. So, is there a problem with me relaxing with a lollipop right now?" Gong Bin was momentarily at a loss for words, as he and his companions lacked formal education and could not comprehend Qin Yang's scientific jargon. The group sat in silence, watching as Qin Yang savored the lollipop. Not only was he indulging in the candy, but he was also smacking his lips as he did so. It was as if he were practicing some sort of ritual. "Enough of this," Feng Hui exclaimed, raising his knife and pointing it at Qin Yang. Are you going to make a move or not? If you don't, I will. Feng Kuo, also puzzled, chimed in, cousin, could this person be a rival? Have you ever seen a competitor dressed in a suit engaging in our line of work? Are you sure you've got this right? Upon hearing Feng Kuo's words and reflecting on Qin Yang's earlier odd behavior, Gong Bin began to harbor doubts. He approached Qin Yang, placing a hand on his shoulder, and gestured toward the two captives on the ground. Brother, we've had these two pigs tied up for a while now. It would be wise to act swiftly so we can leave sooner. There's a saying, the longer the night, the more dreams. We have the money ready for you. I'll give you 5 minutes, either they die, or you do. The choice is yours. Gong Bin took out his phone and set a 5-minute countdown. The reason Gong Bin had brought Qin Yang to the courtyard was that he had seen him washing the knife by the creek and had already caught a glimpse of his face. If Qin Yang was indeed a rival, there was nothing more to discuss. Everyone had blood on their hands, and no one would betray the other. However, if Qin Yang was not a rival, then both he and the two captives would meet their end here today, under the watchful eyes of 3 individuals. Qin Yang slowly approached the couple who were slumped helplessly on the ground. The pair was terrified, their eyes wide with fear as they struggled desperately against the earth beneath them. After all, they had witnessed one of their companions brutally slain by Gong Bin right before their eyes. Qin Yang hesitated, for he was not a true murderer. He had merely killed pigs before. Just then, the man managed to loosen the cloth binding his mouth through his frantic writhing. Gasping for breath, he pleaded, "Brother, don't kill me. I have money, lots and lots of it. Who sent you to kill me? Whatever they offered, I'll pay double. 10 times. I'll give you 10 times. Please, don't take my life. I have a wife and children at home. I have never committed any heinous acts." Before the man could finish his desperate plea, the hot-tempered Feng Hui lunged forward, thrusting his knife with reckless abandon. It was evident that Feng Hui lacked any semblance of expertise. His stabbing was instinctual, utterly ignorant of vital points. Consequently, the initial thrust did not prove fatal, and the man writhed on the ground, howling in agony, leaving a gruesome trail of blood in his wake. Such lamentations persisted for over a minute before the man's cries finally subsided into silence. Feng Hui was now splattered with blood. The knife lodged stubbornly in the man's ribcage. Blood sprayed onto Qin Yang's face, marking the poignant end of a vibrant life before his very eyes. Gong Bin placed a hand on Qin Yang's shoulder, though suspicion had begun to creep into his mind regarding Qin's true identity. With a sardonic smile, Gong Bin remarked, "Brother, you did not speak to me in such a manner before. You claimed to be an expert at killing pigs, delivering one swift strike after another with lethal precision. Yet here you stand, fumbling like a quail with the knife. What is the matter? Are you unable to act? If you cannot, do not blame your brother for being unkind. I'll have to send you on your way, followed by this woman." Gong Bin's knife was now pressed against Qin Yang's throat. Should 5 minutes elapse without action from Qin, he would become another victim of Gong Bin's blade. The woman, paralyzed on the ground, shook her head in terror, imploring Qin Yang for her life. Overwhelmed by fear, she felt a warm dampness spread across her skirt. She desperately wished to survive, to evade death. Feng Hui struggled to pull out his knife, wiping the blood from his face as he said, "Cousin, why waste words on him? This kid clearly isn't one of us. Let us just end him." Feng Kun nodded in agreement. "Cousin, make your move. The longer we delay, the worse it becomes for us." Gong Bin furrowed his brow and asked in a low voice, "Brother, this is my final inquiry. Are you truly one of us? Who are you?" In response to Gong Bin's probing question, Qin Yang feigned complexity, stating, "Of course, I am in this line of work. I simply do not typically conduct business domestically. I am an international assassin." No sooner had Qin Yang spoken than a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. The skill identification has been activated. The system is assisting the host in validating this identity. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Qin Yang paused momentarily, recalling that he possessed this skill at his disposal. However, how is this skill utilized? Upon hearing Qin Yang claim to be an international assassin, the Feng brothers erupted in derisive laughter. An international assassin has ventured to our humble abode? How absurd. He can't even wield a knife. What pretense is this? Like a pig's nose adorned with green onions? Cousin, allow me to handle him." Just as Feng Hui was about to confront Qin Yang, the television in the room crackled to life with the voice of a news anchor. "We interrupt this program for an urgent breaking news report. Following verification by the Ministry of Public Security and the Ministry of State Security, it has been confirmed that an international contract killer known as the Butcher infiltrated our city in the early hours of this morning, with his whereabouts currently unknown. We urge the citizens to provide any information regarding the Butcher with a cash reward of 3 million yuan. This notorious killer has a penchant for violence, having committed numerous heinous acts, and is deemed extremely dangerous. Citizens are advised to report any sightings of this suspect immediately and to maintain a safe distance. The suspect's physical characteristics are as follows. Chapter 55. Indeed, I am an international assassin, clad in an exquisite brown striped suit. Complemented by a crisp white shirt and elegant crocodile leather shoes, I stand tall at 6 feet, possessing striking good looks, yet marred by 3 scars upon my neck. I carry with me a formidable cleaver. This station reiterates that the suspect is exceedingly dangerous. Not only is he a professional assassin, but also an international psychopath. Citizens are urged to report any sightings immediately and to maintain a safe distance. Emergency broadcast concluded. The 3 brothers. The brown striped suit. The crocodile leather shoes, the scars on his neck, the cleaver. Everything aligns perfectly. Just moments ago, Feng Hui, who had brazenly threatened to stab Qin Yang, now trembles in fear, nearly dropping his weapon. The viewers in the live stream are equally stunned. Indeed, I knew it. Qin Dog is truly a psychopathic killer. Not only did he marry a policewoman, but he also commits his crimes live, ensnaring us unsuspecting viewers in his web. Qin Dog, you are quite the trickster. I was baffled as to how someone could stream for over 10 hours a day. It turns out we are merely part of his twisted play, utterly depraved. Lucian never anticipated that the person closest to him would be the ultimate antagonist. What a shocking twist. Gongbin felt a tightening in his throat. When he spoke, his voice took on a sharper tone. Brother, is this news about you? Qin Yang, initially taken aback, quickly regained his composure upon hearing Gongbin's words. Is this not the perfect opportunity for escape? His shoulders began to tremble, causing the 3 brothers to instinctively retreat a step. Qin Yang rested his left hand on his right, with his right hand covering his face, revealing only one eye, his grin gradually morphing into something sinister. Amaterasu. I cannot believe I concealed myself so well, only to be discovered by you. Indeed, I admit, I am responsible for those deaths. However, I have never slain the innocent. They deserve their fate. Ding. The skill, Master Orator, has been activated. Once the skill took effect, Qin Yang seemed to enter a peculiar state, embodying the essence of a true psychopathic killer. He spoke with manic fervor. I hail from an impoverished rural background, where I was looked down upon and ridiculed as a mere country bumpkin. A senior student often bullied me, simply because I dared to glance at him while queuing for goods. Eventually, I killed him, disposing of his body in the mountains behind the school to feed wild dogs. Unseen and unheard. That was my first murder, my inaugural taste of blood, exquisite in its flavor. The 3 brothers. Suddenly lost in his memories. Qin Yang turned his gaze towards Feng Hui. What are you staring at? Feng Hui trembled in fear, hastily covering his face and looking down at the ground. Brother, I wasn't he staring at you. Qin Yang then shifted his attention to Feng Kuo. Feng Kuo raised his head to the sun, anxious that Qin Yang would look his way. Gongbin, trembling, inquired, what happened next? Indeed, Qin Yang once again succumbed to his recollections. Later, I met a girl, beautiful, gentle, and kind-hearted. She has never looked down on me. Each day, she takes the initiative to bring me meals, allowing me to experience love for the first time. The 3 brothers were nearly moved to tears. How wonderful it is. We have been saved, and these are warm memories. However, before the 3 brothers could revel in their joy for too long, Qin Yang's tone shifted dramatically. Later, I found an opportunity to kill her. The 3 brothers gasped in disbelief. Qin Yang continued. I tied a stone to her and threw her into the well. Gongbin was on the verge of tears. Why? Brother, didn't she accept you for who you are? Qin Yang replied impassively, because she treated me well, she belonged solely to me. I did not wish for her to marry anyone else or have any contact with other men. Is that difficult to comprehend? The 3 brothers shook their heads in unison. It's not hard to understand. You are right, brother. A gust of wind swept through, lifting the fallen leaves in the courtyard. Qin Yang inhaled the faint scent of blood in the air, a smile creeping onto his face. Handsome, radiant, yet eerily mad, disturbingly twisted. Qin Yang picked up the butcher's knife from the ground and calmly stated, the time has come. It is time to end this. Clack, 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 clack. The 3 brothers' teeth chattered uncontrollably, trembling like leaves in a storm. As Qin Yang approached with the knife, Feng Hui, terrified, wet his pants. Brother, please. Don't act rashly. We are colleagues. We are on the same side. Don't do anything reckless. Qin Yang flashed a brilliant smile, showcasing the butcher's knife. Do not be afraid. I merely wish to demonstrate the correct way to hold a knife. Your grip is incorrect, limiting your lethality and making it easy to lose control. However, my grip is different. No matter how you thrust, it will not slip from your hand, and it avoids getting stuck in bones, maximizing its fatal potential. Thud. Feng Hui fell to his knees. Brother, I believe you are indeed a psychopathic killer. This is too terrifying. At a time like this, you are teaching me how to hold a knife? Are you insane? As he watched his cousin on the brink of being killed by Qin Yang, Gong Bin hastily interjected. Brother, please do not act impulsively. We were blind to your true nature and offended you. As long as you grant us our lives, we will comply with whatever you command. Qin Yang cast a cold glance at Gong Bin. You will do whatever I say? Gong Bin nodded vigorously. Absolutely, without question. Qin Yang pointed towards a nearby room. Then you three go inside and close the door. I prefer not to have witnesses while I am killing. The three brothers didn't hesitate for a moment, scrambling into the room and shutting the door behind them. Once inside, they collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. They had never anticipated that Qin Yang had such a formidable background. He was indeed an international assassin. Feng Hui could no longer contain himself and asked, Cousin, where did you find this demon? We nearly lost our lives. Gong Bin regretted his earlier decisions. Do you think I wanted to find him? He saw me cleaning my knife, and I had to confirm who he was. Feng Hui listened intently for a while. Something feels amiss. Is it truly possible for a professional assassin to carry out a murder without a trace of commotion? Logically, one would expect such a deranged murderer to be anything but silent. With a surge of courage, Feng Hui cautiously peered through the crack of the door. To his astonishment, he was left dumbfounded. Cousin, they are gone. Gong Bin, initially bewildered, queried. Gone? Who is gone? The pervert. That deranged individual and that woman have vanished. They escaped. Gong Bin paused for a moment, then swiftly grasped the reality. Damn it, we've been played. That scoundrel is toying with us. Grab your weapons. We must pursue. Realizing they had been deceived, the three men seized their weapons and dashed outside. Just then, a man clad in a brown striped suit happened to pass by. Another suited individual. Let us eliminate him. Feng Hui swung his blade, yet the man in the suit neither flinched nor evaded, maintaining an expression of calm as the blade descended. Chapter 56. So you are from Rongqing. In the mountains, amidst the trees, the woman holding Qin Yang's hand repeatedly gestured. I can't go on. I truly can't run any further. Let us take a break. She was accustomed to an office life, lacking in physical fitness, and managing to keep pace with Qin Yang had already awakened her survival instincts. Qin Yang glanced around, noting that their current position was relatively advantageous. Elevated and concealed by the thicket, he could easily see if anyone was pursuing them. Confirming their temporary safety, he promptly took out his phone and called Lu Yan. Darling, help. 3 assassins are after me. Hurry, or your beloved husband will be no more. A cold voice came through the line. We are on our way. The place you are hiding is good. Stay put and don't move. We will be there soon. Qin Yang felt a surge of anxiety. How soon is soon? My life hangs by a thread, and death is but a moment away. If it weren't for my wit, bravery, charm, honesty, and kindness, I would already be a corpse. Lu Yan replied, enough with the nonsense. Conserve your strength. I'm hanging up. Before Qin Yang could utter another word, she unilaterally ended the call. How dare that woman hang up on me? Qin Yang redialed her number, only to be cut off again. He fell silent, slumping against the bushes, his hands trembling uncontrollably. In moments of extreme tension, a person often feels an overwhelming urge to speak, and Qin Yang was no exception. Had it not been for his cleverness, he doubted he could have escaped the clutches of those 3 brothers, let alone with a woman in tow. Thank you. The woman beside him said softly. Qin Yang looked up to find her gazing at him with genuine gratitude. My name is Su Ningbing, the female president of Frost Group. You saved my life, and I will certainly express my gratitude. Money is no object. Once I reach home safely, I will ensure you receive a satisfactory reward. Qin Yang shot her a glance. Does being a female president make you remarkable? I happen to be the son-in-law of a female president myself. I'm rather weary of wealthy women like you. All you do is talk about money as thanks. Do I need your trifling rewards? Su Ningbing? Netizens? Su Ningbing was taken aback, and the online commentators were flabbergasted. Wait, are you feeling wronged for saving a wealthy woman? You look down on rich women, huh? Come on, pass her my way. Just scan my code and add me as a friend. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Qin Yang's luck seemed extraordinary. Even saving a woman turned out to be a wealthy one. Why can't I encounter such fortune? One commenter mused. It's not every day that someone stumbles upon assassins, and if this woman had no identity or background, why would those 3 brothers abduct her? Just for fun? Indeed, I greatly admire the noble character of Qin Go, who regards wealth as mere refuse. However, I do have an affinity for refuse. If there happens to be a wealthy lady in the live stream, please consider me. I stand at a height of 175 centimeters, possess handsome features, and boast an 8-pack abdomen, ready to work diligently for 30 consecutive days. Upon noticing Qin Yang's disdainful gaze directed towards her, Su Ningbing found herself momentarily at a loss. After all, she had never lacked suitors throughout her life, especially when those men learned of her identity, they would shower her with flattery. Encountering someone who was indifferent to her instead piqued her interest. With curiosity sparkling in her eyes, she asked, "Are you truly an international assassin?" Qin Yang shot her a glare. "Did you not see my hands shaking as if afflicted by Parkinson's? Furthermore, an assassin is an assassin. What difference does it make whether they are international or not? Is there a shortage of targets domestically? But you," he continued. "How did you end up caught by those 3 brothers?" With her fingers twirling nervously, Su Ningbing replied with a pained expression. "I was on my way to an event when they crashed into my vehicle. Uncle Wang was just about to step out to investigate when those 3 armed men approached and bound us all." Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang. She broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Being merely a woman, witnessing someone she knew being slaughtered before her eyes left her utterly devastated. Qin Yang, with his keen intuition, suspected this was a sordid tactic of cutthroat business competition. The business world is fraught with peril. Many tycoons would resort to heinous acts, even murder, in their relentless pursuit of profit. Su Ningbing's tears flowed freely as her sorrow deepened. Qin Yang felt a pang of sympathy. Retrieving a tissue from his pocket and offering it to her. To his surprise, Su Ningbing did not accept the tissue. Instead, she suddenly leaned towards him, seeking solace in an embrace. Qin Yang, taken aback, swiftly evaded her advance, finding himself positioned behind her in an instant. Su Ningbing stumbled forward, landing awkwardly, her head buzzing as she struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. Viewers online murmured in confusion. What just slipped past? Was that a teleportation move? Goodness. A beautiful woman offering herself in affection, yet Qin Go recoils as if from a venomous serpent? Qin Yang retorted, "Do you not understand the concept of emergency evasion?" With a haughty expression, "How pitiful." Covering his mouth to stifle a laugh. "Look, everyone, just look. What has Lu Xun done to my brother Qin? No wonder he relies on others. Handsome, highly educated, talented, principled. If I were a wealthy lady, I would be tempted too." Su Mei interjected, "Hey, can you please remove me from your blacklist?" Spitting out the grass she had been chewing, Su Ningbing reoriented herself, finally processing the events that had unfolded. She gazed at Qin Yang, her self-confidence shaken. In a reflexive gesture, she adjusted her posture, confirming her alluring figure was still intact and appealing. Yet a question loomed. Why was he avoiding her? Did she fail to evoke any attraction in him? After a moment of contemplation, Su Ningbing fixed her gaze on Qin Yang and earnestly inquired, "Do you not like women?" Qin Yang replied with a cold smirk, "I am married. What do you think?" "To a man?" Qin Yang. The veins on Qin Yang's temples throbbed as he suppressed his anger and replied, "Of course, it's about women. I love my wife dearly." Su Ningbing furrowed her brow in deep contemplation for a long while, before suddenly seeming to have an epiphany. She inquired again, "Are you from the Sichuan Chongqing region?" Qin Yang, slightly irritated, responded, "Yes, what of it?" Su Ningbing's eyes lit up with realization, and she immediately lost her previous aloofness. Standing up, she patted Qin Yang on the shoulder and said, "Good sister, I was presumptuous earlier. Rest assured, from now on, you shall be my cherished confidant. The closest kind." Qin Yang. Chapter 57. No time, no frivolity. Prejudice resides in the hearts of the people, resembling a city of Chengdu. Once upon a time, the stereotype of the men from Sichuan and Chongqing was merely one of being henpecked and submissive. Yet, this very city has singularly managed to convince the entire nation that the Sichuan-Chongqing region is dominated by this notion. Laughter erupted among netizens. "Sisters, that is not entirely unfounded." "I find it quite reasonable," Qin Yang remarked. "If you wish to refer to me as such, I might just unleash my more ruthless side. Come now, friends from Chengdu. Tell me aloud what is abundant in this city." "Calcium, calcium. Chengdu has the most calcium." With a buzzcut, round face, and a beard, one might picture Lin Xinru on Chuanxi Road. With a muscular tank top and saxophone, one might envision Lu Shishir on Tianfu Avenue. He quipped, "You're preparing for postgraduate entrance exams, aren't you?" Friends from afar, do not misinterpret. Although I hail from Chengdu, I am straight. For only I and Tianfu Avenue maintain a straight path here. Seeing Su Ningbing's gaze, which had shifted from flirtation to one devoid of distraction, as if she genuinely considered him a close sister, made Qin Yang's fists clench. Were it not for the principles of male decorum, he would have shown this oblivious woman what it means to be a true Casanova. Fortunately, this awkward atmosphere did not linger for long. Sun Jia's voice, akin to a celestial melody, echoed from the hillside below. Brother-in-law, are you all right? Qin Yang looked down and realized Sun Jia was approaching with several armed special police officers. He descended the mountain with Su Ningbing, inquiring with curiosity, "Where's my wife?" Gasping for breath, Sun Jia replied, "Sister Yin has gone to the courtyard at the foot of the mountain. She said we cannot let those 3 kidnappers escape." Qin Yang sighed. His wife was exceptional in every regard, save for her overwhelming ambition. Has she brought enough people? Those 3 are dangerous and ruthless. Sun Jia nodded. Rest assured, brother-in-law, the headquarters dispatched a full special police team, over 300 strong, all armed. Qin Yang paused, sensing something amiss. Why such a large deployment? Sun Jia, somewhat sheepish, explained, "It's because the city leaders watched your live stream and deemed those 3 particularly brutal, with a severely negative societal impact. They issued a strict order to capture them as swiftly as possible to rectify the situation. Furthermore, your live stream has been incorporated into our Public Security Bureau's Dawn Sword operation. The city government has specially designated your live stream as a frontline documentary channel, enhancing your streaming privileges and meticulously screening the identities of viewers to ensure that the public gains a profound understanding of our frontline officers' investigative processes. The city leaders have also instructed that your live stream should serve as a display window for police affairs, a barometer of criminal activity, positioning you as the sentinel of Jia High City and a nemesis of evil." Qin Yang, as Sun Jia spoke with increasing enthusiasm. Even she became excited by her own words. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yang asked, "Did you secretly watch my live stream while at work?" Sun Jia's guilt became palpable. I might have watched a little, and then Director Luo caught me." Qin Yang slapped his forehead, overwhelmed by a profound headache. He had anticipated this outcome. Initially, his intention for live streaming was merely to earn some pocket money and document the beauty of life. However, after awakening the system, he found himself entangled in increasingly absurd situations, ultimately chronicling a life of crime. Qin Yang had thought that if the platform ever banned him, it would be a mere inconvenience. He would broadcast for as long as he could. Now, it seemed he had become a sentinel at dawn. With his live stream impervious to restriction, even the platform's super administrators would likely be appointed by cyber police. Without further contemplation, Qin Yang sighed and declared, "Very well. Take me to find my wife. I miss her." Sun Jia responded with an "oh," leading Qin Yang down the mountain. Before departing, Su Ningbing shouted, "Good sister. I'll have my butler contact you later. Let us go out together sometime." Qin Yang retorted, "Spare me your frivolities. I am as straight as an arrow, more rigid than steel." At the foot of the mountain, in a small courtyard, as Qin Yang approached the gate, he immediately sensed something amiss. The entire courtyard was surrounded by over 100 special police officers, with caution tape strung up. A group of forensic experts in white lab coats busily snapped photographs, engrossed in their work. Just as Qin Yang intended to enter, he was halted by Zhou Quan, who stood guard at the entrance. "Brother-in-law, this is a crime scene. You cannot enter." Qin Yang replied, "I am aware it is a crime scene. Someone was stabbed to death, and I was present at the time. It's fine. I want to go in." "Lu Yin is inside, isn't she?" Zhou Quan looked at Qin Yang with an odd expression and said, "There's more than one deceased. The 3 kidnapped individuals are also dead, and their fates were quite brutal." Qin Yang was taken aback. "They're dead too? How did they die? Who killed them?" Zhou Quan shook his head, remaining silent. At that moment, a man's voice resonated from the courtyard. The deceased, Feng Hui, suffered a fractured right forearm, a comminuted fracture of the chest. His eyes were gouged out, and he was stabbed 12 times. The deceased, Feng Hua, had all his fingers severed. His face likely sustained severe trauma, with broken incisors, a fractured nasal bridge, and multiple facial bones. His vertebrae were also extracted. The most tragic was the deceased, Gong Bin, whose tendons were severed, skull cap removed, and brain matter smeared on the walls. Based on our preliminary assessment, the perpetrator appears to be the international psychopath known as the Butcher. These methods are his signature style. And he left us a mark at the scene. Qin Yang looked up to see a man in his early 30s, clad in plain clothes, exuding confidence. Luo Jun and Lu Yin emerged alongside him, their expressions grave. While homicides were not uncommon for them as police officers, They had never encountered such a brutal case before. Even Lu Yan's complexion turned pale, clearly affected by the psychological impact of the scene. The man extended his hand toward Qin Yang with a smile. You are the Sentinel at Dawn, Qin Yang? I have heard of your legendary deeds from Director Luo. Seeing you in person is indeed impressive. It is widely acknowledged that the Butcher ranks among the most notorious killers on an international scale. Initially, we presumed he would evade to major metropolises such as Shanghai or Beijing to perpetrate his crimes. However, we were taken aback by his decision to flee to Jiahai City. Qin Yang refrained from shaking the man's hand and, with a furrowed brow, inquired, What do you mean by that? It was not I who summoned the Butcher. Not deterred by Qin Yang's reluctance to engage in a handshake, the man persisted, stating, The reasons behind the Butcher's arrival in Jiahai City remain unclear. However, it is evident that all significant cases recently have some connection to you, which piques my interest. Mr. Qin, might we arrange a private meeting to discuss this further? Qin Yang, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, I have no time for that, nor do I entertain such propositions. The man's smile faltered, and a wave of insecurity washed over him. His exclusive invitation, so meticulously crafted, had been dismissed by Qin Yang in a manner that suggested an entirely different narrative. This individual certainly possesses an unsettling aura. Chapter 58. Have you studied criminal psychology? Sensing the somewhat awkward atmosphere, Zhou Quan stepped forward and said, Brother-in-law, this is Xiao Gaoshou, a criminal investigation expert from the Nanshan branch, specifically dispatched by the headquarters to assist us. Do not be deceived by Xiao's youth. He also holds an Interpol status in our dragon country, with the Butcher having fled into the country. We must rely on Xiao and other international police for communication and coordination. Upon hearing Zhou Quan's introduction, a confident smile returned to Xiao Gaoshou's face, and he feigned humility as he replied, these are mere titles, hardly worth mentioning. Luo Jun chuckled, Xiao, you are too modest. I have heard you are known as the premier detective at the Nanshan branch, having solved over 200 criminal cases, large and small. That area used to be notorious for violent crimes, but since your arrival, the security has visibly improved, reaching a point where doors are left unlocked and possessions are not lost. As Luo Jun recounted his illustrious achievements, Xiao Gaoshou's smile widened. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward Lu Yan, and he remarked, The number of cases solved is merely a service to the people. Personally, I hope for a world free of thieves, where my skills remain untested, allowing everyone to live in peace and prosperity. Moreover, I have heard about an exceptionally talented female officer at the Dong District branch during my time at Nanshan. Having met you today, it is indeed true to its reputation. Miss Lu, I wonder if you might have time later to discuss the case, perhaps over a meal? Lu Yan glanced at Xiao Gaoshou with an impassive expression. No time. I have a husband. At that moment, Sun Jia, who was drinking water, could not contain herself and inadvertently sprayed Xiao Gaoshou's face. She quickly grabbed a towel to wipe him off. I am so sorry. I truly did not mean to, expert Xiao. Xiao Gaoshou managed a strained smile, though it was tinged with bitterness, prompting laughter from the onlookers. It appeared he was putting on a brave face, and they found it amusing. Xiao Gaoshou, even in the wee hours, would sit up pulling at his hair, wondering, are they a troublesome couple? Does Lucian not see through your antics? Do you understand the meaning of marital fidelity? Previously, he had worried that Lucian might be swayed by this criminal expert, but it seemed his concerns were unfounded. In Lucian's heart, aside from criminal cases, there was only Qin Go, who was remarkably reliable. What methods did Qin Go employ to earn Lucian's unwavering devotion? Perhaps it involved more than mere words. Hey, what are you saying up there? One of the guys upstairs interjected. Are you insinuating something? Having faced embarrassment twice, Xiao Gaoshou decided to be wiser. Instead of showcasing his social skills, he would demonstrate his investigative prowess. He turned to Luo Jun with utmost seriousness and said, Leader, given the circumstances at the scene, it is evident that the assassin has not gone far. I propose we cordon off the surrounding mountains and request the deployment of 2 special police units from the headquarters to conduct a thorough search. Luo Jun furrowed his brows, hesitating to respond immediately, and instead turned to the side where Qin Yang stood. Xiao Qin, what is your perspective on this? Qin Yang, who had been massaging Lu Yan's shoulders, was momentarily taken aback. Ami, Luo Jun replied with a smile. Indeed, you are the designated Dawn Sentinel, a bane to evil. I wish to hear your thoughts. What on earth is a Dawn Sentinel? Qin Yang protested internally. I have not undergone any specialized criminal investigation training. I am merely a part-timer. He glanced at Lu Yan, only to be met with her impatient retort. Why are you looking at me? Just speak your mind. Luo Jun interjected. All right, all right. The leader seeks your opinion, yet you must first obtain your wife's consent, I see. Clearly bemused, he added, what an instinctive reaction. After receiving Lu Yan's assent, Qin Yang cleared his throat and stated, in that case, I shall express my thoughts. I believe sealing off the mountain is inadvisable. With that, Qin Yang directly contradicted Xiao Gaoshou's perspective. Xiao Gaoshou scoffed twice, folding his arms, eager to see what insights Qin Yang might provide. Qin Yang continued. If I were a butcher, upon committing murder, I would undoubtedly flee at once. Why would I remain, waiting for the police to arrive? I am a butcher. Not a fool. Xiao Gaoshou retorted, Mr. Qin, do you know what a psychopathic killer is? As you must have observed from the scene. The butcher's methods are exceedingly brutal. He revels in murder. Do you really think such a person fears the police? Qin Yang explained, rather than fearing the police. It is more accurate to say he fears losing the opportunity to kill again. As you mentioned, he finds pleasure in murder. Following your logic. He is not afraid of death. So why would he flee? The answer is simple. He has not yet had his fill. If he were caught, the game would be over. Therefore, if I were in his position, not only would I escape immediately, but I would also seek a place where none could apprehend me. A sanctuary, to engage in something rather extraordinary. Xiao Gaoshou regarded him with disdain. Mr. Qin, these are merely your personal thoughts, and even more so, baseless conjectures. Leader, I still recommend we seal off the mountain. Time is of the essence. Luo Jun gestured for Xiao Gaoshou to remain calm, then turned back to Qin Yang, inquiring. If it were you, what extraordinary thing would you do? Qin Yang smiled and responded. As you have pointed out, he kills for pleasure. The crime scene is his masterpiece. Having created such an exquisite work, wouldn't he wish to observe the reactions of others? Thus, if I were him, I would certainly seek a place that is secure yet allows me to observe what unfolds here. Perhaps from that elevated hillside over there. As he casually pointed, they indeed noticed a figure atop the slope, wielding a pair of binoculars. Sun Jia gasped, brother-in-law, there is truly someone up on that mountain. Luo Jun swiftly grabbed a pair of binoculars to look in that direction. Indeed, it was the butcher. The butcher appeared momentarily stunned. He had been engrossed in observing the reactions of the police when, quite unexpectedly, they shifted their gaze towards him. Moreover, there was a young man dressed similarly, which irked the butcher considerably. What sort of individual wears the same caliber of suit as I do? Are you also a professional assassin? Luo Jun swiftly retrieved his walkie-talkie and issued orders without delay. Teams 1, 3, and 5 are to immediately head southeast to apprehend the butcher. Yes. The 3 special police squads promptly set out. Xiao Jiashou looked at Qin Yang with a bewildered expression, as if he had seen a ghost. Have you studied criminal psychology? Qin Yang shrugged. Not at all. I was just making random guesses. Xiao Jiashou fell silent. How could a mere guess be so accurate? Could this fellow also be a deranged killer? Ignoring Xiao Jiashou, Qin Yang turned to Lu Yin. My dear, aren't you going to pursue? Lu Yin replied nonchalantly. I've been accumulating quite a few merits lately. It's best to leave this opportunity for my colleagues. Besides, weren't you attending a reunion? Perfect. I shall accompany you. Qin Yang. Chapter 59, Can Eunuchs Become Husbands? Oh dear, it's over. Upon hearing that Lu Yin intended to accompany him to the reunion, Qin Yang felt a wave of unease wash over him. His scalp prickling and stars dancing before his eyes, nearly losing his balance. My dear, honestly, there is nothing worthwhile at that reunion. If it weren't for Lao Chao's threats, I wouldn't even consider attending. You know Lao Chao, timid and fretful, he has been harboring feelings for Shenming for years but has never mustered the courage to confess. That is why he enlisted my assistance as a wingman. However, I've come to realize that happiness must be fought for on one's own. Lao Chao ought to learn to stand on his own 2 feet as well. Come, my dear, let me escort you home. Lu Yin sneered, tugging at Qin Yang's ear as they departed. Sun Jia, witnessing this scene, clasped her hands in guilt, offering a silent prayer. Brother-in-law, please don't hold it against me. I'm merely acting out of self-preservation. Do not watch the live replay, and certainly don't come to settle scores with me. I'm just a small follower, caught in the crossfire. At the Countryside Inn, in the courtyard, over 40 classmates gathered for a barbecue, sitting in small clusters, drinking, singing, and chatting. Qian Tong thrived among this crowd, basking in the limelight of the gathering, relishing the flattery and praise from others. In a corner, Chao Lingyun sat with another old classmate, nursing a half-empty can of beer. His old friend, Cheng He, elbowed him lightly. Lao Chao, I've heard that Shenming is still single. Shouldn't you make a move? Chao Lingyun glanced at Shenming, seated not far away, and took a deep swig of his drink. Shenming, the goddess of his youth. In truth, while she was extraordinarily beautiful, her spirit was vast. Do you comprehend the impact of a classmate who walked with a tremor? Especially when she wore low-cut tops that revealed her sheen of perspiration during activities. The image of beads of sweat clinging to her skin would flood Chao Lingyun's mind upon closing his eyes, reminiscent of faded, yellowed memories from an old record. The unfulfilled desires of youth ultimately morphed into obsessions, breeding insatiable cravings in adulthood. This explains why, now that Chao Lingyun is wealthy, he changes girlfriends monthly. With one singular criterion, she must be broad-minded. Unlike Qin Yang, whose feelings for Wang Chuchu are steeped in gratitude and nostalgia. Considering her a benevolent angel during his most trying times, Chao Lingyun's longing for Shenming is purely driven by desire. It is akin to a childhood toy that eluded one's grasp, now ripe for revenge, spending upon attaining wealth. Just as he finally summoned the courage to stand and approach Shenming, Qian Tong interjected with a derogatory remark. Lao Chao, what on earth is Qin Yang up to? Can washing his hands really take this long? Why don't you call him and find out? Nearby, a sycophant chimed in mockingly. What else could he be doing? He has probably already run home. After all, Chuchu was his goddess, and now she is your fiancée. With limited financial resources, you have now achieved great success in your career. As for him, I am unaware of where he rendered a suit to play the part. If it were me, I would find it utterly embarrassing to remain in such a situation. This is quite typical of Qin Yang. When one is impoverished, aspirations tend to dwindle. Do you recall how I once lost a small phone? At that time, during lunch, only Qin Yang chose to stay in the classroom to study. And I suspected he might have taken it. I must say, Lao Chao, you have too much time on your hands. Why bring someone like Qin Yang to the gathering? Isn't that just a source of discomfort for everyone? Hearing such derision directed at Qin Yang, Chao Lingyun became infuriated. What on earth are you saying? Qin Yang is my brother. Who are you to judge him? And let me tell you, Qin Yang is doing better than all of you combined. Compared to Qin Yang, your financial status amounts to nothing. Being a rich second generation is laughable. The meager sum that Qian Tong earns in a month likely pales in comparison to Qin Yang's pocket money. Everyone dismissed Chao Lingyun's words as mere boasting. Just then, a police car approached from a distance and parked at the entrance of the courtyard. Qin Yang stepped out of the car, his demeanor cautious, resembling a suspect being led to identify a crime scene. Darling, take care, watch out for the stones on the ground. After exiting the vehicle, Qin Yang stood by the door, bending slightly to extend his hand for assistance. Darling? Qian Tong and the others were puzzled. Had Qin Yang gotten married? However, in the next moment, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. They witnessed Lu Yin, now dressed casually, supporting Qin Yang as she descended from the police car. Not even glancing back as she said, "Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoqin. You may head back now." "All right, Sister Yin," replied the driver, Xiaoqin. As he drove away in the police car, Lu Yin, resembling a regal matriarch, held Qin Yang's hand, gracefully making her way into the courtyard. What an icy demeanor. Her presence was commanding. The male attendees stood frozen, captivated by Lu Yin, unable to divert their gazes. Years had passed, and Lu Yin not only appeared more beautiful but also exuded a greater elegance and maturity. Yet, despite this transformation, she remained an unattainable ice queen for them. The girls present instinctively felt an oppressive force emanating from a figure of authority. As Lu Yin surveyed the crowd, they instinctively averted their eyes, too intimidated to meet her gaze. Some pretended to sip water, others feigned interest in their phones, while a few discreetly touched up their makeup. Overwhelmed by the psychological pressure Lu Yin exerted, the only exception was Wang Chuchu, who tightly grasped her skirt, striving to lift her chin and maintain eye contact with Lu Yin. Throughout high school, she had always been overshadowed by Lu Yin. And now that they had graduated and entered the workforce, she refused to be subdued any longer. Little did she know that Lu Yin merely glanced at her before breaking into a confident smile. The woman before her posed no threat. To put it differently, Sume was a greater concern. Lu Yin even chuckled inwardly, dismissing the notion of being a white moonlight. It was all self-imposed fear. She was quite confident in her aesthetic appeal to Qin Yang. Wang Chuchu would never catch his eye. "Husband, where shall I sit?" Upon hearing Lu Yin's words, everyone was once again struck into a state of shock. Husband? Whom is she addressing? Surely, she cannot be referring to the man standing beside her. Qin Yang? Is she truly calling him husband rather than old man? Even a eunuch could rise to become a husband? Qin Yang was already drenched in sweat. The moment Lu Yin entered the courtyard, the atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. If she were to take a seat, the gathering would likely come to an abrupt halt. Qin Yang whispered, "Darling, perhaps we should call it a day. There isn't much enjoyment to be had." No sooner had Qin Yang spoken than Chao Lingyun, the conspicuous figure, sprang up. "Sister-in-law, come, take a seat here," he exclaimed. We were just discussing how long it took old Qin to wash a knife. Turns out he was off to fetch you. Old Qin, why are you still standing there? Help your sister-in-law to her seat." "Qin Yang, damn it, Chao, you wretched fiend. Are you wishing for my demise?" Chapter 60. Miss Mary with golden hair and blue eyes. Seeing that Chao Lingyun remained oblivious to the situation, Qin Yang hastily interjected. "Perhaps we should refrain from sitting down. There are matters at home that require our attention." Chao Lingyun, completely misunderstanding Qin Yang's subtle hint, blurted out, "Nonsense. You, who lounge at home all day, what pressing matters could you possibly have? Come on, let us sit. It's been a while since we've seen the beautiful Lu. A little chat won't delay anything." "Damn it, are you really that dense?" Qin Yang instructed Lu Yin to wait patiently, then strode over to Chao Lingyun, wrapping his arm around his neck and pulling him into a corner. "Old Chao, are you deliberately trying to set me up? Do you wish for my demise? What benefit would that bring you?" With Qin Yang's grip tightening, Chao Lingyun felt a wave of suffocation wash over him. "Oh, old Qin, let us keep the conversation light. I need some air." Noticing the flush on Chao Lingyun's face, Qin Yang realized he had been too forceful and quickly released him, allowing him to breathe. Once he regained his composure, Chao Lingyun recognized the trouble he had caused. "I apologize, old Qin. I just got a bit excited upon seeing my sister-in-law and thought to assert myself in front of Xinming." Qin Yang grinned. "Assert yourself? My foot. You nearly pulled me into your antics. Anyway, I must take my wife home now. Speak carelessly again, and I shall dismantle your ancestral hall." Chao Lingyun shivered, hastily clasping his hands together to assure that he would refrain from further indiscretions. Having received his promise, Qin Yang returned to Lu Yin's side, beaming at their classmates. "Everyone, I truly have matters at home, so I must take my leave. Tonight, all expenses will be covered by young Master Qian." "Qian Tong? You scoundrel. I was going to pay anyway. The way you said that makes it sound like you're treating everyone." Normally, Qian Tong would have erupted in anger. But given that Qin Yang was with Lu Yin, he dared not utter a word. Lu Yin's family background was far more formidable than his own. Offending this enchanting fairy would spell disaster for his family. As Qin Yang attempted to lead Lu Yin away, she gazed at him with a playful smile. "Darling, what urgent matters do we have at home that I am unaware of?" Upon seeing Lu Yin's expression, he knew he would have to pay a price. Gritting his teeth, Qin Yang pulled out his phone, displaying an array of extravagant items: Spider-Man suit, Superman suit, Batman suit. Lu Yin's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling as she playfully pinched Qin Yang. "You rascal, you are incorrigible." Qin Yang replied, "Wife, does this qualify as urgent?" Lu Yin, flustered and shy, stammered, "Oh, as the head of our household, I defer to your judgment. If you say it's urgent, then it is indeed urgent. Just wait. I will have Uncle Zhang come to pick us up." With a blissful smile, Lu Yin rested her head on Qin Yang's shoulder, linking her arm with his as they made their way out. Qin Yang, like a valiant warrior marching to his fate, pressed his lips together, his gaze resolute. Chao Lingyun, witnessing this scene, could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, covering his mouth. Soft food. How could it be so delectable? Once you indulge in something soft, surely you must reciprocate with something more substantial, no? After the two departed, Qian Tong approached Chao Lingyun, wiping the sweat from his brow and ingratiatingly inquired, "Brother Chao, is it true that Brother Qin is indeed Miss Lu's husband?" Upon noticing the collective gaze of his peers fixed upon him, the previously distraught Chao Lingyun straightened his posture, adopting an air of aloofness. "Indeed, what of it?" Another classmate asked. "I've heard that Lu Yan's family is quite affluent. Is that true?" Chao Lingyun, digging at his ear, replied nonchalantly, "I'm not privy to the specifics of my sister-in-law's wealth. But I do know that Qin Yang's allowance begins at a staggering 100,000 a month, with no upper limit." Gasped. The moment Chao Lingyun uttered those words, the expressions of the male classmates morphed into a vibrant array of astonishment. 100,000 a month. And it's uncapped. Does this lad possess some extraordinary hidden talent? Wang Chuchu's complexion turned pale, as if she had missed out on the entire galaxy. Qian Tong trembled uncontrollably, despite sipping on chilled champagne. He felt an inexplicable heat enveloping him. The surrounding male classmates began to curry favor with Chao Lingyun. "Brother Chao, do you know any wealthy women like Lu Yin? Even if they're not conventionally attractive, as long as they're affluent, it's fine. Brother Chao, I'm tired of striving. Please consider me. I have six-pack abs. Brother Chao, you know my talents. You've seen them before when we shared a restroom. Help a brother out." and I shall share half my fortune with you once I strike it rich. Chao Lingyun was incensed. Enough. Each one of you has hands and feet. Do you not understand the value of hard work? You spend your days dreaming of shortcuts. Is it so easy to take the easy path? And you lot desire to find wealthy women. I wish for the same. Do you think affluent women are as common as turtles in a pond? Ridiculous. With that, Chao Lingyun stormed off. Meanwhile, Shen Ming, lowering her head in contemplation, promptly followed after him. The next morning, amidst the same disheveled bedroom adorned with opulent decor. The sole difference was that Qin Yang's lips appeared slightly pale, and he bore dark circles under his eyes. Mr. Qin, are you awake? Breakfast is prepared for you. A familiar feminine voice called from outside, leaving Qin Yang puzzled. Mary? The bedroom door swung open, revealing a blonde woman entering the room. Startled, Qin Yang hastily pulled the covers to shield his modesty. Yet, even so, his sculpted physique elicited a gleam in Mary's eyes. His broad shoulders, V-shaped torso, and strikingly defined thighs rendered him akin to a modern rendition of a Greek warrior with an unparalleled physique. Upon realizing it was indeed Mary, Qin Yang felt a headache coming on. Mary, why did you enter without knocking? Mary, in her early 20s, hailed from a lineage that had served Liu Yan's family for 3 generations and was of mixed heritage. Due to the expansive nature of Qin Yang's residence, Mary visited weekly for cleaning, though she typically chose to come during daylight hours, not at such an early hour. Qin Yang had suggested on several occasions that Liu Yan consider hiring a different maid for the household chores, particularly since Mary was a young and stunning mixed-race beauty. One might wonder if having such a woman in the house could lead to unforeseen complications. However, Liu Yan's response was both straightforward and blunt. Mary's family has been serving us for decades. What issues could possibly arise? Moreover, if any trouble were to occur, at least Mary would not conceal it from me. And I would be able to detect any infidelity at the earliest opportunity. Astonishingly, her reasoning was so compelling that he found himself at a loss for a counterargument. After all, if Qin Yang could resist the allure of a blonde beauty like Mary, it would significantly diminish the temptation from the outside world. Mary blinked and bent down to gather various costumes scattered on the floor. I heard you speaking just now, so I thought you had already dressed, sir. It turns out you have a preference for this style of clothing. Holding up a Batman costume, her cheeks flushed with color, Qin Yang retorted. What on earth are you blushing for? Chapter 61. Your ailment. I can cure. Just as Qin Yang was preparing to sit up, a sudden crack echoed from his waist, accompanied by an excruciating pain. Oh no, he instinctively exclaimed. Mary, adorned in white knee-high lace stockings, hurried over. Sir, what has happened? My back. It's gone out. Mary's mouth fell open slightly. Do you need me to assist you in getting up for a bit of movement? Qin Yang replied. Mary. Yes? Could you please fetch me a pair of trousers first? Thank you. Oh. Mary opened the wardrobe and handed him a pair of flat, square-cut underwear. Might I trouble you to step aside for a moment? Mary covered her eyes with one hand, leaving a small gap for her fingers to peek through. Really? This is too much. Qin Yang lamented, issuing another command. Mary, please step outside, close the door, and wipe your drool. Do not return without my permission. Mary sighed and reluctantly complied with his instructions. Once she had exited and closed the door, Qin Yang struggled to rise and dress himself. At that moment, a notification tone resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the novice trial, enhancing your part-time level by 1. In every profession, excellence can be found. In part-time jobs, we strive for perfection. Upon completion of the novice trial, the system will issue tasks of greater difficulty, accompanied by more substantial rewards. Please follow the system's prompts to complete part-time tasks promptly, and continue striving to become the master of part-time jobs. Qin Yang muttered, all right. I've accomplished so many tasks, and you tell me I've merely passed the novice trial? Ding. Your part-time task has been updated. Your next part-time job is extra actor. Task requirements. 1. Participate in the filming of a movie with an investment of no less than 50 million. And gain the director's approval. 2. Execute the task process via live broadcast, acquiring an additional 20,000 followers. Task deadline. 3 days. Failure penalty. Acute lumbar disc herniation, lasting 1 month. Note. Let the host first endure some hardship to motivate the completion of tasks. Qin Yang felt a mix of emotions. Initially, he thought it was no big deal. After all, it was just a formal task. Wasn't it similar to the previous novice trial? However, upon reviewing the task details, a smile crept across his face. The difficulty of the part-time job had escalated sharply, and failure now came with consequences. Most importantly, it seemed the penalties could be preemptively experienced. Qin Yang had always found it perplexing. Despite his daily commitment to exercise and having previously benefited from the System-S physique enhancement, how could he have suffered a back injury after a single night of exertion? Fine, I admit last night was a bit wild, but I shouldn't be this feeble. After donning his clothes, Qin Yang rose and attempted some gentle movements. He discovered that his entire back felt as though it had been encased in cement, rigid and unyielding. If one attempts to forcibly bend or twist their waist, a sharp, penetrating pain radiates through the spine, causing cold sweat to break out all over, leaving them paralyzed with fear of movement. "Mary, please bring me a wheelchair," Qin Yang said. As soon as he finished speaking, the bedroom door swung open, and Mary, already dressed, entered, pushing a wheelchair. Qin Yang paused for a moment. "You knew I was going out?" Mary nodded earnestly. "Of course, with your back in such agony. How could you not go out for a checkup? Sister Yin just told me to take you to the finest traditional Chinese medicine clinic for acupuncture and massage, to ensure prompt treatment and avoid disrupting your daily life." Overwhelmed by Lu Yan's sudden concern, Qin Yang felt a surge of emotion. Truly, his wife was remarkably thoughtful. Half an hour later, the Bentley halted in front of a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. With the assistance of the driver, Zhang Chang, Qin Yang carefully transferred himself into the wheelchair. "Uncle Zhang, you can go park the car now. I'll call you once the appointment is over," Mary instructed. Zhang Chang nodded and drove away. As it was a live broadcast, viewers were astonished to see Qin Yang in a wheelchair. Well, how did Qin Dog end up in a wheelchair overnight? What happened? When Qin Dog mentioned wanting to play Batman yesterday, I knew there would be a fierce battle. But I never anticipated it would be so severe that he was injured. You all were bragging about how formidable Qin Dog is. But it seems he is not so impressive after all. Something's off. Who is this blonde beauty accompanying Qin Dog? Just one night without a broadcast. And it feels like I've missed a lot. Did Lucian change her hairstyle? No, that's not right. She doesn't even look like the same person. What on earth happened last night? The viewers' concern for Qin Yang's injury lasted only a few seconds before all attention shifted to the blonde Mary. When they saw Qin Yang being pushed into the clinic by Mary, they were delighted. They had not expected someone as formidable as Qin Yang would need to consult a traditional healer. It brought them a sense of balance. "Excuse me. Do you have an appointment?" A gentle young lady at the entrance of the clinic stood up upon noticing Qin Yang in a wheelchair. Mary replied with a smile, "Yes. My lady has made an appointment for Mr. Qin. Her name is Lu Yin." The young lady glanced at the appointment list and promptly led them to the consultation room. Bypassing the queue, "Please wait a moment. You will be next." Mary nodded in polite acknowledgement, while other patients in the corridor regarded the pair with curious glances. Who are they to jump ahead of us? Exactly, Dr. Li's appointments are the hardest to secure. I've been waiting for months just to see him. So why do they get to cut in line? No need to ask, they must be people of status. I've heard many celebrities seek treatment from Dr. Li. They have privileges, so let us not cause trouble and just wait our turn. Amidst the murmurs of onlookers, a familiar voice resonated within the consultation room. "Dr. Li, I bear you no disrespect, but could you kindly elucidate my ailment without further circumlocution?" Dr. Li, exhibiting an air of calmness, replied, to speak plainly. "You are suffering from kidney deficiency." The man, incensed, retorted, "Nonsense. My kidneys are perfectly fine." Dr. Li, calmly sipping his tea, continued, "I can provide treatment." With a sudden thud, the man fell to his knees, fervently bowing his head. "Dr. Li, I acknowledge that I spoke rather loudly just now. I implore you to cure me." Dr. Li remained silent, while Qin Yang stood by, suddenly reminded of a familiar working style. Wasn't this his college roommate? Chapter 62, The Supreme Invincible Golden Kidney. Qin Yang pushed open the door to the consultation room, allowing Mary to wheel him inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by a familiar sight, a well-rounded backside, the curve and contour unmistakable. With his eyes closed, Qin Yang could discern the identity of the owner merely by touch. Dong Peng. The man kneeling on the floor trembled slightly, turned his head to glance, and hastily covered his face. "It's not me. You've got the wrong person." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yang pulled out his phone, recording a video to share in the group chat. "Oh my goodness. Guys, look. Li Dongping is consulting an old Chinese physician. He has kidney deficiency." Li Dongping. How humiliating. In a fit of indignation, he leaped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, attempting to snatch the phone away. However, as he approached, Mary suddenly seized his wrist and pressed him back to the ground. "Li Dongping. What the heck? Netizens. Wait, is this for real? The blonde lady is also a master of grappling?" It should have been obvious. How many so-called professional beauties serving wealthy families across 3 generations could be considered ordinary? Li Dongping, how can I endure this humiliation? I just learned some grappling moves. Incredulous. It seems that Qin Yang holds a significant position in Lu Xun's heart, as he even arranged for a martial arts expert like Mary to ensure his safety. If he remains faithful, she is a bodyguard. If he strays, she becomes an executioner. Do you understand? By this arrangement, if Qin Yang dared to cheat, he wouldn't even need Lu Xun to intervene. This blonde Mary could easily break his third leg. Qin Yang was taken aback by Dong Peng's sudden rush. How foolish. What is my status? A wealthy family's son-in-law. Is he someone of lowly standing who can approach me? Hurriedly, Qin Yang said, Mary, he's my brother. Please show him some grace and let him go. Mary acknowledged his request and released Li Dongping, returning to her position behind Qin Yang as if nothing had transpired. Li Dongping, clutching his shoulder, slumped to the floor, kicking his legs in an effort to maintain a safe distance from Mary. What the hell have I stumbled into? Here I am, a city champion in Sanda, subdued by a girl? He hadn't even caught a glimpse of how Mary had executed her move. Seeing the expression on Li Dongping's face, it was evident he was questioning his existence. Qin Yang hurriedly reassured him, Dongpeng, don't sit on the floor, it's quite cold down there. Get up quickly, or you might ruin your kidneys. They're already not functioning well as it is. Li Dongpeng, noticing that Qin Yang was still recording, he dusted himself off and burst into laughter. All right, I admit it, my kidneys aren't great. So what? Once a man surpasses 25, it's akin to being 60. Do you think your kidneys are in perfect condition? Just as Li Dongpeng finished speaking, the physician Li's eyes sparkled with delight, as if he had discovered a treasure. Wonderful. Excellent. In all my years of practice, I have never encountered such a remarkable kidney. A true gem. Simply extraordinary. Li Dongping gazed intently and discovered that Qin Yang had, unbeknownst to him, extended his left hand onto the table, seeking the assistance of Dr. Li to take his pulse. A smile crept upon Li Dongping's face. Indeed, in moments of silence, one can find humor. Dr. Li, he remarked, might you refrain from jesting with your expertise? Having shared 4 years as university roommates, am I not aware of the state of his kidneys? Dr. Li, with utmost seriousness, declared, the kidneys govern the bones, and their vitality is reflected in one's hair. A person with robust kidneys boasts a thick, lustrous mane. Just observe his hair, Duong. It is dark, shiny, and oily. Is this not a testament to his kidney health? Furthermore, examine the pronounced protrusions on either side of his wrist. These are what martial families refer to as the double bone manifestation, a symbol of extraordinary skeletal prowess, akin to the legendary martial arts genius. Bruce Lee himself was merely a single bone. A rich head of hair and formidable bones are indeed indicative of his supreme kidney vitality. The audience was momentarily taken aback by Dr. Li's assertions. It became clear Qin Yang could indeed rival Bruce Lee. No wonder Lu Xun held Qin Yang in such high regard. There must be a reason behind it. Li Dongping suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him, his laughter echoing against the mountainside. Remember, my friend, the disparity between people is even greater than that between man and dog. Do you understand? I would pay a handsome sum for a kidney from Qin Yang. Is there anyone willing to take the order? At that moment, Li Dongpeng felt utterly disheartened. After years of navigating the tumultuous seas of commerce, the sight of his brother driving a luxury car no longer fazed him. Yet, here was Qin Yang, this dog, not only driving a Bentley but possessing superior kidneys. What a farce. Qin Yang patted Li Dongping's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Dongping, do not be too disheartened. If your kidneys are not in the best condition, we shall simply use them sparingly. Having some is better than having none. Besides, did not Dr. Li say there are ways to treat you? Cooperate with the treatment and strive for a swift recovery. Li Dongping had grown weary of conversing with Qin Yang and merely urged Dr. Li to expedite his prescription. Half an hour later, Qin Yang emerged from the massage room. Following Dr. Li's ministrations, his back felt significantly improved, allowing him to walk normally once more. Brothers remain brothers. Despite mutual disdain, the bond of brotherhood endured. As Qin Yang exited the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, he spotted Li Dongping leaning against the car door, smoking, gazing pensively at the high-speed train zipping by in the distance. Upon approaching, Li Dongping offered him a cigarette. Qin Yang declined, instead retrieving a lychee-flavored lollipop from his pocket and placing it in his mouth, swirling it around with his tongue. Li Dongping was momentarily taken aback. You don't smoke, yet you indulge in candy? What is the meaning of this? Are you pursuing a healthier lifestyle? Qin Yang replied nonchalantly, preparing for parenthood. Li Dongping let out a derisive laugh. Oh, I nearly forgot. I heard from old Xiao that you've married into a wealthy family? Being a son-in-law must be arduous. When to have children is dictated by your wife, and as a man, I find that rather contemptible. Qin Yang patted his own kidneys. With my innate qualities, would it not be a pity to not embrace the role of a son-in-law? And what of you? Still single? Li Dongping confidently proclaimed, with my attributes and physique. Could I possibly remain single? I found a gentle and considerate girlfriend, whose figure is also commendable. Her only shortcoming is her clinginess. However, she is quite obedient. In our home, I am the one who holds the final say. Whatever I instruct her to do, she complies without question, unlike you. Frankly, Lao Qin. Among our dormitory's 6 brothers, you alone possess charm, intelligence, and academic prowess. There is nothing you cannot achieve. Why must you settle for being a son-in-law? A man must wield the authority of speech, you understand? How can one expect to prosper while being commanded by a woman daily? Li Dongping's remarks garnered numerous likes from netizens. Despite his health issues, his words resonated with truth. A noble man aims for the horizon. How can one languish in the shadows of others? Li Dongping had intended to impart further theories of masculinity to Qin Yang, when suddenly, a hand appeared, seizing his ear with surprising force. A strikingly voluptuous woman glared at him in fury. I called you over a dozen times, and you didn't answer. I thought you had drowned in the toilet. Yet here you are, engaging in lively conversation with others. It's one thing to chat with a woman, but you're also getting along splendidly with a man. What is going on? Is he from Rongqing? Are you coming out of the closet? Qin Yang. Chapter 63. Brother, what is your occupation? It's not like we're sisters. If you're going to reprimand, then reprimand. Why the need for collateral damage? Although I am indeed from Rongqing, you cannot condemn everyone indiscriminately. Just moments ago, Li Dongping spoke with such bravado, yet now he resembles a quail. Too fearful to utter a harsh word, hastily pleading for mercy. Darling, please don't be so agitated. This is my university classmate, Qin Yang, whom I have mentioned to you before. He is married. With my deep affection for you, how could I possibly come out? Upon hearing Li Dongping's words, the woman relaxed her grip, turning to bestow a radiant smile upon Qin Yang. Oh, it's you, Qin Yang. Our dear Li often speaks of you. Are you two planning to go out together today? At this, Li Dongping felt his legs weaken, repeatedly waving his hands behind the woman. Drawing from his extensive experience as a son-in-law, Qin Yang quickly understood. No, I came to seek treatment for my back issues and coincidentally encountered Dongping. Upon hearing that Qin Yang had back troubles, the woman's expression instantly turned grave. Back problems can be serious, affecting marital life. It must be taken seriously. Thankfully, Arlie has no such issues as he enjoys exercising regularly, which I find quite satisfactory. As she spoke, the woman opened the trunk, gesturing towards 2 large bags beside her. These were items she had just purchased from the supermarket, filled with various seafood and nourishing supplements. By the way, I'm Jin Wei. I used to be colleagues with Li at the same company, and now I live nearby. Why don't you come by our home for a visit? Qin Yang politely declined. Not today. My back isn't better yet. Perhaps next time. I will surely visit when the opportunity arises. Qin Yang had initially hoped for a quick escape, but to his surprise, Jin Wei was exceedingly enthusiastic. I see your back seems fine. I have a massage chair at home, which costs 200,000. You should come over and try it out. You and Li haven't seen each other in a long time. Let us gather. I'll prepare some snacks for you to enjoy. Jin Wei's enthusiasm exceeded Qin Yang's expectations. Something felt amiss, very amiss. A woman like Jin Wei, who exudes strength at home, should typically resent her husband socializing over drinks with friends. Why was she so eager to extend an invitation to Qin Yang? Noticing Qin Yang's hesitation, Jin Wei playfully kicked Li Dongping's calf. You should say something too. Why act mute? Li Dongping wore a look of grievance. I was just putting things down. Old Qin. Since your sister-in-law has spoken, let us go to my home for a visit. Sharing a meal won't take much of your time. Qin Yang felt somewhat resigned. Fine then, sister-in-law, please don't make too elaborate a meal. Just stir-fry a couple of dishes. Jin Wei smiled. Don't worry about that. Just enjoy your meal and drinks. Come on, brother, let us get in the car. No sooner had Jin Wei finished speaking than Zhang Chang drove up in a Bentley, stopping right in front of Qin Yang. Young Master Qin, do you need a ride? Qin Yang shook his head. I'll ride with my brother. You head back. I'll message you if anything comes up. All right, Zhang Chang replied, before driving away. Jin Wei appeared somewhat bewildered. Brother, was that your chauffeur just now? Qin Yang awkwardly nodded. To be precise, he is my wife's driver. My back is not well today, so Uncle Zheng kindly offered to drive me to the doctor. Jin Wei glanced again at the elegant Mary standing beside them. And who might this lovely lady be? Before Qin Yang could respond, Mary took the initiative to introduce herself. I am Mr. Qin's private steward, personal caretaker, outdoor bodyguard, and exclusive chef. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The smile on Jin Wei's face froze. She had indeed heard from Li Dongping that Qin Yang was a son-in-law, married to a woman of considerable wealth. However, she never anticipated the extent of that wealth. Observing the awkward atmosphere, Qin Yang refrained from saying much and led Mary to the car. In the South District, Yulong Mansion. After returning home with her guests, Jin Wei proactively brought forth a basket of fruit. Old Li, don't just sit there. Peel an apple for our brother. Li Dongping retrieved a fruit knife and casually picked an apple from the basket. Here, Lao Qin, let me peel this apple for you. Qin Yang was taken aback. No, I can do it myself. Seeing the two men interact so amicably, Jin Wei nodded with satisfaction and said, Why don't you two watch some television while I head to the kitchen to prepare dinner? Qin Yang exchanged a glance with Mary, who followed him into the kitchen to assist. As soon as the two women left, Li Dongping turned to Qin Yang. You little rascal. You've even hired a private steward now. Aren't you supposed to be a son-in-law? Your life seems more lavish than mine. Qin Yang retorted defiantly. Aren't you the one who calls the shots at home? Who was just reprimanded like a child? Li Dongping replied, I enjoy it, and that is my business. Qin Yang shot back. I enjoy it too, and that is my business. Hearing the commotion outside, Jin Wei peeked her head out to investigate. To her surprise, she found the two men calmly watching television while holding apples. Li Dongping looked at her with an innocent expression. Darling, is there something wrong? Jin Wei appeared puzzled. It's nothing. Just, was there a sound outside? Li Dongping chuckled. No, there is no sound at all. You must have misheard. Jin Wei nodded, albeit skeptically. Perhaps I did mishear. Just as she prepared to return to the kitchen, she seemed to recall something and warned, You two are not allowed to fight. Behave yourselves and wait for dinner. The two men nodded emphatically, assuring her they would not quarrel. Once Jin Wei was back in the kitchen, the two resumed their playful bickering. Netizens couldn't help but exclaim, Indeed, men are merely grown-up children, so immature. As a brother, it pained me to hear you were a son-in-law, but to discover you were living better than I am, that hurt even more. Perhaps old Xiao understood Li Dongping's temperament, which is why he merely hinted at it without elaborating. If he knew Qin Yang received a monthly allowance of several tens of thousands, wouldn't he be furious? It's hilarious. Earlier, he advised Qin Yang to find a steady job, only to realize his salary doesn't even match Qin Yang's pocket money. Qin Yang, can working compare to living off others? After a while of tussling, both were utterly exhausted. Qin Yang pulled a cigarette from the pack on the table, preparing to light it slowly. Li Dongping abruptly snatched the cigarette from his mouth and returned it to the pack, offering him an apple instead. Aren't you preparing for pregnancy? What are you doing smoking? Qin Yang was taken aback. Am I not allowed to smoke if I want to? Li Dongping scoffed. Smoking at home? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Haven't you noticed that my place lacks an ashtray? If you want to die, don't drag me into it. Qin Yang. Is this what you mean by having the final say at home? Brother, your situation is even worse than mine. At least I can do whatever I want at home. Just as Qin Yang was about to retort, he suddenly noticed dozens of photographs adorning the living room wall, featuring Li Dongping alongside various celebrities and directors. Unable to contain his curiosity, Qin Yang asked, Dongping, what do you do for a living? Li Dongping took a bite of the apple and replied nonchalantly, I'm a photographer, specializing in films. Qin Yang chuckled. What a coincidence. Chapter 64. I have a dream creating films is truly delightful. I have cherished watching movies since my childhood. Dongping, I have always harbored a dream. Before Qin Yang could fully articulate his aspirations, Li Dongping swiftly interjected, Stop right there. I have no desire to hear it. Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback. I haven't even shared what my dream is yet. Li Dongping scoffed. I have heard all about your endeavors from Lao Chao and the others. First, it was live streaming for sales, then outdoor adventures. Am I correct? Come on, Lao Qin, there are only a handful of us in the dormitory. Can't you find someone else to drag into your schemes? Why must you target us? Qin Yang felt a twinge of displeasure. Isn't it already commendable that I assisted Lao Yu with his sales? I helped him sell over 30 million in just a few hours. Li Dongping, casually munching on a grape, retorted, Indeed, you initially made over 30 million, but the very next day, you faced returns totaling over 20 million. Do you genuinely believe those people were interested in purchasing? They merely sought interaction with you. Moreover, you used that small streamer S account, which subsequently got banned for a month after the platform conducted an investigation. Quite a disaster. I heard that night. Lao Yu even got caught up in a raid and ended up in the police station? It's a mystery who leaked that information. Now nobody wants to date him. Thinking his lifestyle is questionable. Qin Yang, no wonder I waited so long without receiving my commission from Yu Hao. It turns out he is in such dire straits. Surely, Lao Chao's outdoor adventures have nothing to do with me, right? I merely went to experience it, not to direct. Li Dongping chuckled again. The esteemed team leader, Du Jie. Right? After returning from AI Lao Mountain, she resigned, claiming she wanted to return home to teach preschool. Lao Chao faced complaints about unsafe route planning and was summoned for discussions by various city departments a staggering 8 times in just 2 days. Try searching for Lao Chao's travel agency now. See if you find anything on your phone. Qin Yang awkwardly scratched his face. Is it really that severe? Just yesterday, Lao Chao attended a reunion with me. He seemed fine. Li Dongpeng sighed. Men value their pride. Even if they have to swallow their broken teeth, they won't show their struggles in front of you. After all, we are brothers. They wouldn't want to embarrass you. Qin Yang felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He had never anticipated that seeking assistance from his friends would lead to such hardship for them. Li Dongping patted Qin Yang on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, Lao Qin. Although I am unaware of your dream, I must implore you, please refrain from involving me. Qin Yang gritted his teeth, prepared to acquiesce to Li Dongping's request. Just then, however, a new message notification chimed from the group chat. Chao Lingyun. My goodness, wasn't Li Dongpeng always boasting about his prowess during university? How has he fallen to the point of consulting a traditional Chinese doctor? Yu Hao, this fellow must have indulged excessively during college, leading to his current state of kidney deficiency. What was that old saying again? One should not boast of their misfortunes in old age. One may find themselves regretting their careless words. Observing his brother's carefree banter regarding a previously shared video, Qin Yang felt an increasing sense of guilt. He was about to send a message to apologize when, unexpectedly, Chao Lingyun sent a video. In the clip, Yu Hao and Chao Lingyun were at a nightclub, arms draped over each other, both holding beers, surrounded by a throng of beautiful women, reveling in their merriment. Chao Lingyun exclaimed, Old Qin, come join us. You and I are at Nanqing's bar. You must come. Yu Hao chimed in, this is fantastic, my friend. I've been drinking here every day, lost in bliss. Qin Yang remained speechless, while Li Dongping's expression mirrored his own. Was this what you meant by swallowing one's pride? Li Dongping, sweating profusely, stammered in explanation, it's merely a means to drown sorrows. I assure you, I believe you, not at all. The joviality displayed by the two brothers in the video contradicted Li Dongping's claims of sorrow, just as Qin Yang prepared to deliver a heartfelt lesson to Li Dongping. Jin Wei and Mary emerged from the kitchen with dishes in hand. Chicken soup is served. The two women placed the food on the table, and Jin Wei, removing her apron, warmly beckoned Qin Yang. Come eat, brother. Let us chat while we dine. Qin Yang shot a glance at Li Dongping, signaling that their discussion would be postponed. Serving food, picking at dishes, and sipping drinks, the group laughed and conversed for half an hour. As Qin Yang began to feel tipsy, Jin Wei, seemingly casual, inquired, Brother, you and Li are university classmates, correct? Qin Yang nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Then you must know how many girlfriends he had in university? Upon hearing this, Li Dongping's demeanor shifted, his drunkenness evaporating as cold sweat drenched his back. Desperately signaling Qin Yang with his eyes, Jin Wei turned to Li Dongping. Old Li, what is wrong with your eyes? Are you unwell? Li Dongping smiled. But it was a grimace. And no, not at all. Jin Wei playfully offered him a peanut, saying, Here, let me feed you. As he accepted the peanut, Li Dongping trembled. While Jin Wei's family background may not rival Lu Yan's, she was still a cherished gem of the Jin family, a pure-hearted princess. Her fiery temperament was only matched by her notorious jealousy. Should she discover that he had numerous girlfriends during university, he feared he might not see the dawn of the next day. After feeding Li Dongping, Jin Wei turned her attention back to Qin Yang. Brother, let us be honest, how many girlfriends did he have in university? Qin Yang shot a teasing glance at Li Dongping. The matters of university are a bit hazy for me. I vaguely recall it might have been. Just as Qin Yang was about to speak indiscreetly, Li Dongping panicked. Old Qin, Brother Qin, please, remember your dream. Share it with us. Li Dongping's eyes were filled with sincerity, as if he were ready to kneel before him. Jin Wei's expression soured. What dream? We are currently discussing matters concerning your university girlfriend. Qin Yang understood implicitly that Li Dongping had acquiesced. As Jin Wei appeared ready to erupt, Qin Yang, with a face of utmost sincerity, remarked, Sister-in-law, are you not being overly suspicious? During his university days, Dongping was notoriously reclusive, singularly focused on his studies. Jin Wei raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by studies, male or female? Qin Yang responded. Sister, how could you pose such a question? So, in your mind, Li Dongping is already guilty? He patiently elaborated. By studies, I refer to the pursuit of knowledge, the diligent endeavor of learning, encompassing subjects such as mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. Do you comprehend, sister-in-law? Jin Wei soon realized her own oversensitivity and laughed heartily to mask her embarrassment. Brother, please forgive me. It was my misunderstanding. Suddenly, a spatula clattered to the floor, and the living room fell into a profound silence. Jin Wei picked up the spatula and effortlessly set it aside. I had just prepared a meal. Carrying a spatula is quite reasonable, don't you think? Qin Yang could only respond with a silent gaze. Chapter 65. I am your dream ambassador. A delightful meal left both host and guest in high spirits. In the ensuing minutes, Jin Wei artfully navigated through a series of inquiries, many of which appeared innocuous yet were laden with traps, each step fraught with peril. Questions ranged from what Li Dongping typically had for breakfast to who brought him his meals, who assisted him with sign-ins, and who reserved his seats. Even more audacious were her inquiries about Li Dongping's former online aliases and whether he had activated any campus network accounts. Once the meal concluded, Qin Yang found his back dampened with cold sweat. Indeed, this meal was not as straightforward as it seemed. One misstep in his responses could lead to dire consequences for Li Dongping. Sister-in-law, I have some pressing matters this afternoon. I truly must take my leave, Qin Yang insisted. Jin Wei attempted to dissuade him. Aren't you suffering from back pain? My massage chair is just over there. Why not lie down for a bit before you go? Qin Yang repeatedly shook his head. No, I really have urgent business. Disappointment etched across Jin Wei's face. Very well then, Lao Li. Could you see my younger brother off? Li Dongping promptly rose to escort Qin Yang. Just as they reached the door, Jin Wei called him back, handing him a black plastic bag. Make sure to dispose of the trash on your way out. Li Dongping acknowledged with a smile, closing the door behind him. The moment the door clicked shut, Li Dongping exhaled a long sigh of relief. Let us take the stairs, he decided, opting not to accompany Qin Yang in the elevator. Lighting a cigarette, he made his way to the stairwell. With a crackle, Li Dongping took a deep drag from his cigarette. So, tell me, what are your dreams? Sunlight streamed through the narrow stairwell window, casting a glow on Li Dongping's face, while motes of dust danced in the air. At that moment, he resembled a melancholic protagonist from a film. Qin Yang began. Aren't you working in a film crew? I also aspire to make movies. Li Dongping closed his eyes, wearing an expression of knowing. Are you considering making a microfilm? With your looks, I could help you land a supporting role. Qin Yang shook his head, continuing. A microfilm won't suffice. I need to be part of a major production, with an investment of no less than 50 million. Li Dongping hesitated. Brother, I'm merely a photographer. Do you think I'm the director? You can indulge your theatrical cravings, but you're being quite selective. Do you understand what a 50 million production entails? It certainly involves top-tier directors and A-list stars. Where would I find you a role? Filmmaking in Longwood differs markedly from other regions. A 50 million budget serves merely as a baseline. Investors typically augment funding based on the crew's progress and the quality of filming. Generally, additional investments can amount to 5 to 10 times the original budget. This implies that a crew with a 50 million baseline could see its total production costs soar to several hundred million by the conclusion of filming. For Li Dongping to participate in such a grand project as a photographer was already a significant achievement. Arranging a role for Qin Yang was no small feat. Qin Yang rubbed his temples, his expression contorted in discomfort. It seems my head is throbbing slightly, as if some peculiar memories from university are resurfacing in my mind. My waist is rather painful. I must lie down at your place for a while. Li Dongping, feeling a sense of urgency, quickly softened his tone. Father. You are indeed my father, right? No problem. I shall sponsor your dream. I will support you as your dream ambassador. Is that sufficient? Would you accept a supporting role? Even one with minimal lines, provided it offers the chance to act alongside top-tier celebrities? At once, Qin Yang felt his headache dissipate. Good brother. I knew I could count on you. Please arrange this promptly. I have little time left. I must fulfill this dream within 3 days. Li Dongping paused for a moment. What's wrong? Have you been diagnosed with cancer? Qin Yang, disinterested in further banter, furrowed his brow, feeling a headache returning. Li Dongping rolled his eyes. Fine. I'll keep my mouth shut. Just await my news. I'll have you on set as soon as tonight. I'll get you a role that you'll enjoy. Qin Yang patted Li Dongping on the shoulder, signaling him to await good news. Li Dongping handed Qin Yang a trash bag. Please dispose of this for me. I'm heading home. After extinguishing his cigarette, Li Dongping waved his hand through the air, ensuring that the scent had dissipated somewhat before donning a smile and heading home. Darling, I'm back. As the door closed again, Qin Yang couldn't help but reflect on the transformation of Li Dongping, once known for his carefree college days, into a devoted husband. Descending in the elevator, Qin Yang prepared to discard the trash, but upon a slight jolt, he heard a clattering sound from within the bag. Upon inspecting it, he discovered an array of broken spatulas. Qin Yang. Netizens. With so many broken spatulas, wouldn't one cause quite a bruise upon impact? This is quite the contrast. Earlier, when this fellow looked down on Qin Yang, I assumed he was a true man. Yet, here we are. Although he may be a son-in-law, at least Lucian only tormented him in bed. This fellow, on the other hand, must have endured some serious beatings. Is this not domestic violence? Shouldn't we report this? This is trivial domestic violence. My wife and I often have our bouts. And during our last argument, we nearly dismantled the living room. Yet, we reconciled afterward, and now we have 3 children together. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, is that you? Hitting is affection, scolding is love, no quarrels, no excitement. You outsiders wouldn't understand. These are merely the nuances of marital intimacy, which you'll comprehend as you mature. Zhang Chang approached in a Bentley. Just as Qin Yang settled into the car, he received a text from Li Dongping at 5 p.m. Their essay supporting role for a period drama at Shooting Base 1. I've already spoken to the assistant director. Just go there and mention my name. Don't mess things up, brother. A faint smile crept across Qin Yang's lips. Extra, here I come. At the Shooting Base 1. The largest filming location in Jianghai City, various leading celebrities and directors pass through daily. As one approaches the core area of the filming set, the scrutiny regarding identity verification becomes increasingly stringent. Fans and paparazzi typically find themselves relegated to the outermost periphery of the base, where, with a stroke of luck, they might capture a glimpse of a star arriving in a private vehicle, but more often than not, they are left merely to enjoy the breeze and mark their attendance as proof of their visit. Armed with the electronic pass bestowed upon him by Li Dongping, Qin Yang was escorted directly to the backstage area by the staff. The stage manager handed a script to the makeup artist, instructing someone, come over and do his makeup. He will be performing alongside Tang Xini shortly, so make him look presentable. The makeup artist was taken aback upon hearing this. Tang Xini was a prominent star, and he couldn't believe he was to share the screen with her. Qin Yang, too, felt a wave of astonishment. The name sounded eerily familiar, stirring within him a sense of foreboding. Could it be that Tang Xini from the Performing Arts Department of the neighboring media college during his university days? Damn it. Li Dongping, you've led me astray. Chapter 66, Are you not going to thank your brother-in-law? Outside the filming location, by the roadside, 3 black vans stood silently, motionless, resembling 3 dark monoliths. Inside the vans, a contingent of special police was poised for action. Sun Jia, peering through binoculars, scrutinized the scene beyond the one-way glass of the van, her expression grave. A recently joined young officer, Wang Xing, could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, Sister Jia, we haven't received any reports of an incident. Why are we stationed here? Sun Jia replied with unwavering composure, because my brother-in-law is inside. Brother-in-law? Wang Sheng's confusion deepened. You mean Xiaoyan's husband? Does he have a case? Sun Jia, maintaining her seriousness, responded, based on past experience, my brother-in-law is not involved in any cases himself, but he often finds himself amidst many. As she spoke, she gently patted Wang Xing's shoulder. Do you know why I'm leading the team today? Wang Xing shook his head. Because everyone else has gone to the provincial office to receive awards. The provincial office is even establishing a special investigation unit in Jianghai City to tackle major cases, serious offenses, and homicides. Why do you think they're doing this? Wang Xing remained silent, still puzzled. Sun Jia sighed, contemplating the seeming lack of intelligence in this newcomer. Of course, it's because of my brother-in-law. Have you heard of the Dawn Sentinel? The nemesis of evil. Surely you must have heard of it? Wang Xing finally grasped her meaning. Sister Jia, are you referring to that sentinel, that nemesis? Could it really be your brother-in-law? Isn't that a bit superstitious for our line of work? Superstitious? Sun Jia retorted coldly. Correcting him, it's not superstition, it's metaphysics. Have you ever heard of victims communicating with the police in dreams to help catch their assailants? Before encountering my brother-in-law, I too found such notions to be nebulous and elusive. However, my perspective has completely changed since meeting him. Not only is he handsome, but he also radiates a golden aura. Every time he looks at me, I feel as if his eyes are emblazoned with the words, extraordinary achievement, First-class merit, second-class merit. He. The future is boundless, truly boundless. Observing Sun Jia's giddy laughter, Wang Sheng felt a twinge of apprehension. Having recently transferred, he was unfamiliar with Qin Yang's illustrious exploits, making it difficult for him to comprehend why Sun Jia described him in such glowing terms. While he could understand the notion of attractiveness, the idea of someone radiating light seemed far-fetched. At that moment, a female officer monitoring the surveillance footage spoke up, "Sister Jia, your brother-in-law has left the set." Wang Sheng quickly seized a pair of binoculars to investigate. But the bustling activity outside made it nearly impossible to discern who Qin Yang was among the throngs of crew members. Sun Jia casually pointed, "Stop searching. The one standing on the roadside smoking is my brother-in-law. What is wrong with your eyesight? Are you blind?" Wang Sheng was taken aback. "No way, that is absurd." At this moment, Qin Yang had his back turned to them, meaning that Sun Jia could not see his face at all. How did she recognize the person smoking by the roadside as Qin Yang? Sun Jia took out her walkie-talkie and issued a direct command. "All teams, be alert. The Dawn Sentinel has appeared. Everyone, stay sharp and await my orders, prepared to act at any moment." "Understood, Captain," Wang Sheng replied. By the roadside, beside a large truck, Qin Yang had styled his hair slicked back, dressed in a traditional white tunic reminiscent of the Republic of China era, with a box gun slung across his shoulder. To prevent Tang Sini from recognizing him, he had the makeup artist darken his skin, yet even so, he still felt a sense of insecurity. Tang Sini. The belle of the Performing Arts Department at the Media Academy was just a street away from the university he once attended. He couldn't help but marvel at the genius behind the concept of a university town. The mere thought of the name Tang Sini made Qin Yang feel a twinge of discomfort. Indeed, she was the belle of her department. But there was a significant issue with her character. If one were to describe her, it would be that she embodied a paradoxical blend of restrained exuberance and boldness. It might sound contradictory, yet it truly wasn't. In public, she presented herself as a graceful and demure figure, the charming Tang Sini, speaking softly to everyone, never holding grudges, even when others slighted her. However, in private moments with Qin Yang, she transformed entirely, consistently fixating on his vulnerabilities. Qin Yang had lost count of how many times Tang Sini had embroiled him in troublesome situations. There was even an occasion when she insisted on demonstrating Thai massage, nearly sending Qin Yang into intensive care with a single misstep. Later, she learned that proper Thai massage involves using handrails for support, and one should not simply jump onto the back, but rather apply pressure gradually. Regardless, that experience left a lasting impression on Qin Yang, to the point that even now, the mere mention of Tang Sini could evoke phantom pains in his lower back. What was he to do now? His makeup was done, his look was ready. He couldn't simply walk away, could he? Qin Yang was no longer a naive college student. He understood that life was often filled with disappointments. Finding work as a temporary actor was challenging, let alone in a major production. This may well be the only opportunity he had to complete the task at hand. Should he abandon the mission? After all, he had already accomplished so much. Skipping this one wouldn't be a significant loss, would it? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sharp pain shot down his spine, striking the back of his head. "What the hell?" Qin Yang shouted, his body stiffening as he braced himself against the side of the truck. "System, this is outrageous." He felt as though his back was about to give out. At that moment, even standing was a challenge, and he contemplated simply collapsing to the ground to relieve the tension. The system remained silent, offering only punishment, forcing Qin Yang to experience the consequences of abandoning his task. "I am utterly astounded, dear brother, truly astounded. Pray, cease your mystic powers. Have I not accomplished my task?" No sooner had Qin Yang uttered these words than his back pain vanished in an instant. He promptly stretched his waist, simultaneously exhaling in relief. Indeed, it is only after enduring the throes of illness and pain that one truly learns to cherish health. Just then, the door of a black van swung open, and 7 special police officers, led by Sun Jia, leaped forth from the vehicle. Sun Jia shielded Qin Yang behind her, while the other officers flung open the cargo doors, forcibly pulling out the truck driver and a woman. "Special police, do not move." The truck driver appeared bewildered, while the woman hastily covered her face, adeptly crouching to the ground. Qin Yang was rendered speechless. "Xiao Jia, what on earth are you doing?" Sun Jia did not respond immediately. After inspecting the woman's phone, Wang Sheng exclaimed in astonishment, "Sister Jia, she is indeed a fallen woman. You are truly remarkable." Sun Jia smiled gently. "It is not I who am remarkable, but rather my brother-in-law. Should you not express your gratitude to him?" Qin Yang. Chapter 67. Why can't I control this hand? Previously, Wang Xing regarded Qin Yak as merely an ordinary individual, indifferent to him. However, at this moment, when Wang Xing gazed upon Qin Yang, he inexplicably felt as though Qin Yang was radiating light, even perceiving a halo behind his head. Wang Xing found himself instinctively wanting to join his hands in prayer, only to be hastily stopped by Sun Jia. Are you foolish? Your brother-in-law is live streaming. Do you wish to jeopardize your job? Wang Xing responded with an "oh," suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. It's one thing to privately believe in such metaphysics, but engaging in these antics while on duty is akin to sabotaging your own future. All right, Wang Xing, you should escort them back to the bureau. Wang Xing hesitated for a moment. What about you, Sister Jia? Feigning indifference, Sun Jia replied, you needn't worry about me. The weather is pleasant today, and I intend to bask in the sun a little longer. Wang Xing, all right, so you're just going to sit outside with 3 squads of special police, are you? Sun Jia was no fool. Cases like the one involving the truck driver offered little in terms of merit. Yet, she firmly believed that staying close to Qin Yang would inevitably lead her to significant cases. With a wave of his hand, Wang Xing instructed 2 officers to step forward, guiding the driver and a woman towards the police vehicle. As they walked, the driver lamented, "Officer, this is my first offense. I swear it's my first. Surely, you needn't deploy special forces to apprehend me. Is what I did really that serious? Will I face the death penalty? If I report others, will my punishment be reduced? Please, officer, I truly don't wish to die." Only after the 2 were escorted away in the police car did Sun Jia signal for the remaining special police to return to their black van and await further instructions. Just as Sun Jia was about to leave, Qin Yang called out to her. Upon seeing Qin Yang's grim expression, Sun Jia felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Brother-in-law, is there something else you need? Qin Yang asked coldly. Shouldn't I be the one asking that? What purpose do you have following me? Sun Jia, defiant yet somewhat flustered, retorted, who is following you? I happened to be on patrol in this vicinity and just happened to notice that the truck driver was suspicious. Is that not reasonable? Qin Yang produced his phone and opened his live streaming account, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Is that so? Then perhaps you could clarify for me who this level 15 fan named Detective Jia is? Sun Jia, Qin Yang continued, how long have I been streaming? And how long have you been in my live chat? It's one thing to watch my stream, but you've also been sending gifts? That is not all. You've even become my 3rd largest supporter. And to top it off, why is it that you are also the leader of my fan group? I was wondering why you all arrived so rapidly at the last reunion. It turns out you infiltrated my live stream as a spy. With a cold smirk, Qin Yang opened the streamer permissions. With a mere tap of his finger, Sun Jia would find herself blacklisted from his live stream, rendering her fan status and group leadership null and void. Sun Jia was on the verge of tears. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I swear I've only betrayed you once. Please give me another chance. Qin Yang replied, wrong? You're simply frightened. Speak up. Why are you here now? Be honest. The netizens found it amusing. You really think you're in charge, interrogating the police now? Sun Jia said, looking pitiful. I genuinely came to patrol, and incidentally, to ensure your safety, brother-in-law. Hoping to catch a break. Catch a break? Do you really think I'm some kind of police dog? Qin Yang felt a headache coming on from his anger. How did you know that the truck driver was suspicious? Sun Jia muttered, at first, we had no idea about the truck driver, but when you nudged the door, I sensed something was off. Then I noticed an electric bike parked next to the truck, which prompted me to bring someone over to check it out. Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback by Sun Jia's explanation. What's wrong with an electric bike parked next to the truck? Is there an issue? Sun Jia smiled and remained silent. Brother-in-law, it's better if you don't delve too deeply into these matters. Those who understand, understand. Just as Qin Yang was about to press further, the stage manager shouted at him from the entrance. Hey you, your scene is coming up. Why are you wandering around? Hurry up and get in there. Do you want to quit? Qin Yang quickly responded with a smile, coming. Just a moment, brother. Before he left, he shot Sun Jia a warning glance, signaling her to behave. Sun Jia immediately raised her hand to the sky, pledging her loyalty. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I will never betray you again. Inside the studio, as Qin Yang followed the stage manager, he noticed that the set had already been prepared. It was a noodle shop from the Republican era, where he was to portray a debauched warlord who would unleash chaos. Just as everyone was familiarizing themselves with their positions and lines, a sudden commotion erupted on set. All the staff stood up, greeting the newcomer with smiles. Sister Xine. Good afternoon. Go for it, Sister Xine. Qin Yang turned his head, startled. Oh no, it really is her. There stood Tang Xine, dressed in a modest blue and white polka dot coat typical of a common family from the Republican era. Yet, even in such conservative attire, her curves were accentuated, making her appear even more alluring. The director first discussed the scene's requirements with Tang Xine, then signaled her to take her position, ready to start filming. As Qin Yang walked past Tang Xine, keeping his head down, she suddenly spoke up. "Qin Yang, is that you?" Qin Yang shook his head, stammering, No, it's not me. You must have mistaken me for someone else." Tang Xine chuckled softly. "Is that so? How's your waist now? Does it still hurt?" Qin Yang intended to keep walking, pretending not to hear her. Little did he know, the next moment, his wrist was seized by Tang Xine. With her bright eyes and radiant smile, she looked at him shyly. "You've gotten darker and thinner, but you're even more handsome than before." Qin Yang's heart skipped a beat. Alas, my own instincts have utterly failed me in the presence of Tang Xine. This woman is indeed my nemesis. Most notably, the moment Tang Xine grasped my wrist, I felt an overwhelming aura of murderous intent that transcended time and space. It was chilling, far too chilling. This malevolence was all too familiar. Meanwhile, inside the black van, Sun Jia stared wide-eyed at the live broadcast, her face a mask of disbelief. Is my brother-in-law truly this courageous? Instinctively, Sun Jia pulled out her phone and sent a message to Lu Yin. "Sister Yin, quickly watch the live stream. My brother-in-law has caught the eye of a celebrity." Only after sending the message did she realize the gravity of her mistake. "Oh no. Didn't I promise not to betray my brother-in-law? This is disastrous. I've lost my fan card." Sun Jia's face fell in regret. How could I not control my own hand? Chapter 68. Who taught you to alter the script? Inside the studio, onlookers were taken aback to find Tang Xine engaging in casual conversation with an extra. It was well known that Tang Xine was the epitome of purity in the entertainment industry. Renowned for her innocent persona, she refrained from filming intimate scenes, and her interactions with male actors were limited to scripted dialogues and subtle expressions, devoid of any hand-holding, embraces, or suggestive gestures. Rumors circulated that she had been introduced to the industry by a wealthy benefactor to experience life. As any other actress would have long succumbed to the harsh realities of the business. The entertainment world was often likened to a vast cauldron of vice, where many actresses rose to fame through scandalous means. However, if it were truly that simple for anyone to achieve stardom through such methods, one would believe countless women would still choose acting as their profession, especially in an era that seems to mock poverty while embracing promiscuity. Yet, here was Tang Xine, a paragon of virtue who had never been embroiled in rumors or scandals, and who had always maintained her distance from male actors. Now boldly grasping the hand of a male extra, the director, Fong Hai, approached with concern. "Xine, is something amiss? Did he take something from you?" Qin Yang thought to himself, "Goodness, open your eyes and see clearly, I am the victim here." Fong Hai's interruption jolted Tang Xine back to reality. She smiled and shook her head. "No, it's just that he resembles an acquaintance of mine. I mistook him for someone else." "My apologies, director. Please proceed as normal." Was it truly Tang Xine apologizing to herself? Fong Hai was taken aback, quickly waving his hand. "Xine, you need not be so formal. Since there is no issue, let us continue filming. Everyone, take your positions. We're rolling on the first take of scene 15. Once the director called for action, Tang Xine seamlessly transitioned from a celestial star into the role of the restaurant owner's sister within the narrative. Qin Yang swaggered into the noodle shop, embodying the archetype of a villain. "Boss, I'd like a bowl of beef noodles." Upon hearing his voice, the owner, Tainyo, emerged from the kitchen, beaming with a smile. "Ah, customer, it seems this is your first visit. You look unfamiliar." Qin Yang smiled in silence. Tainyo continued. "You wouldn't be coming from Shirtu City, would you? Oh dear, you're quite fortunate. It's currently under the control of that rogue warlord, Chao Xiang. Many have struggled to escape." It was evident that Tainyo was an experienced extra, delivering his lines and serving tea to Qin Yang with remarkable ease. Surprisingly, Qin Yang's performance was commendable, adhering to the script without causing any dissonance. However, when Tainyo called for his cousin, Tang Xine, the atmosphere shifted unexpectedly. According to the character backstory, Tang Xine was meant to be a refugee who escaped from Shirtu City, having witnessed Qin Yang commit murder. Thus should have been filled with fear. Yet, upon her entrance, she wore an unmistakable smile, and her gaze towards Qin Yang was decidedly peculiar. Zhang He, the assistant director by the monitor, could not contain his thoughts. "Director Fong, why do I feel that her gaze doesn't express fear, but rather admiration and affection?" The crew member beside him nodded in agreement. I seem to detect the scent of romance in the air. Fong Hai, suppressing his urge to speak, understood the importance of showing respect to Tang Xinyi given her stature. However, the subsequent scene was beyond his tolerance. He watched as Tang Xinyi gazed at Qin Yang with evident affection and even took the initiative to sit beside him, engaging in flirtatious banter. Are you from Shirtu City? I barely escaped from there, and I still tremble at the thought of it. My heart races uncontrollably. Go on, feel for yourself. As Tang Xinyi seized his hand and placed it against her chest, Qin Yang's body was instantly electrified, every hair standing on end, and a shiver coursed through him. He sprang up as if jolted, swiftly withdrawing his hand to maintain a 3-meter distance from her. Everyone stood in stunned silence, with Tai Nyo appearing particularly bewildered. Director, is this correct? When did you change the script? Enemies turned into lovers, fear transformed into affection. Who on earth altered the script? Was the screenwriter intoxicated? With an exasperated sigh, Fong Hai could no longer contain himself. He approached Tang Xinyi with an ingratiating demeanor. Xinyi, are you perhaps unfamiliar with the script? This scene is not meant to unfold this way. Tang Xinyi replied with serene composure. I've read the script, but I find it lacking. I wish to revise it. Beads of sweat began to form on Fong Hai's forehead. Xinyi, this is a major investment, a grand production, altering the script at this stage. Tang Xinyi cast him a sidelong glance. My father is the financier of this film, Director Fong. If you find this troublesome, I can always request a different director. Fong Hai was left speechless. If you insist on saying it that way, I have no choice but to acquiesce. So, how would you like to amend it? Tang Xinyi casually stated, I believe Chao Ying's role is insufficient. It is a captivating character that should be elevated to that of the male lead. What? Fong Hai was taken aback. What about the original male lead? Just eliminate him. Come up with some excuse to write him out. The crew exchanged glances towards the original male lead, Su Hua, who was waiting offstage. A man's heart quietly shattered. Tang Xinyi continued. Now that Chao Ying is the male lead, his character must be revised as well. Although his father is a ruthless warlord, he himself is not. We should portray him as someone who endures humiliation and opposes his father's actions. The female lead, which is me, also escapes from Shirtu City with Chao Ying's assistance. Later, when the warlord father discovers the female lead has slipped through his grasp, he sends men to hunt her down. To protect her, Chao Ying and the female lead must endure trials and tribulations together. During their escape, it would be best to include a scene where I am bitten by a poisonous snake and he has to suck out the venom. Let's have it bite my neck for an intimate close-up shot. Captured artistically. Qin Yang, Fong Hai. The viewers in the live stream could no longer contain their laughter. Wait, is this right? Are we really assigning this to Qin Gu? Adaptation is not the same as distortion. Artistic interpretation should not be absurd. The originally intended male protagonist exclaimed, all right. So this is how we play it? Death, you must face your demise. Qin Yang realized, this is bad. They're coming for me. At last, he understood how those ambiguous scenes in television dramas were conceived. Though lacking in intellect, they undeniably offered a certain thrill. Surviving a snakebite to the neck? What kind of invulnerable constitution does she possess? Love knows no constraints, and toxins surge forth unabated, regardless of where the snake bites. If Sister Tang desires a kiss from Brother Qin, that is precisely where the serpent shall strike. Is there any issue with that? Tang Xinyi spoke incessantly for over 10 minutes, transforming the entire script beyond recognition. Moreover, judging by her demeanor, it appeared she was utterly serious. Qin Yang began to realize that he was likely facing an unavoidable fate today, just as he contemplated a chance to escape. Lu Yin entered the studio accompanied by her friend Su Mei. Both adorned with a plethora of medals, they sparkled brilliantly, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Qin Yang stood agape, utterly stunned. What a spectacle! Chapter 69. The Art of Substitution. The sixth sense is an innate gift bestowed upon women. Although Tang Xinyi had her back turned to the entrance of the studio, she instantly sensed the moment Lu Yin stepped inside. Turning around, she locked eyes with Lu Yin, and an invisible force collided in the air, creating ripples of tension that were palpable. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to a freezing point as everyone held their breath, sitting rigidly in their seats. After an indeterminate stretch of time, a staff member bravely ventured to inquire in a hushed tone, "Officers, whom do you seek?" Lu Yin glanced at Qin Yang and commanded, "Come here." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yang began to move in that direction, but Tang Xinyi seized his hand firmly. Panic flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. "Sister, are you serious? This could be dangerous." Indeed, Lu Yan's gaze sharpened instantaneously, causing the staff present to instinctively retreat a step. The aura of pure menace was almost tangible. Lu Yin coldly addressed Tang Xinyi, "Release your grip, or I shall shatter your skull." Unyielding, Tang Xinyi retorted, "Lu Yin, I am aware of your family's power and influence, yet my own lineage is not to be underestimated. You cannot intimidate me. Had I not gone abroad for further studies, it would have been I, not you, marrying Yonggu. We are currently filming a movie, and even as a police officer, you have no right to disrupt our professional duties. I ask that you leave." Netizens were incredulous. Was this woman truly so audacious as to confront Lu Yin directly? Hadn't she mentioned that her own family was also influential? It seemed she might be a wealthy heiress. A pure and principled actress in the entertainment industry could hardly come from a humble background, after all. Moreover, Tang Xinyi insinuated that there was a history between her and Qin Yang. It was astonishing to discover that Lu Yin had such formidable rivals. What was it about Qin Yang that captivated them? I simply cannot fathom. Qin Yang, I implore you, consider starting a class. I would sacrifice everything to learn. Teach me. Master. Unlike Wang Chuchu, Tang Xinyi exuded genuine confidence. Wang Chuchu was merely the white moonlight in Qin Yang's heart, a mere pale imitation of that ideal. During their high school days, Qin Yang's feelings for Wang Chuchu were largely rooted in gratitude, lacking any romantic essence. However, Tang Xinyi was a different story altogether. Over the course of 4 years in university, she launched wave after wave of ardent advances towards Qin Yang, although she ultimately did not win his heart. Their relationship transcended mere friendship, hovering tantalizingly between platonic affection and romantic interest, far surpassing what he felt for Wang Chuchu. Moreover, Tang Xinyi's family background was hardly inferior to Lu Yan's. She possessed both the capability and the means to stand toe-to-toe with Lu Yan, like a proud swan. Tang Xinyi raised her chin defiantly, but soon realized something amiss. Qin Yang had somehow appeared at Lu Yan's side. "Wife, what brings you here? The sun is blazing outside. Why aren't you using an umbrella?" After the arduous award ceremony, Qin Yang offered to massage Lu Yan, sensing her fatigue. The outcome of the competition was unmistakable. Upon glancing down, Tang Xinyi discovered that she was clutching a thermos cup, a shocking revelation. How audacious of Qin Yang to execute such a switch. The murderous intent in Lu Yan's eyes dissipated, replaced by disdain and scorn. She could scarcely spare a glance at Tang Xinyi, turning away to exit the studio. Qin Yang, unwilling to lag behind, hastily followed, shedding his coat to shield Lu Yin from the sun's rays. In a fit of rage, Tang Xinyi hurled the thermos cup to the ground. "Lu Yin, do not bask in your triumph. I shall reclaim Brother Yang's heart." The agent, overhearing this, rolled his eyes and fainted, signaling the collapse of Tang Xinyi's innocent persona. Meanwhile, in a van parked by the roadside, Lu Yin sat comfortably as Qin Yang and Sun Jia stood at the door, resembling two chastised schoolboys, heads bowed in shame. Lu Yin unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and took a sip, casting a cool glance at Qin Yang. "Now, pray tell, what brings you here?" Qin Yang hastily began his explanation. "Wife, you know I have always harbored a dream. Get to the point." Qin Yang recoiled slightly, sheepishly confessing, "I wanted to be an extra, to act, earning 150 a day." Lu Yin massaged her temples, clearly exasperated. "And how did you come across Tang Xinyi? Surely you leveraged some connections?" Qin Yang immediately swore an oath. "By heaven's grace, my wife. I merely asked Li Dongping to find me a minor role. He led me astray. I had no inkling I would be acting alongside Tang Xinyi. You know me, ever since we wed, I have regarded all other women with utmost caution. I avoid them like the plague. How could I ever pursue them?" Su Mei nodded in affirmation from the side. "I can attest to that. This fellow even blocked me." Lu Yin shot a disdainful glance at Su Mei, uninterested in engaging with her. "Not a single one of you is reliable. Qin Yang, I must ask, do you genuinely enjoy this side gig? My mother, my father, each provide you with 50,000 a month. Surely you lack for nothing. Why then? Must you seek out additional work? We have no objections to your streaming. Why not simply enjoy gaming at home?" Suddenly, Qin Yang's gaze deepened. "Wife, what do you believe is the essence of life?" Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback. "Oh no, did I inadvertently say something inappropriate?" Just as she prepared to clarify her intent, Qin Yang continued, "Or let me pose a counter question. Given your family's wealth, why do you insist on being a police officer?" Lu Yin fell silent once more. Indeed, what is the purpose of life? Over the course of one's existence, one must find something to occupy oneself. Some choose to pass time through gaming, finding entertainment and relaxation, while others thrive on work and side jobs, perpetually restless. If one truly loves another, should they not respect their choices? After a moment of silence, Lu Yin inquired, "Are you genuinely not doing this merely to prove something to others?" Qin Yang smiled and shook his head. Of course not. I am purely fulfilling a task assigned by the system. Neglecting it would result in discomfort. Lu Yan then asked, why were you reluctant when my parents wanted to introduce you to those friends of theirs? Qin Yang explained, our social circles differ. I do not wish to force a connection. Your family's acquaintances are involved in substantial business dealings, conversing about Wall Street one moment and Manhattan the next. What could I possibly discuss with them? Surely, I cannot talk about the recent price drop of beef at the local market. My dear, I appreciate the kindness that your family has shown me, but I simply wish to enjoy our own little slice of happiness. Wouldn't you agree? With Qin Yang's comforting words, Lu Yan's frown dissipated, and a radiant smile began to emerge. Just as the atmosphere seemed to lighten, Lu Yan turned her stern gaze towards Sun Jia, who stood nearby. And you, what are you doing here? Sun Jia's smile faltered. Oh no, she is directing her attention at me. Chapter 70. Qin Yang's authentic performance confronted by Lu Yan's inquiries. Sun Jia immediately felt a surge of anxiety. I was patrolling in the vicinity, she stammered. Lu Yan regarded her with a frosty glare. Patrolling the area with 3 vehicles of special police? Don't they require prior notification for their missions? Do they not train regularly? Sun Jia lowered her head, feeling unjustly accused. She couldn't very well confess that she had brought such a contingent merely to be close to her brother-in-law. Fortunately, at that moment, Luo Jun's voice echoed from a short distance away. Lu Yan, do not be so agitated. Sun Jia's operation was sanctioned by me. Upon spotting Luo Jun, both Lu Yan and Su Mei promptly dismounted from the vehicle and saluted him with precision. Luo Jun chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. This isn't the time for strictness. Relax. Recently, their unit had achieved considerable success, prompting the higher-ups to grant them a day off to recuperate. However, Luo Jun had not anticipated encountering Lu Yan here. Lu Yan inquired, Sir, what brings you to this location? Luo Jun replied with a smile, Oh, I finally managed to secure a day off. Coincidentally, my goddaughter is filming here, so I came along with old Wang to pay her a visit. At his words, the expressions of everyone present turned peculiar. Sun Jia leaned in and whispered, Sir, your goddaughter wouldn't be Tang Xini, would she? Luo Jun appeared somewhat taken aback. Yes. You know her? She is indeed quite popular among the youth. Her recent films have performed remarkably well at the box office. Previously, she filmed in major cities like Magic City and Imperial Capital, so our gatherings were few and far between. Now that she is in Jiahai City as her godfather, I certainly must pay her a visit. Would you like to join me? I can arrange for you to get an autograph. Sun Jia swiftly declined his invitation. Are you joking, sir? Just moments ago, Sister Lu Yan almost exploded your goddaughter's chicken feet. Now you want us to seek her autograph? What is that for? To display it at a memorial for future generations? As a seasoned detective, Luo Jun immediately discerned the unusual expressions on Sun Jia and her companions. What is going on? Has something happened? Lu Yan responded calmly, It's nothing serious, merely that Tang Xini wishes to steal my husband. Luo Jun gasped, his pupils dilating. Little Lu. You mustn't speak so lightly. Xini is not that kind of person. Without further ado, Lu Yan produced her phone. I have video evidence. Please watch the VCR. The footage she played showcased Tang Xini's parting declaration. Lu Yan, do not be complacent. I will eventually bring Yongge back to my side. Luo Jun. You must be drenched in sweat now, Lao Dang. You surely do not wish for this video to serve as evidence in court, do you? He retrieved a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow, his hands beginning to tremble. These young people truly have no fear of death. How can an actress compare to someone who grapples with life and death and confrontations with criminals on a daily basis? To understand, in their department, Lu Yan is famously known for her decisive actions, never indulging in idle chatter. Over the years, the criminals she has eliminated could form a line that encircles the police station. What do you think you can rely on to compete for her husband? Your chicken legs? Luo Jun managed to force a smile. Ah, Lu, I believe there must be some misunderstanding here. Young people sometimes speak without thinking. You should be more magnanimous and understanding. Lu Yan calmly nodded. Rest assured, leader, I haven't taken this matter to heart. Qin Yang is my husband, and I have faith in him. If he dares to betray me, I shall take him out first, and then turn myself in. Luo Jun. Qin Yang. Sister. Why does that sound so odd? It conveys a sense of both confidence and insecurity. Are you confident in Qin Yang's character, or in your marksmanship? Lu Yan cast a glance at Qin Yang. He promptly stiffened his posture and exclaimed energetically, loyalty. Even the seasoned Luo Jun was at a loss for words. The intricacies of their marital relationship were too complex. No wonder the old saying goes that it is difficult for a wise judge to resolve family matters. truly perplexing. Realizing the issue could not be resolved, Luo Jun suggested making an exit. He pointed towards the photography studio and said, "Since you have other matters to attend to, we shall not intrude any longer. We will proceed ahead." As soon as Luo Jun finished speaking, Lu Yin added, "Leader, we will join you." Luo Jun was flustered. "Huh? Why?" Lu Yin replied earnestly, "I was indeed too impulsive earlier, not respecting my husband's thoughts. Qin Yang, since you wish to be a temporary actor, go ahead. I support you. If you choose to engage in other side jobs, I will not hold it against you. But remember, if you dare to do anything that betrays me." Before Lu Yin could finish, Qin Yang immediately interrupted. "Wife, please, let us not discuss such terrifying matters in broad daylight. Let us keep it brief. I know my limits. Rest assured, even while acting, I will remain faithful to you, and no other woman shall have me." After receiving Qin Yang's assurance, Lu Yin nodded contentedly and extended her hand towards him. "Hand it over." "What?" Qin Yang looked puzzled. "The cigarettes. Xiao Jiao mentioned she saw you smoking by the street earlier." Qin Yang. He loosened his belt and retrieved 3 crumpled cigarettes from his pants, handing them to Lu Yin. Upon witnessing Lu Yin crush the 3 cigarettes and toss them into the trash, Qin Yang felt as if his heart were bleeding. He shot an angry glare at Sun Jia. "You traitor." Sun Jia shielded her face, unable to meet Qin Yang's gaze. "Sister Xiaoyan, it's unprofessional to expose your informant after solving a case." After confirming that Qin Yang possessed no illegal items, the group, under Luo Jun's lead, returned to the photography studio. Upon seeing Lu Yan's triumphant return, the staff were so frightened that their legs felt weak. How had this formidable woman returned again? Just as Tang Xinyi was about to enthusiastically take the microphone, she spotted Luo Jun standing beside Lu Yin and immediately fell silent. With a stern expression, Luo Jun pulled Tang Xinyi aside and conveyed something serious. Upon her return, Tang Xinyi no longer caused any disturbances, signaling to director Fong Hai to proceed with the filming as per the original script. Fong Hai cautiously inquired, "So, should we have Chowing continue in this role?" Tang Xinyi, feeling flustered, cast a glance at Qin Yang. "Let him do it. After all, he is already in makeup, so he can just perform normally." Fong Hai breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was unaware of the events that transpired, he sensed that his authority as a director had been restored. Turning to Qin Yang, Fong Hai politely remarked, "Mr. Qin, your performance earlier was commendable. Yet I believe there is potential for a deeper exploration of the character's inner psyche. If you could portray him with a touch more malevolence and arrogance, I wonder if that would be feasible for you." "A touch more arrogance?" Qin Yang suddenly understood. "Ah, you mean to play it true to life. No problem. Let us proceed." Chapter 71. His perverse performance is unmistakable. Qin Yang instantly entered the scene, maintaining a smile while his gaze was as cold as ice. Fong Hai, upon witnessing Qin Yang's demeanor, was momentarily taken aback. That look, it seemed oddly familiar. He instinctively turned to glance at Lu Yin, falling into silence. "Goodness, is this a genuine portrayal? I thought you were merely acting as yourself, but it appears you embody your wife." The online spectators found amusement in the spectacle. "You know, there is indeed a hint of my goddess Lu's essence in your performance." Fong Hai remarked, "You were meant to portray a villain, not to mimic your wife." He added, "If you resemble her even by a fraction, I'd be utterly flustered." At this moment, only those who genuinely feared their wives could comprehend the depth of Qin Yang's acting prowess. He exhibited remarkable talent, causing me to tremble in fright from across the screen. To the gentleman upstairs, please choose your words wisely. Fearing one's wife is not the case here, it's love. In the regions of Sichuan and Chongqing, there are no men who fear their wives, only those who respect them. Do you comprehend the essence of respect? This is hilarious. If one does not wish to act, I suggest a thorough investigation. In my household, the moment my wife raises her hand, I instinctively cover my face. It has become a conditioned reflex. Let me put it this way. If I were to step into the ring, even Tyson might struggle to breach my defenses, regardless of whom Qin Yang emulates. His gaze is undeniably effective. Fong Hai readjusted the actors' positions and prepared for another take. However, no one anticipated that the moment filming commenced, Qin Yang would deliver an exceptional performance. Do I resemble a mindless murderer? Does one require justification to kill? I began taking lives at the tender age of 8. Ha ha ha. I bet his dish is laden with scallions. I don't consume beef. Bang. With the sound of a gunshot, Iron Bull collapsed. It was only then that everyone snapped back from the mesmerism of Qin Yang's exquisite acting. Goodness. Incredible. How did this young man manage to portray a villain so vividly? Fong Hai led the applause. while Tang Xinyi gazed at Qin Yang with sparkling eyes. Indeed, Qin Yang was still the versatile senior from university. The live chat was flooded with comments about beef noodles. Truly, it would be a shame for Qin Yang not to pursue acting. He is undeniably exceptional as a villain. Iron Bull remarked, "Ah, I've conceived a novel method of demise. Is this what constitutes top-tier acting? You all see only Qin Yang's skill. Yet I perceive the unspoken hardships he has endured. Consider what tribulations he must have faced to deliver such a poignant performance. I don't eat beef translates to why didn't you feed me the first bite? Ah, I see now, master. I have come to enlightenment. The essence of supreme comedy is tragedy, and the core of unparalleled acting talent is rooted in the most authentic life experiences." Luo Jun and Wang Ming were equally captivated by Qin Yang's artistry. "Xiaolu, I had no idea your husband possessed such acting talent. What a pity. He would have made an excellent undercover officer had he chosen to be a policeman." Wang Ming nodded in agreement. "I haven't encountered such a pure embodiment of malevolence in years. He truly encapsulated the essence of a deranged killer." Qin Yang's performance inevitably reminded me of the dismemberment case at Nanhai University a decade ago. The perpetrator exhibited an extremely warped psyche, taunting the authorities deliberately under the gaze of street surveillance after committing such a heinous act. Unfortunately, the technological limitations of the Tianwang system at that time allowed this deranged killer to evade capture for 10 long years, leaving us oblivious to his whereabouts. Sun Jia, curious, inquired, "Since he was captured on surveillance, is it not possible to ascertain his identity? Once identified, capturing him should be straightforward." Wang Ming shook his head. The surveillance footage was outdated, and given that it was a rainy night, the images were insufficient to confirm the assailant's identity. After extensive investigations, we could only deduce that a counselor from Nanhai University had significant suspicion cast upon him. However, that counselor had vanished without a trace. Despite our relentless search over the years, we have been unable to uncover any evidence of his existence, leaving us to wonder if he had fled abroad or met with some other misfortune. Such is the nature of criminal investigations. Until concrete evidence emerges, everyone remains a suspect. The sudden disappearance of that counselor is indeed suspicious, yet one cannot hastily conclude he is the murderer. What if he, too, was a victim? The dismemberment case at Nanhai University had caused quite a stir at the time. Moreover, due to the prolonged lack of resolution, Wang Ming and his team faced disciplinary action, which became a lingering burden for him. Luo Jun nodded solemnly. "Indeed, I have looked into that case as well. I still vividly remember the counselor's characteristics, left-handed, with a slight limp and a small birthmark on his left jaw. Had we managed to locate him back then, perhaps the truth of the case would have been revealed." As the two reflected on the past, Sun Jia suddenly interjected, "Leaders, do you think that staff member resembles the counselor you mentioned?" The group turned to follow the direction of Sun Jia's finger. A prop master was approaching to assist in rearranging the filming set. As he passed by Qin Yang, the prop master couldn't help but express his admiration, saying, "Young man, that's quite an idea. We should discuss it sometime." Qin Yang was taken aback. "What?" The prop master, while tidying up the props, calmly replied, "Stop pretending. Those colleagues of mine whom I know, if they are sufficiently twisted, tend to hide it well. You are far more eccentric than I, yet here you are, playing a temporary role. Who would suspect that your peculiarities are not merely an act? Wouldn't you agree?" Qin Yang was left bewildered by the prop master's words. "What do you mean, buddy? Are you speaking Chinese? I can't understand a single word. What is this? An acting tutorial? What should I do now? Take on a role?" Before Qin Yang could fully process the situation, the prop master patted his shoulder and gave his bicep a squeeze. "Your muscles are well developed. You might just be worthy of a conversation with me. Come find me in the props room. I have something interesting to show you." After delivering this cryptic message, the prop master limped away with his belongings, and just then, Lu Yin called, "Husband, that person was quite dangerous." "What did he say to you?" Qin Yang recounted the words exchanged with the prop master. After a brief moment of silence, Lu Yin instructed, "You wait at the entrance of the props room. Do not enter. We shall arrive shortly." Upon ending the call, Qin Yang surveyed the surroundings, only to realize that Luo Jun and the others had mysteriously departed. What a lack of loyalty, he thought as he steeled himself to approach the props room. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Lu Yin and Su Mei flanking 2 teams of special police officers, advancing from either side. Lu Yin gestured for Qin Yang to knock on the door. "Master, I have arrived. Please open the door." Yet, there was no response from within. Lu Yin signaled for Qin Yang to step back, then forcefully kicked the door open, leading the shield-bearing officers into the room in a steady stream. Just then, a voice crackled through the intercom. "Sister Xiaoyin, We have apprehended that individual at the back door. Chapter 72. I was just speaking casually. Bring him in. Driven by the instinct of a criminal investigator, Lu Yin sensed that there was something amiss in the prop room. In less than 5 minutes, a prop master, handcuffed, was escorted in by 2 special police officers. The moment the prop master laid eyes on Qin Yang, his emotions surged. Why did you betray me? What benefit do you gain from betraying me? Officer, I report him. He is a murderer, just like me, a deranged killer. We are cut from the same cloth. Sun Jia slapped the prop master on the head. Shut your mouth. He is my brother-in-law, a distinguished officer's family member, a sentinel of dawn, a bane to evil. Who do you think you are, equating yourself with him? How shameless. The prop master was bewildered by the barrage of titles bestowed upon Qin Yang. What is this? Family of law enforcement is one thing, but what are these titles of sentinel of dawn and bane to evil? Is this some sort of absurd game achievement you are introducing? Seeing the prop master gaze at him in astonishment, Qin Yang stepped forward and stated earnestly, Indeed. That is I. The prop master stammered, Okay, so we're engaging in abstract seriousness, are we? Lu Yin approached the prop master and, with a stern expression, inquired. You just mentioned showing my husband something remarkable. What is this good thing? The prop master replied, Since you are not in the same profession, you do not qualify to view my collection of treasures. You lawmen will never understand what true art is. Lu Yin scoffed. It appears you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. The prop master remained unfazed. Feel free to use any methods you wish. I fear no pain. If I cry out, I am at your mercy. Lu Yin cast him a disdainful glance. Do you think I intend to torture you? You underestimate me. Husband. What do you think he wants to show you? Qin Yang? No, dear. Is this correct? How would I know what he wants to show me? I'm not a mind reader. Just as Qin Yang was about to speak, Luo Jun nodded in agreement. Indeed, Qin Yang, if it were you, I believe you would surely guess it. Wang Ming encouraged, Young man, speak boldly without any reservations. Sun Jia cheered, Brother-in-law, you are the best. Qin Yang, good grief. This is becoming increasingly absurd. Is this a matter of being the best? Do you understand what a deranged killer is? If I could guess what he is thinking, what would that make me? Noticing Qin Yang's hesitance to speak, Lu Yin's expression turned impatient. Speak up, have you lost your voice? With no other option, Qin Yang pointed casually at a pile of canned pork on the shelf. Perhaps it is those cans? After all, this is a film set. And we have lunch boxes every day. What sane person would buy so many cans of pork and not put them in the fridge? Upon hearing Qin Yang's suggestion, Sun Jia, who had already donned white gloves, eagerly volunteered to open one of the cans. A finger adorned with red nail polish emerged from the heap of minced meat, causing Sun Jia's complexion to turn pale. A flurry of vomiting emojis filled the live stream. This is not right, my friend. How could there possibly be a finger in a sealed can? The individual apprehended is a prop master, responsible for creating props for films. Sealing a few cans is a trivial task. Goodness, I was in the midst of enjoying spicy chicken feet, and now, it seems I must forego my meal. My canned luncheon meat has just arrived as well. I believe it is best to return it without further ado. As someone involved in meat processing, I must advise you to consume less of such items as ham sausages and canned goods, as well as those fatty beef rolls and lamb rolls found in supermarkets. You would never fathom what these products are made of. Qin Go is truly a good person. He provides us with such a captivating program during mealtimes, aiding us in our weight loss endeavors. Upon seeing his meticulously prepared finger meat can exposed, the prop master was taken aback. Is this fellow truly one of us? Although Lu Yin felt discomfort, she furrowed her brow and continued to inquire. Is there more? Qin Yang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, gestured towards the refrigerator. Perhaps there is something inside? Sun Jia opened the refrigerator, only to swiftly close it again. The sight within was far too gruesome, to the extent that it should never be broadcasted. Just imagine how one would store a pig after it has been slaughtered. Luo Jun's expression darkened as he realized that if there were a body in the refrigerator, it would imply that the prop master had committed another crime. Go, call for the forensic team to come over. Seal off this filming location and take all staff members back to the station for questioning. After relaying these instructions, Luo Jun turned to Qin Yang. Is there anything else? Qin Yang, on the verge of tears, lamented, How on earth am I supposed to know if there is more? The most pressing concern is that your inquiries are making me quite anxious. It feels as though a prophecy is unfolding before my eyes. Seeing Qin Yang's reluctance to speak, Wang Ming reassured him. Qin Yang, we understand your reservations, but we believe in you. You are certainly not akin to this heinous criminal. We merely wish to hear your perspective as a reference. Come, speak with confidence. Qin Yang, feeling helpless, glanced at the chandelier in the prop room. Sun Jia, grasping his unspoken thoughts, promptly ascended the ladder to retrieve the decorative lights. As she touched the surface of the lights, a wave of goosebumps coursed through her. The terror and revulsion within Sun Jia could no longer be contained, prompting her to rush outside to vomit profusely. Everyone regarded Qin Yang with complex expressions. The prop master appeared utterly deranged. You all witnessed it, right? He is a pervert, just like me. Arrest him. Luo Jun made a gesture. The special police stuffed a cloth into the prop master's mouth and dragged him away from the prop room. After the prop master was taken away, Luo Jun patted Qin Yang on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "Well done, my boy. Your observational skills are quite astute. It is a pity you did not attend the police academy, otherwise, your achievements would rival my own." Wang Ming also solemnly addressed Qin Yang. This case has weighed on my heart for 10 years. Today, thanks to you, it has finally been resolved. Qin Yang, from now on, I shall be your esteemed uncle. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance. Wang Ming exclaimed with grandiloquence. However, upon catching sight of Lu Yin standing nearby, he swiftly added, "Of course, if the matter pertains to the two of you, do refrain from involving me. Internal conflicts are best resolved among yourselves." Qin Yang, truly, a veteran with an impeccable survival instinct. Originally, today was meant to be their day off. But Qin Yang had assisted in apprehending a props master who had been evading capture for years. Consequently, their respite was no longer an option, and they were instead required to work overtime. As they exited the props room, Director Fong Hai hurried over, his demeanor ingratiating as he inquired, "Gentlemen, what is the meaning of this? Why have you taken our props master? With the barricades in place, how can we possibly continue filming?" Just as Lu Yin was about to respond, Qin Yang swiftly interjected, "My dear, allow me to speak first." Lu Yin frowned, signaling Qin Yang to express his thoughts promptly. Chapter 73. Are the local peers always this unpunctual? With Lu Yan's consent, Qin Yang turned to Fong Hai with a grave expression. "Director Fong, how did you find my performance just now? Was it satisfactory?" Fong Hai was momentarily taken aback. "It's not a matter of whether your acting was good or not. I'm asking why the props master was taken away. What did he do wrong?" He stood on tiptoe, trying to glance into the props room. But Qin Yang firmly pressed down on his shoulders. "Director Fong, your evaluation is of utmost importance to me. Was my performance truly commendable?" Irritated by Qin Yang's persistent questioning, Fong Hai finally relented. All right, you performed splendidly. Your portrayal of a beast was truly exceptional. Satisfied now?" Ding. The host's acting has received the director's approval. The host's live streaming audience has increased by 20,000. Congratulations to the host for completing the part-time task. You have acquired a new skill. Dramatic face. You have acquired a new skill. Actor's engagement. Dramatic face. A true actor makes the audience forget their real identity, only remembering the character portrayed. From now on, the host's intimacy with others will influence their impression of him. The lower the intimacy, the greater the impact of this skill. Actor's engagement. Hard work is rewarded. Only through diligent effort can one enhance their professional skills. Henceforth, the system will randomly refresh actor engagements for the host. Please undertake these tasks earnestly to reap generous rewards. After reading the skills, Qin Yang fell silent. So, after surpassing the novice trial period, he could no longer comprehend the skills? What do these skills truly signify, and how are they to be utilized? Noticing Qin Yang's quietness after receiving his evaluation, Fong Hai inquired, "Mr. Qin, is something troubling you?" Qin Yang waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just some unpleasant thoughts." "Lu Yin, your turn." Click. In the next moment, handcuffs appeared around Fong Hai's wrists. "Fong Hai? Officer, what is the meaning of this?" Lu Yin, maintaining a stoic expression, stated, "Your props master is a fugitive murderer who has evaded capture for many years. We just discovered the victim's body in the props room. As the head of this film set and the director of this crew, you must accompany us to clarify the situation at the station." Fong Hai was rendered speechless. "Wait, are you really taking me away just like this? This is a grave injustice, I swear." Half an hour later, Qin Yang exited the filming base, a lollipop dangling from his mouth. Li Dongping immediately called him, launching into a tirade as soon as the call connected. "Qin Yang, are you out of your mind? I asked you to make a cameo, and you've had Director Fong arrested?" Qin Yang replied with a hint of exasperation, "Dongping, please remain calm. It wasn't me who had Director Fong arrested. There was a murderer in their crew, and he was merely taken in for questioning." Li Dongping retorted, "I don't care. This situation is undoubtedly linked to you. After some time apart, you've turned into a disaster, ruining every endeavor you touch. Don't reach out to me again. I cannot handle this." Qin Yang simply acknowledged with an "oh." Indeed, I initially contemplated utilizing my pocket money to collaborate with my friends in establishing a company. However, since you seem reluctant, I shall abandon the idea. Li Dongping scoffed. Using pocket money to start a company? Old Qin, have you lost your mind? Do you realize that launching a business to generate profit requires an investment of at least several tens of thousands? How much pocket money do you actually have? Qin Yang replied, scratching his nails, I haven't calculated it, as my mother-in-law occasionally bestows it based on her mood, but it should be around 15 million. A crisp sound resonated from the receiver. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. What was that sound? Li Dongping exclaimed, Godfather, did you hear me bowing to you just now? If you didn't, I can bow a few more times. You must take your brothers along. We can no longer endure this wretched existence. Our chance of turning our fortunes around entirely relies on you. Qin Yang responded. Are you jesting with me? Naturally. Qin Yang did not believe that Li Dongping had genuinely bowed to him. He was well aware of his brothers. They merely enjoyed bantering. Yet they maintained a moral compass in their actions. Li Dongping had merely patted the floor a couple of times. However, Qin Yang had come to a realization. He had previously refrained from utilizing the pocket money provided by Lu Yin and the others, believing that a man should rely on his own efforts. Yet, after relying on himself for so long, he was beginning to feel overwhelmed. He had assumed that awakening the system would allow him to attain financial independence simply by completing tasks and ascending the peaks of life. However, during this period, the total amount of money provided by the system had not even reached 10,000. He had encountered numerous cases and corpses, and he truly felt the strain. It is often said that the initial accumulation of capital is the most challenging, and Qin Yang was genuinely experiencing this firsthand. Having come to this conclusion, Qin Yang resolved to utilize his pocket money for entrepreneurship, considering it a loan from his mother-in-law. He could repay it once he began earning. After all, they were family. Qin Yang conveyed to Li Dongping, all right, let us meet at Nanxing S-Bar at 7 this evening. We can discuss the specifics in person. Li Dongping replied, we will follow your lead, Godfather. Just as Qin Yang ended the call, a text message arrived on his phone. Actor notification, your exceptional performance has garnered audience recognition. And you are hereby invited to portray the role of the notorious bandit, Zhang San. Requirements for this performance. Collaborate with fellow actors, adapt to circumstances, and avoid blunders. Reward for successful performance. The latest edition of the Guide to Entrepreneurial Success. Penalty for failure. Other actors will inform you. Wishing you a successful performance. Qin Yang thought to himself, gazing at the message, what ominous premonition is stirring within me? System brother, are you jesting? You even sent me an actor notification, making it seem quite authentic. Do you truly view me as an actor? Since no specific penalties were mentioned, is it acceptable not to participate? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a van abruptly halted in front of him. The doors swung open, and two muscular men, one to each side, forcibly ushered Qin Yang into the vehicle. Before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself sandwiched between the two burly men. Is it him? One of them inquired. Another individual scrutinized Qin Yang from head to toe and nodded slightly. A lollipop, a black short-sleeved shirt, and denim jeans adorned him, with the words Brave Bandit emblazoned across his chest. The attire was correct, the time was accurate, and the location was precise. It was indeed him. After confirming Qin Yang's identity, the tall man thrust a pair of black stockings into his hands. Take these, put them on, he commanded. Qin Yang held the stockings, his emotions swirling in disarray. This was bad. He had been abducted by Nantong. Just as he prepared to resist, two burly men seized the stockings and promptly placed them over his head. Noticing Qin Yang's hesitation, the shorter of the two growled, What are you staring at, Zhang San? Hurry up and put them on. The taller man clicked his tongue in disapproval, furrowing his brow as he said, How many times must I tell you? Be courteous when speaking to our brethren. He may not favor this style. The tall man then produced several more pairs of stockings, offering them to Qin Yang. Lace, suspenders, thick black, pink, choose whichever you like. We must act swiftly. Once we pull this off, we shall never have to worry about food or clothing again. Qin Yang remained mute. Meanwhile, on the roadside of the filming base, a man named Zhang San, similarly clad in a Brave Bandit shirt, held an ice cream cone, eating while glancing at his watch. Muttering under his breath, damn it, are the local competitors always this tardy? Chapter 74. Brother, your voice sounds so familiar inside the van. A pungent odor permeated the air. Under the enthusiastic invitation of the two thugs, Qin Yang donned a pair of white lace over the knee stockings. The tall thug, Yu Chong, glanced at him and chuckled. Your taste is rather unique. You fancy white stockings, huh? The other thugs in the vehicle were clad in black stockings. making Qin Yang's choice of white appear to set him apart as the leader. After staring at Qin Yang for a moment, the second thug, Yu Dong, said, "Brother, I want to wear white stockings too." Yu Chang smacked his head repeatedly. "White stockings? How many times have I told you? We are brothers, and as brothers, we should wear matching styles. Otherwise, how will I find you when we're working later? After this job, don't just think about wearing white stockings. You can let others wear them for you if you like. Understood?" Yu Dong, somewhat clueless yet having received enough slaps, nodded. The van stopped again by the roadside, and a man climbed inside. Qin Yang's heart raced as he recognized him. Oh no, it's the wolf spider. The man, with his flowing hair, tossed a travel bag into the vehicle. "Is everyone here?" Yu Chang responded cheerfully. "We're all here, brother, just waiting for you." The wolf spider kicked the travel bag. "Let us take out what's inside and distribute it among everyone." Yu Chang unzipped the bag and pulled out an array of firearms, handing one to each person. The sight of such weapons made Qin Yang's head spin. A phrase inexplicably echoed in his mind. "I'll get an AK, and you can have a rifle. Let us make a name for ourselves and achieve greatness." "System brother, are you sure this is acting? This is really going to be a life of crime." Yu Chang placed the last gun into Qin Yang's hands. While everyone was busy racking their firearms and checking the magazines, Qin Yang sat there motionless, looking as innocent as a scout. The wolf spider keenly observed this and casually rested his right hand, gun in tow, on Qin Yang's shoulder, the barrel drifting towards his temple. "Brother, aren't you going to check your gun?" Qin Yang, feeling a bit embarrassed, stammered, "I'll check it now." He fumbled awkwardly over the gun, and suddenly, a loud bang echoed as a bullet discharged, creating a hole in the windshield. The thugs in the van were startled, and the driver, gripped by fear, nearly drove the vehicle into the river. The driver exploded in rage. "What the hell are you doing, you fool?" The wolf spider pressed the handgun against Qin Yang's head, his gaze icy. "You don't know how to use a gun?" A chill ran down Qin Yang's spine, and the online viewers began to worry for him. "Oh no, he is exposed. What kind of thug doesn't he know how to handle a gun?" Laughter erupted. "Is the driver from Guangdong?" "Absolutely hilarious." "Excellent. The voice pack is spot on. It feels like a police drama now. Could these thugs be the legendary flag soldiers from the province in Hong Kong? No wonder they seem so professional." The situation had taken a dire turn. Upon being recognized by the wolf spider, Qin Yang was on the brink of facing an untimely demise. He swallowed hard, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as he declared, "Brother, I have never wielded a gun. I am a knife user, a swordsman." Ding. Identity verification activated. Yu Chang seemed to have an epiphany and immediately nodded in agreement. Indeed, Brother Wolf Spider, he is indeed a master with the blade, as stated in his personal resume. Qin Yang. What the hell? A personal resume? So one must submit a resume to be a criminal now? How competitive has it become? The wolf spider furrowed his brow, sensing something familiar about this young man's voice. "You, remove the stockings for me to see." Qin Yang's heart sank. This was it. He was doomed. Under the threat of the wolf spider, he reluctantly peeled off the stockings. Just as he braced himself for a fatal bullet, the wolf spider scrutinized Qin Yang's face for an extended period, growing increasingly perplexed. "Strange. Your face. Why does it evoke a sense of familiarity yet seem so foreign? Have we met somewhere before?" Ding. Dramatic reveal activated. Qin Yang was nearly overwhelmed with emotion. So this is how the dramatic reveal skill works. "Thank you, dear system." He feigned composure and replied, "No. We have absolutely never met. Brother Wolf Spider, I have a common face. It's only natural that you find me familiar." "Is that so?" The wolf spider scratched his head, feeling a bit itchy. Is there truly a common face that looks this handsome? However, after a moment's reflection, he conceded that perhaps it was indeed his own overthinking. The wolf spider gestured to Yu Chang. "Show me his resume." Yu Chang opened his phone gallery and handed over a detailed resume outlining Qin Yang's criminal history, the notorious figures he had associated with, his notable exploits, specialized skills, and years of experience. The information was comprehensive, save for one glaring omission, a photograph. "Where is the photo?" the wolf spider inquired. Yu Chang explained, "Brother Wolf Spider, in our line of work, we cannot reveal our faces. However, you can be assured of his identity. Consider the attire he wears and the location he was standing in. These were all prearranged in our private conversations. There can be no mistake. Rest assured, Brother Wolf Spider, we are professionals." The wolf spider glanced at the striking lettering on Qin Yang's short-sleeved shirt that boldly proclaimed, "Brutal Thug." He returned the phone to Yu Chang, expressing his dissatisfaction. "In the future, avoid wearing such conspicuous attire for meetings. Do you think the police won't recognize you as thugs? Yu Chang chuckled, pointing to the upper right corner of the shirt. Brother Wolf Spider, we anticipated this. Look, it even says, social, right here. If the police question us, we can simply say we are social thugs, and they can do nothing to us. The Wolf Spider. Yu Chang possesses a peculiar intellect, exhibiting a curious blend of half-developed cleverness, which is quite fascinating. However, after such an elaborate explanation, the Wolf Spider temporarily lifted his suspicions regarding Qin Yang. He retrieved a set of flying daggers from his travel bag and handed them to Qin Yang. Aren't you proficient with knives? Perfect. I have a set of flying daggers for you. Just stay sharp when the time comes to act. Don't hesitate. After a moment's consideration, the Wolf Spider also passed a handgun to Qin Yang, reclaiming the AK in return. He thoughtfully instructed Qin Yang on how to disengage the safety, change magazines, aim, and address issues with jammed bullets. Qin Yang had never anticipated that he would learn to use a handgun from the Wolf Spider. What a cliché of a tragic romance. Just as the Wolf Spider was passionately imparting his knowledge, Yu Chang's phone suddenly rang. He was about to answer it when the Wolf Spider shot him a cold glare. How many times have I told you not to answer calls while working? Do you want to die? Yu Chang awkwardly smiled and quickly switched off his phone. It's an unknown number, probably a scam. Don't be angry, Brother Spider. Meanwhile, on the street, Zhang San listened with an impassive expression to the voice message on his phone. We are sorry, the number you have dialed is currently turned off. Damn it. Chapter 75, The Pattern Unfolds. On Rimen South Road, at the headquarters of the construction bank, Qiantong parked the car and, brimming with pride, led Wang Chuchu into the bank. The customer service manager approached and inquired, Good day, sir. What services may I assist you with today? Opening an account and making a deposit, Qiantong replied, wrapping his arm around Wang Chuchu's waist. We have just married, and I intend to establish a new bank account, depositing 100,000 every month. As our newlywed family fund. A family fund. The customer service manager's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Business was indeed at hand. Sir, your timing could not be better. Our bank currently offers a fund that is perfectly suited for you too. You strike me as someone with a keen business acumen. Many individuals today are oblivious to the importance of financial management. As the saying goes, if you do not manage your finances will not manage you. I trust someone as astute as yourself understands the value of this wisdom. With a slight smile and an air of nonchalance, Qiantong replied, Of course, being in business, I am well aware of such fundamental principles. Enough of the pleasantries. Lead the way. The customer service manager smiled and gestured for them to follow to the adjacent fund reception window. However, after just a few steps, Wang Chuchu broke free from Qiantong's embrace, her expression tinged with displeasure. The smile faded from Qiantong's face as he snapped sternly, What is the matter? You're my wife now. Am I not allowed to hold you? Wang Chuchu shook her head. No, it's just that I'm feeling a bit unwell. Unwell? I suspect it's more of an emotional discomfort, Qiantong retorted fiercely. You wretched woman, do not think I am unaware of your thoughts. Are you still pining for that pretty boy, Qin Yang? Have you not noticed he is latched onto a wealthy woman? You two are cut from the same cloth, living off others' fortunes to survive. As long as I support you, you will do as I say. You are merely a dog I keep. Do you understand? The customer service manager, walking ahead, remained unfazed, her steps steady. She had encountered such situations frequently and had grown accustomed to them. Offending a client due to idle gossip was hardly worth the trouble. Wang Chuchu glared at Qiantong, her fists clenched tightly. Qiantong chuckled. What's wrong? Are you displeased with my words? Go ahead, strike me if you dare. Do not mistake my disdain for you. Individuals like you, living off others, may be pleasing to the eye, but lack courage. Back in high school, I bullied Qin Yang, and he never dared to retaliate. If he had any guts, he would have fought back. To put it bluntly, even if he resorted to theft or robbery, I would still hold him in higher regard. At least then he would be considered a man. But does he have the audacity? Bang! Just as Qiantong finished speaking, a van crashed through the shattered glass doors of the bank, barreling into the lobby. Under the command of a man known as Spider, a gang of armed robbers leaped from the van. As the bank security guard attempted to react, he was shot dead by Spider. Everyone, don't move. Get down on the ground. This is a robbery. Qiantong trembled in fear, quickly dropping to the floor and discreetly pressing his handbag against his stomach. Wang Chuchu crouched in the corner, her face drained of color from fear. Among the bandits, one particularly caught her attention, a thug adorned with white lace-trimmed stockings. The other criminals appeared to have clearly defined roles, each executing their tasks with expertise. Some controlled the scene, others committed murder, while a few coerced the bank manager to open the doors. Why was he the only one approaching the entrance? Crow, what are you doing? Yu Chang also noticed Qin Yang's unusual behavior. Realizing his attempt to sneak away had failed, Qin Yang hastily fabricated an excuse. I was checking if the car had any scratches. Yu Chan shouted angrily, "Get over here, you fool. Help maintain control." With no other choice, Qin Yang brandished his gun, feigning authority to ensure everyone remained still. Wolf Spider aimed his weapon at the bank manager behind the counter, signaling him to open the vault door. The bank manager, emboldened by the bulletproof glass, shook his head defiantly. In response, Wolf Spider seized a staff member and pressed the gun against her head. "Open the door, or I will kill her." The bank manager continued to shake his head. Bang! A shot rang out, and the staff member fell lifeless. Wolf Spider grabbed another individual. "Open the door." Again, the bank manager shook his head. Amused by the defiance, Wolf Spider laughed menacingly. "You're quite the stubborn one, aren't you? Fine, Old Five. It's your turn." The locksmith, known as Old Five, retrieved his toolkit and immediately knelt by the door to pick the lock. Banks typically employ 5-star security doors, renowned for their high safety level, making them exceedingly difficult to breach. Yet, the locksmith was no novice. He was a master of his craft. In less than 2 minutes, the security door swung open. Wolf Spider and 3 other bandits stepped inside. The bank manager, crouched on the ground, raised his hands in a plea for mercy. Wolf Spider shoved the barrel of his gun into the manager's mouth, pulling the trigger without hesitation before entering the vault. In the lobby, only Yu Chang and Qin Yang remained to maintain order. Outside, the wailing of police sirens began to echo. Yu Chang pressed a button, and the bank's security gate slowly descended, sealing the establishment. The atmosphere in the bank grew eerily silent, punctuated only by the occasional sound of sobbing. Unable to endure the oppressive ambience, Qin Yang finally spoke up. "Brother Chang, there are police everywhere outside, and we've just locked the doors. How are we supposed to escape?" Yu Chang remained calm, assuring him, "Don't worry, Brother Wolf Spider has everything planned. Just follow our lead." Qin Yang continued, "But Brother Chang, our primary objective is to steal money, right?" Yu Chang nodded. "Yes, what of it?" Qin Yang smacked his thigh in realization. "If we're after money, that's a problem. Brother Wolf Spider and the others brought bags that are too small, and there aren't enough of us." Yu Chang paused, puzzled. "What do you mean?" With utmost seriousness, Qin Yang explained, "A single 100 yuan bill weighs approximately 15 grams. 1 million yuan weighs about 23 pounds, while 5 million would weigh around 115 pounds. We have 7 brothers here, with 4 entering to stuff the money. Even if Brother Wolf Spider possesses extraordinary strength, managing to carry over 100 pounds alone, we would only end up with 20 million. 20 million, divided among us 7 brothers, leaves each person with less than 3 million. After deducting the cost of the van, the funds for weapons, and the risk of being apprehended by the police and sent to a grim prison, do you think it's worth it?" Yu Chang was momentarily stunned by this. "Brother, is 3 million not a considerable sum for each person?" Qin Yang cast a disdainful glance at Yu Chang. 3 million is merely a fraction of my annual allowance. It barely suffices for the down payment on a house in a first-tier city. Can we not expand our horizons a little?" Yu Chang and his brother were left dumbfounded, their heads itching as if they were on the verge of gaining some wisdom. Chapter 76. Money, the elixir of marriage. As the Chang brothers pondered thoughtfully, Qin Yang continued to guide them from the sidelines. "What are your thoughts after hearing my earlier remarks?" After a moment of contemplation, Yu Chang responded, "I believe your perspective holds merit. 3 million certainly seems insufficient." Qin Yang was elated. His persuasion had succeeded. However, before he could convince the brothers to surrender, Yu Chang pointed at the individuals sprawled across the hall and declared, "But if I rob them as well, wouldn't that deficit be compensated?" Qin Yang, the individuals on the floor. Without hesitation, Yu Chang gestured, and Yu Dong immediately began to search the victims for their valuables. "Everyone, be compliant. We seek only wealth, and as long as you cooperate, no harm will come to you. What are you hiding? Do you believe I want to shoot you on the spot?" The elderly man, robbed of his possessions, pleaded desperately, "I beseech you, young man, spare me. This necklace is a token of love between my partner and me." A plump woman, also robbed, shrieked in despair, "My jade pendant. That pendant has adorned me for 40 years. You cannot just take it away." Chaos erupted in the hall as every individual present, whether in cash or jewelry, faced the threat of being plundered. Yu Chang clapped Qin Yang on the shoulder, marveling, "Truly, you are a prodigy from Guangyue. Your intellect is commendable. Why didn't I think to search these individuals a second time while we were at it?" "Qin Yang, what on earth are you two thinking? Regardless of Qin Yang's intentions, the people sprawled across the hall had come to resent him. These two clumsy oafs were mere accomplices. But this young man was undoubtedly the leader. Before long, Yudong approached Qiantong, bag in hand. You, empty your pockets of anything valuable. With his head bowed, Qiantong tossed his hand back, striking Yudong squarely in the face. After a brief silence, Yudong cocked his gun. Qiantong nearly lost control of his bladder. Brother, what's wrong? You asked for my belongings, and now you seem agitated. Yudong, in a fit of rage, retorted, You dare to hurl your possessions at my face? Do you look down upon me? Yu Chang, having noticed the escalating situation, rushed over and seized Yudong's wrist. Have you lost your mind? We are here for wealth. Let us avoid unnecessary bloodshed. We are not like that lunatic Spider-Man. Do you understand? Yu Chang was still thinking rationally. Robbing a bank is one thing. But if they were to commit murder, the situation would change entirely. Qin Yang also recognized that the gun was aimed at Qiantong. Without a second thought, he strode forward and kicked Qiantong several times. For heaven's sake, didn't your parents teach you to offer things with both hands? Such poor upbringing. Qiantong, bruised and battered, couldn't shake the feeling that the voice of his assailant was hauntingly familiar. That insufferable tone, was it not reminiscent of someone he knew? Had he been kicked into a delusion? After Qin Yang delivered a few harsh kicks to Qiantong, he turned to Yudong and said, All right, Brother Dong. I have taught him a lesson. Brother Chang is right. We are here for wealth, so let us avoid taking lives whenever possible. Yu Chang cast a grateful glance at Qin Yang, appreciating his brother's discernment and wisdom. Gradually, under their assurances, Yudong also began to calm down. As he bent down to retrieve his handbag from the ground, he sensed something amiss. He pressed the gun's muzzle against Qiantong's forehead and spoke in a low, menacing tone. What are you hiding beneath your stomach? Stand up. Qiantong, on the verge of tears, pleaded, Brother, there's truly nothing. Yudong cocked the gun, barely able to contain his fury. Just then, Qin Yang seized Qiantong by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Does my brother Dong's word mean nothing to you? It seems you are asking for a beating. Qin Yang hoisted Qiantong and unleashed a flurry of punches, causing Qiantong to groan in agony and spit blood. Begging for mercy, Yu Chang and his brother watched in shock. This was excessively brutal. They feared Qin Yang might beat the man to death. Reluctantly, Yu Chang stepped forward to intervene, saying, Enough. We are magnanimous and have forgiven him. Please stop. Upon hearing Yu Chang's words, Qin Yang finally released Qiantong. Forgiven? Very well then, I shall cease. But I must say, Brother Chang, your kindness is excessive. A person like him is clearly deserving of punishment. 3 days without discipline, and he becomes unruly. I loathe these unruly types. As he opened the bag that had been pressed against Qiantong's body, the three men were instantly taken aback. Brother, gold bars. It's filled with gold bars. We are rich. Qin Yang couldn't help but glance at Qiantong again, realizing how wealthy he was. A full 5 gold bars, this small package was worth over $1 million. No wonder Wang Chuchu would marry someone like Qiantong. Indeed, money is the finest supplement for married life, and a substantial one at that. Just as Yu Chang and his brother were reveling in their fortune, a sudden scream from a woman pierced the air. They turned to see that the driver had unexpectedly returned, dragging a woman from the counter and unceremoniously tossing her into the center of the hall. The woman was clad in a tight black dress, beneath which she wore a white camisole, hugging her figure closely. Her features were exquisite, resembling a celestial beauty. Upon recognizing her, Qin Yang couldn't help but facepalm. Isn't that Tang Sini? What a coincidence. I seem to be surrounded by acquaintances while robbing a bank. Yu Chang and his brother approached Tang Sini. Old Zhou. What is the story with this woman? The driver, Zhou Kai, leered and replied, This woman's background is quite significant. When we headed to the vault, we found her hiding in the manager's office. She appears to be a celebrity. The boss said that such celebrities often come from wealthy families, and bringing her along for the ransom could yield extra profit. Moreover, she is quite attractive. Taking her back would allow the brothers to unwind a bit. Hehehe. Tang Sini turned pale, terrified by Zhou Kai's words. She initially accompanied her agent to the bank for some business, but unexpectedly found herself in the midst of a robbery. Thoughts of the tragic fates of past female celebrities who had been abducted overwhelmed her, and despair washed over her, igniting a fleeting desire for self-destruction. Better to be shattered like jade than to remain intact like mere pottery. Just as she saw Zhou Kai extending his lecherous hand towards her, preparing to violate her, a familiar voice resonated. Kai, everyone is preoccupied with important matters right now. It would not bode well for the boss to discover your indulgences. Turning her head, Tang Sini beheld a man clad in white lace-trimmed stockings, brandishing a gun, who stood before her with an air of righteous authority. But wait, why did his white stockings not diminish his aura of righteousness in her eyes? Soon, the answer dawned upon Tang Sini. After gazing at this man in stockings for several seconds, she immediately recognized him as Qin Yang. Chapter 77. A Stallone at the Alley Corner. Tang Sini's expression swiftly transformed from one of terror and despair to joy and exhilaration, tinged with a hint of excitement. Observing Qin Yang's interference in his affairs, the driver, Zhou Kai, expressed his displeasure, saying, "What are you doing, you fool? Who are you, a mere outsider, to instruct me on my duties?" In their line of work, familiarity and hierarchy were paramount. Zhou Kai, a direct subordinate of the Wolf Spider, was well aware of the dynamics at play, while Qin Yang and his companion, Yu Chang, had been hastily recruited from the internet. Had it not been for Wolf Spider suffering significant losses due to relentless pursuit by a mysterious figure, they would never have permitted outsiders to join their operation. Thus, when Qin Yang brandished the Wolf Spider's name to intimidate him, Zhou Kai's displeasure grew. "Who do you think you are to speak to me this way?" Zhou Kai initially intended to teach Qin Yang a lesson, but in the next moment, he found the barrel of Qin Yang's gun seemingly trained on him. To be precise, as Qin Yang spoke, he waved his right hand, causing the gun's muzzle to sway in tandem with his movements. Alarmingly, regardless of whether Zhou Kai attempted to dodge left or right, the gun remained eerily fixed on him, as if it had a mind of its own. Damn it. So it's an automatic lock-on, is it? The memory of Qin Yang's earlier mishap in the car, where he had accidentally discharged the weapon, made Zhou Kai relent. All right, I concede. You can have the woman, just take her with you when you leave." Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to showcase his oratory prowess, yet before he could begin, Zhou Kai had capitulated. Was this driver truly so amenable? Yudong pointed at the corner where Wang Chuchu cowered and remarked, "Crow, that woman isn't bad-looking either. Take her along as well." Qin Yang hesitated. "That might not be appropriate." Wang Chuchu suddenly interjected, "I'm willing." Qin Yang retorted, "What do you mean you're willing? This isn't a wedding. We're in the midst of a robbery." Though Tang Sini remained silent, she crawled over to Qin Yang and clung to one of his legs, her face flushed and her eyes sparkling with excitement. Qin Yang sighed. "All right, fine, you all seem to be playing with fire." As he contemplated how to rid himself of the two women, the Wolf Spider's crew had already secured the items. "We have what we need. Let's retreat." Instead of boarding the van, the group followed Wolf Spider in the opposite direction towards the bank. Qin Yang had intended to seize the opportunity to escape, but Yudong called out to him, "Crow, let us go. Remember to bring those two women along." "Damn it, why does this idiot keep fixating on me?" Qin Yang, exasperated and wary of accidentally discharging his firearm, drew a throwing knife, holding one woman in each arm as they continued to follow the group. The intoxicating sense of two distinctly different perfumes assailed his senses. Tang Sini, with her playful demeanor, remarked, "Yang Gu, it's you, isn't it?" Qin Yang replied with a stoic expression, "It is not." Tang Sini playfully pinched Qin Yang's waist and chuckled, "Brother Yang, do not pretend. I can tell it's you with just a touch." Qin Yang replied, "Miss, you are currently being kidnapped. Could you please take this more seriously?" Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Tang Sini clasped her hands together, swaying her hips as she feigned a frightened tone. "Oh dear, I've been kidnapped. How terrifying. Robber brother, are you going to do something to me? Perhaps you should tie me up, but be gentle. I'm afraid of pain, it's too hot. So hot." A top-tier succubus, who could resist such a lure? Wang Chuchu was equally astonished to discover Tang Sini's acquaintance with Qin Yang, and it appeared their relationship was rather intimate. Observing Tang Sini's bold approach, Wang Chuchu felt compelled to compete. She fidgeted beside them, hesitant to speak. Qin Yang glanced at her and remarked, "Why are you squirming? Do you have lice?" Wang Chuchu was taken aback. It wasn't that Qin Yang was treating them differently. Compared to Tang Sini, her standing was indeed lacking. Her so-called white moonlight status was merely a remnant of her high school beauty, believing she could thrive post-graduation. However, Tang Sini was different. She had always been beautiful and, crucially, was dedicated to her studies. Qin Yang vividly recalled how, during college, Tang Sini had lured him to her dorm room with an array of excuses: clogged toilets, broken computers, and laundry mishaps. Just listen, these are not narratives one would expect from someone disinterested in academics. Thus, Tang Sini's previous seductive movements were utterly captivating, a true enchantress. In contrast, Wang Chuchu's awkward attempts to sway resembled a person afflicted with lice. Seizing a moment when the others were distracted, Qin Yang spoke sternly. "You two need to stop fooling around. The individuals ahead are desperate criminals. If they manage to escape, we will all be in grave danger. I will find a moment to leave you behind. You must hurry back without looking back. As long as you are safe, I will find a way to escape on my own. Wang Chuchu appeared despondent, still reeling from the earlier shock. Tang Xinyi, meanwhile, touched Qin Yang's abdominal muscles, nearly drooling. Senior, no wonder you can be a fierce bandit. Your physique is extraordinary. I adore it. Do you still work out every day? I also keep up with my training. Perhaps we could work out together in the future? Qin Yang sighed, with every hair on his arm standing on end. It's over. All over. Tang Xinyi looked puzzled. What do you mean it's over? Qin Yang's expression was one of utter resignation. From the moment you touched my abs, it was all finished. He resolutely insisted on leaving the two women behind, refusing to let them accompany him. For he understood that the scenes to follow would be exceedingly bloody and brutal. Meanwhile, the wolf spider at the front sensed that something was amiss. Their audacity stemmed from the fact that they had long ago excavated a tunnel leading to the bank. Although the tunnel was not extensive, it provided a means to evade the police encirclement and emerge in a nearby residential area. However, as they emerged from the tunnel and ventured a short distance, the arachnid was overtaken by an intense sense of foreboding. Wait, the arachnid halted, feeling the weight of unease intensify. In the narrow alley, several men cast puzzled glances at him. What's wrong, boss? The arachnid sensed a constriction in his throat. Something was amiss. It was too quiet. And the atmosphere felt profoundly wrong. One of the younger men, chuckling, pointed ahead and said, "You're being paranoid, boss. Just a few more meters, and we'll be out of this alley and on our way." The arachnid remained silent, gesturing for the young man to proceed first. Little did they know, the moment that young man took a few steps, a furious Lu Yin appeared at the alley's entrance, brandishing a firearm. The young man's face went pale with shock. Just as he was about to react, a barrage of bullets descended upon him like a tempest, transforming him into a sieve. The others, terrified, hastily sought refuge in the nearby recesses. Bullets shattered the edges of the wall, sending debris flying, causing one of the thugs to lose control of his bladder in sheer terror. There stood a stalwart figure at the alley's mouth, a veritable guardian. I am not jesting. Chapter 78. Do you not have a wife? Brother, what is happening? Is the police firepower this formidable? They were overwhelmed by the intense barrage, unable to raise their heads as debris rained upon their faces, leaving them with a profound sense of humiliation. Damn it, we are the real outlaws. Young brother Ahua remained calm, leaning against the recess like a top-tier assassin from a film, his gaze sharp and astute. He awaited the opportune moment, the instant when Lu Yin would change her magazine. Click. As the crisp sound echoed, Ahua's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Now is the time. Awakening. It was the moment to hunt. With a graceful pivot, he emerged from the recess, gun raised. He turned, crouched, aimed. Bang. A bullet pierced through his forehead, and the surrounding air fell into a hushed silence. Wolf Spider halted abruptly. Did this fool truly believe himself the protagonist of a movie? Lu Yin expressionlessly lowered her handgun and coldly commanded, "Drop your weapon, clasp your hands on your head, and roll out. Surrender without resistance." Goodness, the pressure was immense. The online viewers trembled in the live stream. It was indeed my Lu goddess, taking down two before persuading the rest to surrender. What a strategic move. Is this a female police officer? She is undoubtedly a warrior goddess. This is how the female special forces operate, and if only the city provided armed helicopter support, she could demonstrate aerial fire suppression right here. Qin Yang remarked, "Now you understand why I dare not stray? It is not that I lack interest in women, rather, I cherish my life." Lu Yan's appearance had rendered the situation stagnant. She stood at the alley's entrance, trapping Wolf Spider and his crew in a bind. If they waited any longer for the special police to arrive and encircle them, they would all meet their end here. Boss, what do we do next? Zhou Kai's face was fraught with anxiety. That female officer is too uncanny. Her firepower is fierce, and her marksmanship is precise. They dared not show their faces. To do so would mean instant death. How could they proceed? Wolf Spider replied in a low voice, "Do not panic. I have arranged for our extraction. They should arrive in 2 minutes. Everyone, hold tight. She cannot do anything to us while we remain in this recess." Bang. No sooner had Wolf Spider spoken than Lu Yin fired again. He quickly checked himself, relieved to find he had not been hit. Was that woman firing a warning shot? Just as Wolf Spider pondered this, he turned to see Zhou Kai clutching his groin, his expression contorted in pain. "What the hell happened to you?" Zhou Kai, sweating profusely, with pale lips, grimaced in agony. "I don't know, brother, but it seems I've been shot." Bang. Another shot rang out. Now Wolf Spider understood. The bullet first struck the wall in front of them, then a ricochet hit Zhou Kai. What the hell? Is this something a human can achieve? This woman can calculate the trajectory of ricochets to strike criminals? Absurd. Wolf Spider instinctively shielded himself with the bag containing gold bars, casting a glance at Zhou Kai, and asked solemnly, "Brother, hold on." Zhou Kai was beginning to lose consciousness. "Boss, I seem to be somewhat dead." The hand of the wolf spider holding the gun is trembling. This woman is undoubtedly doing it on purpose, clearly capable of a clean headshot. She chooses to aim for the groin instead. The two brothers, Yu Chang and his sibling, are so frightened that their legs have turned to jelly. They merely intended to earn some extra cash, never anticipating they would encounter a formidable female warrior like Lu Yan. Who dared to provoke her? Wolf Spider. "Perhaps we should surrender. We cannot escape." Wolf Spider retorted fiercely, "Shut up. Surrendering means death, and fighting this woman also leads to demise. A man should charge out with me." 3, 2, 1, charge. The three remained motionless, none daring to rush out. This was indeed an awkward predicament. Who could have guessed that all three were cowards? Yu Chang sighed and said, "Wolf Spider, stop with the games. We cannot outmatch the police. You saw what happened to Ahua. There's a sharpshooter on the other side guarding this place. How can we retreat? Even if we are captured and sentenced to death, it's far better than being killed on the spot, right? I'm done playing. I concede." Yu Chang made a gesture, and the two brothers tossed their guns away, simultaneously raising their hands and shouting, "Officer, don't shoot. We surrender." As the two brothers stepped out from cover, Wolf Spider shot them dead without hesitation. The brothers' eyes widened in disbelief. They never expected Wolf Spider would turn against them. "This is crossing the line, brother. We merely arranged to rob together online. At most, we are acquaintances. You shoot me after I surrender? Is that polite?" After disposing of Yu Chang and his brother, Wolf Spider turned to Qin Yang. "What about you, Crow? Will you surrender?" Qin Yang, with unwavering resolve, replied, "Wolf Spider. You underestimate me, Crow. My resume states I've been in this life since childhood. When I helped my brother seize territory, I wielded a machete alone, cutting my way from South Heavenly Gate to Panlai West Road without batting an eye. A man like me, a natural outlaw, would I ever compromise with the police? Ridiculous. If I concede to the police, I'll live as a sheep for the rest of my life." Hiss. Such ferocity. Are you making such a grave vow? Initially, Wolf Spider harbored doubts about Qin Yang, but now those uncertainties had dissipated entirely. A man who dares to swear an oath with his own brother can be trusted without question. His blood was boiling with fervor. Wolf Spider was ready for a fight to the death. "Good brother. Once we break through this time, I'll treat you to the finest food and drink." Just as Wolf Spider prepared to charge out and confront Lu Yan, the next second, Qin Yang pressed his handgun against Wolf Spider's head. "Sorry. My stomach isn't strong. I can only handle soft things." Wolf Spider. Wolf Spider chuckled softly. People indeed smile when they are at a loss for words. "No, my friend, do you think your words are just wind? Moments ago, you pointed at your manhood and claimed you would never yield to the police. What does that mean now? You don't need it anymore?" Qin Yang shrugged helplessly. "I did say I wouldn't compromise with the police, but the one standing outside is my wife. Is it wrong to yield to my wife? Don't you have a wife?" Wolf Spider, you utter fool. Despite the dire circumstances, Wolf Spider yearned to make one last stand. He maintained his composure while gazing at Qin Yang. "Crow, are you proficient with a firearm? Is the safety off?" Qin Yang replied nonchalantly, "Brother Crow, do not deceive me. I truly did not know how to handle a gun until you taught me." Wolf Spider fell into silence once more. This insufferable brat. Every word he spoke pierced like a dagger. Gritting his teeth, Wolf Spider retorted, "Indeed, I taught you how to shoot, but the weapon you possess was given by me, and it is devoid of ammunition." Bang! Qin Yang shot Wolf Spider in the thigh, and blood gushed forth instantly. Wolf Spider chuckled again. "Damn it. This is not how it unfolds in the dramas." Defeated, Wolf Spider, fearing that this reckless man might truly end his life, hastily discarded the gun, raised his hands, and exclaimed, "I surrender. I surrender. Do not shoot. Please, summon a doctor for me at once. Thank you." Chapter 79. Gratitude to the all-knowing brother-in-law. Upon confirming the surrender of the spider-like criminal, Sun Jia, accompanied by two special police officers, rushed over to place handcuffs on him. With gloved hands, she retrieved the handgun from Qin Yang, unloaded the magazine, and placed it into a transparent bag. The thought that they had successfully solved a robbery and murder case brought an uncontainable smile to Sun Jia's face. "Brother-in-law, you are truly remarkable. Absolutely impressive." Qin Yang responded with a cold smirk. "Flattering me won't help. Your fan banner is gone. Sunjia. She wished to plead with Qin Yang with a touch of charm, but suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, sending goosebumps across her skin. Oh no. There's a murderous intent. As she turned her head, she caught sight of Lu Yin, who was sheathing her gun while striding towards Qin Yang. Why? Yinjia, I'll go check over there. Lu Yin offered no reply, her gaze solely fixed on Qin Yang. He mustered a strained smile, opening his arms wide. Darling, come here for a hug. Thud. Lu Yan's fist landed squarely on Qin Yang's abdomen. His eyes widened in shock, and saliva dribbled from the corner of his mouth. A rogue, huh? With abs, I see. Qin Yang, you've really outdone yourself, even resorting to robbery. How pathetic. A flurry of punches ensued, a shoulder throw, a crosslock, and a probing hand. Qin Yang became a mere human punching bag, thoroughly pummeled by Lu Yin in the dark alley. Outside the alley, Director Luo Jun was being interviewed by journalist Bai Bingbing. Director Luo, it has come to my attention that our police force arrived at the scene promptly after receiving the report and apprehended all the criminals with decisive measures. Is this true? With a serious expression, Luo Jun nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the information is accurate. Under our police's meticulous control, the robbers had no escape route and ultimately chose to surrender. Thus far, 5 criminals have been shot dead, 1 has been captured, and there are no remaining suspects. Bai Bingbing glanced behind Luo Jun, her face filled with confusion. But, Director Luo, it seems there is still a struggle occurring in that alley? Just as the cameraman was about to adjust the shot, Luo Jun gently redirected the camera back. That is merely our colleagues recreating the crime scene. There is no need for alarm. Bai Bingbing, at a distant intersection, outside the police cordon, in a jeep. The spider crab lowered his binoculars, his expression grim. Has the wolf spider escaped? Spitting outside, the crab spider replied, Escape? That kid was captured alive by the police. I told you that he was unreliable. He must have been an undercover cop all along. Otherwise, how could he have botched every task assigned by the boss? First, he was discovered at the hotel, then apprehended at the transfer station, and now caught robbing a bank. Who would believe he isn't an undercover agent? Noticing a flicker of murderous intent in the eyes of the driving dog spider, the crab spider reassured him, Brother dog, there's no need to be overly angry. It's not the time to take out that kid just yet. Let us return and hear what the boss has to say. The dog spider endeavored to suppress the murderous intent simmering within. Gritting his teeth as he addressed the crab spider, how many times must I tell you to roll down the window when you spit? Is your brain filled with excrement? The crab spider, taken aback, trembled and hurriedly fetched a cloth to clean the window. It was well known that the dog spider possessed exceptional driving skills and held a deep affection for his vehicle. Thus, the murderous glare he had just exhibited was not directed at the wolf spider, but rather at his own companion. That was a close call. He nearly lost his life. The following day, in the early morning at the First People's Hospital, Qin Yang lay in his hospital bed, indulging in the fruit personally fed to him by Lu Yin. The 4 brothers, Yu Hao, Chao Lingyun, Li Dongping, and Gu Nanxing entered the room empty-handed. Oh, Qin dog, I thought you were in excellent health. Why are you lying in a hospital bed? They teased. TSK, 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 your sister-in-law is feeding you fruit. You truly are fortunate. She is not only beautiful but also kind and considerate. You must have some luck from your ancestors. Wrapped like a mummy, Qin Yang smiled. Only for the movement to agitate the wound at the corner of his mouth, causing him to suck in a sharp breath. After feeding him the last slice of apple, Lu Yin stood up with a smile, saying, I have some matters to attend to at the bureau. You brothers can chat. I shall take my leave. They all nodded in agreement. Take care, sister-in-law. Be cautious on your way. Once Lu Yin departed, Li Dongping slapped Qin Yang's thigh. You're being overly dramatic. You're wrapped up like a mummy. Did you engage in a scuffle with some robbers? Qin Yang shook his head. Could robbers be that formidable? This is merely a work-related injury, the kind that isn't covered by insurance. Yu Hao casually picked up the medical report from the bedside table, finding it increasingly absurd. You seem fine. Why the excessive bandaging? Qin Yang let out a cold laugh. Have you ever heard of a news story about a medical student who stabbed her boyfriend dozens of times, only for it to be classified as a minor injury? Yu Hao nodded. I've heard a bit about it, but what does that have to do with you? Qin Yang lifted the blanket and his shirt to reveal a plethora of bruises on his abdomen. The doctor stated that they are merely superficial injuries. My internal organs remain unaffected, but superficial injuries do not mean I am devoid of pain. Understand? The brothers were left speechless. Li Dongping laughed heartily. No wonder your sister-in-law advanced to work at the city bureau in such a short time. Her professional skills are unquestionable. Yu Hao patted Qin Yang on the shoulder, saying, "Old Qin, you've endured quite a lot over the years. It seems that soft living is not as palatable as one might think." Qin Yang smiled faintly. "Just a few trials and tribulations, nothing to be concerned about. But what brings you all here to visit me?" Li Dongping rolled his eyes at him. "Visit you? Are you that handsome? We're here to discuss business. Don't you recall what you told me over the phone? We even invited Boss Gu for you. If you can't present a detailed business plan today, don't blame us for spilling the beans to your sister-in-law. Your romantic escapades in college are certainly comparable to mine. Goodness, are you trying to get yourself killed? You're live streaming." Qin Yang swiftly retrieved his mobile phone and promptly added Sun Jia to his blacklist. After completing this action, he exhaled deeply, relieved to have narrowly escaped a dire situation. Meanwhile, at the municipal headquarters, Sun Jia sat down with her freshly prepared meal and placed her phone on the table. Her female colleagues gathered around, eager to watch Qin Yang's live broadcast while dining. "Ah, Xiao Jia, you've got a new phone. What happened to the old one?" Sun Jia, brimming with pride, replied, "I gave the old one to my boyfriend. He had been coveting it for quite some time. I purchased this new phone with my bonus." At this point, Sun Jia clasped her hands together and began her pre-meal prayer. "I am grateful to the vanquisher of evil, the sentinel of dawn, my selfless brother-in-law. Thank you for bestowing upon me my accomplishments, allowing me to ascend swiftly in my career. I shall contribute 100 yuan each month to bolster my brother-in-law's ranking. May he grant me more adversaries." Upon concluding her prayer, Sun Jia opened the live streaming room, only to be met with a notification. "You have been placed in a temporary ban and cannot access this live stream." Sun Jia. Chapter 80, Brother-in-Law. Why is your head so pointed? Xiaoyan, my brother-in-law has locked me in a little black room. Upon discovering her account had been blacklisted, Sun Jia emitted a sharp, piercing wail. "What about eating? The account is gone." Sun Jia hurriedly ran to Lu Yin, tears streaming down her face, utterly distraught. Lu Yin had just returned from the hospital, sat down after preparing her meal, and was leisurely enjoying her food. Sun Jia clung to one of Lu Yin's hands like a koala, yet Lu Yin remained unaffected, continuing to eat and drink as if nothing were amiss. Seeing Lu Yin's indifference only intensified Sun Jia's cries. "Xiaoyan, I am the esteemed third sister of my brother-in-law. I've invested a considerable amount of money into that account. Moreover, I am the leader of the fan club for my brother-in-law. If I am locked in this little black room, what will happen to his fans? They are leaderless without me. Xiaoyan, please speak to my brother-in-law and urge him to show mercy. I promise I will never betray him again." Lu Yin took a sip of soup and cast a casual glance at Sun Jia. "Oh, are you implying that your previous report of his behavior was erroneous?" Sun Jia's cries abruptly ceased, and she broke into a sweat. "Well, there was certainly a mistake, but I am your protege, Xiaoyan. I am undoubtedly on your side. However, my account, it cannot just disappear." Lu Yin smiled slightly. "If you wish to reclaim your account, it is quite simple. Just approach Qin Yang and express your willingness to work for him from now on. Wouldn't he return your account to you, since he has merely blacklisted you? It indicates that he still desires to offer you an opportunity. How to extricate your account from the little black room depends on your sincerity." Sun Jia, momentarily bewildered by Lu Yan's guidance, hesitated. "But Xiaoyan, wouldn't this be considered a betrayal of you?" "I do not wish to betray you. I stand by your side." Though not particularly astute, Sun Jia's instinct for survival made her aware that this course of action seemed dubious. Lu Yin chuckled softly. "Silly girl. How could this be deemed a betrayal? Only by earning Qin Yang's trust can you provide me with more valuable intelligence, wouldn't you agree?" Sun Jia's eyes widened in realization, gasping in astonishment. "Goodness, Xiaoyan wants me to go undercover." Moreover, judging by Lu Yan's expression, it seemed she had no right to refuse. After a moment's contemplation, Sun Jia resolved herself. "All right. For you, Xiaoyan, I am willing to endure humiliation and bear burdens." Lu Yin nodded in satisfaction, wiping her mouth with a tissue. "Very well, from now on, I will provide you with valuable information regarding Qin Yang, which you should appropriately disclose to him to gain his trust. However, you must also inform me of any suspicious behavior on his part. Should I discover that you are playing both sides, this spoon will be your fate." Lu Yin held a ceramic soup spoon in her hand, slowly kneading it. Before long, the spoon had vanished, replaced by a pile of ceramic powder. Sun Jia, startled, straightened up and saluted. "Loyalty." At the hospital entrance, having completed the discharge formalities, Qin Yang extracted a cigarette from his hair and placed it between his lips, savoring a puff with great delight. Do not inquire how he concealed it. Simply attribute it to sleight of hand. "Brother-in-law." He coughed hastily. Quickly tucking the cigarette back into his hair, and waving his hand to dispel the lingering scent of smoke. This entire sequence of actions was accomplished in a mere second. Truly a feat worthy of a magician. Oh, it's Xiaojia. What brings you here? Sun Jia, pouting, leaned closer to Qin Yang, playfully nudging him with her elbow and lamenting, "Brother-in-law, you must be feigning ignorance. My fan club account is nearly at level 15, yet you have confined me to this little black room." Qin Yang chuckled coldly. "Do you not have an inkling of why that might be? Xiaojia, you are aware that I harbor a deep disdain for traitors." Sun Jia continued her gentle assault. "Oh dear brother-in-law, you are unjustly accusing me. You know how terrifying Sister Yin can be, right? She is far too busy to watch your live streams, so she enlisted my help to keep an eye on you. I had no choice. However, brother-in-law, I've come to a realization. We cannot continue to be oppressed by Sister Yin. We must resist." Qin Yang laughed heartily, patting Sun Jia on the shoulder. "Ah, so you wish to play the game of espionage? Xiaojia, you are still too young. I have witnessed countless plots unfold and have encountered every absurd storyline imaginable. Your attempts at subterfuge are quite outdated. Please convey to my wife that I, Qin Yang, shall only ever have her as my one and only woman. No other woman, even if she were a celestial being descended to earth, shall ever capture my heart. Even if I were to dash into traffic and be struck by a massive truck or choked to death while dining, I would never commit an act of betrayal against her. Loyalty, fidelity." With his spine as straight as a javelin and his gaze unwavering, Qin Yang radiated determination. The viewers in the live stream found the scene amusing. "What sort of enchantment has Lu Xun cast? Look at how he has transformed our Qin Ge," Qin Yang remarked. "You underestimate me greatly. You think you can test a cadre with Sun Jia? Which cadre could withstand such trials? I am curious. What ludicrous storylines occupy the mind of our brother-in-law? No wonder I have always felt that Tang Xinyi might be pursuing the wrong path. It appears that Qin Yang has led her astray. Impressive indeed." Sun Jia, taken aback by Qin Yang's unwavering loyalty to Lu Yin, felt her strategy for their subterfuge faltering. Just as she pondered a solution, she suddenly inquired, "Brother-in-law, why is your head so pointed?" Qin Yang, maintaining his composure, replied, "Is that so? It's merely a hairstyle issue. I just got out of the hospital and haven't had time to shower or dry my hair. Is there anything else you need? If not, you may return to your own affairs." Sun Jia keenly sensed something amiss. Wait, it's one thing for it to be pointed, but why is it also emitting smoke? Qin Yang too felt a hint of warmth emanating. Ah, perhaps it is merely the fervor from my earlier exclamations. The heat is escaping from my head. A basic principle of elementary physics. One must read more. Sun Jia gazed at him with admiration. "Impressive. Brother-in-law, you truly are my idol." The warmth in his head had transitioned from warm to slightly scalding. Qin Yang could not help but exclaim, "Xiaojia, do you have any other matters to attend to? If not, could you please leave quickly? I am quite busy as well. Furthermore, please refrain from bumping into me with your hips. Where did you learn such absurd antics? You don't even know how to act coy properly." Sun Jia, her cheeks flushed, murmured softly, "I noticed that this seems to be popular in Guizhou. I believe it's called the bump-and-drum ceremony. The men who get bumped appear to be quite pleased." Qin Yang felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "That is a drum, which has flesh. You, on the other hand, are all bones. Do you understand? Do not blindly imitate what you see online. You will not master it. Well then, if you choose not to leave, I shall take my leave." Sun Jia grasped Qin Yang's wrist with a pitiful expression and implored, "Brother-in-law, please don't go just yet. I can dance. How about I perform Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss for you? I promise I dance exceptionally well." Qin Yang retorted, "Goodness. It seems you intend to send me to the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss." Chapter 81. Is there someone cutting hair and skipping out on payment? As Sun Jia was about to start fidgeting, Qin Yang hurriedly exclaimed, "Stop. Don't move." With a resigned sigh, he took out his phone. "Isn't it just that you want me to release you from that little darkroom? Fine, I'll unlock it for you. Hurry and leave." Seeing her scheme succeed, Sun Jia joyfully bounced up. "Thank you, brother-in-law. Enough with the thanks. Just leave, will you? I beg you, go as far away as you can, like a little sprite." Sun Jia finally skipped away. Qin Yang quickly reached for the cigarette hidden in his hair, using his other hand to feel his head. Damn, it's burned. Smoking is truly hazardous. He took a deep drag, finishing the cigarette before extinguishing it and tossing it into the trash. I need to find a barber to fix this. Otherwise, I'll be in deep trouble if my wife finds out. Walking down the street, Qin Yang entered a barber shop, unaware that at the street corner, a man in a white tank top was watching him with a dark expression. "Brother Xi, why don't we just drop it? That kid's wife seems to be a police officer. We don't need to provoke him, do we? Tianji glared at his underling Ma Chang. So what if she is a police officer? My girlfriend is a police officer too. Damn it, I've been wondering why Jia Jia has been so indifferent to me. Not even willing to hold hands. Turns out she is enchanted by this pretty boy. I'll make that kid understand what regret feels like for trying to seduce my woman. Ignoring his underling's warnings, Tianji marched towards the barber shop. Ma Chang felt an ominous premonition. Surely, his older brother wouldn't he be stepping into a hornet's nest? Frowning, Ma Chang promptly made his exit. With a fierce demeanor, Tianji pushed open the door to the barber shop and immediately spotted Qin Yang, having his hair washed. With a cold snort, he lay down on the bed beside Qin Yang, leaving the receptionist Zhang Hua utterly dumbfounded. What is going on? Is this customer so self-aware? Zhang Hua inquired with a smile. Sir, are you here for a wash or a haircut? Tianji pointed at Qin Yang. What service is he getting? This customer is having a wash and cut. All right, I want the same, and make sure to use the same shampoo. Lying beside him, Qin Yang felt perplexed. What is wrong with this muscle-bound guy? I can understand ordering food like that, but wanting the same shampoo for a wash? Is he hinting at something? Before he could ponder further, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your performance was a resounding success. Your acting received widespread acclaim. Particularly the charming interactions between couples, which were a standout highlight. In response to the demands of numerous fans, the system has tailored your rewards accordingly. Please check your inventory. Qin Yang. Couple interactions? System, you can't possibly be referring to me being used as a punching bag, can you? How chilling. Such a cold remark. How can it come from you? Oh, right. You don't have a mouth, so never mind. Yet. Qin Yang couldn't shake off the unsettling feeling. What kind of skills could this dubious system possibly bestow? Without a doubt, the targeted adjustments made it all the more extraordinary. In the next moment, a notification refreshed in Qin Yang's mind. Ding. Surge of power, passive increases water pressure and volume. Adjustable according to the host's needs. Qin Yang. What on earth is this? Please enlighten me. What is this? This skill transcends mere extraordinary. It is utterly surreal. Ding. Invincible Lucky Star passive has a certain probability of triggering randomly, granting the host a significant boost in luck for a brief period, while simultaneously diminishing the luck of those around them. Ding. Finger of Fate, passive a renowned skill of the young master, indomitable and ever advantageous, remarkably agile. Ding. Master of Beasts, active enables communication with animals, albeit with a side effect. After using the skill, the host experiences auditory misinterpretations of others' words. A total of 4 skills, 3 passive and 1 active. In terms of quantity, the system has indeed been quite generous this time. However, upon reflection, it is only reasonable. Considering he nearly met his end while attempting to rob a bank, a bit of compensation is certainly warranted. Yet, these skills are increasingly absurd, leaving Qin Yang perplexed as to their practical applications. While Qin Yang pondered, Tianji, reclining nearby, suddenly spoke. In my lifetime, I have the utmost disdain for pretty boys, particularly those who resemble movie stars and delight in seducing others' girlfriends. For everyone I encounter, I crush them. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he resembled De Hua, not a movie star. Tianji, believing Qin Yang was intimidated, continued, Do you know what it feels like to crush someone? It's akin to crushing an egg. With a mere exertion of my hand, that person ceases to be a man. I will render him the last eunuch of the Dragon Kingdom. After declaring this, Tianji turned to gauge Qin Yang's reaction, expecting the pretty boy to be utterly frightened by his imposing presence. However, as he turned, he received a sharp slap. The blow left Tianji momentarily stunned. Zhang Hua, with hands covered in white foam, remarked to Tianji, I've tolerated you for quite some time. You were chattering away while washing your hair, your head bobbing about. Move again, and I swear I'll put you down. Tianji clenched his fists, flexing his chest muscles in an attempt to intimidate Zhang Hua. Yet, Zhang Hua delivered another slap to his face. Are you going to wash or not? If not, step up for a duel. Tianji glanced at the razor in Zhang Hua's hand, filled with rage. Calm down, calm down. What is there to be angry about with a hairdresser? One is the knife, and the other is the fish. Recalling the heinous cases he had discussed with Sun Jia, such as the murderous incident involving hot dry noodles, the arson case due to unpaid wages, and the assault following an agent's insult, Tianji's gaze sharpened. On the surface, these seemed trivial, yet they culminated into significant matters. Although Zhang Hua appeared less muscular than himself, what if he truly dealt a fatal blow? Who would he turn to for justice? Tianji sought to lighten the atmosphere and thus initiated a conversation. Excuse me. How much do you charge for a wash, cut, and blow dry? 680, came the reply. Tianji's pupils dilated in disbelief. What? That's exorbitant. Zheng Hua, growing somewhat impatient, retorted, Isn't that the package you chose? Are you regretting the cost now? Tianji quickly offered a sheepish smile. No. I merely wish to inquire about the specific prices. It's not that I'm unable to pay. How much is the wash here? Zheng Hua answered, 15. And the cut? 15. A spark of realization flickered in Tianji's eyes. Oh, so the blow-dry is the costly part, correct? He scratched his head, his smile radiant. And who will be doing the blow-dry? Zheng Hua replied, his expression devoid of emotion, I will. Tianji's smile froze in shock. You? You must be joking. Perverse deviant. I won't let you have your way. Terrified, Tianji hastily stood up, with foam still in his hair, and fled the salon in disarray. Qin Yang, who was in the midst of getting a haircut, stared in astonishment at the scene. In the 21st century, is there really someone trying to skip out on their haircut? Chapter 82. But you're a man. As Qin Yang emerged from the barbershop, having just finished a haircut, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Your part-time task has been updated. Your next part-time job is Sleep Tester, Task Requirements. 1. Fulfill a sleep testing assignment as per the client's specifications. 2. Acquire an additional 50,000 followers by live-streaming the task execution. Task deadline. 3 days. Failure penalty. 10 rounds of come into the house. Note, should you fail, the system will enhance Liu Yan's physique, increasing her desire to enter the house. Qin Yang. What the hell? Is this a joke? If you have the guts, come at me. Enhancing my wife's attributes is no real skill, you despicable foreign system. Qin Yang's hands began to tremble. Previously, the penalty for failure merely entailed the depletion of his personal savings, but now it had escalated to a matter of life and death. However, where could he possibly find a sleep tester for this part-time job? Qin Yang opened his phone's contact list and began to scroll through it aimlessly. Soon, with a smile, he dialed his old classmate Zheng Su. As soon as the call connected, Zheng Su's languid voice resonated through the earpiece. Hello, who is this? Old Zhang, it's me. Qin Yang. Before Qin Yang could finish his sentence, Zheng Su abruptly hung up. What the hell? What is going on? While Qin Yang's relationship with Zheng Su wasn't as solid as with Chao Lingyun and the others, it certainly wasn't bad enough for him to hang up the moment he introduced himself. Is this how you show courtesy? Qin Yang called again. But this time the phone rang only once before being cut off, clearly indicating that his old classmate had blocked him. Damn, that's ruthless. Qin Yang opened the university chat group and tagged Zheng Su directly. Qin Yang, old Zhang, what's up? Answer the phone. In the next moment, Zheng Su has exited the group chat. Qin Yang, what does this mean? Did I inadvertently offend Zheng Su? Never mind, I'll ask other classmates. Qin Yang typed another message in the chat group. Qin Yang, dear classmates, I'm looking to try my hand at being a sleep tester. Does anyone have connections they could share? In the next moment, the loving classmates group has been dissolved. Qin Yang, this is too much. A chat group that usually buzzes with messages every day just disbanded without warning? The viewers in the live stream were thoroughly entertained by this turn of events. Did you see that? This is what reputation looks like. It was evident that the host's illustrious exploits had been circulated, for otherwise, the classmates would not have reacted in such a manner. Who would dare to associate with him? The industry is like a deadly poison. Helping him even once could lead to one's own demise. To have old classmates from years past avoid him like the plague speaks to Qin Yang's unique brand of excellence. Albeit in a rather unfortunate context. The most unfortunate must be Li Dongpeng, who assisted Qin Yang in securing a role, only for the director to be taken away by the authorities, resulting in a significant delay of the film and losses amounting to millions each day. It's tragic. With Qin Yang in this predicament, wouldn't it mean he could no longer find anyone to help him? Just when everyone presumed that Qin Yang would become a solitary figure, he unexpectedly received a call from his old classmate, Tongan. Qin Yang, it's Tongan. Do you remember me? Although Tongan was a man, his voice had a somewhat delicate quality, creating a peculiar impression. However, at that moment, Qin Yang was eager to complete his task and did not dwell on it, promptly responding, of course, I remember you, the artistic master of our class. Back in university, you were part of the ballet club and had a talent for singing. You hosted all the major school events. Your presence left a lasting impression on me. Tongan chuckled softly and replied, it's rare for someone like me to capture the attention of the illustrious Qin. I never imagined you would actually remember me. Since you do, I shall assist you with this matter. Our company is currently hiring sleep testers. Come to the office, and I will send you the address. Qin Yang nodded repeatedly to express his gratitude. It's not easy. The world of adults is filled with hardships. Finding someone to lend a hand in times of trouble is no small feat, fearing that Tongan might change his mind. Qin Yang quickly hailed a cab and made his way to Tongan's company. In the office building, as noon approached, Zhang Su, who worked on the same floor, breezily entered Tongan's office. Let us go eat. Tongan, touching up his makeup in front of the mirror, replied without looking up, You go ahead. I have an appointment to discuss business today. Zhang Su teased. Who could be so special to warrant such meticulous preparation? Tongan glanced at him and said, You know him. It's our old classmate, Qin Yang. Zhang Su's expression shifted dramatically. Qin Yang? Are you out of your mind? Why would you want to meet him? Of course, to discuss the sleep tester position. Our company needs one, and he happens to be interested. We're old classmates. I'm simply lending a hand. Tongan explained. Zhang Su felt certain that Tongan had lost his mind. Haven't you heard what Lao Li and the others were saying in the group chat? Yu-Hao's factory has closed, Chao Lingyun's travel agency has shut down, and Lao Li is unemployed, all because of Qin Yang. That guy is trouble. We should steer clear of him, yet you're actively seeking him out? Tongan, growing impatient, replied, They mismanage their businesses. Why should they blame Qin Yang for their failures? Enough. Lao Zheng, I can't explain this to you. Just go get your lunch. Zhang Su wanted to argue further, but at that moment, the secretary knocked on the door. Tong Zong, Mr. Qin Yang has arrived at our company. Should I let him in now? Zhang Su's expression became awkward. How did Qin Yang arrive so quickly? Tongan nodded. Please have the receptionist bring him in. You go make a latte. Remember to add plenty of milk. Qin Yang likes it that way. Understood, Tong Zong. The secretary replied, leaving the office. Zhang Su finally grasped the situation and stared at Tongan in shock. Tongan, you can't possibly have feelings for Qin Yang. Can you? Tongan shyly covered his face with his hands. Am I that conspicuous? Zhang Su remained silent for a moment before responding, but you are a man. Zhang Su felt that the world was utterly insane. During his university years, Tongan possessed a rather delicate appearance, embodying what the older generation would describe as scholarly charm. He was clearly a student, not one suited for manual labor. After graduating, Tongan occasionally indulged in makeup and various skincare routines. Zhang Su had always assumed this was due to Tongan's inherent refinement, as he had previously dated several girlfriends, and everything seemed perfectly normal. Yet, witnessing Tongan's bashful demeanor now sent shivers down Zhang Su's spine. Nantong was actually beside me. How terrifying. Just as Zhang Su contemplated making his exit, the receptionist had already escorted Qin Yang to the office door. President Tong, Mr. Qin has arrived. Tongan's face lit up with surprise as he quickly stood up, extending his hand towards Qin Yang. Qin, it's been a while. Chapter 83. Are you lacking in compassion? Qin Yang instinctively reached out his hand, only to realize something was amiss a moment later. Why had his old classmate adorned her nails with polish? Perhaps it was merely a personal preference, he thought. As he attempted to retract his hand, Tongan, still smiling, showed no intention of letting go. Her index finger even deliberately brushed against the back of Qin Yang's hand. What on earth? Something feels off. Qin Yang forcibly withdrew his hand, a tingling sensation coursing through him, leaving him with goosebumps. Noticing his reaction, Tongan merely smiled slightly before swiftly broaching the matter at hand. She produced a contract she had prepared earlier and presented it to Qin Yang. Old classmate. Our company is currently recruiting sleep testers. Each test lasts no less than 10 hours and requires video recording. After each session, we offer a remuneration of 2,000 yuan. If you find everything satisfactory, just sign the contract, and I will arrange the sleep testing for you immediately. So simple? Wary of being deceived by Tongan, Qin Yang carefully reviewed the contract 3 times, discovering no apparent issues. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, the salary for these sleep testers is quite generous. 2,000 yuan for a single nap. Surely, there must be many applicants? Tongan chuckled. Indeed, there are many applicants, but few can endure the process. If there are no objections, please sign. We are old classmates. Would I truly deceive you? Pointing at the hefty penalty for breach of contract, Qin Yang remarked. This contract states that if one withdraws midway, a compensation of 1,500,000 yuan is required. That amount seems rather outrageous, doesn't it? Tongan retrieved a pen from her pocket and handed it to Qin Yang. Standard contract, standard clauses. These are trivial matters you need not concern yourself with. Besides, it's merely a change of scenery for a nap. Would you really abandon it halfway? After some contemplation, Qin Yang agreed with her reasoning. It was just a nap. After all, What was there to fear? He swiftly signed his name on the contract, and Tongan immediately made a call to arrange for a driver to wait for him downstairs. As Tongan personally escorted Qin Yang out, he glanced at Zheng Su, who stood nearby. Old Zheng, you've got some nerve. Not only did you block me, but you also left the group. I'll remember this. Zheng Su smiled nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by Qin Yang's words. We are all adults now, not school children. Back in school, you could take a swing at me if you were upset. But now? What can you do if you disapprove of me? Feel free to try and hit me, you fool. After watching Qin Yang enter the elevator, Zheng Su turned to Tongan, puzzled. Tongan, your actions are becoming increasingly inscrutable to me. The role of a sleep tester isn't suited for just anyone. If you like Qin Yang, why push him into the fire? Tongan smiled and gestured to the contract in her hand. Precisely because I like him. I must ensure he is thoroughly entangled. If I don't have some leverage over him, how will I manage him in the future? Zheng Su scoffed. Do they think they can manipulate him with a penalty of $1.5 million? I've heard that Qin Yang has married a wealthy young lady. He should be able to manage that amount. Tongan chuckled. Rest assured, even if that young heiress is willing to cover the penalty, I have other means to deal with him. Qin Yang, you cannot escape my grasp. As Qin Yang stepped out of the office building, he noticed a van parked in the lot. The driver, Wei Hai, with a stubbly face and clad in an oil-stained jacket, leaned against the door, smoking. Are you Qin Yang? Wei Hai asked, comparing Qin Yang to a photo on his phone. After confirming his identity, he opened the van door and gestured for Qin Yang to enter. All right, get in. Upon entering the vehicle, Qin Yang discovered 3 men and 2 women aboard. Are they also trial testers? He wondered. Wei Hai settled into the driver's seat, exuding calmness as he explained, indeed, the contract stipulates clearly. You will be testing for 3 days, each responsible for one of the 6 rooms. The co-driver, Lu Sheng, handed out 6 masks. Put these on. You will be asleep before you know it. After Lu Sheng pressed a button, the windows turned opaque black, preventing any view of the outside world. Simultaneously, a partition rose behind the driver's seat, enclosing the cabin into a small chamber. One young woman expressed her apprehension. What is going on? Why is this vehicle like this? Where are you taking us? Wei Hai's voice emanated from the speakers. I must say, I am baffled by your lack of attentiveness. Did you not read the contract thoroughly? You are heading to experience a trial stay at our company's newly developed luxury villa hotel. This hotel is not yet open to the public, so I cannot disclose its location or the route. Just wear your eye masks and rest. You will arrive shortly. We Haven T confiscated your phones. So what is there to fear? Upon hearing this, the others checked their phones, relieved to find they still had signal, capable of making calls and accessing the internet. They breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat reassured. However, Qin Yang sensed something amiss. While communication was intact, he was unable to pinpoint his location. It seemed the vehicle was equipped with a device to disrupt tracking signals, raising questions as to why such a measure was necessary. Panic gripped him. Could the system be playing tricks again? He merely intended to be a trial tester and complete his task without complications. As Qin Yang pondered with a furrowed brow, a fair-skinned, attractive woman beside him nudged him with her elbow. Hey handsome, I'm Yi Lin. What is your name? Qin Yang, maintaining an impassive demeanor, replied, Wu Yinzu. But you can also call me by my nickname, Crow Brother. Yi Lin chuckled softly. Well, Wu Yinzu, why have you chosen to be a sleep tester instead of pursuing a film career? Are you in dire need of money? Qin Yang retorted. And you? What brings you to this role as a sleep tester? Are you also lacking funds? Yi Lin's gaze dimmed, and with a somber nod, she replied. My family has never been well off. My father is an inveterate gambler, my mother lies bedridden, and my younger brother is disabled. I dropped out of school before completing middle school and have worked various jobs for years. If it weren't for my grandfather's serious illness requiring immediate financial assistance, I would not be here. Qin Yang swiftly gestured for her to stop. All right, enough of that. Continuing down this path would be rather impolite. Miss Yi Lin, we are merely here to be sleep testers, not companions for the night. We are in a van, not a foot massage parlor. I sincerely empathize with your tragic circumstances. But I, too, am merely a worker in need of money. Do you understand? Yi Lin appeared somewhat bewildered. Are men nowadays so devoid of compassion? Chapter 84. Is your examination serious? After concluding his conversation with Yi Lin, Qin Yang felt a sense of anxiety as he gazed at his phone. When he first received the assignment to serve as a test sleeper, he was aware that it would entail spending a night away from home. However, he had not anticipated being away for 3 consecutive days. How should he communicate this to his wife? Although Lu Yin had not explicitly expressed her feelings, It was likely that most women would disapprove of their husbands not returning home at night. The memory of enduring Lu Yan's previous flurry of punches still lingered, causing a dull ache in his abdomen. Given that his injuries had yet to heal, facing another round would likely prove fatal. What a predicament. Qin Yang extracted a cigarette from his hair, placing it between his lips without lighting it, merely to occupy himself. Just then, a call from Sun Jia interrupted his thoughts. As soon as he answered the call, Sun Jia's secretive voice emerged from the receiver. "Hello, brother-in-law. Agent Sun Jia reporting in." Qin Yang replied curtly, "Spit it out." "No need for pleasantries." Sun Jia chuckled. "Brother-in-law, Lu Yan and I are at the provincial office for a meeting. They have invited us to present a report on public security and criminal cases across the province, mainly to impart some investigative experience to other municipal units. According to the notice from the provincial office, we will be here for at least 3 days." Qin Yang was taken aback. What? Could such a coincidence truly exist? Something feels amiss. As he pondered this, his phone buzzed with a photo sent by Sun Jia. In the picture, the poised Lu Yan sat at a computer, diligently working, while Sun Jia, holding the notification document from the provincial office, had captured both the document's contents and Lu Yan in a candid shot. Could it be true? "Fortune favors me," Qin Yang whispered to Sun Jia. "All right, I understand." After hanging up, he immediately sent a message to Lu Yan. "Qin Yang, darling wife. When do you finish work today? I bought some ribs at the market and plan to make you a rib soup for dinner." "Lu Yan, I'm heading to the provincial office for a meeting now, staying for 3 days, 1 TB back." "Qin Yang, what? How can that be? What about the ribs I bought? I searched several markets to find the best ones." "Lu Yan, be good. I'll make it up to you when I return. You can eat the ribs yourself for now. Just listen." "Qin Yang, all right then, I'll wait for you," feeling wronged. Witnessing Qin Yang's exchange, the viewers in the live stream fell into silence. So this is how Agent Sun Jia operates. I've learned something new. Could this be the legendary tactic of feigned retreat? Qin Gonyo. It seems to take advantage of my Lu Xin's disinterest in live broadcasts. Otherwise, a replay would surely cause an uproar. Lu Xin is perpetually inundated with work. When would she have time to catch up on streams? Furthermore, Lu Xin had always believed that Sun Jia was merely supervising Qin Go. Who could have imagined that Sun Jia had been swayed by him? With the assurance of 3 days of freedom, Qin Yang let out a long sigh of relief. At that moment, a van came to a halt, and shortly thereafter, the door was pulled open from the outside. Wei Hai, growing impatient, tapped on the car door and remarked, "We have arrived. Everyone, please disembark." The 6 individuals exited in succession, and upon surveying their surroundings, they were immediately struck with astonishment. "Goodness, is this truly a villa?" one exclaimed. "Foolishness, this is a mansion. Not merely a villa." The opulence of the estate, complete with a swimming pool, maids, and champagne, surpassed all their expectations. "Welcome, esteemed guests, please step inside," the maids, each around 25 years of age, greeted them with hands clasped before their abdomens and smiles that radiated professionalism. Noticing the awestruck expressions of his companions, Wei Hai chuckled lightly. "This is where you shall experience a trial stay for the next 3 days. Do not forget the purpose of your visit: food, environment, sleep, service. And everything you encounter here must be meticulously detailed in a professional report due in 3 days. Should the quality of your report be deemed unsatisfactory, you shall receive not a penny. Do you understand?" The group, brimming with enthusiasm, replied in unison, "Understood." Wei Hai nodded. "Since you comprehend, let us proceed with the experience." Guided by the maids, the 6 traversed the poolside corridor towards the hall of the mansion. Qin Yang felt a peculiar curiosity. In such a splendid estate, with so many maids providing one-on-one service, why did neither Wei Hai nor Lu Xing exhibit any envy? In fact, their expressions seemed oddly tinged with pity. As Qin Yang pondered this, the 2 men alongside him were like country bumpkins in the city, exclaiming in awe, "Wow! I've only seen such grand mansions in video games. I never imagined I would one day have the chance to reside here. Indeed, living in such luxury must be delightful." Another chimed in. Qin Yang replied coolly, "There is nothing particularly delightful about it. With such a large swimming pool at home, one would be afflicted with rheumatism after a year. Who swims daily? Moreover, maintaining the pool's water circulation is quite costly." At Qin Yang's words, the 2 men were momentarily taken aback. "Brother, you seem quite knowledgeable about this. Have you lived in such places before?" Qin Yang scratched his face. "You could say that. I spent some time in one during the summer to escape the heat." The 2 exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. "Brother, if you can afford to live in such a mansion, why are you here as a trial guest? Experiencing life?" Qin Yang smiled slightly but remained silent. Could I, a noble system player, freely divulge such matters to you? As they stepped into the hall of the mansion, they discovered 6 personal stewards awaiting them, 3 men and 3 women, all exceptionally appealing in both appearance and physique. Just as they were contemplating this, a woman clad in the style of a medieval European noble descended the spiral staircase, holding a cane. Welcome, welcome, esteemed guests to the Shanghai Manor. I am Hong Zhu, the head steward of the estate. Over the next 3 days, you shall indulge in unparalleled luxury and dreamlike experiences, guided by our 6 dedicated stewards. During this period, all the facilities within the estate are available for guests to enjoy free of charge. Naturally, throughout these 3 days, guests are also required to cooperate with us by participating in certain designated activities. As soon as Hong Zhu finished speaking, several doctors clad in white coats entered the room. Hong Zhu introduced them. These are our resident physicians, responsible for the health monitoring and examinations of our guests over the next 3 days. Should anyone feel unwell, do not hesitate to speak with our doctors. All services are complimentary. The trial guest, Wang Tao, exclaimed with excitement. I have been missing a front tooth for quite some time. May I receive a dental implant here? Hong Zhu smiled gently. Of course. Any medical procedure that can be completed within these 3 days is on the house. With a gesture, Hong Zhu signaled for a few dedicated attendants to step forward, eager to escort them to the medical building for their examinations. Qin Yang's personal attendant, named Jiao, had a captivating figure and an innocent appearance. Before Qin Yang could utter a word, she approached and wrapped her arms around his. Mr. Qin, let us proceed with a health check, shall we? Qin Yang felt a warmth rise to his cheeks. Is this examination legitimate? Chapter 85. The Surge of Power. Activation. Initially, it was presumed that the so-called medical building was merely a rudimentary health examination center. However, upon entering, they discovered that the facility was far more sophisticated than they had anticipated. It boasted all the requisite advanced medical equipment, and professional doctors and nurses were on duty, leading one to believe they had stepped into an exclusive private hospital. Yet, this establishment had only opened half of its premises to them. In the corridors of each floor, there were imposing iron doors equipped with combination locks, obscuring the view of what lay beyond, and without the correct code, entry was impossible. This arrangement was rather peculiar. Which medical facility would construct itself in such a divided manner? What purpose could there be in segmenting a perfectly good building into disparate areas? The dedicated attendants first escorted several individuals to check their blood pressure and draw blood, followed by a series of standard medical examinations. Apart from Qin Yang, no one else seemed to question the legitimacy of these procedures. In fact, they felt as though they were saving money. After all, the working class seldom had the means to afford regular health checkups. They preferred to ignore ailments until they became apparent. Mr. Qin, the next step involves a urine test. The restroom is over there, and your cooperation is required, Jiao said, handing Qin Yang a palm-sized specimen cup. Qin Yang glanced at the cup, furrowing his brow. This is rather small. Could you provide me with a larger one? Otherwise, it might spill onto my hands. Without further ado, Jiao returned with a urinal. Qin Yang shook his head. Still too small. Jiao cast a dubious glance at him, though she respected his request and handed him a paint bucket instead. Qin Yang, growing impatient, replied, Could I please have a larger container? My volume will exceed that of an average person. At this statement, the other women instinctively turned to look at him. The 2 male test subjects exchanged glances. Wang Tao scoffed. What are you pretending for? Even if you have a lot, a bucket can surely accommodate it. Qiu Fei nodded in agreement. Looks like someone is trying to show off in front of all these women. How childish. Despite their comments, the 2 men silently agreed to trade their specimen cups for urinals, as they were curious to see if Qin Yang could truly live up to his claim. Mr. Qin, would this water bucket suffice? Jiao offered a brand new bucket to him. Qin Yang sighed. It will have to do. After stating this, he took the bucket and entered a restroom stall, with Wang Tao and Qiu Fei closely following suit into separate stalls. These stalls were unisex, so the others waited outside, anticipating that once the 3 men were finished, the women could proceed. The first to commence was Wang Tao. As the saying goes, the sound of the big string is like a torrential downpour, while the small string whispers softly. His flow began strong but weakened, aligning with the natural course of urination. Following him was Qiu Fei, whose rhythm was more pronounced, producing a sound that made those nearby anxious on his behalf. A group of women could hardly contain their laughter. Liao Xin, with a playful smile, whispered to Yilin, Could it be that Qiu Fei suffers from frequent urination and an inability to fully relieve himself? How embarrassing, haha. Yilin's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Unfamiliar with such discussions, she felt a touch of shyness when Liao Xian broached the subject. As the two were nearing the end of their conversation, there was still no sign of Qin Yang, having turned off his camera. The viewers in the live stream were inundated with question marks in the comments. Many speculated, is it possible that Qin's plumbing is blocked? Could it be that my dear Lucian has rendered him incapacitated? How tragic, truly tragic. This is hilarious. Will he dare to don the cape of Batman again? Others reassured, do not panic. This is merely a typical waiting phenomenon. Many elderly patients at our hospital experience this. It's not life-threatening. One user humorously remarked. That Dr. Li even claimed Qin has a strong kidney. What a joke. With such performance, he is more likely to be kidney deficient. Wang Tao and Qiu Fei emerged from their respective stalls, one brimming with confidence, the other somewhat less so. Wang Tao strutted about like a proud rooster, nearly brandishing his urinal in triumph. As he prepared to mock Qin Yang for his silence, a thunderous sound of rushing water erupted from the stall, reverberating throughout the corridor. As the saying goes, the silver jar shatters, and water bursts forth. The iron cavalry charges, blades clashing. A tempest roars, waves rising. The furious sea bellows, shaking the heavens. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Was such a cacophony even humanly possible? Did you just rupture a high-pressure water pipe? Inside the stall, Qin Yang was equally tormented. The surging power was a passive skill. Even after he had adjusted the water pressure to its minimum, the situation was spiraling out of control. It felt akin to having consumed 2 large bottles of water before hitting the highway, enduring an agonizing 2-hour wait before finally being able to relieve oneself. The initial numbness gave way to a sensation akin to electric shocks coursing through his body. Only those who have experienced it can truly understand. Accompanied by Qin Yang's low growls, the sound of water showed no signs of abating. The viewers finally comprehended why Qin Yang had requested a Jiao to fetch a bucket. It seemed this lad had transformed into a water truck, and a smaller bucket simply could not contain the deluge. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Qin Yang took a full 3 minutes to finish. He opened the stall door, leaning against the wall as he slowly emerged. My apologies, I may have overindulged in water on my way here. That entire bucket was filled. I can't carry it alone. Could you find 2 people to assist? A Jiao, her face flushed with embarrassment, stepped forward to support Qin Yang. Her gaze inadvertently drawn to him. Liao Xian licked her lips and fanned herself. Why isn't the air conditioning on? It's so hot. Yilin looked at Qin Yang in sheer astonishment, her expression akin to having encountered a ghost. Wang Tao and Qiu Fei instinctively took a few steps back. Outdone. Utterly outdone. At the villa, in the control room, Tong watched Qin Yang emerge, propped against the wall. His expression sickly, yet filled with a gluttonous yearning. Qin, the school prince, you have not disappointed me. After all these years, you remain as formidable as ever. A middle-aged doctor furrowed his brow and remarked, Mr. Tong, the behavior of Qin Yang is quite peculiar. A typical individual should not possess such a capacity for fluid retention. After urinating for such an extended period, he ought to be severely dehydrated. As soon as the doctor finished speaking, Tong delivered a resounding slap across his face. Mengjiang, who do you think you are to question the esteemed Qin? Remember, you are merely a dog in my service. You will do as I command, understood? Mengjiang lowered his head and replied, Yes, Mr. Tong, I spoke out of turn. Tong adjusted his tie, gently caressing the image of Qin Yang on the screen. As soon as the health report of Qin is available, bring it to me. Furthermore, instruct a Jiao to test him tonight. I wish to ascertain the limits of his capabilities. Yes, Mr. Tong. Chapter 86. This is reputation. After completing their health checkups, the waiting experience for a select few was nothing short of exquisite luxury. Hongzhu organized a lavish pool party for the 6 attendees, where each individual was treated as the star of the event. Even Wang Tao, who could not swim at all, found himself in a delightful predicament. Simply being submerged in the water drew beautiful women to him, who would flirtatiously lean in and feed him cake amidst a flurry of compliments. The women, including Liao Xian, were also attended to by a male model clad in nothing but a tie, who danced around them in a series of enticing poses. Yang, why are you sitting here all alone? Come join us for a swim. The LL even feed you cake. Ajiao, in her pink bikini and holding a slice of tiramisu, slinked over like a siren, casting flirtatious glances. Qin Yang remained seated on the edge of the pool, his demeanor stoic and unyielding, gazing straight ahead with an expressionless face. Ajiao's brows furrowed slightly in confusion. What was going on? Observing Qin Yang seated cross-legged, she inexplicably thought of the phrase majestic and dignified. Could it be that this fellow would ascend to the heavens while sitting there? Ajiao knelt beside him, leaning in provocatively, her two ample assets straining against the confines of her bikini. In a sultry tone, she whispered into his ear, "Brother Yang, why don't you look at me? Do you not fancy me? If one eye is senti enough, I can call my sisters over to serve you as well." With a wave of her hand, two more stunningly beautiful women in bikinis approached, emboldened by their numbers. Ajiao, feeling a surge of courage, attempted to engage with Qin Yang directly. She reached out, intending to touch him inappropriately, but just as her fingers were about to make contact, Qin Yang seized her wrist firmly. With a cold expression, he warned, "I advise you not to tempt fate. Your reckless claw could endanger many, myself included." Ajiao was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ah, so Brother Yang enjoys role-playing games? Very well, holy monk, however you wish to play, I shall comply." She coaxed him to release her wrist, then dipped her finger into the cake and, seizing the opportunity when Qin Yang was distracted, smeared it across his face. Noticing the glint of impending tears in his eyes, she gently said, "Holy monk, how clumsy of you. Allow me to clean that up," just as she extended her tongue in a swift motion. Qin Yang retaliated by slapping a whole piece of cake onto her face. The sound echoed, sending shockwaves through her two friends nearby. What on earth was happening? She was trying to flirt, and he was retaliating with full force? Viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Qin Yang quipped, "Didn't he see that coming, did you? I am Fa Hai, not the holy monk." He continued, "Demonis, I call upon you to assist in my cultivation. Great divine dragon, supreme magical incantation. How many lives do you possess, daring to reach out with such impunity? Do you not know that only Lucian can control the fate of Qin Dog? Tang Sini once touched Qin Dog's abs, leading to a disastrous outcome, 5 thugs dead and 1 injured. If you truly capture Xiao Qin Yang, then everyone in this villa shall meet their demise. You enjoy cake, do you not? Bring forth the cake for the young lady." Ajiao wiped the cake from her face, forcing a smile. "Do not be angry, do not be angry. Falling leaves no one to care for you. After having served even the most deranged. What is a face full of cake? Merely a trifling matter." Ajiao mustered a strained smile. Just as she was about to speak, another cake splattered across her face. Qin Yang said in a calm tone, "Although I do not comprehend the reasoning behind your game, since you find pleasure in it, I shall indulge. For there is an abundance of cake." "Ah!" Ajiao could no longer contain herself. She screamed and, clutching her hair, turned to flee. Qin Yang picked up a piece of cake and glanced at the other 2 young ladies, who, pale with fright, quickly scurried away. He set down the cake, a cold smile forming within him. What manner of individuals think to entice him? They could not possibly compare to even half of Mary's beauty, let alone that of Lu Yan. A gaggle of superficial beauties, hardly worthy of his attention. Just as Qin Yang prepared to rise and retire to his room, Yilin approached, wrapped in an oversized bath towel. Unlike Liao Xian and her companions, who were utterly captivated by the male models, Yilin seemed to possess a certain fastidiousness, keeping the male models at bay, let alone fostering any interaction with them. Hongzhu had keenly observed this, and thus assigned a female housekeeper to attend to her. Even when Hongzhu insisted that all must don swimsuits for the pool party, Yilin chose the most modest of swimsuits, wrapped in a towel, and donned a pair of skin-toned ankle stockings. The furtive appearance of Yilin elicited an involuntary chuckle from Qin Yang. "Have you truly donned my grandmother's stockings? You hardly seem prepared for a pool party. You appear more as if you were here to pilfer chickens." Yilin first cast a cautious glance around to ensure no one was observing them, then whispered to Qin Yang, "Officer number 1025, I am Detective Yilin from the Shishan branch, currently engaged in an undercover investigation." "Qin Yang, I know you are Lu Yan's husband. You are live streaming now, correct?" Qin Yang was taken aback, an ominous premonition swelling within him. What on earth is happening? I merely came to be a trial sleeper. How did I become entangled with a detective? Noticing the astonished look on Qin Yang's face, Yilin hastily clarified, "I lack the time to elaborate, but I can inform you that our superiors suspect Tong and of using the trial sleeper recruitment as a ruse to lure and traffic individuals. Prior to us, 25 people have mysteriously vanished after applying for the trial sleeper position. I have heard about the cases you solved. Has the Dongshan branch also noted Tong and's peculiarities?" Qin Yang paused in silence. "If I were to say I simply came to experience life, would you believe me?" Yilin shot him a sidelong glance. "I believe you. You great fool. How could the illustrious Sword of Dawn, bane of evildoers, serendipitously find himself here? Initially, I harbored little confidence in this operation, for I had yet to uncover any evidence of their wrongdoing. However, your presence here has instilled a sense of reassurance within me. indicating that our investigative direction must indeed be correct. Qin Yang remarked, "Do you see? This is what we call reputation." With a resigned gesture, he continued, "Officer Yi, I must say, you are being somewhat unreasonable. I am genuinely here to experience life. I admit I have solved a few significant cases in the past, but those were mere coincidences. Do you really think I am like Conan, arriving at the scene of every death?" Just as Qin Yang finished speaking, a piercing scream erupted from the pool area. "There has been a death. Someone, please help. A drowning has occurred." Qin Yang interjected, "Wait, my friend, is this truly necessary? Must I risk my life to uphold my reputation? It is quite unnecessary." Chapter 87. Is this your belly chicken photo? Upon hearing that someone had drowned, Yilin rushed over to investigate, and Qin Yang, with no choice but to follow, sought to discover who was maintaining their reputation. As he approached, he found Wang Tao lying on the bank, his abdomen distended, while two doctors alternated in performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation. With every compression, water was expelled from Wang Tao's mouth, and his hazy consciousness suggested a precarious fate. Furrowing her brow, Yilin inquired, "What transpired? How could he drown with so many witnesses?" Wang Tao's personal steward, sobbing, explained, "We were playing in the shallow end, but Wang Tao insisted on demonstrating a diving technique, claiming he possessed a unique swimming skill. Despite our attempts to dissuade him, he plunged into the deep end, resulting in this predicament. None of us can swim. It was the lifeguard who rescued him. How could one, incapable of swimming, still insist on showcasing their so-called unique technique?" Yilin keenly observed bruises on Wang Tao's wrist and shoulder. Just as she was about to speak, Qin Yang interjected, "Playing in the pool without knowing how to swim is a recipe for disaster. Let us focus on saving him first." Instinctively, Yilin desired to point out the discrepancies she noted, but she momentarily forgot her role as an undercover agent. The more astute she appeared without concrete evidence, the more she risked attracting the attention of those orchestrating events from behind the scenes. With Qin Yang's interruption, she realized her oversight, falling silent and standing aside. At that moment, Wang Tao expelled a mouthful of water, regaining a semblance of consciousness. Dr. Meng Jiang frowned and remarked, "He is no longer in immediate danger, but he requires hospitalization for observation over the next 2 days. Transport him to the medical department for close monitoring." 2 nurses arrived with a stretcher and carried Wang Tao away. Unaware of the brush with death he had just experienced, he managed a half-conscious smile, giving a thumbs up and exclaiming that the party would continue the following day. Qin Yang suddenly felt that such reckless behavior in the deep end seemed characteristic of this young man, who possessed a certain charming naivety. The commotion surrounding Wang Tao had dampened everyone's spirits, and as night approached, they all retreated to their respective rooms to shower and rest. Closing the door, Qin Yang entered his own room, adorned in a traditional Japanese style, featuring a tatami mat instead of a bed. Adjacent to the bedroom was a large floor-to-ceiling window, providing a view of the poolside party from earlier. The window was sealed shut, yet intriguingly, there was a corridor-like balcony outside, approximately 1.5 meters wide, connecting all the rooms on that floor, the purpose of which remained a mystery. After showering, Qin Yang lay on his bed and checked his phone. Fortunately, there were no unread messages or missed calls, confirming that Lu Yin had indeed gone to the provincial office for a meeting. A new friend request? Upon opening the friend request, Qin Yang was greeted by the sight of Yilin, holding a cup of milk tea, her radiant smile lighting up the image. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to accept the request. Shortly thereafter, Yilin sent a message, "I created a chat group. Feel free to join us for a casual conversation." Qin Yang initially presumed that Yilin had some clandestine matter to discuss with him, only to find that she merely wanted him to join a chat group. However, upon reflection, he understood the reasoning behind her caution. As an undercover agent, prudence was paramount. Who knew if Tong and might be lurking in the shadows, monitoring their every move? One must not rely excessively on electronic devices. After all, the previous capture of operatives from the Han Nation was largely attributed to their use of chat groups for business communication. It seems that the Han people, much like their counterparts from the neighboring region, consistently exhibit a stable performance. As soon as Qin Yang entered the chat group, the lights in the room dimmed automatically. Healy, a fellow sleeper, shared a delightful emoji. "Oh dear, why did the lights suddenly go out? I was in the shower, and it startled me." "Are you using your phone while showering?" Xiaofei teased. "And what of it? I have a waterproof phone case in the bathroom. Responding to messages is no issue." Healy retorted. "Let us see those legs," Xiaofei quipped. "Get lost." She shot back. "Liao Xian, Qin Yang, have you gone to sleep yet? Show us those abs." Since it's a long night and none of us can sleep, let's chat a bit. How about this? We girls will post pictures of our legs. And you boys can share your abs. Sounds good? When one's belly is full, thoughts of romance arise. The ancients were indeed not mistaken. Before arriving at the estate, everyone was consumed by thoughts of financial gain and what to eat next. However, after being well fed and satisfied, the atmosphere had shifted and certain uninvited thoughts began to stir. Before long, Liao Xian shared a photo. She was nestled in a bathtub filled with white foam that obscured most of her body, adorned with an adorable pink rabbit headband. She extended a smooth, fair leg towards the camera, forming a heart shape with her fingers, very much in the style of a social media influencer. Exuding an air of sophistication, Qiu Fei was visibly excited, promptly sharing a photo of his own abdominal muscles. He Li, who had initially feigned modesty, found herself outdone by Liao Xian's playful charm that caught Qin Yang's attention, and she decided to cast aside her pretense. She too snapped a selfie. Clad in a sheer, delicate bathrobe, posing sideways with a biting of her lip, deliberately showcasing a look of vulnerability. Under the shower, her damp robe clung to her body, accentuating her alluring curves, leaving much to the imagination. The online observers were left parched with desire, while Liao Xian was infuriated, nearly smashing her phone. That cunning Healy dared to share a sultry photo, despite the promise of leg shots. Though Liao Xian simmered with frustration, she concealed it well, lest she appear petty. Instead, she playfully tagged Yilin. Little Linlin, where's your leg photo? Hurry and share. Ding dong. Yilin sent a photo of her legs, long and fair. Yet, it was evident that this was a stock image. During the day, outdoors, with a butterfly tattoo adorning her leg. How did you manage to achieve such an effect indoors? Is your search for images so lackluster? Liao Xian's lips twitched, yet she refrained from saying much more. Perhaps this was for the best. Yilin exuded the aura of a straightforward and earnest girl, which meant she would not pose a threat in vying for Qin Yang's affections. Liao Xian rolled her neck and continued typing with fervor. Qin Yang, handsome, where's your abs photo? Hurry and send it. Ding. Qin Yang replied with a picture of a pheasant, accompanied by a caption. The golden pheasant, a bird native to the Dragon Country, is a nationally protected species, primarily found in Qinghai, Gansu, Shaanxi, Guizhou, Sichuan, and other regions. Li, Liao Xian, are you doing this on purpose? Who wants to see your poultry photo? Just as Liao Xian was seething with rage, Qiu Fei suddenly quoted her photo, marking a figure behind her on the glass with a red circle. Liao Xian, is there a shadow behind that glass? Chapter 88. Brother, why is your sledgehammer new? Liao Xian reclined in the bathtub, behind which lay a pane of one-way frosted glass, while the bathroom offered a vague glimpse of the outside world. The exterior should have been oblivious to the happenings within. Yet, in the photograph, a shadowy figure appeared to be pressed against the glass, peering inside, sending chills down everyone's spine. Was it merely an illusion? Just as confusion enveloped the group, a woman's piercing scream suddenly pierced the air. Panic ensued. Healy, did you hear that scream? It seems to have come from Liao Xian's room. Qiu Fei, Liao Xian, are you alright? Send a message to let us know you're safe. Yilin, I just called her, but no one answered. The call was dropped. Liao Xian sent an image. As everyone opened the image in the group chat, a wave of goosebumps washed over them. The picture depicted Liao Xian with her mouth taped shut, her hands shackled, suspended by a chain hanging from the ceiling. Disheveled, she stood in the bathtub, her body marred by numerous bruises and bloodstains, appearing as though she had fainted, her head drooping motionlessly. Qiu Fei, what the hell is going on? Is this a prank? Yilin, use your brain, will you? Who plays such a cruel prank in the dead of night? Something has definitely happened to Liao Xian. Yilin, everyone, come to my room. Once we gather, we'll head over to check on Liao Xian. Qiu Fei, why not come to my room? I'm scared too. Healy, no way, the door is locked. It won't budge. What do we do? I'm so frightened. Can someone come to rescue me? Healy, I'm calling the police. I need to report this. Just as Healy sent her message, Qin Yang's phone displayed a no-signal alert. Had the internet been cut? He glanced at the live stream, and indeed, it had disconnected. It seemed the adversary had decided to abandon pretense and reveal their intentions. Qin Yang searched his room, but found no means of defense. Reluctantly, he grasped a pillow in his left hand as a shield and a glass ashtray in his right, considering it a makeshift weapon. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal striking echoed through the air, reminiscent of someone dragging a metal rod along, each movement causing it to strike against the railing. The noise emanated from the balcony. Summoning his courage, Qin Yang peered toward the balcony. the sheer white curtain serving as his final barrier. Crash! A bolt of lightning suddenly illuminated the sky. A diminutive figure clutching a steel bar was silhouetted against the sheer curtain. Qin Yang, I have awaited this day for so long. Good heavens! That voice sounded eerily familiar. Qin Yang made no move, yet the curtains in the room began to part automatically, slowly pulling to either side. Qin Yang erupted in fury. Damn it! The intelligent curtains are a death trap. Why would you open now, when I could explode from fear? On this stormy night, with lightning, steel bars, and a bloodthirsty maniac. After fully drawing back the curtains, Qin Yang finally discerned that the figure standing outside was none other than Tong En. Unlike the impeccably dressed Tong En of the day, who wore a suit, this version was clad in a soiled white shirt, her face adorned with heavy makeup and eyeshadow, gazing at Qin Yang with an almost deranged intensity. Brother Qin Yang, I've come, she declared. With a resounding crash, Tong En raised a steel bar and struck it against the glass window. Although the window was of good quality, it shattered into a web of spider-like cracks. The madness in Tong En's eyes intensified, as if shattering the glass would allow her to break free and be reborn. Brother Qin Yang, do you remember that time in college when you helped me? You stood in front of me and drove away those thugs, led by Xiao Zihao. They laughed at me, mocked me for not being a man. They bullied me, thinking I was weak. But soon, they won't be laughing anymore. As long as I can obtain your kidney, Brother Qin Yang, as long as we can become one, I too can be a man like you. I will become a true man. Ha 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 ha. Qin Yang felt a chill run down his spine. No, my friend. They bullied you, and now you want my kidney? Isn't that just tormenting the innocent? No wonder all his classmates avoided him like the plague. While Tong En had eagerly invited him to be a test subject at her company. So you were planning to take my kidney all along. Tong En had become utterly unhinged, and in his fright, Qin Yang turned to flee, only to find that the door to the room was stubbornly locked. Just then, a voice called from outside. Brother-in-law, are you in there? Qin Yang's heart soared. Xiao Jiao, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at the provincial office for a meeting? Sun Jia replied, it's a long story. Qin Yang slapped himself in frustration. Why did he have to ask that? He quickly interrupted, if it's a long story, then don't say it. Hurry, break down the door. I'm about to lose my kidney. Sun Jia reassured him, brother-in-law, don't panic. Our people are fetching a battering ram. This door is specially made, and we can't kick it down. Suddenly, the glass on the balcony shattered with a loud crash. Tong En casually discarded the steel bar and pulled out a scalpel, approaching Qin Yang with a broad smile. Brother Qin Yang, don't be afraid. This knife is very sharp. You won't feel a thing, see? She lightly drew her finger across the blade, a droplet of blood forming before she licked it up with glee. What the hell? This is insane. Qin Yang pounded on the door desperately. Where is the battering ram? If they don't arrive soon, I'm done for. Help? The most despairing way to die is with the police just outside the door. Despite a group of officers being right outside, Tong En was undeterred, resolutely intent on taking Qin Yang's kidney. No, I cannot sit idly by. With all my might, I'll unleash my ultimate move. Just as Qin Yang prepared to fight for his life, Tong En's left hand struck like lightning, gripping his neck like a vice and pinning him against the door. The muscles in her arm bulged, veins sprawling across her flesh, writhing like living creatures. Qin Yang struggled, his eyes rolling back in his head. Who could have anticipated that Tong En, with such a delicate demeanor, possessed such strength? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. For many individuals of his ilk often indulge in fitness. But wait, I am on the brink of death. Why am I still pondering such trivial matters? My dear, I must apologize. I shall take my leave now. Qin Yang had resigned himself to defeat. In the face of Tong En's muscular prowess, he found himself utterly powerless. Just as Tong En poised the surgical knife against Qin Yang's abdomen, his pupils dilated, and an acute sense of peril washed over him. Bang! A hand burst through the door, seizing Tong En's hair with precision. Before Tong En could comprehend the situation, the hand yanked back, slamming his head against the thick door with considerable force. Tong En, disoriented, was still reeling when the hand shoved him again, sending him sprawling over 3 meters. Collapsing to the ground, feeling as though his entire body was disassembled. Were there yet more skilled individuals? Tong En struggled to lift his head, witnessing a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. The hand that had penetrated the sturdy door pulled downward, wrenching the entire lock free. Then, the door swung open, revealing Lu Yan with a cold expression at the threshold, flanked by a bewildered SWAT officer brandishing a breaching hammer. The officer, at a loss, inquired, "Shall I take my leave?" Chapter 89. On a moonless night with howling winds, in the wilderness the suffocating sensation rendered Qin Yang in a state worse than death. As his consciousness began to wane, A familiar scent wafted into his nostrils. Instinctively, he grasped Lu Yan's thigh, desperately inhaling, as if the very essence of life was being drawn into his lungs. The expression of agony on Qin Yang's face gradually morphed into one of elation. Ah! He had returned to life. Lu Yan, with a swift motion, kicked Qin Yang aside. I shall deal with you later. Tongan, clutching a scalpel, rose from the ground. His eyes filled with venomous hatred as he glared at Lu Yan. Lu Yan, so it is you, you wretched woman. Lu Yan regarded Tongan with palpable disdain, akin to how one might view refuse. Put down the knife, crouch down with your hands on your head, and do not resist futilely. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Sun Jia and a group of special police officers frantically gestured to Tongan from behind, urging him to comply and not to squander the final opportunity Lu Yan had granted him. However, Tongan, obstinate and unyielding, not only ignored their pleas but also plunged the scalpel into his own shoulder. Sun Jia, what in the world are you doing? Are you trying to stack up blood rage? With the blade sunk into his flesh, the pain surged through Tongan, triggering an adrenaline rush. The debilitating aches that had previously plagued him seemed to vanish, leaving him invigorated. Tongan, brandishing the scalpel menacingly at Lu Yan, declared, if it were not for you, I would have long been with Brother Qin Yang. You vile woman, only I can offer Brother Qin Yang the love he deserves. You merely covet his beauty, seeking to absorb his vitality. Sun Jia covered her eyes, unable to bear witnessing further. Sister, do you have a death wish? Lu Yan began to flex her wrists, her expression unchanging as she continued her warning. First warning, put down the knife. She shifted her ankles. Second warning, put down the knife. Leaning slightly forward, she prepared to charge. Third warning, put down the knife. Tongan erupted in a flurry of curses. I will not, before he could utter another word. Lu Yan propelled herself forward, and in an instant, everyone thought they had lost sight of her. In the next moment, Tongan was airborne. Mid-flight, Lu Yan seized him, executing a dazzling Armstrong spiral, and he crashed to the ground like a spinning top. Before Tongan could recover, Lu Yan hooked her toe, launching his body upward, then grasped his waistband, violently flinging him outward. A gust of wind swept through the bedroom as Tongan traced a graceful arc in the air. Landing precisely in the swimming pool, blood began to diffuse through the water, sending shivers down the spines of Wei Hai and others who were crouched by the poolside with their heads cradled in their arms. Is that Boss Tong? Lu Sheng, clutching his head, inquired curiously. It must be. Even at a time like this, he insists on diving. What a pervert. Wei Hai mused. Upon noticing someone had plunged into the water, 2 officers immediately leaped in to rescue him. They retrieved him, but it seemed he was somewhat lifeless. Luo Jun hastily ordered for Tongan to be taken to the hospital. At that precise moment, Lu Yan approached with her team from a distance, while Qin Yang trailed behind, bearing the demeanor of a captive, wayward woman reluctant to raise her head. Report to the leadership. The operation in the accommodation area has been successfully completed. Please provide further instructions. Luo Jun, suppressing his anger, pointed towards the ambulance not far away and exclaimed, Lu Yan, is this how you apprehend suspects? They are human beings too, deserving of rights. If you were to kill him, could you bear the responsibility? Lu Yan replied coolly. During the apprehension, the suspect was about to commit an act endangering my husband's personal safety. The situation was urgent, leaving me no choice but to intervene. I admit I may have acted with excessive force. I shall be more restrained next time. Luo Jun felt a throbbing headache. You still wish for a next time? You are to be suspended for reflection. Take a few days off at home while we await the results of the investigation. Understood, leader. Lu Yan had no objections to Luo Jun's reprimand. Acknowledging her mistake, she would undoubtedly err again. Before long, Yin Ping and his team returned as well. However, unlike the unscathed Lu Yan, Yin Ping bore a gash on his arm from a knife. Zhou Quan had been shot in the thigh, and 2 other special police officers had also sustained gunshot wounds. Luo Jun hurried forward to inquire, what happened? How did you get injured? Yin Ping offered a resigned smile. The individuals at the medical building were armed. We have confirmed that the mastermind is the Red Spider from the Poison Spider organization, but unfortunately, she managed to escape. The Red Spider had prepared a secret escape route in the medical building, complete with explosives to cover her retreat. We couldn't catch up, and several comrades were injured. Luo Jun patted Yin Ping's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. As long as you're unharmed, that is what matters. This incident was unexpected. We were unprepared. You all should go to the hospital to tend to your wounds. The Red Spider is one of the 5 leaders of the Poison Spider organization, overseeing human trafficking and organ trade. She frequently masquerades as a medical expert or a doctor, infiltrating various industries to serve the affluent in the black market by providing fresh donor organs. The national headquarters has been pursuing the Red Spider for many years, however. She is notoriously cautious, making it exceedingly difficult to track her movements. This operation marked the closest Luo Jun and his team had come to successfully capturing the Red Spider. Yet she still eluded them. Nonetheless, it was not without its rewards. While the Red Spider and her two most trusted subordinates had escaped, all others were apprehended, and numerous records of buyers were found within the medical building. Should Luo Jun and his team diligently follow these leads, it would not be long before they uprooted the entire illegal organ trade network in Jiahai City. This was indeed a significant achievement. With this in mind, Luo Jun could not help but glance at Qin Yang, genuinely expressing concern. Why does Xiao Qin appear so listless? He hasn't been injured, has he? Lu Yin replied with a stoic expression, not at present. Luo Jun was momentarily taken aback. What did she mean by not at present? Before he could ask further, Lu Yin interjected, Leader, if there is nothing else, I shall take him back now. Luo Jun nodded, yet an unsettling premonition lingered in his heart. Could Xiao Qin have been completely worn out by her? Qin Yang was pulled into the car, and Lu Yin kindly fastened his seatbelt for him. It was snug, secure. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Qin Yang's mind. Ding. Regrettably, the mission has failed. Consequences have been enforced. Lu Yan's physique has been enhanced. Lu Yan's desires have intensified. Commencing count, Qin Yang's expression turned to one of sheer horror. What the hell? System, you must be jesting. Grant me another chance. Creak. The car halted in a desolate area, devoid of any nearby village or shop. Lu Yin shot Qin Yang a cold glance, retrieved a black rubber band, and began to tie her hair into a ponytail. Qin Yang, panic-stricken, frantically grasped the door handle. My dear wife, what are you planning? Please, remain calm. We haven't even returned home yet. Lu Yin coldly stated, You still have time to play the role of a test sleeper. Your energy seems quite robust. Stop pulling at the door. I've locked it. And you cannot escape. If you feel frightened, you are welcome to scream. It matters not, for we are in the wilderness, and no one will come to your rescue. The more you scream, the more exhilarated I become. Come on, handsome, let me see how many bullets you still have left in your chamber. Qin Yang, help. Chapter 90 Host, please pay attention to the subject you ask. What is the meaning of life? In the passenger seat, Qin Yang leaned against the car windows, gazing at the stars above with a melancholic expression. Lu Yin, her cheeks flushed, rose to retrieve a large cloud from the box, delicately placing a cigarette between Qin Yang's lips. Qin Yang cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yin, not planning for a baby anymore. Blushing, Lu Yin produced a lighter and shyly remarked, I often hear the male colleagues at the bureau say that a cigarette after is better than being a living deity. Occasionally indulging is harmless. I trust your genes. With a flick, Lu Yin lit the cigarette for him and then nestled against Qin Yang's shoulder, tracing circles on his abdominal muscles with her fingers. Husband, how are you so extraordinary? Qin Yang remained silent. Am I extraordinary? The enhancement from the system is hardly sufficient. Were it not for the power of the system, I would have long since been depleted by you. You frequently deplete the magazine. Have you ever considered that what you empty could very well be my life force? Qin Yang had 1,000 words to say. Yet when faced with Lu Yin's adoring gaze, his lips moved, but ultimately he refrained from speaking. Never mind, it's a sacrifice that must be made. Your clinginess is a manifestation of love, as long as it is not excessively frequent. Given how intense the prior battle was, it might as well count as one, right? As he contemplated, Qin Yang closed his eyes to check the system statistics. 0, 0, 0. System, are you even human? Come on. Tell me why the completion count for the punishment remains at 010. Ding. Please pay attention to the subject, host. This punishment is named elbow. Follow me inside 10 times. The host is not within the premises, thus the battle is invalid. What the hell? Is this a punishment that a person could conceive? Are you trying to take my life? Suddenly, Qin Yang felt a jolt and instinctively grasped Lu Yan's wrist. Trembling, he inquired, if you're going to touch my abs, could you refrain from being so clumsy? Lu Yin melted against him like a puppet with its strings cut, whispering softly into his ear, her voice sweet and sultry, akin to the stretch of cheese from a cheesecake. Not enough. I'll punish you once more. Just as Qin Yang opened his mouth to cry for help, it was silenced. A murder. Is there no one to intervene? This is a disregard for human life. Joyful moments are always fleeting, while days of anguish seem interminable. 2 days later, Xiao Lingyun arrived with a few good friends to discuss a business partnership with Qin Yang. Mary welcomed them into the living room, serving tea and pastries before retreating to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Observing the opulent abode, Chao Lingyun couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid Qin Yang, I knew he was smart the moment I laid eyes on him. Damn, after years of hard work, I'm still not living as well as he is." Yu Hao took a sip of coffee, lazily remarking, "This is what they call working hard is no match for marrying well. None of US brothers could possibly pool together $1.5 million, could we? Qin Yang is fortunate. 15 million is merely his pocket money. Indeed, one cannot help but feel inferior in comparison to others." Li Dongping remained silent, unwilling to engage in this discussion. Essentially, he was no different from Qin Yang, the only distinction being that Jin Wei lacked the financial resources and familial background that Lu Yin possessed. As for pocket money, Li Dongpeng found it amusing. Having become a son-in-law, could he still expect any discretionary funds? After he and Jin Wei became a couple, he was nearly reduced to scavenging for discarded cigarette butts. Just as Li Dongping was lost in his thoughts, Lu Yin descended the stairs clad in casual attire, her fair skin resembling snow and her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue. "Lao Yu, Lao Chao, why are you all gathered here today?" The men quickly stood to their feet. "Yes, sister-in-law, didn't Qin Yang mention using his pocket money to partner with us in business? We've prepared the venue and wanted to update him on our progress." Lu Yin responded with a casual "oh," gracefully taking her seat on the main sofa. She reached for a handful of melon seeds, munching on them while inquiring, "Qin Yang hasn't mentioned this to me. What kind of business do you intend to pursue?" Upon hearing Lu Yan's words, the brothers felt a wave of anxiety. This was troubling. Qin Yang had failed to inform Lu Yin about such a significant matter. After all, it involved 15 million, not just 1,500. Was there a chance Lu Yin might reclaim the funds? As everyone sat in trepidation, footsteps echoed from the second floor. Lu Yan's face lit up with joy as she stood up, placing the seeds aside to approach eagerly. Her voice softened considerably. "Darling, weren't you supposed to be resting upstairs? Why have you come down?" "Mary, quickly bring over the wheelchair for the young master," she instructed. Just as Mary was about to move, Qin Yang, seemingly stirred by something, exclaimed excitedly, "What wheelchair? Do I look like someone who can't walk?" Lu Yin, rather than expressing annoyance, quickly reassured him, as one would comfort a child. All right. No wheelchair. I'll help you down slowly, dear." The brothers fell silent. Was this truly a son-in-law? Qin Yang seemed on the verge of riding on Lu Yin's shoulders. Was this really what it meant to be a son-in-law? Li Dongping's expression darkened the most. "Hold on, my friend, as fellow son-in-laws. Why does your script differ so greatly from mine?" With Lu Yan's assistance, Qin Yang settled onto the main sofa. Lu Yin stood obediently behind him, offering a shoulder massage to help him relax. "Darling, is there anything special you'd like to eat? I can have Mary prepare it right away." The gaunt Qin Yang shook his head. In just 2 days, he appeared utterly depleted, as though he had burned out completely. "I don't want to eat. I feel nauseous and want to vomit." Upon hearing this, Lu Yin promptly suggested, "Then I will have Dr. Li come over to take a look. His medical skills are quite good and should be able to assist you." Li Dongping remained sullen and silent. Previously, he had to rely on connections to secure an appointment with Dr. Li, while Qin Yang simply lay at home waiting for the doctor to arrive. What is going on? Is Dr. Li now your personal physician? Qin Yang cast an impatient glance at Lu Yin. "Why are you so chatty today? When men are discussing matters, why do you insist on interrupting? Go to the kitchen and prepare whatever you desire." The brothers instinctively straightened in their seats, feeling a sense of unease wash over them. It was akin to the sensation one experiences while watching a horror film, acutely aware that a frightful apparition is imminent, yet compelled to squint through the fear. Anxious hearts raced, but outwardly they maintained composure. After all, in their eyes, Qin Yang's audacity to speak to Lu Yin in such a manner could very well lead to a swift and violent retribution. Yet, the anticipated domestic turmoil did not materialize. Lu Yin bit her lip, standing still as she traced circles with the tips of her toes, her fingers twisting nervously, exuding an aura of bashfulness, as if awaiting something. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, Qin Yang struck her pert backside. "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and leave." Lu Yin felt a sense of fulfillment. She produced a bank card and placed it on the table. "Darling, I heard from you how that you're embarking on a business venture. I may not fully grasp the concept of entrepreneurship, but this card contains 30 million. Take it for now, and if it's insufficient, do let me know." Qin Yang shot a glare at Lu Yin. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" The brothers exchanged glances, speechless. Chapter 91. What tricks are there? If it weren't for witnessing it with his own eyes, Li Dongping would never have believed that such events were genuinely unfolding. Living off someone else's efforts? What a fanciful daydream. Li Dongping toiled outside like a dog, only to return home and still have to present his offerings with a spirited demeanor. Otherwise, Jin Wei would immediately unleash her fury. Under Qin Yang's fierce glare, Lu Yin hurriedly expressed her reluctance. She covered her curvaceous rear and made her way to the kitchen. Glancing back every few steps, her eyes radiating an allure that seemed capable of ensnaring souls, utterly irresistible. Once Lu Yin fully entered the kitchen, a brief silence enveloped the living room. Yu Hao cleared his throat, feeling somewhat awkward, and remarked, "Old Qin, you truly are something." Previously, I had been telling the brothers that you were suffering at home. We thought your status was rather lowly, but it appears we were overly concerned. Chao Lingyun chimed in with a jest. Your sister-in-law is both beautiful and affluent. It baffles me how she came to choose you. As brothers, do share your secrets with us. Li Dongpeng nodded in agreement. I too wish to learn. Qin Yang chuckled, a carefree laugh reminiscent of a sage who has transcended worldly concerns. He calmly stated, what tricks are there? Don't bother searching online for flashy techniques. One word, act. Practice through doing. Learn through doing. This applies to everything. Once you become proficient through practice, excellence will naturally follow. Of course, a diligent person like me inevitably pays a small price. Qin Yang reached out for the coffee on the table, though merely a meter away. The moment he grasped the cup, it trembled violently, clattering against the saucer, producing a cacophony of sounds. The brothers suddenly gained insight, tears welling in their eyes. Goodness, is it truly this dire? Li Dongpeng comprehended as well. There is no such thing as living off someone else. It is merely the struggle and outcry of life. In his university days, Qin Yang's physical prowess surpassed that of sports specialists. Yet now, despite possessing a handsome exterior, his body has been utterly depleted. The so-called pocket money Qin Yang had previously given was all born from his sweat and toil. Chao Lingyun, unable to bear it any longer, inquired, Old Qin, we have secured the venue as per your requirements. Prime location, 6 stories, each over 2,000 square meters, right by the river. We estimate that with sufficient funding, the renovations and designs can be completed within a month. The current challenge lies in finding a chef. After all, none of us has ever run a restaurant, and we lack reputation in the industry. Those skilled chefs with ambition may not be inclined to join us. Qin Yang rubbed his temples and replied, you need not worry about the chef. I have a friend who happens to be a chef himself, along with his own team. I intend to appoint him as our head chef, who will then recommend and evaluate others, aiming to establish our restaurant's culinary team within a week. Upon hearing this, the others instantly felt reassured. Qin Yang's connections are undeniably trustworthy. His contact list boasts individuals from various professions. Even if he claims to possess the phone number of a president, no one would be taken aback. After a thorough discussion, the group settled on the general direction for the restaurant's development and addressed several details. It was at this moment that the dishes were ready. Lu Yin guided them to the long dining table in the restaurant, where they were promptly attended to by Mary and several temporary maids, who provided one-on-one service to everyone. Although the long table made it somewhat challenging to reach the dishes, it proved to be of little concern. All they needed to do was point with their chopsticks, and a maid would willingly serve, cut, and mix the food for them. There was no situation where one needed to stand up to reach the dishes. The ambience was perfect, the service impeccable, yet the flavors of the dishes felt oddly intense. While the taste was delightful, they all felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping them afterward. Chao Lingyun loosened a button and took a sip of his chilled beverage, inquiring, Sister-in-law, what are these dishes? I've never seen them before. Could you kindly introduce them to us? Lu Yin, who was spoon-feeding soup to Qin Yang, glanced at Mary to signal her to provide an introduction. Mary, standing nearby, began her explanation. This dish is the royal Buddha jumps over the wall, with primary ingredients including Japanese ginseng, South African abalone, fish maw, dried scallops, pigeon eggs, and deer tendons. This dish features glacial sea cucumber braised with wild rice, using wild sea cucumbers from the Arctic, paired with wild rice from the Jialigong Mountains in Yunnan, complemented with saffron sauce. She continued to list various dishes: Himalayan rock honey steamed king crab, black truffle baked Australian wagyu ribs, snow-capped cordyceps stewed golden turtle, saffron braised wild yellow croaker. The brothers collectively exclaimed, "This is too nourishing." Although Chao Lingyun was unaware of the specific preparation methods, merely hearing the names left him feeling overwhelmed. A meal with over a dozen highly nourishing dishes. Feeling overheated? The fact that you aren't bleeding profusely is already a testament to your constitution. After Mary's introduction, the brothers dared not indulge further. A little moderation would prolong their lives, while overindulgence could lead to an untimely demise. They were quite self-aware. If one were to perish from such opulence, it would be quite the spectacle. Yet, Qin Yang appeared utterly unconcerned, accepting whatever Lu Yin offered with enthusiasm, embodying an unselective approach to dining. The brothers genuinely admired him. It was fitting for Qin Yang to enjoy such indulgence. They had no talent for this lifestyle. Anyone who tried would surely falter. Finally, after enduring to the end of the meal, Lu Yin initially wished for them to stay and enjoy each other's company a while longer, but the brothers, as if encountering a ghost, repeatedly declined. Once they had seen off Chao Lingyun and the others, Lu Yin returned to her seat, picking up the soup spoon to feed Qin Yang again. However, at that moment, Qin Yang displayed his stubbornness. He pursed his lips and turned his head away, exhibiting a demeanor of non-cooperation. Lu Yin, ever patient, coaxed, "Darling, be good, finish this last bowl of soup. These are supplements. They are beneficial for your health. I want to drink it. Please, just a little. I want to drink it." Lu Yin's expression darkened as she placed the bowl on the table. "You refuse, do you? Very well, I want to force you. Come, let us go inside." Qin Yang shook his head repeatedly. "No, I insist, it is impossible. My dear wife, please spare me." Upon witnessing Qin Yang's lack of cooperation, Lu Yin raised an eyebrow and issued her final ultimatum. "I shall ask you once more, will you enter the room?" Qin Yang panicked. "My dear, what are you planning to do?" Lu Yin stood up, clapped her hands, and Mary, along with the servants, discreetly departed, ensuring the smart curtains closed automatically behind them. Qin Yang was utterly overwhelmed. "How many times must I say it? We should not install smart curtains in our home. The sunlight is of utmost importance to me." Qin Yang rose, attempting to make a hasty exit. "My dear, please remain calm and do not act impulsively. I will comply." Lu Yin, however, paid no heed to his pleas. With the curtains drawn and the house now empty, she chuckled mischievously and seized Qin Yang's shirt, tearing it apart with unrestrained force. She pursued him, and he fled, yet there was no escape for him. Chapter 92. Young Master. It is time for your medicine the following day at noon. Qin Yang awoke with a splitting headache, feeling a chill enveloping him, his entire body aching. As his hearing gradually returned, he discerned the powerful hum of a vacuum cleaner in operation nearby. "Young Master, please lift your foot. Thank you." Mary, adorned in a black and white maid's uniform, held a feather duster in her left hand while deftly raising one of Qin Yang's legs with her right, calmly sweeping away the dust on the bed. With a sigh of resignation, Qin Yang remarked, "Mary, did I not mention that you should knock before entering?" Mary, with an innocent expression, replied, "I did knock. Perhaps you did not hear. I have already tidied the other rooms, and now I am left with just the bedroom. Please continue to rest, young master. I shall finish shortly." Qin Yang earnestly explained, "Mary, the reason I ask you to knock before entering is for your own good. After all, some things can be rather grotesque, and I would feel remorseful if they frightened you." Mary responded with a dismissive smile. "Grotesque, you say? The young lady has returned to her lady's residence to fetch some little blue pills. From what I can see, young master, you appear to be in good spirits. Maintain that, for the young lady will return this afternoon." Qin Yang was taken aback. Good heavens! The intersection of technology and audacity. He hastily rose from bed, donned his clothes, and made a swift exit. The first day had been manageable. Lu Yin had maintained a certain reserve, concocting excuses before their encounters. For instance, she would deliberately move the chips aside, causing him to inadvertently brush against her thigh, or she would position her face close to his, subtly inviting a kiss as he turned. However, by the second day, all pretense had vanished. A simple good morning, a shared glance, or even a breath could serve as the spark for a fierce confrontation. The battlefield of romance is indeed akin to that of war. Had it not been for Mary's diligent provision of meals over these past few days, Qin Yang feared he might have succumbed to exhaustion. As he stepped out of the villa, a gentle breeze caressed his face. Qin Yang stretched his arms wide and inhaled deeply, tears streaming down his cheeks. "I, Shawshank, have escaped. Is this what freedom feels like? It is exhilarating." Ding. Host survival detected. Ceasing search for new hosts. Continuing task distribution. Qin Yang. What do you mean, system? Are you implying you thought I would not survive? Return to task has been updated. Your next part-time job is chef. Task requirements. 1. Participate in a culinary competition show with a popularity of no less than 100,000 viewers and secure the championship. 2. Conduct a live broadcast during this task, increasing account followers by 50,000. 3. The dishes prepared must evoke strong emotional responses from the judges or audience. The greater the emotional fluctuation, the more substantial the rewards. Task deadline: 1 week. Task penalty: young master, it is time for your medicine. Note: should the task fail, the system will further enhance Lu Yan's constitution and dispense a medicinal concoction, Dian Wan Dao Feng San. Qin Yang. What an utterly dreadful punishment. This system seems intent on eliminating the host in a most innovative manner. Qin Yang withdrew a lollipop from his pocket, his hands trembling as he unwrapped the candy. He found himself nostalgically yearning for the days of the novice protection period, free from penalties. How joyful those days were, when one could effortlessly complete tasks with just a flick of the wrist. Now, it seems absurd that there are constant demands for him to secure the championship. Qin Yang took out his phone and searched online. Coincidentally, the Zhanghai television station was recently hosting a program titled Who is the Culinary Master? The competition consisted of 2 rounds, with a grand prize of 50,000 yuan for the champion, and the first round of auditions was set to take place tonight. Qin Yang quickly registered for the competition, and before long, he received a notification message from the television station, instructing him to arrive early for an interview in preparation for the evening's recording. At the television station, in Studio 3, backstage, Bai Bingbing sat on the sofa, familiarizing herself with the program script. As the esteemed host of Zhanghai Television, Bai Bingbing was accustomed to arriving early to get into the right mindset, a habit cultivated over many years. Director Chen, is there a slight issue with our program flow? Take the first round of auditions, for instance. We have prepared 50 cooking stations, yet the requirements for participants are quite lenient. Will there be enough stations for everyone? Chen Haiman chuckled and replied, Bingbing. Since this is your first time hosting such a program, it's natural to have your doubts. The top 3 positions are essentially predetermined, and we will arrange a few professional chefs to accompany them in the finals. As for the candidates in the auditions, most are merely there for the spectacle. As long as they can cook and serve as a backdrop, we have no stringent requirements for them, hence the low threshold. Bai Bingbing suddenly understood. No wonder in many culinary shows, some chefs were oblivious to even the most basic cooking processes. She glanced at the list of judges and was somewhat taken aback. A-list actress Tang Xinyi, variety show mogul Huang Sanchi, and popular idol Kai Jikuan. It seemed the production team had invested significantly to attract such heavyweight figures as judges. Just as Bai Bingbing pondered this, a staff member entered and placed a list on the table. Director Chen, the participants for the auditions have all been selected. Here is the list of candidates. Chen Haiman nodded, not lifting his gaze from his phone. Bai Bingbing picked up her cup of water and glanced at the list. In the next moment, a name caught her attention. Qin Yang? Why does that name sound so familiar? At 7:40 p.m., the recording of the program officially commenced. As the countdown to the broadcast concluded, Bai Bingbing stood at the center of the stage with a microphone, beaming with a radiant smile. Stir-frying, boiling, and frying. Among the 8 major culinary traditions, who is the culinary master, standing above the rest? Good evening, dear viewers. Welcome to the first round of auditions for Who is the Culinary Master. I am your old friend, Bai Bingbing. The program had barely begun, yet the number of online viewers had already surpassed 100,000, with the majority tuning in for Bai Bingbing. Her professionalism and charm captivated the audience, and within just a few sentences, she had piqued the interest of netizens while clearly explaining the competition rules. Chen Haiman picked up the intercom and said, Camera 3. Provide a panoramic view to allow the audience to glimpse the contestants of the preliminary selection. As the camera captures the scene, please proceed at a slower pace, gradually advancing to encourage the contestants to display their joy. The staff member, upon receiving the directive, carefully moved forward with the camera. The assistant followed closely behind, gesturing to the contestants to uplift their spirits and exude enthusiasm. These contestants, who seldom had the opportunity to appear on television, were brimming with excitement. However, one contestant, Qin Yang, clad in a full chef's uniform, stood with his arms crossed, exuding impatience. Hurry up and get started. My knife is yearning for action. Yet, when the camera shifted to Qin Yang, the online viewers in the television station's live broadcast room erupted in a flurry of excitement, flooding the screen with question marks. Chapter 93. Dear wife, please refrain from watching television. Qinggo, I must inquire why you have refrained from live streaming for several days. Are you clandestinely pursuing a culinary career? Something feels amiss. Why does Qinggo appear particularly haggard today, with such pronounced dark circles beneath his eyes? What sort of production team possesses the means to invite Qinggo? I hastily glanced at the prize money for the champion. 50,000. Surely, it isn't merely 500 million? Even my mother-in-law's allowance amounts to 15 million. Do you truly lack this paltry sum? Abstractly speaking, Chin Go remains as enigmatic as ever. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted in an unprecedented manner, catching the attention of Chen Haimin. The assistant responsible for monitoring the back-end data was rendered speechless. Director Chen, our live stream viewership has surpassed 500,000. The staff were elated. 500,000. These are not mere purchased zombie accounts. These are genuine online viewers. What has transpired to suddenly attract such overwhelming traffic? Chen Haimin straightened in his seat, scrutinizing each comment with diligence. Yet, the more he read, the more perplexed he became. Who is Chin Go? Is he a prominent celebrity? Why does everyone claim that securing him for a show requires at least 500 million? Could there be a hidden tycoon among the contestants? Quickly, bring me the list of participants. The assistant handed over the list, and Chen Haimin swiftly scanned it. Discovering that among the contestants, there was only one named Qin Yang. Aha, so it is this young man. Chen Haimin then closely examined Qin Yang's profile, a home chef. With years of experience in family cuisine, a kingly son-in-law, Chen Haimin was bewildered. Is this even in Chinese? He could comprehend home chef and family cuisine. But what on earth is a kingly son-in-law? Has a new hero emerged? Soon, the camera no longer focused on Qin Yang, as he merely served as a background figure in the production. Consequently, the online audience erupted in discontent, clamoring for the camera to return to him. Observing the flood of comments, Chen Haimin pondered for a moment before making a decision that contradicted the directives of his superiors. He picked up the intercom and spoke firmly. Cameras 5 and 6, adjust your positions immediately to focus on contestant number 8. The plans have changed. Prepare to have contestant number 8 seize the championship. During the filming, ensure he receives ample screen time. Bibing, you need not engage with Chao Yifan anymore. Interact more with Qin Yang and utilize the explosive questions we had prepared for him. Gentlemen, our success hinges on this moment. All departments must remain vigilant and error-free. On stage, clad in a resplendent golden chef's uniform, Chao Yifan exuded confidence and poise. This ensemble was meticulously tailored before the competition, intended to leave a lasting impression on the audience and to craft his persona as a culinary deity, thus reaping the rewards. From a distance, his golden chef's attire stood out among the crowd, akin to a crane amidst chickens. Uninformed onlookers might easily mistake the others for mere cooks, while he resembled an emperor. As he observed the staff approaching with the photographer, Chao Yifan adjusted his collar one last time, preparing for a display of composure. He adorned his face with a warm yet commanding smile, exuding confidence tempered with elegance, ready to greet the audience behind the lens. However, just as the camera was about to zoom in on him, the photographer seemed to receive some directive through his earpiece, abruptly halting his steps before slowly retreating. Chao Yifan was taken aback. What was happening? A game of cat and mouse? I had already struck my pose, and now you leave? Upon closer inspection, he realized that 3 photographers had inexplicably gathered around Qin Yang. One captured his full figure, another focused on his face, while the third zoomed in on his hands, poised to document every step of Qin Yang's culinary endeavor. Chao Yifan felt a wave of indignation wash over him. Shouldn't that be my moment? Have you mistaken the person? Qin Yang, equally perplexed, regarded the trio of cameras directed at him, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Imagine, if you will, 3 photographers brandishing cameras in bizarre positions before you. As if 3 beings with camera lenses were squatting in front of you. How would you feel? Yet, it didn't take long for Qin Yang to comprehend the situation. Goodness. These individuals are here to steal my limelight. He too was live streaming, albeit from a first-person perspective. No wonder his follower count had been growing so slowly. These 3 were siphoning off his audience. Just as Qin Yang was about to voice his frustration, Bai Bibing, having finished outlining the competition rules, called out, "You have 30 minutes. The competition officially begins now." With her proclamation, the contestants eagerly set their pans on the stove and commenced their preparations. Reluctantly, Qin Yang knew he had to focus on cooking first and would address the matter of stolen attention with the production team later. Meanwhile, the judges took their seats, and Bai Bibing engaged with them. Wow, we can already sense the vibrant energy of the competition as it kicks off. May I ask the 3 judges who you believe has the best chance of winning? Huang Sancher spoke up first. I am not a professional chef, but I have spent some time learning from a national banquet chef, so I can speak with some authority in this regard. I find Chao Yifan quite impressive. His entire demeanor sets him apart from the rest, and as the chief chef of Juwei Building, he is undoubtedly a remarkable talent. As we all know, Juwei Building is among the top 10 renowned dining establishments in our nation, and Xiao Yifun's skills speak for themselves. Kai Jikuan chimed in. I believe Chef Su Fan is quite good. I have tasted his dishes before, and they were indeed delicious. Bai Bingbing then turned to Tang Sini. Miss Tang, who do you favor? Rather than responding, Tang Sini input a number on the keyboard before her, triggering a dazzling light display. The radiant spectacle left everyone astonished. And Chen Haimin's expression shifted dramatically. Isn't the spotlight typically reserved for tasting the dishes? Why is Tang Sini already pressing it now? She seized the microphone and shouted, Brother Qin Yang, go for it. You are the best. I will always be your most devoted little fan. Yang, sir bravely. Sini will forever follow you. Love you, love you. The crowd was taken aback. In the midst of chopping vegetables, Qin Yang's hand trembled, nearly slicing his finger. It was only at this moment that he realized Tang Sini was actually one of the judges for this competition. How absurd. Isn't this woman a celebrated actress? Instead of filming all day, why is she here judging? However, Qin Yang quickly recalled a certain incident. Due to the maniacal murderer case, the crew had been quarantined for several days, and it seemed Tang Sini truly had nothing to occupy her time. What a twist of fate. He silently prayed, My dear, please do not watch television. Chapter 94. Miss Tang's implicit praise due to Tang Sini's frenzied antics. The director hastily cut away from the camera, simultaneously disabling her microphone. However, even amidst this chaos, her fervent cheers in support of Qin Yang could still be faintly heard in the background. The assistant director quickly gestured to Bai Bingbing, indicating that it was her turn to captivate the audience's attention. True to her reputation as a premier host, Bai Bingbing promptly grasped the assistant director's intent and strolled over to Qin Yang's side, exclaiming in astonishment, Wow, we can see that Mr. Qin's knife skills are remarkably exquisite, and his handling of the ingredients is exceptionally precise. Could we have a close-up from our cameraman? Through the lens. It is evident that these chopped scallions are not only finely diced but also remarkably uniform in size. Mr. Qin, may I inquire if you intentionally kept all the chopped scallions under 1 millimeter in size? Qin Yang was left utterly perplexed, his expression resembling that of a bewildered onlooker. What are you babbling about? Chopping scallions is a fundamental skill. How did it morph into me deliberately controlling their size? Can't you chop scallions yourself? Noting Qin Yang's indifference, Bai Bingbing's demeanor grew somewhat awkward. Just then, a massive fireball suddenly erupted behind Qin Yang, eliciting gasps from the audience. Upon closer inspection, Bai Bingbing realized it was the flamboyant display of culinary prowess by Xiao Yifun. Employing a myriad of exaggerated cooking techniques, he desperately sought to steal the limelight. However, just as the cameraman was about to shift the focus onto him, an irate voice crackled through the earpiece belonging to Chen Haimin. What is happening behind Qin Yang? Who dares to engage in such childish antics for attention? Cameraman, steady your shot. Today's star is Qin Yang. Your 3 cameras are solely tasked with capturing him. Ignore everything else, understood? Camera 3, change your angle. Do not allow Xiao Yifun to serve as the backdrop. That fellow is too raucous. Following Chen Haimin's directive, camera 3 promptly repositioned, effectively excluding Xiao Yifun from the frame. The latter was incensed. This is deliberate. The production team must be doing this on purpose. Has Chen Haimin lost his mind, collecting a paycheck without fulfilling his duties? Damn it. With Chen Haimin and that old man as credibility, they probably couldn't even scrape together enough for a power bank. In his quest for victory, Xiao Yifun had discreetly offered Chen Haimin a hefty sum to ensure favorable arrangements. Was this the result? As the competition heated up, the clock ticked down to the final 2 minutes. Prior to this, Bai Bingbing had steadfastly positioned herself in front of Qin Yang, incessantly praising his culinary skills, believing that as long as she remained unperturbed, any awkwardness would befall others. Accidentally cracking an eggshell into the bowl was merely a calcium-enhancing consideration. It was good for health. Misjudging the oil quantity was a testament to Qin Yang's mastery in the kitchen. While it would have sufficed for Bai Bingbing to voice such thoughts privately, she had chosen to express them in front of Qin Yang, making him feel somewhat bashful. Once the dishes were prepared, it was time for the tasting segment. Naturally, Tang Sini needed no further encouragement. Her vote was assuredly cast in favor of Qin Yang even before tasting. However, how Wang Sanshi and Kai Jikuan would cast their votes became a suspenseful mystery. Observing the rapidly escalating data on the back end, Xiao Yifun was certain that Qin Yang must be some sort of internet sensation. Otherwise, such a multitude of netizens would not flock to witness the spectacle. As the 3 judges prepared to commence their tasting, an assistant hurried over, visibly flustered, and exclaimed, "Director, it's bad news. Both Teacher Huang and Teacher Kai have unexpectedly requested a higher fee. Otherwise, they will likely continue to favor Chow Yifan. Chow Yifan furrowed his brow but was not overly astonished. Clearly, their sudden demand for more was anticipated. How much do they wish to add? He inquired. The assistant replied. Teacher Huang wants an additional 50,000, while Teacher Kai is asking for 5,000. Chow Yifan slapped his forehead, feeling a slight headache. After all, Kai Jikuan was participating in such a variety show for the first time and, lacking experience, was hesitant to demand much, settling for a mere 5,000. Teacher Huang, on the other hand, was evidently a seasoned veteran, merely requesting a change in voting preference. He opened his mouth to demand 50,000. Let us agree to Kai Jikuan's request directly, but negotiate further with Teacher Huang, suggested Chow Yifan. The assistant chuckled bitterly, stating, Director, there's no negotiating with Teacher Huang. You know his temperament well. Once he sets his mind on something, it is futile to argue otherwise. Just consider his previous endeavors with roast suckling pig and boiled beans, or how he coached Coach Liu in basketball. He has never once compromised. Chow Yifan pondered this and realized the truth in the assistant's words. While others might admit their mistakes, Teacher Huang believed he was infallible, merely asserting that his methods differed from others. As Chow Yifan hesitated, the tasting commenced. Each contestant presented 3 dishes, with all 3 judges required to sample and evaluate each one. The preceding contestants had been scrutinized, as the judges were quick to identify various faults. When only Qin Yang and Chow Yifan remained, the demeanor of the 3 judges shifted to one of grave seriousness. Bai Bingbing, sensing the change, promptly declared, Esteemed judges, we now have only our final duo of contestants left, Master Chow Yifan from Jiuewei Lu and Mr. Qin Yang, the son-in-law of the illustrious Wang family from the King's son-in-law program. One is a protege of a renowned chef and the head chef of a restaurant, while the other boasts years of experience in home-style cuisine, holding the honorary title of the chief cook in Longon community. Who among them possesses superior culinary skills? Let us invite the judges to taste. Bai Bingbing's fervent introduction only heightened Chow Yifan's unease. It felt akin to a grand champion of table tennis, adorned with medals, competing against the victor of a community trophy. Was there truly any suspense in this match? He mused that he could easily outshine his competitor. A sense of disquiet washed over him, as he felt increasingly akin to an overwhelmingly powerful antagonist in an anime, on the verge of being overturned by the protagonist. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the lid of the first dish was lifted. Chow Yifan had prepared sweet and sour pork tenderloin, glistening with a vibrant sheen, its rich sauce promising an enticing culinary experience. Qin Yang prepared braised pork with green beans, a truly homely dish. The 3 of them each sampled a bite of the sweet and sour pork. Tang Xini remained silent, taking a single bite before refraining from further eating, delicately wiping her mouth with a tissue, enveloped in quietude. Huang Sanchi's eyes lit up after his first taste. Exchanging a glance with Kai Jikuan, he initiated a conversation. Xiao Kai, does this sweet and sour pork taste the same as the one you had before? It's truly delightful, and the cooking time is expertly managed. Kai Jikuan nodded vigorously. Indeed, this is the flavor. His culinary skills are quite impressive. Hearing such high praise from the 2, Chow Yifan proudly lifted his chin. It seems this time, I am indeed the champion. My previous worries were unfounded. When it was their turn to taste the braised pork with green beans, Qin Yang subtly shook his head at Tang Xini, signaling her not to partake. Understanding his cue, she picked up a piece of meat, merely inhaling its aroma, and immediately offered her commendation. Chapter 95 Director, the one on stage is Qin Yang. Good. Tang Xini's sudden exclamation left everyone around her momentarily speechless. Bai Bingbing, taken aback, instinctively inquired, Miss Tang, what do you find so commendable about this braised pork? Tang Xini, with utmost seriousness, replied, the essence of culinary art lies in the harmony of color, aroma, and flavor. The visual appeal is evident. Just look at this platter of braised pork, deep crimson complemented by verdant greens. The interplay of red and green is undeniably appetizing. Just a moment ago, I sampled a piece of the pork and was entranced by its fragrant allure, which surely whets the appetite. Bai Bingbing pressed further, then why haven't you tasted it? With a gentle smile, Tang Xini responded, I have already appreciated its color and aroma. The tasting of flavor shall be entrusted to the more seasoned connoisseurs among us. The audience, suddenly enlightened, nodded in agreement, surprised by the humility of this grand celebrity. Huang Sanchi and Kai Jikuan, under the impression that Tang Xini was merely granting them face, jovially indulged in generous portions of the braised pork. However, their smiles soon froze. No longer jovial, Kai Jikuan refrained from expressing his distaste as the 5,000 had been deposited. One must fulfill their obligations when compensated. After all, Huang Sanshi remained silent purely due to the overwhelming familiarity of the flavor, which rendered him embarrassed to voice his discomfort. Both men delivered performances worthy of their finest acting, suppressing their nausea while feigning enjoyment as they swallowed the pork. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 disgust points from Huang Sanshi. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 disgust points from Kai Jikuan. Congratulations, host. You have gained 500 curiosity points from the audience. Qin Yang found amusement in the unfolding situation. So this is what it means to evoke emotional turmoil. Quite intriguing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 3,000 admiration points from Tangsini. Qin Yang? He was astonished. Tangsini alone had contributed 3,000 points of emotion, and it was admiration? All she did was sniff the braised pork. Surely this was an exaggeration. Come on, system brother. This is over the top. Tangsini's gaze was fixed on Qin Yang, and while the other two men were grappling with their discomfort, she took the liberty of winking at him and forming a heart with her right hand. Goodness, she dared to act in ways Qin Yang could scarcely bear to behold. This was no mere expression of affection. It was a clear invitation to meet the matriarch ahead of time. Once the two men finally managed to swallow the braised pork, Bai Bingbing asked, "Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on this dish of braised pork with green beans?" Kai Jikuan, hand over his mouth, gave a thumbs up, conveying all without words. Huang Sanshi, a seasoned veteran, wiped his mouth with a napkin and solemnly inquired, "Young man, who taught you to prepare this braised pork in such a manner?" Qin Yang earnestly replied, "I learned it from you, Teacher Huang. This braised pork was prepared without a single drop of water. I used 2 bottles of cooking wine instead. As for the green beans, I followed your instructions meticulously, ensuring an authentic flavor." Huang Sanshi. Indeed, the boomerang of fate had come back to strike him. At this moment, Huang Sanshi desperately wished to call the authorities. Setting aside the discussion of braised pork, one must ponder the outcome of the stewed green beans. Surely he must have some awareness of this. Observing Huang Sanshi's grim expression, the viewers in the live stream found amusement in the situation. I initially believed that the nefarious gardenia flower plan was quite impressive, yet I was taken aback by Qin Yang's prowess as he executed a flawless replication. Qin Yang remarked, "Teacher Huang, I followed your recipe to the letter. You cannot possibly claim that a dish developed by you lacks flavor, can you?" Huang Sanshi replied, "Are these green beans overcooked? I find them perfectly tender and flavorful." Having dedicated his life to compliance testing, Huang Sanshi unexpectedly stumbled into a predicament. Much to the delight of onlookers, Bai Bingbing, with curiosity, inquired, "Teacher Huang, what do you think of this dish?" Huang Sanshi took a sip of tea to clear his throat and reluctantly stated, "The flavor is acceptable, and the method is undoubtedly sound. However, the timing is slightly off. I still believe Cao Yifan surpasses in skill." The 3 judges each rendered their scores. Naturally, Tangsini and Kai Jikuan were in support of Qin Yang. However, Huang Sanshi was resolutely determined to secure that 50,000 yuan, thus he steadfastly backed Cao Yifan and awarded a score that matched Tangsini's. Consequently, in the first round, Qin Yang narrowly triumphed. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Cao Yifan grew anxious. Did Huang Sanshi truly lack financial resources? To elevate the program's reputation, the champion must consistently be deemed favorable by the 3 judges. Otherwise, how could one claim the title of culinary master? Considering that the program's immense viewership was primarily driven by Qin Yang, Cao Yifan gritted his teeth and instructed his assistant, "Go and transfer the 50,000 yuan to Teacher Huang's account. Ensure he adheres to the original script and performs well, so that we can conclude this without any hitches." "Understood, Director Chen." As the assistant processed the transfer, Huang Sanshi received the notification in his earpiece. He instantly transformed his demeanor from stern to amiable, smiling warmly at Qin Yang. Although the timing may be lacking, it is commendable that a young person can achieve this level based on my recipe. I eagerly anticipate your performances in the remaining 2 dishes. While Huang Sanshi was tasting the dish, a group of leaders clad in jackets entered the studio through a side door, exuding an impressive presence. The foremost leader, a figure clearly accustomed to high office, commanded respect without uttering a word. The television station's director, Yang Bo, trailed slightly behind, maintaining a respectful yet unflattering demeanor. Keenly observing the situation, leader Liang Guodong pointed towards the stage and inquired, "Is this your station's culinary program?" Yang Bo promptly smiled and began to introduce, "Yes, esteemed leader. This is a newly launched culinary program called Who is the Culinary Master? This program aims to be a family-friendly show that also teaches viewers how to cook, enhancing their overall happiness. Liang Guodong nodded in approval. The format of the program is indeed commendable, but you must ensure that fire safety measures are thoroughly implemented. With dozens of stoves on that stage, any accidental fire could lead to chaos. Yang Bo immediately reassured, "Rest assured, esteemed leader. Our station has dedicated personnel responsible for fire safety inspections, and the city's fire department conducts random checks on a monthly basis." Liang Guodong smiled and nodded, addressing Lu Jiming, who stood nearby. "Jiming, it appears that the fire safety measures in your city are commendable. However, the public safety environment leaves much to be desired. In less than half a month, your city has witnessed several significant criminal cases, including some with profoundly adverse social repercussions. This does not reflect your governing capabilities. I have been dispatched to conduct an inspection to ascertain the true state of social safety in Zhanghai City. If your public safety can match the excellence of your fire safety, it would certainly ease our concerns." Lu Jiming replied. "The responsibility for social safety has always rested with Director Zhang Yi from the General Administration. Director Zhang, please share your thoughts." Just as Zhang Yi was about to confidently speak, Luo Jun from the Sub-Bureau suddenly changed his expression and discreetly tugged on his sleeve. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, questioning, "Why are you pulling me?" Luo Jun replied with a wry smile, "Director, the person on stage is Qin Yang." Chapter 96. In these times, money is hard to earn. In every city, there exists a requisite for the crime resolution rate. It must not be too low, nor excessively high. A low rate suggests the potential presence of corrupt protection, while a high rate indicates a deficiency in public security. However, Zhanghai City stands apart, having surpassed all expectations. Homicides, discarded bodies, concealed corpses within film crews, drug stashes hidden in the woods. Recently, Zhanghai City has been plagued by a series of major cases, and the officers at Dongshan Police Station have all managed to earn accolades. What is this situation? Has Zhanghai City transformed into a parallel to Los Santos? This is precisely why the higher-ups dispatched Liang Guodong to investigate. When circumstances deviate from the norm, something sinister is afoot, and Liang Guodong is here to uncover this anomaly. Director Zhang Yi momentarily failed to grasp the situation. What was happening with Qin Yang? What relevance did the person on stage have to my report to the leadership? Zhang Yi gestured for Luo Jun to cease his antics. Not everyone has the opportunity to report to the special envoy from the capital. Yet, just as Zhang Yi prepared to speak, he belatedly registered the implications, his expression shifting dramatically. He swiftly shot a glare at Luo Jun. "Qin Yang? Did you not grant Lu Yin a leave of absence? How did she allow this young man to escape her watch?" Luo Jun offered an awkward smile. "They are husband and wife, not a prison guard and an inmate. No one can restrict his freedom of movement." Zhang Yi intended to voice further thoughts, but Liang Guodong interjected. "What are you two whispering about? Is there anything I am not permitted to overhear?" Faced with this inquiry from his superior, Zhang Yi could only muster the courage to respond, "Sir, it is nothing. Luo Jun just remarked that the person on stage seems somewhat familiar." Upon closer inspection, it appears to be Officer Lu Yan's husband, Qin Yang. Liang Guodong immediately expressed interest. "Oh, Jimin, your son-in-law?" At that moment, Lu Jimin noticed Qin Yang, resplendent in his chef's attire, standing confidently on stage. "Indeed, it is my son-in-law, Qin Yang." Liang Guodong, intrigued, remarked, "I have long heard that your family had found a remarkable son-in-law, yet you kept him hidden from us. To think he is a chef." Lu Jimin replied candidly, "I only just learned that he is a chef myself." Both Lu Jimin and his wife were preoccupied with their respective duties, leaving them little time at home. Since Lu Yin and Qin Yang's marriage, she had scarcely returned to her parental home. Thus the couple had yet to experience Qin Yang's culinary talents. Initially, the group intended to merely stroll through the studio before departing. However, Liang Guodong's interest in Qin Yang led him to linger a while longer. At that precise moment, the second dish was unveiled. Chow Yifan confidently declared, "Esteemed judges, my second dish is the renowned national banquet delicacy, squirrel fish." He elaborated, "This dish is the first I mastered after apprenticing, and I have devoted nearly a decade to perfecting it. I invite you all to savor it." With unwavering assurance, Chow Yifan conveyed his absolute confidence in this dish, certain it would secure him victory. Huang Sancher took a bite, his reaction unremarkable. "The flavor is rather average, lacking depth." Chow Yifan, "Damn it, once again it's lacking depth. Is this the go-to phrase?" After tasting a bite, Kai Jikuan dared not meet Chow Yifan's gaze. lowering his head to say, "It's not as delicious as last time. Perhaps Master Chow is not in good form today." At this moment, Chow Yifan realized the truth. These two had been bribed. Tang Xinyi, having barely taken a bite, carelessly poked at the squirrel mandarin fish with her chopsticks. Is this fish even cooked properly? The flesh is still springy. It's utterly disgusting. And this sauce, is this the color a proper sauce should be? It's completely killed my appetite. What a failure. Chow Yifan was furious. A conspiracy. There must be a conspiracy. Sensing Chow Yifan's rising agitation, Bai Bingbing quickly gestured for the sound technician to mute Chow Yifan's microphone, while instructing the cameraman to shift the focus to her. Thank you to the three judges for their insightful comments. Now let us savor the second dish from Qin Yang, 9 turns of intestines. A steaming plate of intestines was presented, elegantly arranged on the table. One must admit, Qin Yang possesses a certain culinary talent. At least this dish looked visually appealing. The three judges commenced their performance. Kai Jikuan was the first to speak. This dish looks absolutely delicious, quite appetizing. Tang Xinyi was momentarily taken aback. You're using my words. Huang Sanshur also provided his professional insight. Do not underestimate the humble intestine. Achieving perfection in this dish is quite challenging. The difficulty lies not in the seasoning, but in thoroughly cleaning the intestines to suppress their inherent odor. By the way, Qin Yang, why is this dish called 9 turns of intestines? Qin Yang smiled slightly. You will know once you taste it. Huang Sanshur chuckled. Ah, you're keeping us in suspense. How mischievous. Very well, let us proceed to taste it. Huang Sanshur and Kai Jikuan picked up their chopsticks, placing a piece of intestine into their mouths. Tang Xinyi, having adhered to Qin Yang's words, merely continued to poke around in the dish, feigning interest in the presentation. Upon tasting the intestine, the flavor was rich and intense. Kai Jikuan could barely hold back the urge to vomit. His professional decorum compelled him to cover his mouth and force the intestine down. Earning money is hard, but consuming this is even harder. Had he known he would be eating such a dish for 5,000, he would have refused the payment. Huang Sanshur, being seasoned in the field, displayed a more restrained reaction than Kai Jikuan, yet the look in his eyes toward Qin Yang was distinctly troubling, akin to the onset of murderous intent. He dared not chew, fearing to do so. With each chew of others' intestines, a rich broth would burst forth, filling the mouth. However, while Qin Yang's intestines also released a robust essence, the nature of what emerged was understood by all. Huang Sanshur, suppressing his disgust, gritted his teeth and inquired, "Is this truly your 9 turns of intestines? Why does it feel as though it has been cleaned properly?" Qin Yang earnestly explained, "Teacher Huang, it's not that I failed to clean it properly, but rather that I selectively preserved a portion of the original essence of the pig intestines. Only in this way can we achieve the intricate, multi-layered texture of the dish. If you were to savor it attentively, you would discover a myriad of flavors. Much like the experience of tasting cat feces coffee, connoisseurs can even discern what the cat consumed the previous day, reflecting on its overall digestive health." Huang Sanshur remained speechless, as did Kai Jikuan, leaving everyone astounded. The authentic essence of the pig intestines, could it possibly be? Remarkable. Only my brother Qin could audaciously present such a dish before so many, feeding the judges something so daring. I would call this a masterstroke of cunning. Strict scrutiny of the host is warranted. I suspect he and teacher here are part of the same clandestine organization. Huang Sanshur recollected, I once tasted the 9-turn pig intestines, and it remains an unforgettable flavor etched in my memory, so pure and exquisite. Chapter 97. Discovering the Butcher's Trail. Noticing the atmosphere had turned slightly awkward, Bai Bingbing promptly remarked, it appears that the 3 judges are quite impressed with Qin Yang's exquisite dish of 9 transformations of fat intestines. Now, I kindly request the judges to assign their scores. Tang Xinyi, without hesitation, awarded the highest score. Although Huang Sanshur and Kai Jikuan were somewhat displeased, they could not afford to give Qin Yang a low score after indulging in the dish. Doing so would render their meal meaningless. No one wishes to oppose monetary interests. After 2 rounds of tasting, Qin Yang maintained a significant lead. The 3rd round unfolded without any surprises as he astonished everyone with his Westlake vinegar fish, once again garnering high scores. Following the recording, Huang Sanshur left with a stern expression. Kai Jikuan, clutching a trash bin, vented his frustrations, unable to recover for quite some time. Only Tang Xinyi, having eaten nothing, remained unaffected. She approached Qin Yang, playfully wrinkling her nose at him. Brother Yang, you are quite mischievous. Why did you deliberately tease those judges? Qin Yang, with utmost sincerity, replied, I did no such thing. Please refrain from making baseless accusations. Those 3 dishes were carefully selected masterpieces of my culinary skills. Nonsense, Tang Xinyi retorted, playfully tapping her toes on the ground. Remember back in college when we went camping? And you prepared a pot of bamboo shoot and wild chicken soup for all of us? The delightful flavor still lingers in my memory. If others are unaware of your culinary prowess, I certainly am not. Qin Yang nearly shed tears at the mention of such trivial matters, wishing they would not resurface. How could you forget? Those 4 years in college with your companionship were the most beautiful time of my life. Tang Xinyi continued, her voice innocent. I remember when I twisted my ankle during that camping trip, and you carried me up a mountain. I felt so safe on your broad back. As if nothing could frighten me. At this point, Tang Xinyi's cheeks flushed suddenly. Back then, you even complained about me being too heavy, saying it was exhausting to carry me. Oh, you must have said that on purpose. How annoying, she exclaimed, covering her face with her hands and stamping her foot. Trembling slightly, Qin Yang, drenched in sweat, thought to himself, Sister, I am currently live streaming. Why must you share everything? The chat room was filled with smirking emojis. What is this soft thing they are discussing? What are they talking about? The comments flowed in. Children should not interrupt adult conversations. Go play elsewhere. Those familiar with Tang Xinyi might remember why she once earned the nickname Milky. One could only say that those who understood, understood. Stop bragging, brothers. Once you date a girl like her, you will learn to behave. The burden is truly substantial. To the brother upstairs, I express my deepest sympathies for your plight. However, I am one who relishes challenges. Allow me to bear this burden. As Tang Xinyi became increasingly outrageous in her tales, her manager, Hiyu, hurried over to escort her away. Xinyi, have you forgotten about your upcoming interview? My apologies, Mr. Qin, but we must attend to work matters. We shall take our leave now. Qin Yang nodded repeatedly, signaling Hiyu to hastily take Tang Xinyi away. However, to his dismay, Tang Xinyi continued to chatter incessantly. Brother Yang, do you still remember that camping trip when we were in the tent at night? Hiyu, in shock, quickly covered her mouth and forcefully dragged her away. With a gulp, Qin Yang swallowed hard and promptly called Sun Jia. On the other end, a groggy voice responded, Brother-in-law? What is the matter? Qin Yang inquired in a low tone. Are you watching the live stream? No, I'm sleeping, came the reply. Qin Yang scoffed. Sleeping in the middle of the day? Sun Jia yawned. Yeah, I'm taking a nap. I worked overtime last night, and I'm exhausted. What is up, brother-in-law? Qin Yang retrieved another phone and opened the live stream, scrolling through the list. Is there someone named Sun Dashing in my live stream you know? Sun Jia's demeanor shifted, becoming noticeably anxious. I don't know her. Since you don't know her, I'll block her, Qin Yang stated. Sun Jia nearly cried, Don't. Brother-in-law, this Sun Dashing has done anything to you? Why block her for no reason? Caught you in a slip-up, huh? So, Sun Jia, you're playing the role of a secret identity now. Since you're in the live stream, you heard everything Tang Xinyi just said, right? Sun Jia sighed, Don't worry. Brother-in-law, I know what to say and what not to say. I will always stand by your side. I'm your undercover agent, after all. Qin Yang nodded in satisfaction. That's good to know. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. Qin Yang frowned. What was that noise? Sun Jia flustered, explained. Oh, it's nothing. I was frying eggs and accidentally broke two. Qin Yang felt a flicker of doubt, but said nothing further before hanging up. Sun Jia set down the phone, glancing nervously at Lu Yan, who sat nearby. In the Dongqing district, at the Tongrentang Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. Sister Xiaoyan, please don't be angry. It's completely normal in college to occasionally go camping outdoors with female classmates. And it's also quite normal to help a classmate who sprained her ankle and can't walk. Lu Yan's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Staying in the same tent at night is also normal? Sun Jia scratched her neck, unsure of how to salvage the situation. She stammered, Well, perhaps. Brother-in-law was just simply helping Tang Xinyi with some medicine, rubbing her legs. And then, while rubbing, it just... Oh no, what am I saying? Sun Jia quickly covered her mouth, wishing she could slap herself. Those inappropriate novels were truly harmful. The plots from the indecent novels she had read seemed to flow into her words effortlessly, without any sense of incongruity. Indeed, Lu Yan's anger escalated. Initially, she felt sympathy for Qin Yang, who had been worn out by her demands over the past few days, and after purchasing some pills, she had come to the clinic to get him some tonic. Yet, it turned out Qin Yang had been so frivolous during his university days. All right, the medicine is ready. Dr. Li emerged from the pharmacy accompanied by his assistant, carefully placing 6 bags of prepared traditional Chinese medicine into a single bag before handing it to Miss Lu. Miss Lu, This is the tonic you requested for enhancing kidney function and overall vitality. 6 bags constitute a complete course and will yield significant benefits for Mr. Qin. Miss Lu replied coldly, Dr. Li, do you have any of those potent aphrodisiac pills? Dr. Li's smile froze momentarily. Aphrodisiac? What do you mean? Miss Lu clarified. The kind that can help expend energy at home, ideally leaving one completely harmless to other women when stepping outside. Beside them, Sun Jia trembled in shock. What on earth? That's brutal. Dr. Li awkwardly responded, Miss Lu, please do not jest. Even if such a remedy existed, I could never prescribe it. That would be utterly irresponsible. Just as Miss Lu was about to retort further, her phone rang with a call from Yin Peng. Team Leader Lu, we have discovered the butcher's whereabouts. Keep him in sight. Send me the location, and I shall come immediately. After hanging up, Miss Lu slammed the items on the table, clutching the traditional medicine as she turned to leave. Dr. Li scrutinized the scene, suddenly feeling his blood pressure rise. Xiao Zhang. This pile of powder on the table looks remarkably familiar to me. Xiao Zhang awkwardly replied, Dr. Li. It seems to resemble the iron walnuts you placed on the table earlier. Dr. Li chuckled. After 20 years of nurturing those iron walnuts, they ended up reduced to mere dust? I am weary. Let it all come to ruin. Chapter 98. Either remain silent or depart after concluding the phone call. Qin Yang was about to take his leave when he was halted by Lu Jiming. Qin Yang, Lu Jiming called out. Qin Yang, taken aback, inquired, Father, what brings you here? Work, Lu Jiming responded succinctly. At that moment, Qin Yang noticed several individuals standing beside Lu Jiming, all clad in white shirts and administrative jackets. Sensing Qin Yang's confusion, Lu Jiming introduced, Qin Yang, this is the special envoy from the capital, Liang Guodong. Qin Yang promptly greeted him, greetings, sir. Liang Guodong erupted into hearty laughter. No need for formalities. If you don't mind, call me Uncle Liang. I have known Jiming for many years. His younger generation is akin to my own, and his son-in-law is my son-in-law as well. The onlookers were visibly envious. No wonder Liang Guodong specifically requested Lu Jiming's company upon arriving in Jiahai City. Their camaraderie was evidently profound. Qin Yang, it seemed, had stumbled upon fortuitous luck. Basking in the glow of his father-in-law's influence, effortlessly rendering Liang Guodong into his Uncle Liang. In the future, should Qin Yang encounter any predicaments, the mere title of Uncle Liang would surely compel Liang Guodong to lend assistance. While others perceived this as merely capitalizing on connections, Qin Yang remained on high alert. What did it mean that Lu Jiming's son-in-law was also considered Liang Guodong's son-in-law? The phrasing struck him as oddly uncomfortable. Before Qin Yang could voice his concerns, Luo Jun's phone rang. What? Are you certain it's him? If it truly is, we must deploy additional teams. We cannot afford to let him escape this time. Upon hanging up, Luo Jun noticed the curious gazes of everyone around him and hastily clarified, Leaders, we have just discovered the whereabouts of the international assassin known as the Butcher. I have ordered Yin Ping to lead the special police in apprehending him. Special Envoy Liang. I must take my leave. This operation requires my direct oversight. Liang Guodong nodded in understanding. Be cautious on your way. Safety comes first. Luo Jun saluted and swiftly departed with several subordinates. Liang Guodong, intrigued, inquired. The butcher Luo Jun mentioned is indeed the international assassin who has been evading capture within our borders, correct? Zhenyi affirmed. Yes, sir. This butcher is exceedingly cunning and employs incredibly brutal methods. Even our forensic experts find the crime scenes unsettling. According to the dossier from Interpol, this individual is a highly trained and profoundly deranged killer. His presence in Jianghai City poses a severe threat to the societal fabric, which is why we have placed a substantial bounty on his capture. Liang Guodong clasped his hands behind his back, deep in thought. An international assassin, rather than remaining abroad, chooses to infiltrate the most tightly controlled domestic environment. Who among you can fathom his motives? Silence enveloped the room, and all eyes instinctively turned to Qin Yang. Qin Yang, bewildered, asked, Why are you looking at me? Zhang Yi chuckled. Previously, Luo Jun mentioned to me that if we encounter formidable criminals during investigations, we should entrust them to Captain Lu Yan. However, if we find ourselves at an impasse, seeking your insight is undoubtedly the right course of action. Qin Yang, you are the Dawn Sentinel personally appointed by the Provincial Bureau, the nemesis of evil. Therefore, we are eager to hear your thoughts on why the butcher has come to Jiahai City. Qin Yang, is this a game of awkwardness? Such a shameful title that I can barely utter, yet Zhang Yi speaks of it with such gravity, unfazed. Feeling embarrassed, Qin Yang responded, Director Zhang, this is quite absurd. Everyone has different thoughts and values. For instance, I deeply care for my wife. Wherever she goes, I follow without much conscious thought, acting solely on instinct. If you ask me to guess what the butcher is thinking, perhaps he didn't think much at all and simply chose a city at random to wreak havoc. Qin Yang intended to convey two fundamental truths: eschew mysticism and trust in science. To his surprise, the others began to ponder his words, believing that there must be significant clues hidden within his seemingly trivial response. Qin Yang felt bewildered. Did these people truly comprehend his meaning? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yi shook his head. Your words are too profound. I find them difficult to understand. Qin Yang, with Commissioner Liang present, why not share a glimpse of your insight? Who knows, you might just hit the mark. Qin Yang forced a smile. There's no such thing as who knows, Director. Trust in science. Just as he was about to decline further, his father-in-law, Lu Jiming, interjected, just take a wild guess, as long as it is reasonable. Qin Yang held great respect for his father-in-law. Since Lu Jiming had spoken, he felt obliged to take a stab at it. Everyone observed as Qin Yang closed his eyes, rhythmically tapping his fingers against his thigh. The viewers in the live stream found it amusing. No way, is Qin Yang serious? Is he invoking spirits? Let him speak. I'm curious to see what he can come up with. Butcher, danger. If Qin Yang guesses correctly, I'll directly eat 3 pounds of dung. Fellow viewers, bear witness. While the viewers were chattering, Qin Yang opened his eyes. Director Zhang, have you ever considered why you were unable to detect the butcher's traces before, yet suddenly can now? Zheng Yi was momentarily taken aback, while a man standing in the corner let out a laugh. I thought you had some groundbreaking deduction. But it turns out to be just this? Qin Yang scrutinized him. Who are you? The man, furious, replied, I am Xiao Gaoshou. We have met before. Qin Yang responded with an "oh," scratching his head. My apologies, I have no recollection. I tend not to pay much attention to those with low presence. Xiao Gaoshou was nearly apoplectic. Despite being a respected criminal investigation expert at the Nanshan branch, he felt rendered invisible in Qin Yang's presence. Liang Guodong encouraged, Xiao Qin, feel free to express your thoughts boldly. It matters not if you err, for this is merely a casual conversation amongst us. Qin Yang nodded, dismissing the self-deprecating remarks of Xiao Gaoshou, and continued with his analysis. As you have mentioned, the butcher is an exceedingly cunning international assassin. After committing his crime at the foot of the mountain, he has evaded capture for several days, and you have yet to uncover any leads, which sufficiently illustrates the robustness of his counter-surveillance capabilities. However, a question arises. Why were there no clues for the past few days? Yet today the butcher's whereabouts have been revealed? Xiao Gaoshou scoffed. What is so peculiar about this? The surveillance network is omnipresent. A criminal may elude capture momentarily, but not indefinitely. Should he dare to reveal himself in a monitored area, discovery is merely a matter of time. Qin Yang could no longer contain himself and retorted directly. Who on earth brought this fool in? Can someone silence him? Or perhaps just escort him out? The others remained silent. Chapter 99. The importance of face. Human beings are inherently concerned about their dignity. What do individuals with dual identities fear the most? They dread the loss of face. The reason they dare only to undermine you indirectly rather than openly disparage you is that, while they cannot abide your presence, they also wish to avoid a direct confrontation, maintaining a semblance of decorum. However, Qin Yang is utterly indifferent to such trivialities. Throughout his life, aside from Lu Yin, has he ever feared anyone? Absurd. Being treated like a beast at home by Lu Yin is inconsequential to Qin Yang. After all, she is his wife, and providing for her is a natural obligation. Yet, who dares to treat him like a beast outside? Does anyone genuinely believe that Qin Ge is powerless? Faced with Qin Yang's vehement confrontation, Xiao Gaoshou appeared flustered, gesturing helplessly, unsure of how to respond. Zhang Yi spoke sternly, Expert Xiao, it is now Qin Yang's time to analyze. Could you allow him to finish his thoughts? Interrupting others frequently is quite impolite. If you cannot contain yourself, you may step outside. Zhang Yi's admonition served as a serious warning, and Xiao Gaoshou, not daring to challenge his superior, could only lower his head in submission. After addressing Xiao Gaoshou, Zheng Yi smiled and encouraged, Qin Yang, please continue. Qin Yang collected his thoughts anew, envisioning himself as a butcher. I could have remained hidden in silence, yet I chose to reveal myself. I could have fled to a more remote city or a larger metropolis, yet I specifically came to Jiahai City. I also possess another identity, that of an international assassin. Connecting these clues, a wildly terrifying idea emerged in Qin Yang's mind. Uncle Liang, was your decision to come to Jiahai City made on short notice by the higher-ups? Liang Guodong, perplexed by Qin Yang's sudden inquiry, responded earnestly, "No, every year." The capital dispatches special agents to major cities for investigations, which are meticulously planned in advance. However, due to the recent surge in significant cases in Shanghai City, I had to arrive a bit earlier to assess the situation here. A chill ran down Qin Yang's spine, and he instinctively grabbed a stick for protection. Noticing his anxiety, Lu Zhiming reassured him, "It's all right, Qin Yang, speak your mind. No one will blame you for a misstep." Taking a deep breath, Qin Yang declared, "If I were the butcher, my sudden appearance would signify one possibility. The individual revealed is merely a decoy, not the real person. Their intent is to employ a diversion to rob the house." At this point, Qin Yang cast a glance at Liang Guodong. "Uncle Liang, it seems the butcher is targeting you." Zhang Yi was the first to respond to Qin Yang's revelation. No wonder his eyelids had been twitching since earlier. The root of the tension lay here. Liang Guodong, being an envoy from the capital, had his safety as the utmost priority. This was precisely why Luo Jun and several plainclothes officers were present, tasked with ensuring Liang Guodong's outer security. Now, a mere decoy had rendered Luo Jun and several detectives completely bewildered. Who would safeguard Liang Guodong's safety now? Zhang Yi was startled, instinctively glancing around. After the program concluded, the studio was largely deserted, save for a few staff members tidying up and organizing props. Zhang Yi managed a strained smile and remarked, "Xiao Qin, do not speak so frighteningly. Mr. Liang is a special envoy from the capital. Even a madman would not dare to attack him. What would he gain from such an act?" Zhang Yi's reasoning held merit. To combat organized crime, one requires evidence. To counter terrorism, a list. Yet to quell a rebellion, only coordinates are necessary. Regardless of whom the butcher served, if Liang Guodong were truly to be attacked and perish, every single individual in administrative attire at the scene would face dire consequences. Why would anyone risk such a fate? Was it merely for the thrill of experiencing a massacre? Zhang Yi felt a surge of anxiety, drawing his baton and signaling Qin Yang to continue. "If you were the butcher, now that the tiger has been lured away, what would you do?" Qin Yang replied with a smile, "Naturally, I would head straight for the target and strike decisively. However, accomplishing this is no easy feat. One must be sufficiently close to ensure lethality." As Qin Yang stroked his chin, he suddenly noticed a stooped elderly man with his back turned, cleaning the stage. He casually pointed to the man, chuckling, "Director Zhang, do you see that? If I were the butcher, I would disguise myself as a staff member of this television program. With such an identity, my presence here would not seem out of place, allowing me to approach the target more reasonably." The old man paused in his sweeping, falling silent. "Damn it, something's off." Zhang Yi immediately recognized the old man's peculiar behavior, drawing his weapon and aiming it at him. "Hands up, don't move." A flicker of malice flashed in the old man's eyes, and the mop in his hand twitched. However, at that moment, two armed police officers approached, signaling him to cooperate with the inspection. The old man sighed, casting a reluctant glance at Qin Yang. "How did you see through me?" Qin Yang chuckled. "You asked me. Who should I ask? It was just a casual remark. Do you truly believe it?" The old man removed his wig, revealing a pale visage that suggested illness. The online viewers were left in astonishment. "I can't believe it. It's truly the butcher. He looks exactly like the wanted poster online. Is the upstairs brain dead?" The wanted poster could not possibly differ from the actual person. Earlier, those who boasted about their bravery, claiming they would consume something unsavory, were now silent. "Please, go live. If you dare eat it, I'll send you a rocket. Do not jest. If you encounter a formidable opponent, you might just explode." The butcher appeared quite refined. Could he truly be a deranged killer? If a genuine psychopathic murderer were discovered, wouldn't he fight to the death? How could he so readily surrender? "My friend, with 3 guns aimed at your head, do you still intend to resist? How would you do so? By shattering bullets with your skull?" Qin Yang chose not to respond to the butcher's inquiries, opting for silence instead, portraying an air of superiority. Zhang Yi personally placed handcuffs on the butcher, assigning several colleagues to ensure his transport to the vehicle. Until the butcher was taken away, Zhang Yi was enveloped in a surreal and dreamlike sensation. Had I truly apprehended the butcher, who had been pursued by Interpol for 3 long years? A smile spread across Zhang Yi's face, as he reveled in the serendipity of the moment. Fortune indeed smiled upon him, as the butcher had barely made a move before being preemptively thwarted by Qin Yang. The soothsayer. Who could withstand such a turn of events? Zhang Yi patted Qin Yang on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Well done, young man. You are indeed the nemesis of evil. Your prowess is unparalleled." Liang Guodong also chimed in, "Little Qin, I owe you my life. Yet before Liang Guodong could finish his sentence, another staff member, who had been mopping the floor, suddenly brandished a dagger and plunged it into his chest. Chapter 100. The sky has fallen. The mission has failed again. Leader. Old Liang. Upon witnessing Liang Guodong being attacked, Lu Jiming and Jin Yi rushed forward, determined to apprehend the assailant. However, the adversary proved to be remarkably agile, swiftly kicking Lu Jiming to the ground and slipping away from Zhang Yi's grasp like a slippery eel. In a fit of urgency, Zhang Yi raised his weapon and fired twice. Just as the assailant reached the window, he was struck by a bullet and collapsed. Quick, call for an ambulance. Blood seeped through Liang Guodong's white shirt, and the man who had been jovial moments ago suddenly appeared drained, his complexion pale and lips turning blue. Lu Jiming pressed his hand against Liang's chest. Old Liang, you must not die. Two police officers approached the window and confirmed that the ambusher, shot in the back, lay lifeless on the ground. 5 minutes later, the ambulance arrived to take Liang Guodong away. Zhang Yi, with a grave expression, ordered, seal off the television station and conduct identity checks on everyone. Chen Haimin, who had just received the news and rushed from the back office, was bewildered. What is happening? Everything was going so well today, and now the station is being sealed off? At that moment, an assistant hurried over, trembling as he reported, It's bad, Director Chen. One of our janitors has been arrested, and another has been shot dead. It seems both were wanted fugitives. Chen Haimin's anger flared. If you're going to arrest someone, then do so. Why shut down our television station? We have a program to record tomorrow. The assistant, caught between laughter and tears, replied, Someone was stabbed, and he was wearing an administrative jacket. Chen Haimin hesitated, falling silent as his hands began to tremble. No way, is it true? Someone in an administrative jacket was stabbed? This is a disaster. The television station is likely to face the greatest calamity in its history. Are you certain those two janitors were from our station? Not sure. The assistant was nearing tears. We've always hired temporary workers for cleaning. The director is just trying to save money by not offering proper positions. Chen Haimin felt an overwhelming headache. Didn't we check identities when hiring? Surely you looked at ID cards or something. The assistant shook his head with a wry smile. Temporary workers don't require ID checks. They get paid for the work they do, and sometimes if they don't do a good job, they don't even get paid, since there is no contract involved. Covering his face with his hands, Chen Haimin lamented, The director is truly a beast. He spends every night at nightclubs, feasting on lavish seafood, yet he tries to cut corners on cleaning costs at the station. He ought to learn to save where it matters. I have to go home for a while. Just as Chen Haimin was about to leave, Sun Jia entered with over 100 police officers, sealing off all important file cabinets and rooms in the station. Embarrassed, Chen Haimin asked, Officer, what are you doing? Sun Jia replied expressionlessly, We are executing our duties. The television station is temporarily closed. You must accompany us for an investigation. Please cooperate. Sun Jia waved her hand, and Chen Haimin along with his assistant were promptly taken away by the police. Qin Yang, observing the unfolding events, felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. What about my mission? Ding. Regrettably, host. The mission has failed. Mission penalty has been enacted. Lu Yan's physique has been further enhanced. Herbal remedy, Tian Luandafing powder has been distributed. Qin Yang. His heart sank into despondency. You bastard butcher. That knife was not merely plunged into Liang Guodong's chest. It was as if it had been driven into my own kidneys. No, I must find a way to evade this turmoil. As Qin Yang prepared to leave, he was suddenly halted by Sun Jia. Where are you going, brother-in-law? Qin Yang furtively glanced around. Has Lu Yan arrived? Sun Jia shook her head. Sister Yin has gone with Captain Yin to apprehend the butcher. She won't be back for the time being. Qin Yang shot Sun Jia an exasperated look. What a farce. The butcher has already been captured by us. But this works in my favor. I'll make my exit, and you hold the fort. Just as he attempted to push past, Sun Jia seized him firmly. Qin Yang was taken aback. What is the meaning of this? Why are you grabbing me? Men and women should maintain their distance. Sun Jia, with a hint of resignation, replied, I'm sorry, brother-in-law, but you must accompany us for an inquiry. Qin Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. You can't be serious. I have no suspicion. No motive for murder. Sun Jia, still appearing resigned, insisted, brother-in-law, this is a necessary procedure. Everyone present is a suspect. As for motives, we'll ascertain them after questioning. Please cooperate and come with us. Cooperate? What nonsense. The enhancement the system granted Lu Yan made her akin to a female warrior. Each encounter left Qin Yang utterly exhausted. If he didn't escape now, would he ever have the chance? Qin Yang forcefully shook off Sun Jia's grip. Little did he know, in the next moment, two police officers blocked his path. Without further ado, Sun Jia snapped handcuffs onto him. Worried he might flee, she even ensured they were cuffed together. Qin Yang was bewildered. What is the meaning of this? You're handcuffing me outright. Sun Jia forced a smile, awkwardly explaining, please understand, brother-in-law. I'm just trying to prevent you from escaping. If Sister Yin finds out you slipped away from me, my fate will be dire. You deceitful wretch, claiming you're not an undercover. Let us go, brother-in-law. We're heading back to the precinct. Half an hour later, at Dongshan Police Station. Due to a recent surge in serious crimes, the Dongshan precinct had been upgraded to a police bureau, flanked by special police training facilities and a fire station, not far from a temporary jail. Qin Yang, handcuffed, stepped out of the police car and immediately spotted Lu Yin standing on the steps, her expression inscrutable. I stand, amidst the fierce wind, for reasons unknown. Qin Yang suddenly recalled these lyrics. Just as he intended to move forward, his legs buckled, nearly causing him to fall. Sun Jia quickly rushed to support him. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Your legs are trembling like noodles. Qin Yang not only trembled but also found himself at a loss for words. He felt a deep sense of guilt. Lu Yin had instructed him to remain at home, yet he had ventured out to participate in a culinary competition. As if that were not enough, Liang Guodong had been stabbed right before his eyes, teetering on the brink of death. Those around him began to notice an unsettling aura surrounding Qin Yang. Wherever he was present, calamity seemed inevitable. After all, Liang Guodong was a special envoy from the imperial capital. He had barely set foot in Jianghai City when he was attacked, and to make matters worse, it occurred right in front of the head of the Jianghai City Bureau. Was this not a blatant affront to the authorities? From the steps, Lu Yin spoke. Let him walk on his own. Do not assist him. Sun Jia swiftly withdrew her hand, causing Qin Yang to stumble precariously. Goodness, she was remarkably obedient. After a struggle, Qin Yang finally approached Lu Yin. Managing to force a smile, darling Lu Yin raised an eyebrow, prompting him to promptly amend his address. Officer Lu,